Supreme Pupillary Master, Peerless Eldest Miss Chapter 1 to Chapter 170. 30 million. I want Luo Qingtong's life. The world's #1 Arcana Assassin Union offered the highest price of the day. However, this 30 million did not attract anyone's attention. A cold voice replied, rejecting him. Not enough. 50 million. The other party seemed unwilling to give up until he achieved his goal and continued to increase the price. Not enough. Still, no one turned back. That cold voice continued to refuse. 80 million. No, 100 million. 100 million US dollars. That should be enough, right? I must kill Luo Qingtong. A hysterical voice came from the other side. That cold voice paused for a moment. Just when the person behind the computer thought that he was going to agree, that cold voice said with a little disdain, "Sir, can I trouble you to check the price before you go on a mission next time?" Luo Qingtong's assassination mission has always been ranked at the top of the world's assassination list. The starting price is 1 billion US dollars. 100 million? They wanted to take Luo Qingtong's life? What kind of joke was this? In the last assassination attempt, the Arcana Guild had sent 3 of the world's top Arcana experts, including the vice president, to kill Luo Qingtong. The names of these 3 people were enough to cause a huge sensation in the world's Arcana world. Even the heads of state had to treat them with caution and use the power of the country to guard against them. However, when it came to Luo Qingtong, they easily lost all information. Until now, they still did not know whether those 3 people were alive or dead. From then on, Luo Qingtong's price rose to the top of the world's Arcana Union's assassination list. Moreover, until now, no one had surpassed it. No one dared to take on this order. The reason why a high price of 1 billion was because a price of 1 billion was enough to make a country go crazy. If a country was in a crisis and urgently needed such a large sum of money, perhaps they could activate the national missile system to directly lock onto Luo Qingtong's position and launch a bombing. Perhaps, there was a certain possibility that they could kill that terrifying woman. In other words, the starting price of 1 billion was not the price of an assassination, but the full force of a country. But even the full force of a country may not be able to do anything to Luo Qingtong, that peerless monster. After all, she was the only supreme ocular sorcerer in the world, a pair of demonic blood-red eyes, seemingly able to see through everything in the world. If she said that she could see through the trajectory of the missile and avoid it in advance, he would believe her. He wanted to take her life with just 100 million USD. If it weren't for the fact that the customer was paramount, he would have spat out a hee-hee in the other party's face. But speaking of which, 100 million US dollars was already a sky-high price. If it wasn't for Luo Qingtong, most small countries would not be able to fork out so much money even if they used all their resources. He didn't know what Luo Qingtong had done to make the other party so crazy. While the members of the Assassins' Union were astonished, on a private beach in the Caribbean Bay, Luo Qingtong was lying on the ground, looking at the bead in her hand under the sunlight. That bead was round and smooth like jade, looking like a crystal. The color and light stirred inside was as dazzling as the starry sky. This is the thing that Country M's Area 51 treats as their lifeblood? There's nothing special about it. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows as she looked at the bead in her hand. She really didn't know why Country M treated it as their lifeblood. Area 51 had 3 layers of defense. With her ability, she was almost exposed when she sneaked in. One must know that under her pair of blood-red eyes, the defense of Area 51 was almost non-existent. In this case, she was almost caught. Was this bead so important? Luo Qingtong looked left and right, but she couldn't see what was so special about this bead. The girl was lying on the white beach, facing the sunlight. The rays of the sun shone on the bead in her hand and refracted a 7-colored brilliance, setting off her perfectly proportioned figure, making her look like a soul-stirring muse in ancient Greek mythology. What was even more amazing was Luo Qingtong's beautiful Eastern face. She looked like a jade doll, revealing the mysterious and reserved beauty unique to the East. But when a trace of sharpness appeared in her eyes, the smile on her lips curled up wickedly, instantly turning her into the dark goddess described in the Western hell. Bewitching people's hearts, wild and evil, like a blooming flower of hell. Tisk, it's useless. Unable to see any clues, Luo Qingtong felt quite bored. With a casual flick of her finger, she flicked the bead to the side. As the number one person in the 24th century's ability world, the supreme eye technique master, and an existence feared by the entire ability world and even all the countries in the world, Luo Qingtong had seen countless treasures. Such a thing that country M valued so much, in her eyes, was just a relatively beautiful gadget. However, no one expected that when Luo Qingtong raised her hand and flicked away the bead that made Area 51 put a sky-high bounty on her, a few lines of ancient seal characters suddenly appeared on it. The next second, with a boom, a sudden clap of thunder, Luo Qingtong's figure was instantly sucked in. Ah! The people on the beach thought it was a terrorist attack and fled in fright. True Spill Continent, at the extreme western edge. Eastern Fence Nation, Nine Witch Mountain. Ah! Who are you people? A young girl in a pink dress, who was dressed luxuriously and had an exquisite face, was knocked to the ground. Her dantian had been hit by a palm, and the energy in her body was quickly draining away. In an instant, she had fallen from a peak phase 9 martial artist to an ordinary person. The girl lay on the ground powerlessly. She looked at the group of men in black that had suddenly appeared around her. She did not know where they had come from. The place where she had broken through was extremely secretive. Besides a few people, no one else knew about it. The entire Nine Witch Mountain was so big. Why did these people target her? Moreover, the moment he made his move, he was so vicious and ruthless, directly crippling her cultivation. Soon, she had an answer. Haha. Big sister, how does it feel to be trash? With light steps, a young girl wearing a light blue dress with flowing clouds slowly walked out from behind the group of black-clothed men. Her hands were behind her back, and there was a pleasant tinkling sound of pendants. Every step she took was like stepping on Luo Qingtong's heart. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Luo Xingning? It's you? It's you? The girl did not expect that the person who had harmed her was the little sister that she had taken care of, Luo Xingning, the third daughter of the Luo family's second concubine of the marquis residents of the Eastern Fence Nation. She had been weak and sickly since young and was not valued. It was the girl who had brought her along and used her own resources to nourish her body. Finally, she was able to practice martial arts and develop her talent. She became the third generation of the Luo family, second only to her. Everyone had a reason to betray her, only Luo Xingning could not, because everything she had was given to her by her. Why? Why are you doing this to me? The girl did not want to believe all of this. How had she done anything wrong to Luo Xingning? How could she do this to her? Taking advantage of her breakthrough, she brought people to attack her and destroy her cultivation? You can only blame yourself for being too lucky. You're an eyesore. Luo Xianxia looked at the beautiful girl who was lying on the ground and could not get up no matter how hard she tried. She felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Luo Qingtong, the first daughter of the Luo family. Luo Qingtong had always been on top of her. In terms of strength, Luo Qingtong was the first in the third generation of the Luo family. In terms of beauty, Luo Qingtong was the number one beauty in Dongli country. She had a beautiful face, snow-white skin, and a jade-like complexion. She didn't need to take care of herself every day. Wherever she stood, she would be the center of attention. Especially that pair of jade-green eyes, they were like two crescents of clear spring water, flowing with light and overflowing with color, sparkling and translucent, causing her already extremely beautiful appearance to be set off to become extremely outstanding. It was said that the eldest daughter of the Luo clan had a celestial appearance and was absolutely beautiful. She was like a heavenly goddess who could be seen from afar but could not be approached. That was indeed the case. Even Luo Xianxia, who claimed to be a beauty, felt that as long as she stood beside Luo Qingtong, she would immediately turn from a beautiful peony into a wild flower by the roadside. The so-called national beauty was nothing more than this. Looking at Luo Qingtong, who was lying on the ground but still looked elegant and beautiful, Luo Xingning felt an indescribable jealousy in her heart. She stepped forward, raised her hand and pinched Luo Qingtong's chin, and lifted her face. Before Luo Qingtong could react, she felt Luo Xingning raise her hand. With a swoosh, something flew into her eyes. Ah! Luo Qingtong screamed. When that thing entered her eyes, it was as if her eyes were being burned by a soldering iron. she blacked out and rolled on the ground. Her snow-white skin was covered in mud and grass. Luo Qingtong's hair was messy. Between her fingers, which were covering her eyes, black blood flowed out as she screamed in pain. I've destroyed your cultivation, but that's not enough. I'll destroy your eyes too. Luo Xingning looked down at Luo Qingtong, who was screaming and rolling on the ground. Her voice was clear, but there was a chilling viciousness in it. Sister, don't blame me. Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost. There are too many benefits for me to deal with you. I can't refuse. You can only blame yourself for being too lucky. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. Luo Xingning then said to the men in black, I'll leave her to you guys. You can do whatever you want. But after tomorrow, I want to see Luo Qingtong, with her chastity and dignity shattered, at the gates of Windgaze City. Do you understand? Yes. The men in black answered loudly. Many of them looked at Luo Qingtong with lewd smiles. She was the #1 beauty of Dongli country. Now, they were going to take advantage of her. The men in black couldn't wait any longer. Luo Xingning didn't look at Luo Qingtong again. She turned and left. She was very relaxed. From now on, she was the #1 genius of the Luo family. All of Luo Qingtong's glory would be hers, and Luo Qingtong herself would become a disgrace to the Luo family, an unchaste cripple. In this way, she would have completed the task given to her by that person. Haha. Brothers, let's have some fun. Seeing that Luo Xingning had left, a group of men in black surrounded her. At this moment, Luo Qingtong had lost all her cultivation. She didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. She was no match for them. She could only watch in despair as they got closer and closer. Luo Xingning, I will not let you go. I will never let you off. Even if I become a ghost, I will haunt you forever and never let you die a good death. Seeing the men in black approaching her, Luo Qingtong felt despair. She gritted her teeth and was about to commit suicide by biting her tongue. However, one of the men in black noticed her movements. Seeing that she actually dared to seek death. In front of them, the black-clothed man was infuriated. He took a step forward, grabbed her chin, and fiercely slapped her. Bitch! We brothers haven't had our fun yet. You actually dare to seek death? The black-clothed man was so angry that he forgot that Luo Qingtong had lost all her cultivation and was now an ordinary person. The celestial chi in his palm was used to slap Luo Qingtong and send her flying. F***CK. You idiot. What if you kill her? Seeing Luo Qingtong fly out and crash heavily into an ancient tree that was as thick as 10 people, the other black-robed men were all shocked. They cursed the black-clothed man fiercely and hurriedly ran over. However, no one knew that just as they ran over, Luo Qingtong, who had fainted under the ancient tree, suddenly opened her eyes. Whoosh! Hiss! Damn it! What's going on? Luo Qingtong only remembered that she had flicked the strange bead that she had obtained from Area 51. Then, her vision turned black and she lost consciousness. Now that she was awake, why did she feel so much pain all over her body, especially her eyes? Waves of burning pain surged up, and her vision turned black. Obviously, she was blind. What's going on? Feeling the intense pain all over her body and even her eyes, Luo Qingtong couldn't help but swear no matter how tough she was. Just then, a pervert's hand touched her. Haha. She's not dead yet. Brothers, come and have some fun. Line up according to what we discussed earlier. Luo Qingtong was already in a bad mood because of the intense pain and blindness in her eyes. When she heard the other party's words, the corners of her lips curled up into a bloodthirsty and evil smile. Very good, the other party seemed to want to rape her, and it wasn't just one person, but a group of people. Good, very good. Ever since her reputation as the evil eye spread, no one dared to say such lewd words in front of her, let alone take action. These people were very good. The grass on the grave of the last person who touched her without her permission was probably as tall as a person, wasn't it? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's smile became even more evil and wild. Pa! Just as that person was speaking, her hand suddenly grabbed and twisted, breaking the neck of the black-clothed man who had been the first to approach her and tried to touch her. Third brother. The other men in black had just arrived. When they saw the man in black's neck drooping down, how could they not know that he was already dead? They looked at Luo Qingtong in horror. This? Wasn't her cultivation already crippled? Her eyes were also blinded by the poison. How could she still kill third brother? One had to know that although third brother's strength wasn't very strong, he was still above average among them. But he was actually killed by a cripple, in one move. And a blind cripple. How did she do it? How could they know that Luo Qingtong was an ocular sorcerer, but she was proficient in medicine, poison, and combat? This was because a heaven-defying support skill like an ocular sorcerer was highly coveted in the special ability world. Luo Qingtong's eyes were born with blood-red pupils, which could see through all the falsehoods in the world. Appraising, see-through, penetrating defenses. There was nothing he couldn't do, even the strongest defense in the world was useless against her. In the Pentagon, Luo Qingtong came and went as she pleased. The president's White House was heavily guarded. Luo Qingtong could enter and leave as she pleased. Luo Qingtong only needed to take a look at all kinds of antiques and treasures to know whether they were real or fake. Furthermore, she could see through a person's meridians and bones. She knew the condition of the person's body and where the illness was. Such a heaven-defying ability brought Luo Qingtong unlimited benefits and convenience, but it also made her bear all kinds of troubles. All the countries in the world, special ability, and ancient martial arts, all of them wanted her ability and wanted her to serve them, and if Luo Qingtong didn't have any ability to protect herself, she would have been encircled as an exclusive property and become a walking corpse in chess. Peace under the control of others. How could she have made such a great name for herself in the special ability world, making the entire special ability world and all the countries in the world afraid of her? Her eyes being blinded by poison wasn't a big deal to her. Swoosh, bloody light gathered in Luo Qingtong's eyes. Specks of blood-red light rose from it, drawing a dark red 3D scene in front of her eyes. The movements of the black-robed man in front of her were revealed to her by her eye technique. This was one of the most basic functions of Luo Qingtong's pupil technique, vision. The large net that was spread out with mental power captured the movements of everyone within the range. It was 100 times more powerful than infrared imaging. With this ability, Luo Qingtong could annihilate all enemies at night, even if she was blind. Once, she broke into the White House of the M Nation at night. Under the bombardment of thousands of flares, she could still move freely, killing hundreds of people and calmly escaping. Since then, she had shaken the entire ability world and became famous overnight. Bang! Raising her hand to push away the corpse in front of her, Luo Qingtong's blood-stained little face bloomed with a wicked and enchanting smile. Like a bloodthirsty demon flower, she smiled and looked at the group of men in black rushing over. You want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. Her jade-like face was emitting a dazzling brilliance at this moment. The girl's eyes were blurred with black blood, and her gaze was empty. At this moment, her whole body was exuding a fierce and bloodthirsty aura. The tip of her pink tongue gently poked out and licked the wound on the corner of her lips. Feeling the pain, the smile on Luo Qingtong's lips deepened. You. They found that Luo Qingtong was completely different from before. Looking at Luo Qingtong, who was as beautiful as a demon sucking people's souls, the group of men in black felt not full of amazement and infatuation, but a bone-chilling coldness. Why did this Luo Qingtong suddenly give off such a terrifying feeling in just a short while? The group of men in black was bewildered. But soon, they dispelled the bewilderment in their hearts and calmed down. Luo Qingtong, don't be deliberately mystifying. You couldn't beat us when you were still a cultivator. What can you do now that you're a cripple? You're too naive if you want to use this to scare us away. The group of men in black thought that Luo Qingtong, as the eldest daughter of the Luo family, must have some life-saving items and means on her. Although they didn't know why she didn't come out before, perhaps she was worried about Luo Xining's presence? After all, the others' cultivation was much higher than theirs, but no matter whether Luo Qingtong was deliberately mystifying or not, they would not let her go today. Brothers, go. The group of men in black rushed towards Luo Qingtong with weapons. In their opinion, Luo Qingtong was a cripple. Even if she had some life-saving means, how many times could she use them? She was also a blind cripple. If they went together, they would capture of Luo Xining. However, they didn't expect they had guessed the beginnings. Qingtong. The battle only took 2 seconds, but it wasn't them who captured Luo Qingtong, it was the latter who killed them all. Of Loof, Luo Qingtong's eyes emitted rays of bloody light. In the next second, her figure rose up and passed through those black-clothed people in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was heard. The men in black who rushed towards her crazily fell to the ground one by one with their eyes wide open. There was an extremely thin line of blood running from the front to the back of their necks. Humph. Luo Qingtong snorted coldly. With a flick of her wrist, she put away the jade hairpin that was still oozing blood in her palm and inserted it back into her hair bun. What? Feeling the ferocity of this attack, Luo Qingtong's heart was filled with astonishment. In the next second, her entire body soared into the air, and at the last second, as if she had the help of God, she leaned back and dodged the attack that came from the dark. It was a short kill attack. Boom. The aftershock of the attack hit Luo Qingtong heavily. Even after she dodged it, she still staggered back a few steps. Blood surged in her chest. Luo Qingtong's eyes were filled with astonishment. She raised her head and looked at the place where the attack had come from. That attack just now was equivalent to the bombardment of an ion cannon, since when could a person produce such power? What the hell was this place? Luo Qingtong thought that she was in an unknown jungle on Earth. But now, it seemed that this was probably not the world she was in. Just as Luo Qingtong's thoughts were racing, behind her, from the place where the attack had come from, a fierce and terrifying aura suddenly rose up. Obviously, these people were going to attack again after their first attack failed. Oh no. Sensing these auras, Luo Qingtong's expression suddenly changed. These people's auras were too strong. Every one of their auras was beyond Luo Qingtong's expectations. Moreover, when she glanced over, she could only vaguely see some shadows. She couldn't see where the other party was hiding. When did her eyesight become so weak? District 51 had such a tight defense, yet she could enter and leave as she pleased. Now, these people were so close to her, yet she couldn't see them. These people were not ordinary. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong made a prompt decision. She directly bit the tip of her tongue. She spat out a mouthful of blood. The bloody light in her eyes intensified, and she immediately saw the appearance of the people who had ambushed her. It was a group of people in silver. Everyone's aura was incomparably majestic and vast. The blood chi surrounding them was not something that the black-clothed men from before could compare to put it bluntly. Even if there were hundreds of black-robed men, they wouldn't be able to deal with any of the silver-robed men. An expert, an absolute expert, Luo Qingtong felt such a deep threat for the first time since she became famous. She didn't have time to think. The bloody light in her eyes flickered, and she quickly found the path of survival in the enemy's trajectory. In the next second, her figure suddenly shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. Bang! When those people's oars rushed over, she rushed towards an ancient tree beside her and stomped her feet on it. His body suddenly made an S-shaped turn in the air, dodging the attacks of those people. Like a fluttering butterfly, he flew towards the depths of the Nine Magi Mountain. Chase! The silver-robed men with black masks jumped out from the bushes. When they saw that Luo Qingtong had escaped from their attacks, their eyes flashed with astonishment. They were originally secretly supervising those people to deal with Luo Qingtong. They wanted to make sure that nothing went wrong. They didn't expect her to suddenly change her personality and kill the group of black-robed men. Now, she had escaped from their hands. With their strength, how could they let a blind person with no cultivation escape from a place like Dongli country? Was it luck or... Swoosh! Swoosh! Luo Qingtong's figure passed through the long grass and dense forest. Relying on her excellent jungle experience, Luo Qingtong always kept a distance from the people chasing her. However, this could only last for a while. This body was injured and couldn't support it for a long time. Even if Luo Qingtong's willpower was strong and could hold on, the injuries on her body were bound to make her speed and movement sluggish, and the people chasing behind her were so strong that they didn't seem to be human. Luo Qingtong felt that with her ability, even in the 24th century, where everyone took physical potions, she was definitely outstanding. However, she had a feeling that if she was careless and was caught by the other party, then she wouldn't have a chance to escape. This world was really strange. Where the hell was she brought to? Luo Qingtong's strength was already the absolute number one in the ability world of the 24th century. She didn't expect to kick an iron plate when she woke up, however, this body was too heavily injured and didn't have any strength in it. Otherwise, even if she faced those people, with her eye technique, she wouldn't be unable to fight back, let them be arrogant for a while. When she found a chance to recover some of her injuries and strength, she would kill these people. What Luo Qingtong hated the most was being chased, because she had encountered this too many times when she first entered the ability world. Everyone thought that she was easy to bully and was a rare commodity worth hoarding. In the end, those people all died. These people now would be no exception. Thinking of this, her eyes flashed with a fierce look, and the bloody light in her eyes deepened. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed in her eyes. "Oh, this is..." Luo Qingtong raised her eyes and looked in front of her in surprise. Suddenly, her lips curled up and she quickened her pace. Swoosh! Just as her figure was moving forward rapidly, the silver-robed men who were chasing after her saw her suddenly accelerating figure. Their eyes were also filled with shock. Previously, they thought that Luo Qingtong was lucky enough to escape. But now, under such a long pursuit, Luo Qingtong, a cripple, was able to maintain a distance from them, making them unable to catch up. This was somewhat terrifying. One had to know that the strength of each of them could be considered extremely powerful in a low-level country like Eastern Fence Country. Luo Qingtong was a blind person and an ordinary person whose cultivation had been destroyed. How did she manage to run so fast under their pursuit? They watched in shock as Luo Qingtong's body flew up and down in the forest like a butterfly. She entered the forest as though she was on flat ground. They almost suspected that Luo Qingtong's blindness and disability were just an illusion, but they had seen Luo Qingtong being crippled with their own eyes. And the poison in her eyes was personally given to Luo Xining before they came. It was the medicine sent by that person from that place. There was absolutely no mistake. What exactly happened to this Luo Qingtong? How did she become so terrifying? As the silver-cloaked people thought, they became even more determined to catch Luo Qingtong and kill her. Her transformation was so shocking now. She must have some kind of secret on her. They must catch her and interrogate her about the secret. At the same time, they must not let her leave this place alive. Otherwise, if she knew what they had done in the future, there would be no end of trouble. And just as the silver-cloaked people were about to kill Luo Qingtong had already appeared in front of the flash of light in her eyes. Ha! Array! Luo Qingtong laughed happily. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. With this array, she was not afraid of the silver-cloaked people's pursuit. However, this formation was well hidden. If it weren't for Luo Qingtong's vision, she probably wouldn't have been able to discover the location of this formation in this forest. When she got closer, Luo Qingtong was even more astonished. Because this formation was hundreds of times more difficult and obscure than the formations in the ancient books she had read in the 24th century. It was definitely not an easy task to crack it. Fortunately, she had her vision. As Luo Qingtong thought so, the bloody light in her eyes flashed. In an instant, she saw through the path of energy circulation in this formation. Her figure flashed, and she rushed in. But Luo Qingtong never imagined that she would see such an erotic and hot scene when she rushed in. She stared unblinkingly at the scene in front of her. She saw a naked man's body appear in her line of sight under a waist-deep jade spring. In the dark red vision, the man was soaking in the jade spring. His bronze-colored body had muscles that were slightly knotted and bulging. The lines of his flesh were firm and smooth. He was as beautiful as a work of art created by the heavens. The man's face was hidden in a cloud of mist, faintly discernible. Even though Luo Qingtong's vision had been activated to the extreme at this moment, she still couldn't see through the faint light surrounding his face, let alone see his face clearly. This was the first time Luo Qingtong's vision had failed since she had mastered it. She actually couldn't see his face clearly, but even so, it didn't diminish the other party's charm at all. The man exuded an astonishing aura. Even in such a bare scene, it still gave people an extremely noble and elegant feeling. The aura surrounding his body was like that of a king descending to the world. He was lying on the edge of the pool, his body leaning back slightly, and his hands resting on the edge of the spring. Because of this action, the lines of his back unfolded with great tension. The butterfly bones on his back were clearly visible. His head was slightly raised, and the corner of his smooth chin could be vaguely seen through the faint mist. Just the beautiful lines that were revealed were enough to prove that this man was absolutely a high-quality handsome man, and a handsome man with an excellent figure. Luo Qingtong looked at the other party's exposed body. The jade-colored spring water was not very deep. It only reached the man's crotch. As the spring water rippled, the lower half of the man's body was faintly discernible. Oh my God, he was simply bewitching. Luo Qingtong felt that she was about to have a nosebleed just by looking at it. She was used to seeing handsome men and beautiful women in the 24th century. But no matter which type of handsome man he was, whether it was a young fresh meat or an old cured meat, there was no way he could be compared to this man who didn't even show his face. She looked at the mermaid line that was deep into the clear water, the well-defined 8-pack abs, and the beautiful muscle lines. She couldn't take her eyes off the half-naked man's body no matter how hard she tried. This body was truly the most masculine body she had ever seen in her life. Who would have thought that he would have such luck with women? This benefit was really great. Luo Qingtong was thinking this when she suddenly met a pair of cold eyes that were as cold as ice in the 12th lunar month, incomparably deep and cold. That pair of eyes seemed to have the color of a knife. Luo Qingtong only met his gaze and inexplicably felt a burst of fear. This man was not to be trifled with. With such a definition in her heart, Luo Qingtong coughed lightly and was about to explain to the other party that she just accidentally entered. However, before she could open her mouth, the man's gaze directly swept across her eyes, and then closed his eyes again. Luo Qingtong was surprised for a moment, and then belatedly reacted. In the eyes of outsiders, she was a blind woman, very good, very powerful. She could look at the handsome man while healing her injuries. Luo Qingtong thought, sat down cross-legged, and was about to check her injuries. At this moment, a burst of neat and powerful footsteps suddenly came from outside. Swish! The handsome man, who had just closed his eyes, opened them again. Luo Qingtong saw that he was looking in her direction with cold eyes, and his thin lips moved slightly. Luo Qingtong knew that things were not going well when she saw this. The other party was obviously disturbed and was preparing to drive her away. Luo Qingtong did not have time to check on her injuries, let alone recover some of her strength. After running through the forest for such a long time, her physical strength was almost exhausted. If she was discovered, there was no way she could escape. Thinking of this, her eyes suddenly flashed. Almost at the same time that the other party's lips moved, she dodged and rushed directly into the spring. At this moment, she pulled out the jade hairpin in her hair and held it in her hand, aiming it at the vital part 3 inches below the man's abdomen. At the same time, her soft little hand covered the other party's lips that were about to open. "Handsome man, I'm in an emergency. Let me borrow your place to take refuge. I don't think you'll refuse the request of a weak woman like me, right?" Luo Qingtong's body was tightly pressed against the man's body because of the force from before when she had rushed into the spring. Her lips were pressed against the man's ear, her breath was like orchids, and her words were delicate and pitiful. If one did not see her other hand's ferocious actions hidden under the spring, they would have mistaken her for very delicate and helpless. Xianxia's gaze was cold and angry as he looked at the woman who had intruded into his healing spring. The other party's face was covered in blood and dirt, and she was so sloppy that it was impossible to see her original appearance. However, that pair of slightly raised lips and the wanton and evil smile on it gave her a kind of dazzling charm. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. Xianxia's heart was filled with extreme anger when he felt the piercing pain from the sharp point of the other party's lower abdomen. "You're not blind." He looked coldly at the other party's eyes, which were still empty and lifeless, and his thin lips were tightly pursed. He had actually misjudged. "Haha, who said that? I'm blind." Luo Qingtong closed her eyes and pretended to be stupid. She did not want this man to find out that she had seen him naked. She was already very unlucky to have offended this man. Luo Qingtong's intuition told her that this man was very, very dangerous. He was countless times more dangerous than those silver-robed men outside. If the other party found out that she had not only threatened him, but also seen his naked body. The consequences. Ha ha ha. Xianxia did not believe her words. The other party's quick, accurate and ruthless movements just now was definitely not a blind person's movements. Luo Qingtong knew that she couldn't hide it from him anymore, so she decided to go all out. "I say, handsome, why are you staring at me like that? What's going on? Could it be that you've taken a fancy to me?" She leaned close to him, almost pressing her entire body against his. Her breath smelled like orchids. But the hand holding the jade hairpin was even closer to the other party's thing lying in the grass. You have to know, when a handsome man like you stares at me like this, it makes my little heart beat wildly. If I'm not careful and can't control myself, maybe. Her tone was ambiguous as she said this, and the sharp point in her hand gently slid over a certain person's vital part. The ice-cold touch was constantly telling the other party, your little brother is in my hands. Hearing her words, the anger in Xianxia's heart almost broke through the sky. At this moment, Luo Qingtong suddenly felt some changes in her body. She was so shocked that her hand slipped. In an instant, her tender fingers that were holding the jade hairpin touched something lying in the grass below the man's lower body. Being touched by this soft and tender touch, almost instinctively, the man's body suddenly tensed up. You! Xianxia's body stiffened. His gaze was incomparably angry and cold as he looked at this lustful woman. She actually dared. Cough cough. I'm sorry. My hand slipped. Absolutely, my hand slipped. Luo Qingtong looked at the man's angry eyes and coughed lightly. However, all of her explanations looked like she was trying to cover up. Hand slipped, haha, even Luo Qingtong herself didn't believe this reason, but she really didn't have the intention to take advantage of this man, although she often teased young fresh meat and old cured meat in the 24th century when she had nothing to do, verbally taking advantage of men. She really wasn't that unprincipled. While threatening others, her hands were up and down. She really wasn't such a wretched person. Luo Qingtong didn't even have the confidence to explain herself. But heavens knew that her hand really slipped, because Luo Qingtong suddenly realized that the injuries in her body seemed to have healed in an instant. Even the dantian in her lower abdomen that had been in severe pain before had regenerated strength. In fact, when Luo Qingtong had just woken up, she had discovered that her body's strength had been crippled by someone. It was precisely because of this that the strength of this body had weakened so much. For a martial arts practitioner, a crippled dantian was almost equivalent to being completely crippled. Unless they could find some immortal spirit herb that could defy the heavens and change their fate, they would be a cripple for the rest of their lives. But Luo Qingtong was different. Her eye technique could allow her to repair the damage to her dantian. She just needed to give her some time. However, she did not expect that just now, a warm current would suddenly flow through her body and heal her internal injuries. At the same time, it also repaired her dantian. It was also because of this that Luo Qingtong's hand trembled in shock and accidentally touched the other party's little brother. She really couldn't be blamed for this. However, this warm current seemed to be brought by the spring water. Could it be that this man was recuperating in the spring water, which was why he was able to activate the array formation outside and was unable to resist her actions? Luo Qingtong felt a little strange. She had gotten it too easily. This man wasn't simple at all. Why didn't he resist at all? So it was because he was recuperating. Xianxia looked at her coldly. That pair of sharp sword-like eyes, which seemed to carry a bloody aura, stared closely at her, as if he wanted to carve her entire person into the depths of his heart. Just as Luo Qingtong was getting goosebumps from his stare, he suddenly closed his eyes again. Gulyalu, under Luo Qingtong's gaze, the green spring water around the two of them suddenly boiled fiercely. The green color inside quickly disappeared, as if something was rapidly absorbing the medicinal properties within, causing the spring water to quickly become transparent. Luo Qingtong looked at the changes in the spring water in amazement. Soon, she also felt the warm current surging in her body. The other party was indeed recuperating. But why didn't she see any scars on his body? Luo Qingtong was astonished. Her gaze wandered up and down the other party's body. Cough, cough, cough. Someone's capital was really strong. Luo Qingtong tried her best to look away from the other party. However, the other party's strong capital kept ringing in her mind. Damn it, her illustrious reputation. One must know that although Luo Qingtong usually liked to talk nonsense and looked evil and strong, in fact, it was the first time she saw a man's thing. This feeling was simply indescribable. She was clearly taken advantage of, but she didn't even have a place to reason. She also felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Simply, but even so, her hand holding the jade hairpin firmly pressed against the other party's lower body didn't loosen at all. No matter who took advantage of who, she couldn't let go. the power in the spring was quickly being absorbed. Luo Qingtong's strength was also quickly recovering. Feeling the abundant power in her body, Luo Qingtong smiled and narrowed her eyes. But soon, she restrained her smile. Because she felt that the dangerous aura that the man gave her was even stronger. Her injuries were all healed, so this man should be almost healed as well. Luo Qingtong estimated that the people outside should be far away and immediately prepared to leave. After all, she forced this man who didn't look simple to the spring and threatened him. She also took liberties with his little brother. Fine. She made a mistake. But the other party didn't believe it. That's right, she also stole his healing spring water, Luo Qingtong calculated in her heart. She felt that if she were in his shoes, the first thing she would do after recovering was to teach the other party how to be a proper person. She'd better hurry and leave. Thinking of this, she put away the jade hairpin in her hand and elegantly inserted it back into her hair bun. Then, her whole body swept out of the spring water. Bye-bye handsome, we won't meet again. We won't meet again. This compensation is for you to get over your shock. Also, I really made a mistake just now. I didn't mean to take liberties with you. Her words caused Xianxia, who had his eyes closed in the spring and was taking the time to heal his injuries, to open his eyes. He glared at her coldly and angrily. Haha. Luo Qingtong laughed dryly and waved at him. She muttered to herself, why are you being so serious? Although I've seen your naked body, I'm still at a disadvantage. That thing was so ugly, who would want to look at it? Although he was handsome, that didn't include that thing. These words successfully caused Xianxia's expression to change. Good. Very good. Luo Qingtong thought that no one could hear her ridicule, but little did she know that Xianxia had heard it all. This woman actually felt that she was at a disadvantage after seeing him naked? Xianxia looked angrily in the direction that Luo Qingtong left. The anger in his eyes soared, even hotter than the blazing clouds in the sky, especially when he saw the so-called compensation that Luo Qingtong threw out. His eyes became even more furious. That was something that Luo Qingtong had found from the black-clothed men. Although it was considered pretty good in Dongli country. But to Xianxia, it was even worse than the trash on the streets. This was the compensation that woman gave him to get over his shock? Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. He had never been treated like this by a woman before. No woman dared to get close to him, and he didn't allow any woman to get close to him. Xianxia was infuriated, and the battle chi around him surged even more fiercely. The spring water, which had already become completely transparent, was stirred up by the aura around his body. It was like a tornado that rose into the air. At this moment, his eyes suddenly focused, and he looked at a certain place on the shore. There, a little thing that he had just obtained had disappeared. It must have escaped when that woman barged in just now. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes suddenly narrowed. He was so angry before that he didn't notice how that woman broke through the Qianquan single chi array he had set up, although it was only a level 6 array he had casually set up. In this small place of Dongli country, no one should be able to break it. Thinking of how Luo Qingtong had left just now, like moving clouds and flowing water, without any hindrance, Xianxia's eyes suddenly darkened. That woman was not simple. Whoosh, he stood up from the spring water, and a set of clothes silently appeared in the air, instantly wrapping the man's perfect body that angered both men and gods. In the next second, his figure quickly disappeared from the spot. The place where the jade spring had been was only left with a huge hole. It could be seen that the crater was created by a single blow from a human. It was obvious that this jade spring was not some natural healing spring water. It was a healing place that the man had created himself. Whoosh. Whoosh, Luo Qingtong's figure shuttled back and forth in the forest. After recovering from her injuries and her strength, she also felt that her body had become much lighter. I didn't expect that spring water to be so powerful. It actually healed my injuries in an instant. Luo Qingtong was astonished. However, the spring water seemed to be specially used to heal meridian injuries, and had no effect on the poison in her eyes. Could it be that the man had specially created it to heal his own injuries? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong lightly coughed twice. It seemed that she had not only taken liberties with him, but also snatched his healing spring water. Moreover, she had snatched his special healing opportunity. If it was a public spring water, Luo Qingtong wouldn't have thought much of it. Heavenly treasures should be shared with everyone who sees them. However, if it was someone else's exclusive medicinal spring water, or if it was someone else's own medicine, then it would be awkward. Forget it, I've already snatched it anyway. That man didn't look simple at first glance. They might not have the chance to meet again in the future. Besides, if he really did encounter it, he would just help him if he got into trouble. Luo Qingtong thought so and immediately felt at ease. At this moment, she suddenly felt something heavy hanging from the corner of her clothes. With a swoosh, she lifted the corner of her clothes and looked at it. Immediately, she was speechless. What is this thing? She was speechless as she looked at the little pig that refused to let go of her clothes. When did this little thing hang onto his body? Looking at its small body, which was only the size of a palm, Luo Qingtong grabbed its little tail and lifted it up. Where did you come from, little thing? Could it have followed me out of the spring? She raised an eyebrow. Humph. The little pig's 4 hooves were struggling. Because she was holding its tail upside down, it couldn't turn over and kept struggling. Luo Qingtong looked at the little guy. She didn't think that it came from that man. Judging from that man's aura, he didn't seem like someone who would use such a cute pet. Was that the little guy who secretly followed her in the forest? Luo Qingtong thought. She raised her hand and flicked its little nose. All right, you should go. I have things to do. I don't have time to take you with me. She still had to find those people who wanted to kill her and ask for some useful clues. She didn't have time to take this soft and harmless little guy with her. Humph. Seeing Luo Qingtong flicking her finger, the little pig flipped its 4 hooves and hugged her finger. It looked at her pitifully with its small eyes. Heh, don't look at me like that. I won't fall for it. Acting cute doesn't work on me. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she was about to throw the little guy away. At this moment, a voice came from not far away. Here. She's here. When the voice sounded, Luo Qingtong suddenly became distracted. Then, she hissed in pain. It was the little pig that had taken advantage of her distraction to bite down on her finger. Hiss. This time, blood was immediately seen. Luo Qingtong reacted and was about to throw it away. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt dizzy. A mark suddenly appeared on Luo Qingtong's forehead and disappeared in a flash. It was the mark of an inverted 5-pointed star. At the same time, a mark that was exactly the same as the inverted 5-pointed star on Luo Qingtong's forehead also appeared on the little pig's body. With a smack, it covered its butt and disappeared into its body. What was that? Luo Qingtong's mind went blank for a moment. She raised her head and saw a blurry mark on the little pig's butt disappear in an instant. She frowned. She grabbed the pig and was about to interrogate it when a group of people suddenly rushed out from the bushes. She's here. Silver clothes and black scarves. They were the silver-cloaked people who chased after her. How did he discover my tracks so quickly? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. That's pretty fast. She didn't suppress her aura in vain to lure them out. You. How did your cultivation recover? The silver-clothed people looked at Luo Qingtong's aura that was obviously different from before. They immediately discovered that her cultivation had recovered. Not only that, Luo Qingtong, who was originally a stage 9 martial artist, had successfully broken through and advanced to martial master. She actually advanced to martial master. A 14-year-old martial master was considered a genius even in their country, let alone in the Eastern Fence Nation. However, this wasn't what shocked the silver-cloaked people. It was because Luo Qingtong's dantian was destroyed, but she was not injured at all. She even successfully broke through her original realm and became a martial master. What kind of amazing thing was this? One must know that when one's dantian was destroyed, unless there was a heaven-defying elixir or a heaven-grade Xian pill refined by a heavenly alchemist, the person's dantian would be destroyed. But how could a remote and inferior country like Dongli have such heaven-defying elixirs and heaven-grade Xian pills? Even their master would have to go through a lot of hardships to get one, and he might not be able to get it. But now, Luo Qingtong's cultivation had recovered. She must be holding a great opportunity in her hands, a heaven-grade Xian pill. She must have a heaven-grade Xian pill in her hands. Luo Qingtong. Hand over the heaven-grade Xian core in your hands, or else don't blame us for being impolite. Those people shouted sternly. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in Luo Qingtong's mind. Humph. A bunch of fools. Ignorant fools. What is a heaven-grade Xianxia? Compared to the medicinal liquid you've absorbed, it's simply trash. Don't mention a mere dantian, even a peerless trash would be transformed into a genius after being thrown into the medicinal liquid. These people only know about heaven-grade Xianxias. What a bunch of country bumpkins. And you, stupid woman. Seriously, to be chased by such trash, it's really embarrassing. When Luo Qingtong saw those people rushing out, she was prepared to ignore them. She turned around to lead them away, but a voice suddenly appeared in her mind. She was so startled that she slipped and almost fell to the ground. Who is it? She scanned her surroundings warily. Humph. Stupid. This time, as soon as the voice rang out, it abruptly stopped. Luo Qingtong sneered and pinched the mouth of the little pig in her arms. She pinched its jaw and said with a fake smile, "Do you think I'm blind and can't see your mouth moving? Do you feel good scolding me?" Scolding me for being a stupid woman? Luo Qingtong narrowed her pair of black and empty eyes. Her little face was covered in blood and dirt, but her smile was indescribably sweet. However, Little Pig's animal instinct told him that there was a hidden danger behind that smile. Why you? You can't do this to me. I'm an ancient mythical pig. I'm telling you, you'll regret killing me. It shouted fiercely, thinking that Luo Qingtong would let it go because of this. However, it didn't expect the girl to tighten her grip even more. Ancient mythical pig? I think you're more like a pig demon. Feeling Luo Qingtong's unhesitant and weakened killing intent, Little Pig was completely terrified. Woo-woo. I was wrong. I'm your contracted beast now. You can't strangle me. Otherwise, your own strength will be greatly damaged. Really? It tried its best to save itself. Its two short and fat little hooves hugged Luo Qingtong's hand and cried desperately. Humph. I'll deal with you later. Luo Qingtong thought of the sudden dizziness she felt before and was skeptical of the pig's words. Seeing that the silver-robed men were already charging towards her, she couldn't be bothered to waste any more words with it. She directly stuffed it into her sleeve, flicked her sleeves, and rushed forward. That was a dense forest that she had her eyes on. It was the most suitable place for an ambush. Today, she was going to play these people to death, one by one. How dare they chase after her? Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed slightly. Streaks of blood-red light flashed through her empty eyes from time to time. That blood-stained little face had a bloodthirsty and sweet smile. It's been a long time since I've been so excited. Ever since she became famous as the Evil Eye, no one was able to force her to this step. She was going to play with these people. Luo Qingtong lightly licked her lips. Under the guidance of her dark red eyes, she dashed into the dense forest in a few flashes. In a flash, Luo Qingtong's figure appeared in a blind spot that was extremely good to hide in but hard to be discovered. The little pig that was stuffed into Luo Qingtong's sleeve popped its head out of her sleeve. Then, it was stunned by Luo Qingtong's smooth movements, as if she was showing off her skills. What shocked him even more was the things that Luo Qingtong had made. In the blink of an eye, Luo Qingtong had assembled a small crossbow from the cut parts. It looked simple and crude, but its structure was extremely exquisite. It was the pinnacle of cold weapons in the 24th century. This crossbow was cross-shaped and could be tied to her left arm. Once she covered it with her wide sleeve, it would disappear without a trace. There were 5 slots on the crossbow, just enough for 5 arrows to be placed. 2 switches could be pulled to shoot simultaneously, or 1 arrow could be fired in succession. It could be said that this crossbow was a killing weapon that maximized its lethality and dexterity. Little Pig had never seen such a thing before. Since when could weapons from the mortal world be so skillful and dexterous? Only a weapon refiner would be able to compare to this skill, right? While Little Pig was still in shock, Luo Qingtong had already taken out the jade hairpin from her hair bun and held it in her hand. The showtime. Luo Qingtong placed her index finger on her lips and smiled wickedly and bloodthirstily. In the next second, she jumped down from the treetops and chased after the silver-clothed men. Let her have a counter-hunt. Swoosh. While Luo Qingtong was chasing after the silver-clothed men, the latter also rushed into the forest. Spread out and search. You must catch that woman. Yes. The group of people responded in unison. Then, they spread out in all directions of the dense forest. Their formation was very well trained and the location they chose was perfect to block all escape routes in the forest. As long as Luo Qingtong was in the forest, there was no way she could escape from their encirclement and search. What they didn't know was that Luo Qingtong was waiting for them to scatter. Do not enter the forest. It seems like these people don't understand this principle. Luo Qingtong watched the movements of these people with smiling eyes. In that instant, even the bloodstains on her face couldn't hide her peerless beauty and peerless allure. Shwa. Without making a sound, she flew above the head of a silver-robed man who was the furthest away from the others. That was a blind spot for everyone. In the next second, her figure was like a ghost as she instantly pounced down. Oh. Just as the silver-robed man sensed that there was something wrong with the airflow around him and was about to turn around to check, a jade hairpin that flickered with cold light had already pierced into the back of his head. In an instant, it pierced through his forehead. In Luo Qingtong's eyes, the silver-clothed man's entire body was surging with energy. His weak points were all under her control. In terms of strength, she was indeed no match for these people in a true head-on clash. However, in terms of assassination, the lives of these people were completely in her hands. Puff. She raised the jade hairpin in her hand. Luo Qingtong raised her hand to catch the black-cloaked man's body that had fallen to the ground. Her palm covered the man's wide-open eyes that were filled with fear. She wiped them and closed them. Shwa. She placed them under the big tree and slightly narrowed her eyes. She raised her hand to touch the silver-clothed man's waist. Whoosh. The other silver-clothed men were all alarmed by the sharp warning sound. Over there. The silver-clothed man closest to her rushed over. Number 6. Seeing the corpse of the man in silver who was the first to arrive was shocked and quickly ran over to check. Just as he was about to touch number 6's corpse, a cold murderous intent instantly locked onto him. Oh no! Alarm bells rang in his head. The silver-robed man's body came to a halt. The moment the murderous intent surged, he quickly rolled to the side. With such reaction speed, he should be able to dodge even an assassination attack at close range. However, the man in silver did not expect that the cold murderous intent would be even faster than his speed. Ka! With a soft sound that was almost inaudible, an arrow flew out at high speed. Just as the man in silver dodged, another arrow flew out from the air and collided with the tail of the previous arrow. With a puff, the tail of the arrow was hit and instantly changed its trajectory. In the next second, under the silver-robed man's horrified gaze, the arrow hit his weak point right below his right rib, right where his weak point was. At the same time, a graceful and charming figure flashed past his line of sight in an instant. A jade hairpin instantly killed him by cutting his throat. Bang! The silver-robed man's body swayed, and he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Number 13. The remaining men in silver rushed over and saw number 13's body fall to the ground. Luo Qingtong's figure flashed in their line of sight and disappeared without a trace. Even with their eyesight and strength, they were unable to see her whereabouts and trajectory. Was she still a martial master? Was this the strength a martial master should have? The group of men were shocked and furious. Their hearts were filled with a chill. Normally, they would not even take a martial master seriously. They would be crushed to death with just a lift of their hand, but now, they were frightened by Luo Qingtong. Let's go. The leading silver-clothed man made a prompt decision and gave the order. The person they were facing was not an ordinary person. Luo Qingtong's change must be reported to the master immediately. However, his words did not receive any response. Are you calling them? A sweet voice came from behind him at this moment. The leader of the silver-robed men suddenly turned around and saw the girl in blood-red clothes appear behind him. She raised her hand and pushing the subordinates behind him to the ground. The men's eyes were wide open and their bodies were stiff. They did not know when they had died. As for him, he did not feel anything at all. Thinking of this, the leader in silver felt a chill run down his back. He looked at Luo Qingtong as if he had seen a ghost. How did she do it? A mere martial master could kill them all as if they were dogs. Shouldn't it be the other way around? The silver-robed leader's mind was in a mess. Looking at Luo Qingtong, who was smiling sweetly in front of him, he almost thought that he remembered wrongly. A martial master should be more powerful than a martial general, but in reality, a martial master could only be considered as someone who had just stepped onto the path of martial arts. On the path of martial arts, martial disciples, martial artists, martial masters, martial generals, and great martial generals. A little higher was a martial marquis. A marquis could rule over a region. In any small country, they could become a marquis, and above that, a martial king could directly establish a country. The entire eastern border country was founded by an inferior martial king. It had continued to this day. The ranks of a martial master could not be surpassed. The scene that subverted common sense appeared in front of him. For a moment, the leader in silver forgot to react. He looked at Luo Qingtong in shock and horror. What? You don't want to escape? You want to stay and accompany them? Luo Qingtong looked at him. She raised her hand to remove the arrows and jade hairpins from the bodies of the two men in silver who had just died under her hands. She slowly wiped the bloodstains on them. She tilted her head and smiled. That smile was indescribably sweet and enchanting. It was mixed with a young girl's childishness and a peerless enchanting aura. It was very alluring. She was like a blooming poppy. When the leader in silver heard her words, he instantly quivered. As if he had just reacted, he hurriedly turned around and fled. The other party had already killed several of his subordinates in front of him. Now that he was the only one left, he was even less of a match. However, he had just run 2 steps when he heard a sigh behind him. "Ai. Really stupid. You make people lose interest in killing people." Luo Qingtong raised her hand and aimed at the back of the fleeing man in silver. She pulled the trigger of the crossbow in her hand. Her strength was actually not as good as the other party. The leader of the fleeing silver-robed men was much stronger than the other silver-robed men. If he disregarded everything and fought Luo Qingtong to the death, he would definitely be able to escape. After all, after killing 2 people and then killing several people in succession, Luo Qingtong's crossbow was already empty. What's more, the other party was much stronger than her. Even if Luo Qingtong knew the other party's strength and weaknesses, she was still no match for him. However, she used her words to suppress the man in silver. The latter was frightened by her aura when she killed several people in succession. After she spoke, he subconsciously retreated. When he realized that he didn't need to run at all and that the one who should be afraid was Luo Qingtong, it was already too late. Swish 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 swish. Luo Qingtong reloaded the crossbow in her hand. In an instant, 5 arrows were shot in succession. 1 arrow hit the other. The arrow at the front was like a flying feather. With a whoosh, it pierced through the silver-clothed leader's life gate chi shield. In the next second, Luo Qingtong's figure leaped up, and the jade hairpin in her hand fell down, directly nailing the silver-robed man to death under a big tree in front of them. Buzz, the jade hairpin pierced through the silver-clothed man's forehead and entered the large tree. The tail of the jade hairpin trembled continuously, like a fluttering white jade butterfly. Luo Qingtong landed gracefully. Done. She clapped her hands with a smile. This series of actions was extremely clean and efficient, and it was extremely coherent, not giving the other party any chance to escape. In the dark, Xianxia's figure was hidden in midair. He stared at Luo Qingtong's moves without blinking. His eyes were deep. He looked at Luo Qingtong with flickering eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. He chased after that thing's aura, but he didn't expect to see such an unexpected scene. 5 martial generals, one of which was even a peak martial general, were slaughtered like chickens and dogs. If the one who attacked was a great martial general, this result wouldn't be surprising. However, if it was a martial master, it couldn't help but surprise him. Although this kind of battle was child's play to Xianxia, it was like a fight between ants. However, the crossbow in Luo Qingtong's hands aroused his great interest. Even Little Pig could see that the crossbow in Luo Qingtong's hands was extraordinary. How could Xianxia not see it? The craftsmanship of this crossbow was truly exquisite. It was comparable to a treasured weapon refined by a weapon refiner. However, there wasn't a trace of energy fluctuation. It was obvious that even if an ordinary person used it, with its powerful mobility, dexterity, and lethality, it wouldn't be a problem to deal with a martial artist. this woman could actually casually create such a powerful killing weapon. Xianxia sized up Luo Qingtong. Because he saw that after Luo Qingtong killed the leader of the silver-robed men, she pounced on him and began to touch him from top to bottom. That's right, she was touching him from top to bottom. Xianxia looked coldly at the other party as she smiled and plunged her tender little hands directly into the silver-robed man's chest. Didn't this woman know that men and women should not touch each other, and strangers should not come close? Or did she not even let the dead off? As long as they had a slightly better figure, she would take advantage of them. Xianxia couldn't help but recall the scene of him being threatened and forced by Luo Qingtong in the healing spring. His expression immediately turned gloomy. This woman. She even said that it was an accident. God knows that Luo Qingtong was really wrongly accused. How was she taking advantage of them? She was searching them. The identities of these silver-robed men were not simple. Now that they were dead, she naturally had to search them to see if she could find any clues and plunder some good things at the same time. However, because of the previous series of bad impressions, coupled with Xianxian's honorable status, he would almost never conduct such a body search. Thus, he immediately regarded her actions as lust. He didn't know why, but when he saw Luo Qingtong's lecherous expression, he felt a burst of irritation in his heart. Swish! Xianxian's figure suddenly appeared beside Luo Qingtong. Oh, what is this? Luo Qingtong had just found something and was about to examine it carefully when she suddenly felt that there was one more person beside her. Her heart was fiercely startled. She instantly put the thing she had found into her bosom and was about to jump away. However, just as she was about to move, a powerful aura instantly opened up a barrier and firmly enveloped the space around her. Bang! Luo Qingtong's back crashed heavily into a wall of air. Still want to run? His cold voice was filled with obvious anger. Luo Qingtong's heart suddenly jumped. She looked up with a dry smile and greeted the man in front of her. Hey, handsome! What a coincidence, haha, we meet again. Xianxia looked at her coldly. Suddenly, he raised his hand and grabbed at her. His target was the little pig in her sleeve. Luo Qingtong thought he was here for revenge. Hey, hey! Handsome, if you have something to say, we can talk it out. Don't fight. I already said that it was a mistake. Do you have to be so relentless? Luo Qingtong's heart tightened when she saw the man's hand coming for her. Almost subconsciously, she activated her pupil technique to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, all kinds of flows of air and strength in the surrounding space appeared in her eyes. In the next second, Luo Qingtong's figure abruptly darted away, dodging Xianxian's grab and fleeing to the rear. Unknowingly, she had actually bypassed the air wall that was blocking her back previously. Seeing Luo Qingtong's action, Xianxian's eyes flashed fiercely. This woman had too many secrets. She could even break through his aura seal. Xianxia finally got serious. Swoosh! Just when Luo Qingtong thought she had escaped, Xianxia took a step forward. The distance of several zhang was instantly shortened by his step. It was as if he was so close yet so far away. Xianxian's figure appeared directly beside Luo Qingtong, who was fleeing at high speed. It was as if he hadn't been far from her from the beginning. His hand grabbed at Luo Qingtong. The strong wind carried with it an unparalleled aura. Compared to the silver-clothed men, this aura was like the 5 sacred mountains to the earth slope, the high mountains and flowing rivers to the mountain stream, and the colossus to the ants and worms. Strong. Too strong, Luo Qingtong had never met anyone like Xianxia in the 24th century's ability world. She didn't even have the slightest hope of winning. What kind of place was this world? Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with blood-red light. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see through Xianxian's weakness. Damn it. Was she going to be caught by this man? Luo Qingtong bit her lip. Suddenly, her eyes flashed and the corners of her lips curled up. When Xianxian's hand reached for her, she didn't move forward but instead moved backward. She leaned against Xianxian's body. At the same time, she retracted her aura. Luo Qingtong was running in front when Xianxian's figure appeared beside her. But after her figure paused and retreated, the young girl's soft body crashed into Xianxian's broad chest. In an instant, the two of them hugged each other. Xianxian was caught off guard and his body stiffened. Before he could react, Luo Qingtong raised her head and hooked her arms around his neck. Her face was enchanting and charming as she welcomed him. Handsome, you're so persistent. Don't tell me you've fallen in love with me? Alright. Although I'm not a casual person, you're so outstanding. I'll reluctantly accept you. Luo Qingtong said as she moved to kiss Xianxia. The man didn't expect her to be so bold. Before Luo Qingtong, he had never been so close to a woman. Not to mention, the other party dared to ignore his aura and directly kiss him. Feeling the sweet fragrance exhaled from Luo Qingtong's lips, and then looking at the rapidly approaching pink lips, Yi Qianming's figure almost instantly shot backwards. At the same time, he waved his sleeves. How dare you? His face was angry. But just as he waved his sleeves, the girl's bell-like laughter instantly rose with the wind. Following the force of his wave, she quickly leaped backward. Haha. Handsome, I didn't expect you to be so pure. Luo Qingtong turned back and winked at him. She put her index finger on her lips and sent him a flying kiss. Her eyes were curved with a smile. Thank you for sending me off. Bye-bye. As she spoke, she laughed and waved her sleeves. Her figure suddenly turned into a ghost-like trace, following the force of Yi Qianxian's sleeve and quickly moved away. Damn it. This woman, the moment Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, Yi Qianxian immediately reacted. His face darkened. He was deceived by this cunning and fickle woman again. Luo Qingtong's kiss was to make him push her away. With Yi Qianxian's strength, if he didn't voluntarily let go, Luo Qingtong would have no chance of escaping. This woman, she deliberately kissed him so that he would let go. As Yi Qianxian thought about it, he felt a wave of shame and anger. But at the same time, a strange feeling arose in his heart. There seemed to be a faint girl's breath lingering on his lips. Just now, that kiss had come too suddenly. His lips and Luo Qingtong seemed to have brushed against each other in an instant. At the same time, his hands seemed to have the warm and soft touch of a woman's body. This was the most cunning and daring woman he had ever seen, but did she think she could escape like this? Oh my god. Oh my god, I was scared to death just now. Luo Qingtong patted her chest as she ran. That man's aura was too strong. She thought she wouldn't be able to escape this time. Recalling the things she did to that man, Luo Qingtong patted her chest and rejoiced. Little Pig, who was hiding in her sleeve and didn't even dare to fart, was also dumbfounded. F***ck. This woman is too daring. You were scared, but you still dared to tease him? What kind of weird brain circuit is this? It said in disbelief. If I didn't tease him, should I wait for death? Luo Qingtong said angrily. That man was so strong, of course I had to use extreme methods, however, not bad. She licked her lips and smiled evilly. Such a strong and handsome man was really her cup of tea. Unfortunately, he's too strong, so I can't touch him. Messing with this kind of man is a big trouble. Luo Qingtong thought about it and calmed down. Before Little Pig could say anything, Luo Qingtong had already grabbed it and jumped to the top of a 1,000-year-old ancient tree. This place was far enough away from that place, so there shouldn't be any problems. Okay, now you can tell me what the hell you are? Luo Qingtong grabbed Little Pig's neck and pulled it closer to her. A talking pig demon? She flicked Little Pig's butt. Ah. Little Pig covered its butt with its two hind legs and stared at her with its beady eyes. You're the pig demon. I'm the ancient divine pig. Do you know the ancient divine pig? It bristled with anger. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and looked at it. Ancient divine pig? You? She looked at the pink pig from head to toe. She really didn't know where its confidence came from. If the ancient divine beasts were like it, they would all commit suicide. Don't look down on me. I'm just being sealed. Humph. Little Pig proudly stuck out his round little belly. You don't know how powerful I used to be. He was known as the #1 pig in the world. Even the divine dragon Phoenix has to call me Grandpa Pig when it sees me. Pfft. Luo Qingtong couldn't help but laugh. The #1 pig in the world, she was going to die from laughter. Little Pig panicked when he saw her like this. I really am an ancient divine pig. Only ancient divine beasts could directly sign a heaven and earth contract with humans. Ignore level. Don't tell me you don't know this common sense? Luo Qingtong really didn't know about these things. She was inexplicably brought here, and she didn't even understand what was going on in this world. Also, her body was obviously not hers. Wait a minute, thinking of this, Luo Qingtong suddenly jumped down from the treetops. She found a pool and washed the blood off her face. Phew. Luckily, it's still my original face. What Luo Qingtong was most afraid of was that if her body and face changed, would it still be her? However, she was relieved now. This face was exactly the same as her original face. After so many years, she was still the most used to her own face. Moreover, Luo Qingtong used to be a devastatingly beautiful woman. There was no need for her to change her face. She was very satisfied with her current appearance. However, she didn't know the identity of this body. As Luo Qingtong pondered, she suddenly remembered the things she found from the silver-clothed leader. Perhaps she could find some clues? It was a token made of a special material. It was shining with a cold metallic luster, but she didn't know what material it was made of. There was a strange totem pattern engraved on the token. In addition, there was a big word dark on it. What's this? Luo Qingtong looked at the token. She didn't know what it was and what it meant. Just as she frowned and was about to put it away, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. A strong consciousness suddenly rose from the depths of her mind. Tianyu Empire. Secret Guard. Token. It's them. It's them who set me up. Tianyu Empire, if you are not satisfied with the engagement between UNMO and me, you can break it off. Why do you set me up like this? Why? That consciousness made a ruckus in Luo Qingtong's mind. The mournful cry almost made Luo Qingtong's head explode, the sobbing and mournful voice made Luo Qingtong's head ache. In the next second, countless memories flooded into his mind like a flood that had been opened from a dam. In an instant, Luo Qingtong's consciousness was filled to the brim. Soon, she understood everything. It turned out that this body also belonged to a woman named Luo Qingtong. However, compared to her strong and unscrupulous personality, this woman named Luo Qingtong was not so lucky. She was the first miss of the Marquis Mansion Luo family in the inferior Dongli country. She was the first genius of the Luo family and the first beauty of the Dongli country. However, she was betrayed by the third miss of the Luo family, Luo Xining, the daughter of a concubine of the second branch whom she regarded as her own sister. In the end, her dantian was destroyed, her cultivation was lost, and her eyes were blinded by poison. She was thrown to a group of people who didn't know what kind of people they were. If Luo Qingtong hadn't transmigrated over at the right time and killed those black-robed men, and even killed those silver-robed men who were monitoring in the dark, her fate would have been extremely tragic. Scenes flashed through Luo Qingtong's mind. It turned out that Luo Qingtong had taken good care of Luo Xining. She had nurtured her frail body and helped her develop her martial arts talent. She had even taught her how to cultivate step by step. She had even shared her own resources with her to help her improve her strength. Luo Xianning in the picture was as pure as a white lotus. Unfortunately, the heart of this white lotus was filthy black. Luo Qingtong looked at the scene in her mind and memories flashed past. That Luo Xianning stood in front of that Luo Qingtong and destroyed her cultivation and blinded her. After that, he said that her life was too good. There were too many benefits to dealing with her, so he had no choice but to do it. Good. Very good. Luo Qingtong's vacant eyes flashed with a strange bloody light. So everything that she had to face after transmigrating was all because of this woman? Luo Xining, right? I'll remember you. I like sluts like you. I like to torture sluts like you. Luo Qingtong's smile was as red as blood. She didn't care how stupid the original body was. She had kept this snake beauty who obviously had evil intentions by her side. She even had her cultivation and eyes destroyed when she was breaking through. But now, she was the one who had taken over this body. She would never allow anyone to humiliate her. And the royal family of the Tianyu Empire, the Yuan family. Luo Qingtong stared at the secret guard token in her hand. From her memories, she knew that this body was engaged to the fifth prince, Yuan Mo, who was the pride of their empire. The Tianyu Empire was an emperor-level super country, which was totally different from the inferior Dongli country. Not to mention the Luo family of the Marquis of Dongli country. No one knew why Yuan Mo would be engaged to such an inferior country's Marquis Mansion's eldest miss. After all, Yuan Mo was a genius with outstanding strength and talent. He was definitely the #1 person in the Tianyu Empire. But who knew that when Yuan Mo was born, he was even worse than a loser. He was weak and sick, born with cold energy. He was doomed to be unable to cultivate for the rest of his life. It was the host's mother who saved his life and helped him remove the disease in his body, making him a genius. From then on, he had a meteoric rise. But how did the Yuan family treat the host? After the host's mother disappeared, they immediately wanted to break off the engagement. Now they even sent people to bribe Luo Xinning to kill the host. Why did they destroy her cultivation and eyes, throw her out to be raped, and then hang her at the city gate? Because the Yuan family wanted to break off the engagement in a justifiable way. They couldn't leave any stain on Yuan Mo. What could give them a better reason to break off the engagement than destroying Luo Qingtong? Even if the engagement was cancelled, it would always be Luo Qingtong who was in a bad spot, not Yuan Ma. After all, how could a woman who had lost both her reputation and cultivation be worthy of the fifth prince, who was favored by the heavens? Luo Qingtong thought, and the smile on her face deepened. These people were great, that's great, God's favored one, she would let them know that the so-called genius was worthless in front of her. I haven't been so excited for a long time. The last time was when she killed the vice president of the Special Ability Assassination Union and the others who had come to kill her. She spent nearly a month to kill the most powerful people in the Esper Assassination Union one by one. This time wouldn't be an exception. It didn't matter how much time she had to spend. Luo Qingtong's personality was very evil. She didn't care how Luo Xinning and the Tianyu imperial family treated the host. She wasn't the host before, but after she transmigrated, she was annoyed, especially when she was chased after by the men in silver, causing her to accidentally enter that man's healing spring water and offend him. Of course, Luo Xinning and the royal family of Tianyu had to be blamed for this. Whoosh, putting away the secret guard token in her hand, Luo Qingtong jumped up to the top of the tree. This was the treasure trove of the wilderness. The terrain of the Nine Magi Mountain was steep, and the forest was treacherous. There were countless beasts and ferocious beasts within. However, it was also extremely rich in resources. Luo Qingtong's eyes were crippled. Although she could see things with her eye technique and was not much different from ordinary people, it was still inconvenient. Eyes at eyes, and I. If it was the Luo Qingtong in her prime, she wouldn't have cared about this. But now that she had just transmigrated, this body obviously hadn't cultivated any spiritual power. The amount of spiritual power she had was limited. It was tiring to maintain it for a long time, and it was also very unsafe. Luo Qingtong had to find a way to cure the poison in her eyes. The Nine Magi Mountain was the best place for her to find the antidote. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and scraped off a drop of black poisonous water from the corner of her eye. Looking at the drop of poisonous water that fell on the tip of her index finger, the bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes swirled and suddenly became intense. Her bloody eyes looked particularly bewitching and evil, like a demon that bewitched people's hearts, coquettish and beautiful. Heavenly blood grass, double moon lotus, heartless dragon root. Under the gaze of Luo Qingtong's bewitching bloody eyes, the medicinal ingredients were analyzed by Luo Qingtong one by one. If someone was here and saw this scene, they would definitely cry out in amazement. Luo Qingtong's eyes were actually so powerful. Just by looking at the poisonous water, she was actually able to analyze the medicinal properties? What kind of monstrous and terrifying ability was this? One must know that there were prescriptions for refining medicine, and there were prescriptions for refining tools. No matter what it was, there was a unique secret manual. The prescriptions for refining medicine and refining tools were also the secrets of their respective sects and clans. Except for some common prescriptions that were circulated outside, the other prescriptions, especially those that were developed by their own sects, were the treasures of their respective sects. These were the secret recipes that they used to protect their sects and clans' strength and status, and Luo Qingtong was actually able to see through the essence of it with just a glance. Didn't this mean that all the secret recipes were useless to her? In fact, this was indeed the case. Luo Qingtong's previous life's ranking in the 24th century's Esper Ability Assassination Union was so high mainly because of this ability. This ability was the true essence of her eye ability. Any secret recipe, medicine, weapon, defense, under her eyes, nothing could hide. All the countries and organizations in the world coveted this ability of hers, but they were also afraid of this ability. Think about it, if you developed a new weapon or new medicine with great difficulty, or something else, she would be able to know the proportion of your recipe and grasp your manufacturing process. How frightening was that? Of course, if this ability was in her own hands, then it would be incomparably wonderful. Therefore, people both loved and hated Luo Qingtong's ability. Her ranking in the Esper Assassin Union also rose as her ocular technique improved day by day. In the end, it rose to the first place, and there was no change after that. TSK. It was the most poisonous medicine. Someone actually used such a thing to harm the original owner? What kind of grudge do you have against me? Luo Qingtong completely analyzed the composition of the poison and immediately raised her eyebrows. Not only was the toxicity of this poison strong, it was also very difficult to detoxify. In other words, this medicine was both a good cure and a powerful poison at the same time. All of this was orchestrated by the drug. The medicinal herbs that Luo Qingtong had analyzed all happened to reinforce and restrain each other. In the end, they formed a complete circle. If these herbs were arranged in a proper manner, they would reinforce each other, and they would be the best medicine for healing. However, if they were arranged in reverse order, then they would counter each other and become extremely poisonous. The same medicinal material could actually be medicine or poison. It was extremely difficult to concoct such a poison. Not only were the medicinal materials needed very picky, but the timing of adding them was also very strict. If it was slightly lacking, then it would be a failure. It was definitely not something that an ordinary alchemist could refine. Even the heavenly alchemists who were highly regarded by the world might not be able to refine it. How could Luo Xingning have such a powerful poison in her hands? This poison was so precious that even the entire Tianyu Empire might not be able to exchange for a drop of it, let alone Luo Xingning. Moreover, there was more than one drop in her eyes. Things are getting more and more interesting. Luo Qingtong laughed coldly. This poison definitely did not belong to Luo Xingning. Even the royal family of the Tianyu Empire would not be able to produce it. It seemed like there was more to this matter than met the eye. It was not as simple as the Tianyu Empire breaking off the engagement. However, it did not matter. She was not afraid of trouble. She was only afraid that things would not be interesting enough. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring in such a big world? It would be too unfair for her to be reborn in this life. She would not let go of anyone who tried to harm her behind her back. Alright, since I know the ingredients of this poison, I will be able to detoxify it once I find the corresponding ingredients. This poison was indeed powerful to others. They might not be able to detoxify it in their entire lives. However, to Luo Qingtong, it was not a problem at all. This poison was difficult to detoxify because normal people would not be able to tell how many ingredients were in it, what their properties were, and what order they were added in. However, Luo Qingtong knew all of it. What was the point of detoxifying it? As long as she could find the right ingredients and refine them according to the order, the poison would be detoxified immediately. As she thought about it, Luo Qingtong lifted her hand and shook off the drop of poisonous water. Then, she dashed into the depths of the Nine Magi Mountain. She hoped that there were the ingredients she needed here. Moments after Luo Qingtong left, Xianxia, who had been chasing after her, appeared. Swoosh! He appeared at the place where Luo Qingtong had been. Sensing the lingering aura, he frowned. He was a step too late. He did not know how Luo Qingtong was able to find the perfect place to hide every time. Even with his spiritual perception, he could not find such a blind spot in a short period of time. A mere martial master was actually able to avoid the search of his divine sense time and time again. If this were to spread, it would be shocking. The more Xianxia searched for Luo Qingtong, the more he felt that she was hiding many secrets. This woman was like a treasure trove hidden in thick fog. Every time, she could bring him a different feeling and surprise. Unknowingly, the anger in Xianxia's heart subsided. Instead, it was filled with curiosity and curiosity. He glanced around and suddenly saw the drop of poisonous water that Luo Qingtong had thrown onto a leaf. This is the ultimate medicine and poison? Most people would not be able to sense the spiritual energy contained in that drop of poisonous water. However, Xianxia was not one of them. Looking at the drop of poisonous water, Xianxia's eyes flashed. He thought of Luo Qingtong's eyes. Could it be that she was blind? She was actually poisoned and poisoned by someone. What was the identity of that woman? Could it be that she wasn't from Dongli country? That's right. With all the abilities she's shown, she doesn't seem like someone from this low-level country. Thinking of this, Xianxia moved and headed in the direction that Luo Qingtong had disappeared. However, he didn't know that it was because of this misunderstanding that he couldn't find Luo Qingtong for a long time. Swoosh, 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 Luo Qingtong's figure moved quickly in the deep forest. With her eye technique, Luo Qingtong could enter and exit the depths of the 9 Magi Mountains as she wished. As long as there were powerful demonic beasts, she could detect them in advance and easily avoid them. Every place she went was a blind spot in the terrain. It was safe and not easy to be discovered. As Luo Qingtong moved, she looked up and scanned her surroundings. Wherever the dark red light from her eyes passed, all the spirit herbs were exposed to her eyes. The age and medicinal properties of the herbs were revealed. However, to Luo Qingtong's disappointment, along the way, she did not find a single herb that was useful for treating her eyes. It was obvious that the herbs used to make the ultimate medicine and poison were not ordinary. Correspondingly, the herbs that could cure the poison were also very difficult to find. It was very likely that there weren't any in the depths of the 9 Magi Mountains. Tisk, troublesome. It seemed that she had to think of another way. Luo Qingtong thought and prepared to leave. Rumble, Luo Qingtong's senses were extremely sharp. When she sensed that something was wrong in front of her, a deafening sound could be heard in an instant. At the same time, a fishy smell assailed her nostrils. Even though they were separated by hundreds of feet and countless huge trees and long grass, that fishy smell was like a violent storm assaulting her face. Swish! It was like a sharp blade cutting through the air. Wherever that smell passed, the huge trees collapsed and the long grass fell, revealing the scene in front of her. Luo Qingtong's pupils fiercely shrank. She saw countless huge pythons twisting together to form a huge ball of meat, rushing towards her. Their forked tongues, triangular heads, ferocious eyes, and huge intertwined bodies all showed how terrifying these pythons were. Rank 3 demonic beasts, Luo Qingtong watched the huge pythons, which were nearly 100 feet long, twisting and rolling towards her. The whole mountain was filled with snakes. This scene was enough to make a martial marquis expert's scalp numb. A rank 3 demonic python like this could easily kill a martial master. Even ordinary martial artists had to be careful when facing them. Now, there were more than 100 of them here. Such a huge number of pythons were chasing after one person. Ah! Don't chase me. Don't. Running in front of the huge pythons was a young boy. His eyes were filled with tears as he ran and sobbed. It was obvious that he was very scared. Streaks of tears hung on his delicate, jade-like face. His eyelashes were trembling rapidly, as if he would cry out loud in the next moment. The young boy was about 8 or 9 years old. He was wearing luxurious clothes and a precious jade pendant hung on his waist. All the accessories on his body, including his clothes, were spiritual weapons. At this moment, all of them were shining brightly, resisting the attacks from the huge pythons. It could be seen that these spiritual tools were not just for show. But there were too many pythons. No matter how many spiritual weapons he had, they could not withstand this kind of consumption. The light was already very weak. The young boy was crying as he ran towards Luo Qingtong. His footsteps were staggering, as if he would fall in the next moment. At this moment, he saw Luo Qingtong and his eyes suddenly widened. "I'm immortal, sister." Wherever the python passed, the tall grass and huge trees would fall. Luo Qingtong saw him, and naturally, he also saw Luo Qingtong. At a distance of nearly 100 feet, Luo Qingtong's face, which was as beautiful as a fairy from the 9th heaven, directly entered the young boy's eyes. At this moment, she was looking at the young boy and the group of giant pythons with a cold expression, but she didn't know how much of an impact her appearance had on the young boy. She must be a fairy. That was why he was able to face so many third-rank demonic beasts so calmly. The young man was pleasantly surprised and was about to run over to call for help. However, when he met Luo Qingtong's empty and vacant eyes, he suddenly froze. Then he saw the bloodstains and tears on Luo Qingtong's pink robe. So it wasn't that fairy sister wasn't afraid, but that she couldn't see. Why was she here? Could it be that he was also assassinated? Thinking of this, the young man's footsteps suddenly stopped. He clenched his teeth and his eyes filled with tears. Finally, he suddenly shook his head and ran towards the other side. Fairy sister. Quickly run. I will lead these pythons away. Quickly run. Run forward, don't look back. The young boy's voice was very trembling. The spiritual weapons on his body could not resist for much longer. If he used Luo Qingtong to block them, he might be able to find a chance to escape. However, he was a pure person and was not willing to harm others for himself. In any case, he might not be able to survive in the end, so he didn't want to harm others. Luo Qingtong looked at the direction the youth ran and raised her eyebrows. Just now, she was already prepared to kill. Even facing the youth, she was full of murderous intent. If the other party dared to rush in front of her and use her as a shield, she would definitely finish him off directly, but she didn't expect that the youth would run away after looking at her, and even lead the giant pythons away. It seemed that he didn't deliberately lead the giant pythons here, nor did he have the intention to use her as a shield. It was just a mistake. Unfortunately, it was too late. Luo Qingtong sniffed the remaining faint smell in the air and narrowed her eyes. This smell would cause the demonic beasts to go crazy and chase after the other party. Obviously, this was the reason why the youth was being chased by these demonic pythons. At this moment, because of the fishy wind just now, a lot of this smell had already contaminated Luo Qingtong's body. Even though the youth had stopped in time and led the giant pythons away, but there were still many giant pythons that followed the smell and rushed towards Luo Qingtong. Obviously, she was also a target. Troublesome. Luo Qingtong frowned and her figure swept in an instant. Swish, she rushed to the place where the youth left. In order to get rid of these giant pythons, the matter still had to fall on the youth's body. If she guessed correctly, the youth should have taken some kind of drug that could stimulate these giant pythons to go crazy, so that his body emitted that kind of attractive and tempting aura, causing these giant pythons to chase after him relentlessly, vowing to swallow him into their stomachs. In order to get rid of this aura, she had to get rid of the drug in his body. Swish. Luo Qingtong rushed towards those giant pythons that were rushing over. Under the gaze of her eyes, the weak points of these giant pythons were as dazzling as the lights in the dark night. The jade hairpin in her hand swept through the air. A giant python screamed tragically in an instant. Its body was more than 10 meters long. It rolled and twisted violently in the air, knocking several giant pythons next to it away. Luo Qingtong's expression was relaxed as she dashed out of the huge gap in their encirclement and headed in the direction the youth ran. Before she left, she didn't forget to pluck a few stalks of herbs from under a big tree nearby. Hiss. By the time she arrived, the spirit tool on the youth's body could no longer support him. The defensive light of the spirit artifact disappeared, and he was heavily tripped by the strong wind created by the tail of a giant python that swept from behind him. Woo! Wah! Looking at the huge python head rushing over, the young boy's face was filled with fear. But even so, he forced himself not to cry for help. He knew that no one could save him in the depths of the forest. The tears on the young boy's face flowed out, and his white jade-like face was washed with wet streaks. He looked so pitiful and adorable. His lips were bitten so hard that they bled. Just when the young man's heart was filled with despair, a cool breeze suddenly swept past with a whoosh. His waist was violently grabbed, and in the next second, his entire body was lifted into the air. I'm immortal, sister. Looking at the peerless beauty in front of him in shock, the young man was completely stunned. Perhaps because he was saved, Luo Qingtong gave the young man a great shock. She was like a ray of light, giving hope to the hopeless young man in the darkness of the road ahead. Wah! Immortal sister. The young man hugged Luo Qingtong and cried loudly, as if he was hugging his last salvation. Luo Qingtong originally saved him in passing, but who would have thought that the young man would act as if he had seen his family, fiercely hugging her and crying loudly. This unguarded and intimate appearance made Luo Qingtong stare blankly. If it weren't for the fact that there was no image of this little guy in her memory, Luo Qingtong would have thought that the other party didn't recognize her. Wasn't this too unguarded? Didn't he suspect that she might have been sent by his enemy? Okay, it's okay. Luo Qingtong wasn't very good at comforting people, but this little guy was crying so miserably in her arms, it seemed a bit unreasonable to leave him alone like this. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong patted the little boy's back and stuffed a few herbs she had picked before into his mouth. Chew a few times and then swallow. Okay. The boy nodded with tears in his eyes. He had just experienced a life and death situation, so hugging Luo Qingtong was like hugging his last life-saving straw. But even so, he still tried to force himself not to hug Luo Qingtong too tightly, so as not to interfere with Luo Qingtong's actions. Fairy sister, thank you. The smell of the herbs was very unpleasant. The little boy had been pampered since childhood, so he had never smelled such a strong smell. But even so, he didn't hesitate at all. He chewed up the herbs Luo Qingtong gave him and swallowed them. Then, he carefully leaned against Luo Qingtong's arms and hugged her with his small hands. Luo Qingtong could feel his body trembling. He was obviously very scared, but he endured it and didn't cry out. He was so well-behaved that Luo Qingtong couldn't immediately abandon him. Forget it, since she had already saved him, she might as well send the Buddha to the west. Give me the defensive spiritual tool on your body, she said to the little boy. There were too many pythons, and they were desperately entangled. The drug in the little boy's body had already been neutralized, but there were still remnants in their bodies. She didn't know who wanted to kill him, but even if the smell of the drug had dissipated, the pythons would still go crazy for a while. Moreover, they were getting crazier and crazier. It seemed that the other party had already taken this little guy's detoxification situation into consideration. Luo Qingtong had to get rid of these pythons before they completely went crazy. Okay. The little boy didn't ask anything and directly took off all the defensive spiritual tools on his body, ready to give them to Luo Qingtong. He completely believed that Luo Qingtong was the girl who saved him from the mouth of the crazy pythons. If the other party really wanted to harm him, it would be fine if she didn't save him. Why bother? Fairy sister, here you go. He handed all the defensive spiritual tools in his hand to Luo Qingtong. There's no need for that. Take it. Do whatever I tell you to do later. Do you understand? Luo Qingtong's figure shuttled back and forth in the group of pythons. Her speed was very fast. Every landing point was perfect. One by one, the giant pythons rushed forward, but they were always just a hair's breadth away from biting her. So many pythons crisscrossing, but they couldn't do anything to her. The little boy was dumbfounded. Fairy sister was too powerful, she must be God sent to save him, she must be. The little fellow looked at Luo Qingtong with admiration and nodded heavily at her words. Fairy sister, I will be obedient. Luo Qingtong didn't care about the little boy's address. Those pythons were getting faster and faster, and their berserk traces were getting more and more obvious. Originally, they were only rank 3 demonic beasts, but under the stimulation of the smell of the medicine, there was a tendency to transform into rank 4 demonic beasts. Even though she had the assistance of her eye technique, there were still pythons in front of her, forcing her to be unable to rush forward. If this continued, she would inevitably be trapped in the encirclement of the pythons, and be surrounded to death. Okay, now, start throwing. Luo Qingtong set a location, and let the little boy in her arms throw the defensive spiritual tool in his hand. The little boy didn't hesitate. When Luo Qingtong said that location, he directly threw the defensive spiritual tool in his hand. He didn't even ask why Luo Qingtong did this, nor did he ask why those defensive spiritual tools didn't even have spiritual qi, so what was the use of throwing them out? The little boy wholeheartedly believed in Luo Qingtong. He believed that this fairy sister, who was sent by God to save him, would definitely save him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Luo Qingtong's figure shuttled back and forth in the midst of the berserk giant pythons. At this moment, her path forward had already been blocked by the increasingly berserk giant pythons. She could only rely on her eye technique to maneuver around the encirclement of the giant pythons. If someone were here at this moment, they would definitely be stunned by Luo Qingtong's movements. It wasn't too fast, but too ingenious. One after another, giant pythons opened their ferocious mouths and attacked. Even a martial marquis expert would be flustered in the face of such an attack. In the end, they would be forced to stop by the giant pythons and use their strength to resist. However, Luo Qingtong's figure remained calm and unruffled. Even if the giant python's speed became faster and their aura became more and more berserk, and the space to dodge became smaller and smaller, she was still able to find a safe foothold in this continuous wave of berserk attacks. She just so happened to be able to avoid all the attacks. However, this scene wouldn't last for long. As the giant pythons became even more berserk, some of the giant pythons began to swarm forward without caring about whether they would hurt their companions. In this way, Luo Qingtong practically had no foothold to dodge. Fortunately, the task she had instructed the young man to do was more or less completed. When the last defensive spiritual weapon was thrown out, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly bloomed with a bloody glow. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in the dark red glow of her eyes, the defensive spiritual weapons that were thrown out seemed to be restrained by an endless line. Finally, they completely converged into a huge array pattern. This pattern was extremely similar to the array that Xianxia had set up when he was healing, but there were also obvious differences. Luo Qingtong had modified it a little, so that this array had both the effect of concealment and the ability to trap and kill. At this moment, relying on the spiritual weapons thrown out by the young man to form the eye of the array, she had impressively succeeded in setting it up. The reason why she had chosen this array was entirely because Xianxia had previously set it up with trees and terrain, and it had such a strong concealment effect. Luo Qingtong only had defensive spiritual weapons with no spiritual energy that she could use. Naturally, she couldn't set up an array that was too strong. And if it was too weak, it might not be useful against these giant pythons. Therefore, she had chosen this array formation. At this moment, Luo Qingtong still didn't know that she had done such a shocking thing. Xianxia had set up a 6th-level array formation. An ordinary spirit array master might not be able to successfully set up a spirit array even if they were to follow the steps of the spirit array master. Luo Qingtong had only gone in and out once, and she had set it up perfectly. Not only that, but she had also made changes. Such changes to the array formation only. Furthermore, she had changed a 6th-level array formation. Now, the Chankuan singular chi formation's effect was close to that of a 7th-grade formation, although it wasn't the effect. It wasn't far away. If news of this were to spread, it would shake the entire world. Countless forces would flock here just to recruit her, a rare talent in array formations. Hold me tight. The moment the array formation was formed, Luo Qingtong shouted in a low voice. The young man, who had been holding her tightly, immediately used his hands and feet to hang on her body like a koala bear. At the same time, Luo Qingtong also let go of him and formed a seal with both hands. A force suddenly entered the main eye of the array formation at this moment. And the moment Luo Qingtong raised her hand, those giant pythons seemed to have foreseen danger and rushed towards her even more violently. Rumble. Hiss. Amidst the violent hisses of the giant pythons, a huge formation diagram surged up and enveloped all the giant pythons around Luo Qingtong in an instant. Luo Qingtong carried the young boy and rushed out of the life gate of the formation. Behind her were countless rolling giant pythons and their bloody mouths. Bang! Luo Qingtong shot out a ray of light without looking back. The formation was instantly sealed after she rushed out. In an instant, the miserable hisses of the giant pythons were endless. Luo Qingtong didn't stay outside for too long. She leaped and flew away with the young boy. Although this formation was powerful, it was set up by a defensive spirit weapon that had no power. The energy needed to activate the formation was supported by the materials of the spirit weapon itself. It wouldn't be able to trap these giant pythons for long. However, it would be enough for them to leave as long as they could delay them for a while. The aura in the young boy's body had been removed. As long as they were far away from these giant pythons, they wouldn't chase after them. After a while, they would disperse. A few breaths after Luo Qingtong left, swoosh. Xianxia's figure instantly appeared in the sky above this dense forest. The silver-clothed, black-haired man stood in the air, as dignified and noble as an ancient god. The powerful aura lingered around his body. Wherever he passed, there were no sounds of insects or birds. It was as if the entire world had become silent with the appearance of this man. I'm a step late again. He focused his eyes and sensed the remaining rich aura in the surroundings, indicating that the young girl had just left. Xianxia's eyes scanned the surroundings and finally fixed on the concealment formation that trapped the giant pythons. This formation had the effect of concealing and trapping, but after all, Luo Qingtong had secretly learned it from Yi Qianxian. Others might not be able to detect it, but how could Yi Qianxian not be able to? Sensing the aura of the formation hidden in the void, Yi Qianxian's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This is the Qiankuan Unity Formation. No, it wasn't the Heaven and Earth Singular Qi Array. Although it was the Qiankuan Singular Qi Formation's aura, there was obviously a huge difference. The aura emitted by this array formation was much stronger than the Qiankuan Unison array. Was this done by that woman? Yi Qianxian's eyes flickered. He thought that he had overestimated that woman. But he didn't expect that every time he chased after her, she would give him such a huge surprise. The Qiankuan Singular Qi Array was a level 6 array formation that he had created himself. Although it was just a boring work, there were less than 10 people in the world who could successfully set it up. Apart from himself, everyone else was an array formation grandmaster, but Luo Qingtong only went in and out once, and she actually saw through his array. Moreover, he had even modified it and arranged it. What kind of terrifying talent was this? Could it be that apart from being a weapon refiner, that woman was also a spirit array master? Regardless of whether it was an armament master or a spiritual array master, many forces and cultivators would scramble for them. Their statuses on the continent were extremely honorable, but those who could be good at both could be counted on one's fingers. Yi Qianxian searched through his memories, but he couldn't find anything that matched the characteristics of Luo Qingtong's cultivation. This woman was really a mystery. This was the first time that Yi Qianxian had a strong curiosity about a person. He really couldn't see through that woman. Just as Yi Qianxian was frowning slightly, with a boom, the spiritual weapon in the array formation below shattered. The array formation, which had lost its core, suddenly exploded. After nearly half of the giant pythons trapped in it had killed each other, the remaining dozens of giant pythons rushed out. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The violent hissing sound seemed to resound in every part of the air. There were giant pythons in all directions. That huge body, either bent or stretched, rushed towards Yi Qianxian. Above the huge python head, there was a fierce and bloodthirsty look. Yi Qianxian looked at it indifferently, the expression on his face did not even change. Swish! It was as if a cool breeze blew past. In the next second, bang, 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 the continuous sound of explosions resounded. Those giant pythons that rushed over, in an instant, seemed to be imprisoned by an invisible big hand, frozen in midair. Blood mist filled the sky. The bodies of those giant pythons, one by one, exploded. In just an instant, the sky was filled with rippling blood flowers. Dozens of giant pythons, which were violent enough to tear a Peak Marshal Marquis into pieces, were all destroyed in one breath. Swish! In the blood mist that filled the sky, Yi Qianxian's body was not tainted by a speck of dust. Like a peerless god high above, he looked at everything in front of him with cold and indifferent eyes. He paused for a moment, and then disappeared into the void under the backdrop of the blood rain and flesh flowers that filled the sky. In the air, only the extremely strong smell of blood was left, indicating that there had been an extreme massacre here. Swish, swish, swish. Luo Qingtong's figure swept through the dense forest. After dodging and activating the array just now, her physical strength was also slightly exhausted. Just as she swept to a safe place and was about to put down the little boy in her arms, she suddenly smelled a trace of blood in the air. Luo Qingtong suddenly lowered her head, and the delicate little face of the little boy in her arms, which was pale due to the loss of blood, bumped into her eyes. "You're injured?" Luo Qingtong frowned. Just now, she was only focused on carrying him away and did not notice that the little guy in her arms was injured. She put him down and found that the little boy's injury was on his shoulder, which was leaning against her waist. If it wasn't for this little fellow blocking the attack, she reckoned that the one who would be injured would be her. Luo Qingtong carefully recalled what had happened. She recalled the moment when they had rushed out of the array. Those giant pythons had instantly gone berserk. Could it be that he was injured at that time? The wound on the little boy's shoulder was in a hideous tearing shape, and there was still a sharp pain on it. His consciousness was on the verge of blurring. If Luo Qingtong had not discovered it in time, he would have died silently just like that. Seriously. Why didn't you scream when you were injured? Luo Qingtong quickly put her down. With her sharp senses, if the other party had cried out or groaned when he was injured, she would have definitely noticed it. Just as she said this, she heard the faintly discernible murmurs from the unconscious youth. No. You can't scream. Will, distract. Immortal. Sister. Can't. This string of words was completely unintentional. Jun Yunqing's hand paused, and he looked at the boy lying on the grass with a complicated expression. Was that why he didn't shout? Was he afraid of distracting her? For Luo Qingtong, saving the boy was just a matter of convenience. At that time, saving him from the pursuit of the group of pythons was the fastest, but she did not expect that the other party was so pure and kind that he would pay with his life just because she saved his life. Really silly to the point of being cute. Luo Qingtong muttered in her heart. How could anything happen to her? Those giant pythons changed their attacks again. As long as there was a glimmer of life, as long as they did not block all her escape routes like the man before, she would be able to escape in time, but he himself, the giant python's poison was extremely powerful. Coupled with the drug in his body that induced the giant pythons to go berserk, it instantly combined into another terrible poison. She was afraid that the person behind the scenes who had drugged him deliberately. Luo Qingtong said, but her hands did not stop moving. She grabbed the young man's slender wrist and checked his pulse. She had to determine the composition of the poison in his body before she could prescribe the right medicine. Others checked the pulse by looking at the pulse. Only Luo Qingtong checked the pulse to see how many types of poison there were in a person's body. As long as there was a trace of life left in him, she would be able to pull him back even if he was sent to hell. Other than the evil eye, Luo Qingtong was also known as the evil doctor Ghost Eye. However, when she finished checking the condition of the young man's body, her exquisite and beautiful face instantly turned cold. How unlucky was this young man? His body was as pitiful as a sieve. Other than the poison from the giant python and the medicine, there was also an old poison in his body. It was extremely insidious. The poison had blocked the young man's meridians and had almost melted them into a lump. It made his body look like a piece of trash. How could he be poisoned by such a poison? No wonder he looked like he came from an illustrious family and had so many spiritual weapons on him, but he did not have any strength. Logically speaking, a child from such a family should not be too weak, yet, the young man was still being chased by a group of level 3 demonic pythons with all his spiritual weapons and had almost lost his life. Luo Qingtong frowned and looked at the young man for a long time. Then, she sighed, "Forget it, you're lucky to have met me." She let go of the young man's wrist and raised her head to scan the surroundings. Instantly, she found a few herbs that could cure the python's poison. This was the advantage of being in the depths of the 9 Shamans Mountain. There were spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs everywhere. It was up to you to find them. Swoosh! Luo Qingtong plucked the herbs and wrapped them with her spiritual energy. Then, she rubbed them. A ball of green medicinal liquid appeared in her hand. This was Luo Qingtong's unique refining technique. Because she had the eye technique, she could clearly see the medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs. She could easily keep the medicinal properties that she needed and remove the unwanted ones. For her, the formula for the medicinal liquid did not exist at all. Even if she was missing a few herbs, she could immediately find the corresponding herbs to replace them. In Luo Qingtong's hands, as long as the result was confirmed, as long as you could find the corresponding medicinal herbs, she could break through the limitations of the formula and refine the corresponding medicine for you. In the 24th century, countless people wanted to ask her to take action. After all, with the rapid development of technology, many precious medicinal herbs had become extinct. Many recipes already existed in name only, but in the hands of Luo Qingtong, none of this was a problem. The reason why the poison in her eyes could not be cured was because there was no substitute for the antidote in the 9 Shaman Mountain. He must have seen a ghost, who was the one who gave Luo Xianxia the poison. Antidotes were so rare and hard to find. Obviously, he was determined to destroy the original owner's eyes. Luo Qingtong frowned as she thought. She raised her hand and fed the liquid medicine into the young man's mouth. Very quickly, the latter's pale and slightly ashy complexion returned to normal. Streams of black blood flowed out of the wound, but in an instant, it returned to the bright red color of a normal wound. Alright, the python poison is cured. However, the poison that had accumulated in his body for many years could not be cured immediately. After all, the young man's body was too weak. The poison had merged too tightly with his meridians. Curing the poison was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Luo Qingtong could use her technique to completely separate the poison from the young man's meridians. TSK, troublesome. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and wrote down a prescription for the youth's body. Then, she stuffed it into the youth's arms. At the same time, she noted that if the poison was to be completely detoxified, the heretical physician ghostly eyes could be found. She injected her aura into the young man's body and used her inner sight to temporarily isolate the poison in his body from his meridians. This way, the youth would not be affected by the accumulated poison until the aura she injected into his body disappeared. His innate talent would be revealed. As long as the people around him injected their aura into his body and ensured that their aura did not disappear, the poison would have no effect on the youth. After doing all this, Luo Qingtong carried the youth in her arms again and prepared to leave. At this moment, Little Pig, who had been silently hiding in her sleeve with his butt sticking up, seemed to have thought of something and jumped up with a yelp. Oh no, oh no. Because of your messy words, I forgot about that matter. Quick, quick, quick. Let's go. It'll be too late if we don't leave now. Little Pig's 4 little trotters jumped up and down in Luo Qingtong's sleeve like an ant on a hot pan. What's the matter? Luo Qingtong had almost forgotten about Little Pig's silence. When she noticed that something was wrong with Little Pig's voice, she immediately freed one of her hands and pulled Little Pig out. What else are you hiding from me? What do you mean, what else am I hiding from you? Before Little Pig could finish his sentence, rumble, the entire 9 shaman mountain started to shake. Bam! Caught off guard, Luo Qingtong lost her balance and fell to the ground with the youth in her arms. The entire 9 shaman mountain range was shaking violently, as if something was about to emerge from the ground. Luo Qingtong lifted her eyes and scanned the area. She was instantly stunned. Not far away, on the highest peak of the 9 shaman mountain range, a strange scene suddenly appeared. Countless multicolored rays of light seemed to descend from the sky, completely enveloping the mountain peak. On top of the mountain peak, there seemed to be a huge shadow slowly rising. What is this? Luo Qingtong looked at this scene in surprise. The shadow was so large that it almost covered the entire area within a radius of several hundred miles. Rays of golden light were refracted from it. In the next second, a shocking spectacle of the immortal palace appeared in front of Luo Qingtong's eyes. Amidst the golden light, a magnificent, mirage-like immortal palace suddenly appeared. Rumble. The gigantic immortal palace seemed to have been formed out of thin air. Its appearance in the midst of the golden light startled everyone in the Jiaowu mountain range. Even the countless people who were tens of thousands of miles away saw this shocking scene. At the same time, in Windgaze City, the capital of Eastern Fence Country, Yuan Mo frowned as he looked at 7th Princess Yuan Shui, who was standing in front of him. His extraordinarily handsome face was filled with coldness. Why are you here? Yuan Ma's tone wasn't very good. He happened to pass by the eastern border country for some business and saw his sister here. He understood Yuan Shui's personality. She had always hated and disliked Luo Qingtong and didn't want her to be his wife. Why would she suddenly come here for no reason? When he thought about how he had just become a new student of the Holy Institute and how Yuan Shui had been nagging Luo Qingtong that he wasn't worthy of her, Yuan Ma's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Who said I'm here for her? Being stared at by Yuan Ma like this, Yuan Shui was very nervous. She retorted with a guilty conscience. Then she saw her brother's face darken, which made her angry. She had always been spoiled and willful. She was the only daughter of the Empress of the Tianyu Empire. She was also the sister of Yuan Mo, a proud son of the heavens. Her status was extremely noble. Even the Emperor of Tianyu treated her like the apple of his eye. Almost no one dared to give her any face. Seeing that Yuan Mo actually scolded him for Luo Qingtong, he immediately felt wronged and angry. So what if I'm here for her? Imperial brother, why are you so protective of such a woman who doesn't have any self-awareness? Yuan Shui was angry. She wasn't afraid of her brother anymore. She raised her voice. She doesn't know if she's good enough for you. If I were her, I would have killed myself out of shame. The number 1 genius of the Luo family in the Eastern Li country, the #1 beauty. She's really amazing. Any young lady from a low-level family in the Tianyu Empire is better than her. She pouted and looked at Yuanma. Brother, you're already a heaven-grade freshman of the Saint Academy. You're going to the Saint capital soon. In the Empire of Qin, the Saint dynasty, the 8 empires, 3,000 high-level countries, 8,000 middle-level countries, and tens of thousands of low-level countries, how many people can enter the Saint Academy? No more than 10,000 people. And there are only a few hundred heaven-grade freshmen. When you get to the Saint Academy, you can have any woman you want. Why do you have to choose this Luo Qingtong? I don't want such a sister-in-law. I heard from Empress Mother that you must marry her. She also said that when she turns 16, you'll come to pick her up. Brother, are you stupid? Yu Wenxue was even angrier. You don't like her at all. It's just a marriage contract. Why don't you just break off the engagement? But you don't want to. What's so good about Luo Qingtong? In terms of talent, she's not as good as. When she said this, she seemed to feel that she had spilled the beans and quickly stopped talking. Anyway, brother, you're the clouds in the sky. Luo Qingtong is the mud on the ground. With her status and talent, she is not worthy of you at all. She might not even be able to get into the Holy Academy's branch in the imperial capital. How embarrassing it is for you to have such a princess. I'm doing this for your own good. You obviously have a better choice, imperial brother. Are you done? Yuanma looked at her coldly, then stood up abruptly. If you're done talking, then hurry up and go back. I have things to do, so I don't have time for you. Don't force me to send people to take you back. In addition, Luo Qingtong and I are engaged. I don't like her, but I must marry her. No one can change this. You can treat her as a decoration, a mass of air that doesn't exist. But she is destined to be my princess. Yuanmo said as he strode out. Imperial brother. Seeing his departing figure, Yuanxue stomped her feet in anger. Why must imperial brother be so stubborn? Damn it. Fortunately, he had already made the first move. Luo Qingtong wants to be my royal sister-in-law. Maybe in her next life. Just as Yuanxue was about to leave in a huff and reluctantly, there was a rumble, a deafening sound came from the horizon. Then, under the astonished gazes of countless people, a huge palace appeared on the highest peak of the Jiaowu mountain range. Yuanma, who had already walked some distance away, looked up when he heard the commotion. His pupils shrank instantly. What is that? Everyone looked at the changes at the peak of the 9 Shaman mountain in shock. They didn't know how such a huge palace had appeared out of thin air. The vast, majestic, and endless aura suddenly poured out in all directions when the enormous palace appeared, causing countless people to boil with excitement. It's the Immortal Sex Ruins. It must be the Immortal Sex Ruins. Legend has it that the Immortal Sex Ruins were buried before the 9 Shaman mountain, but everyone thought it was just a rumor. I didn't expect it to be true. Countless voices sounded from all directions. Everyone looked at the huge Immortal Sex Ruins with fiery eyes. Instantly, they rushed towards the 9 Shaman mountain range, the Immortal Sex Ruins. This was the Immortal Sex Ruins, the legendary inheritance left behind by the Immortal Sect. Even if there was no inheritance, the treasures within were enough to make countless people go crazy. Shwa shwa shwa. Numerous figures rushed towards the 9 Shaman mountain range from all directions. Among them, there was the aura of martial emperors who could stand in the air, as well as soul masters who could use soul techniques. The cultivators of the True Spill continent were divided into 2 types, martial cultivators and soul cultivators. Martial cultivation was the cultivation of martial skills and the strengthening of one's body. Soul cultivators cultivated spiritual power and soul power. Legend has it that every human soul had its own spirituality. As long as one could awaken this spirituality, they would be able to wield incredible power. In the True Spill continent, this spirituality was called the Soul Seal. Only those with the Soul Seal could cultivate their souls and become a soul master. In the True Spill continent, there were very few people who could awaken the Soul Seal and become a soul master. Most people could only cultivate martial arts and continuously surpass their limits by refining their bodies. This kind of cultivation was much more difficult than becoming a soul master, and it was very difficult to advance. In comparison, soul masters who had the soul seal could sense the power of the laws of heaven and earth and were much more blessed than martial cultivators. Rumble. As everyone rushed towards the immortal sex ruins, Luo Qingtong also looked at the huge palace on the peak of the mountain with shock in her eyes. Little Pig, who was being strangled in her hands, also stared blankly. It's over, it's over. The seal has been broken. I told you to run. You stupid woman. Why aren't you running now? When that guy comes out. Before it could finish its words, there was a roar. An incomparably loud roar suddenly resounded like a clap of thunder, spreading in all directions. The shadow of an enormous beast suddenly appeared behind the pavilion. A pair of large lantern-like eyes slowly opened in the darkness. Holy shit! That guy really ran out. Before Little Pig could finish his sentence, Luo Qingtong grabbed him by the neck and pulled him out. What the hell is going on? You better tell me honestly. The girl narrowed her eyes dangerously. She knew there was something wrong with this pig. It called itself the ancient divine pig, and it had somehow signed some kind of contract with her. Now, it seemed to have something to do with this immortal palace that had suddenly appeared. What was it trying to do? Now is not the time to talk about this. Little Pig was about to go crazy. I've already signed a contract with you. What are you afraid of? Do you know that this kind of contract is the worst for me? He looked behind Luo Qingtong. The latter's back was facing the peak of the mountain, so she naturally didn't know that the giant beast that had appeared behind the immortal palace had already turned its head to look at her. You stupid woman, run. Little Pig stomped his hoofs with a mission. Then, he suddenly opened his beady eyes wide. Dodge. Boom. Before he could finish his words, Luo Qingtong felt an extremely dangerous aura coming from behind her. Bam, she threw herself to the side and fell to the ground with the young man in her arms. Then, she was sent flying by the huge shockwave. Fortunately, she calculated her technique well and landed at the weakest part of the attack. She didn't suffer any serious injuries even though she was sent flying. You stupid pig, what did you do? Luo Qingtong gritted her teeth as she looked at the huge crater that was almost 100 meters wide where she was standing before. Just a little bit more and she would have been blasted into minced meat. Luo Qingtong looked behind her. A pair of incomparably large golden eyes met her gaze in midair. The light in the eyes was like the radiance of stars and fire. It was extremely brilliant and terrifying. Luo Qingtong looked at the huge tail that was waving from the shadows. She wished she could strangle the pig in her arms. What the hell did you provoke? She gnashed her teeth and said. It's the divine connecting beast. Little Pig was kicking the ground with its 4 hooves in her hand while squeaking like a little pig waiting to be slaughtered. Its strength is only second to the ancient divine beasts. Why aren't you running? You'll be dead if you don't run. It's coming for us. Get lost. It's obviously coming for you. This stupid pig signed a contract with her and caused her to be implicated. Just wait until I get out of here safely and see how I'll deal with it. Luo Qingtong gnashed her teeth in hatred. Seeing that the huge beast was about to make a move again, she suddenly dashed forward and began to escape, a martial master connecting with a divine connecting beast. Heavens, you really think highly of me. I'm really going to be played to death. Before Luo Qingtong left, she couldn't care less about the young man in her arms. She wasn't sure what would happen to her in the end. Before she left, she used her eye technique to search for a safe corner and pushed the young man in her arms out. Then, she waved her hand and covered the unconscious young man with countless leaves and branches. Swoosh! Swoosh! After doing all this, Luo Qingtong ran out with all her strength. Behind her, the huge beast finally appeared from the shadows. Luo Qingtong turned around and took a look. The appearance of the divine sky-connecting beast was extraordinarily beautiful. Its snow-white fur covered its entire body from head to tail, and it was as elegant and flamboyant as silk. 9 long, snow-white tails floated in the air, almost covering the entire 9 shaman mountain range within them. This divine sky-connecting beast looked like a tiger, a leopard, and a cat. It even looked a little like a fox. Luo Qingtong couldn't tell what the other party was. Its pair of dazzling golden eyes revealed the majesty of a divine beast. Rumble, every time its feet stomped on the ground, abyss-like cracks would appear on the ground. The crack continued to extend forward. If Luo Qingtong did not have the assistance of her eye technique, she would have fallen into the abyss when the giant beast jumped off the mountain for the first time. Rumble, one human and one beast chased after each other. And in the distance, the crowd that was rushing over here crazily saw this heaven-connecting divine beast, and their expressions suddenly changed. A divine beast. It's actually a divine beast. And it was extremely powerful. Seeing the might of the divine sky-connecting beast, the people's faces twitched violently and they instinctively ran back. A divine beast, they would be courting death if they charged up. The faces of the soul masters and martial emperors who were charging at the front turned green. They saw the divine sky-connecting beast charging towards them. There was no other way. It was their fault for flying so high. Wasn't this a ready-made target? Jianghu emergency. Get rid of evil for the people, dear heroes. It's up to you now. Luo Qingtong dashed past the soul masters and martial emperors at lightning speed. Before she could catch her breath, she heard a few screams coming from behind her. Then, waves after waves of violent attacks came from behind her. When she turned around to look, she instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my God! In her eyes, the spirit masters and the martial emperors were swept away like flies by the heaven-connecting divine beast's tail. They instantly became the brightest stars in the distance. She didn't know if their corpses were intact. Isn't this divine connecting beast too strong? Luo Qingtong felt a toothache. When she saw the pair of golden eyes looking at her again, her lips twitched and she hurriedly ran for her life. But running away like this was not a solution. This heaven-connecting divine beast was too powerful. A divine beast, and it was an adult. If Luo Qingtong didn't have her eye technique, she would have died a long time ago. But even if she had her eye technique, she couldn't use it indefinitely. Her spiritual power was limited. Moreover, this divine connecting beast was getting closer and closer. Luo Qingtong looked at the approaching black shadow and clenched the little fat pig in her hand tightly. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to think of a way to deal with this divine connecting beast. Aren't you some ancient divine pig? Why don't you show me your power? I can't do it. Little pig's pig face clearly conveyed this message. It said with grief and indignation, I already said my strength is sealed. If I could do it, why would I need to sign a contract with you? It could still use some of its strength, but it couldn't defeat the other party. Otherwise, why would it ask her to run? Then you can wait for your death. I'll throw you out now. Maybe it won't chase after me after it catches you. Luo Qingtong gnashed her teeth. However, she knew that the possibility of this happening was very small. After all, she had already made a contract with this pig. That heaven-connecting divine beast might not let her go. But how would he know if he didn't try? Ah? Don't. Seeing Luo Qingtong's expression turn cold, little pig shouted at the top of his lungs. All right. At a time like this, I can only sacrifice myself to save the greater good. It said with a heroic look. Luo Qingtong looked at it suspiciously. No matter how he looked at it, this pig did not look like a person who would do such a thing. No, a pig. This way. Little pig raised his hoof to the right. I'll believe you this time. The lives of a human and a pig were tied together. Luo Qingtong could only believe it. If it dared to lie to her, she would tear it apart and throw it to the heaven-connecting divine beast. Shwa. Under Little Pig's guidance, Luo Qingtong's figure moved forward quickly and then made a sharp turn. Turn left, turn right, turn left again. Luo Qingtong listened to Little Pig's instructions and ran forward with all her might. She could feel that the energy in her body was circulating slower and slower, and was about to be exhausted. Damn it. I forgot to take into account the strength of this body. Her pupil technique could still hold on, but the energy in this body couldn't. Fortunately, Luo Qingtong was an alchemist. She held her breath and ran as she picked up a few herbs that could replenish her energy. She crushed them and mixed them into a medicinal liquid, then swallowed it and recovered a bit of her strength. How much longer? She gritted her teeth and asked. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to hold on. We're here. It's right in front. The savior is right in front. Little Pig pointed forward with his hoof. In front of them stood Xianxia in his silver robe and black hair. In this earth-shattering scene, he looked like a god descending from the heavens. Even though his face was faintly outstanding, it couldn't hide the handsomeness of his face, which was shrouded in layers of mist. The man's body was surrounded by a powerful aura. In this scene of the sky collapsing and earth collapsing caused by the divine sky-connecting beast, he stood alone without any ripples. However, no matter how strong he was, Luo Qingtong still had a grudge against him. If he ran over like this, he wouldn't be able to save her life. It would be good enough if he didn't get slapped to death. This stupid pig, did it summon a savior or a killer? Luo Qingtong gritted her teeth and glared at the little pig in her hand. Feeling her anger, the little pig tried its best to shrink its neck, which was so short that it almost didn't exist. It said weakly, "He's the only one who can save us now. Believe me, other than him, no one else here can withstand a single attack from the divine connecting beast. Let alone save them, therefore, no matter how dangerous it was, it had to go." Young girl, in fact, the little pig was also very helpless. If it wasn't forced by the situation, it wouldn't have taken the initiative to approach this man. Only the heavens knew that it contracted with Luo Qingtong to avoid him. However, it didn't expect that in the end, it still delivered itself to its doorstep. It sacrificed so much, but this woman didn't appreciate it. He's that strong? Luo Qingtong was astonished. Soon after, she thought of another matter. You know so much about him. Was it also because of you that he chased after me? She knew that man didn't seem to be so relentless. Why would he chase after her for thousands of miles? It turned out that it was this pig's doing again. The little pig didn't dare to admit it. It was afraid that Luo Qingtong would get angry and accidentally choke it to death. Who would it cry to at that time? No. Absolutely not. I say, can you think of a way to escape first? He's looking over here. Quickly think of a way to deal with him. Deal with your ass. Luo Qingtong wanted nothing more than to slap it to death. This man is so strong, why don't you try to deal with him? It sounded so simple. Didn't you succeed last time? Use that move. Luo Qingtong was infuriated. So you lured me here? Do you think he's as stupid as you? Who would fall for the same trick twice in a row? This stupid pig. Ah? What should I do? The pig was dumbfounded. If that man didn't help them, they would die. Why don't you try seducing him? Try your head. Luo Qingtong could not be bothered with it. Of her was the divine connecting beast. That enormous shadow had completely enveloped an area of 100 miles around her. On the other side, Yi Qianren also looked over. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. God, what kind of enmity do I have with you that you have to torment me like this? Luo Qingtong wanted to curse. At this moment, a blood-red light flashed in her eyes. She suddenly had an idea. I'm sorry, handsome. Since I've tricked you twice, I don't mind tricking you again, right? Saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. I'm helping you accumulate good karma. Luo Qingtong muttered. Then, she made up her mind and gritted her teeth. She charged towards Yi Qianren. Handsome, save me. Yi Qianxian stared at the young girl who was hurrying towards him. She cut a sorry figure and the bloodstains on her face had been washed clean. However, because she had been on the run for this period of time, her face was covered in dust and sweat. She looked no better than before. Her clothes were torn in many places and when she moved, one could vaguely see the lustrous light that flashed across her clothes. However, even though she was in such a sorry state and had still raised her hand to ask for help, he could not sense any sign of weakness from her. Even her cry for help was full of energy and self-righteousness. Yi Qianxian narrowed his eyes and sized up Luo Qingtong. At the same time, Luo Qingtong was also sizing up the man opposite her. She had to admit that even though the man's face was covered, it could not hide his aura and elegance. The way he lowered his head and looked at her was like a divine king from the 9 heavens, surveying his subjects. Indifferent, dignified, arrogant, sharp, unapproachable. However, Luo Qingtong quickly erased this feeling from her mind. What a joke. For the sake of survival, even if he really was a peerless divine king from the 9 heavens, she would drag him down from his high and mighty throne. Handsome, save me. Luo Qingtong took a deep breath and shouted, if you don't save me, I'll tell everyone in the 9 Magi mountain range that the inner part of your thigh, near my little brother, has, boom. Yi Qianren's figure instantly moved. He appeared next to Luo Qingtong, and the divine sky-connecting beast roared when it sensed the threat from his aura. In an instant, an earth-shattering attack was launched towards him. Bam! Xianxia's aura clashed fiercely with the divine sky-connecting beast's aura, the two strong forces collided, and the sound of explosions in the air rang out one after another, continuously rising and falling without end. Boom! As the divine connecting beast hissed in pain, Xianxia chopped off one of the other party's long tails. His sharp gaze turned towards Luo Qingtong, who had already left the battlefield and was rushing into the distance. This woman had tricked him again. Xianxia's expression darkened. His actions just now were completely unintentional. Luo Qingtong's voice was very loud, and what she said was very private. Before he could react, his body had already rushed out instinctively. In fact, that woman didn't even know who he was, nor did she know him. What could she proclaim? Moreover, there was no birthmark on his inner thigh. This woman really dared to say anything. While Xianxia was gritting his teeth, Luo Qingtong had already run far away. Oh my god! That man's eyes were so scary. Luo Qingtong thought that if she was tricked by the same person 3 times in a row, her eyes would probably be scarier than the other person's. As he thought of this, his figure moved even faster. That man was so strong that he wasn't human, such a strong divine connecting beast. He had chopped off one of its long tails with just a lift of his hand. Oh my god! Luo Qingtong didn't know whether it was right or wrong for her to provoke such a man again and again. Roar! Behind her, the divine connecting beast's miserable roars could be heard. She didn't know how it was being ravaged by that man. After being tricked by her for no reason, the other party's anger was probably going to be vented on the divine connecting beast. Luo Qingtong said a few words of Amiba for the divine connecting beast without any sincerity and prepared to take a detour and sneak down the mountain. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared under her feet. This life and death dual polarity sword is the result of countless efforts of my sect. Unfortunately, it was not fully perfected. Otherwise, it could definitely kill a god. That's because we comprehended the inscription of life and death from the inscriptions on the divine tablet back then. Unfortunately, we had too little time and the news leaked out too quickly. As a result, all our efforts were in vain. Good disciple. You are a genius with a monstrous aptitude. Your cultivation is low, but you can see through the antidote of the most powerful medicine and poison. In the future, you will definitely be able to unravel all the secrets of the inscriptions on the divine tablet. At that time, you will be able to complete the inscriptions engraved in the life and death sword and push this sword to the level of a divine weapon. Luo Qingtong was pinned down by his hand and could not move at all. She could only accept his inheritance passively. She was really speechless. I didn't agree to accept your inheritance. What kind of good disciple are you calling me? Can you stop talking to yourself? However, she could not open her mouth at all. She could only stare at this unreasonable old man in front of her. Tian Mingzi had already made up his mind to force a deal. Even if Luo Qingtong stared at him, he would not let go. It didn't matter if Luo Qingtong did not want to accept it. He believed that Luo Qingtong was enough. Good disciple, you must be very careful when you use this life and death sword. It's best if you use your own inscription technique to coat it with another layer of inscriptions to cover up the inscription brand that I refined on it. In this way, the sect's enemies will not discover your existence. I know you are not willing to accept this inheritance, but until now, I have no other reliable person to entrust it to. He did not know whether the other people who rushed to inherit the inheritance were sincere or not. What if they entrusted it to the wrong person? Even if his soul was destroyed, he would not be able to atone for his sins. Thinking of this, Tian Mingzi sighed heavily. Little girl, just take it that I have wronged you. There will be no enemies in this world. You don't have to be so careful for the time being. However, the life and death sword is very powerful. In order to prevent others from harboring evil intentions, you still have to be a little more careful. I have too much to say to you. It is extremely difficult to get started with inscriptions. If I could, I would like to bring you along and lay a solid foundation for you. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. Now, I will guide you to refine the 9 exquisite pagoda and the life and death sword. From now on, they will treat you as their master. As Tian Mingzi spoke, Luo Qingtong's qi suddenly Tian Mingzi's body, Luo Qingtong Luo Qingtong, Luo Qingtong, Luo Qingtong Luo Luo, Qingtong Luo Luo's Luo. Rumble. Luo. Those who had rushed to the mountain peak or to where the divine sky-connecting beast and Yi Qianren were fighting saw the immortal sect ruins on the mountain quickly collapse. Their eyes widened and their hearts were filled with disbelief. Luans, Luan Luluo Luan to Luo Luo to Lul. Someone has obtained the inheritance of the Luo Luo Luo. Someone must have obtained the inheritance of the Luo Luo Luo. Voices came from the crowd one after another. Everyone's heart was filled with jealousy. Who is it? Who has obtained the inheritance of the Luo 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 Luo? Find the person. Kill him. Snatch the inheritance of the Luo 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 Luo. Luo Luo Luo's people rushed toward the collapsed mountain peak with bloodshot eyes. Most of them had lost their minds. Yuan Mo, Luo Xining, and the others had just arrived at the foot of the mountain peak. In order to be the first to enter the Luo 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 Luo, Yuan Mo had even used the special reward he had received from the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. F***ck, Luo Qingtong cursed in her heart. Before she could react, she was sucked into a ball of darkness. Bam, she fell heavily to the ground. Before she could get up, she heard a squeak that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! Master, save me! Luo Qingtong felt a headache coming on when she heard the squeak. That stupid pig would only call her master when it had something to do with her. She raised her head and saw that it was tied to a platform in front of her. There was a formation on the platform, and the totem of the divine connecting beast was engraved on it. It was obvious that this formation was related to the divine connecting beast outside. Luo Qingtong recalled what Little Pig said, that guy really came out. She really wanted to slap this stupid pig to death. Sure enough, everything was caused by you. She gnashed her teeth and said. I didn't have a choice. I was originally sealed here. Didn't I just tell you to run away? Ah. Now is not the time to talk about this. Quickly come and save me. If that heaven-connecting divine beast comes back, neither of us will have a good ending. Don't forget that we have a contract. Are you going to abandon me like this? Master, you are so cruel. Little Pig looked at her with teary eyes. His appearance was indescribably pitiful and cute. However, Luo Qingtong, who had already seen through him, didn't even spare him a glance. She knitted her brows and looked at the formation in front of her. This formation was countless times more complicated than the one she saw at the place where the man was recuperating. Luo Qingtong had seen all kinds of ancient formations in the 24th century. However, the one in front of her was even more complicated than the most ancient formations that were left behind by immortals. What kind of existence was Little Pig? How could he be sealed by such a formation? Furthermore, a divine connecting beast was left behind to guard him, Luo Qingtong thought to herself. With a cold face, she started to analyze the structure of this formation and the method to break it. Time slowly ticked by. Just as the divine connecting beast's totem was about to fill up, a bloody light flashed in Luo Qingtong's eyes. Bang! The formation that bound Little Pig suddenly exploded. Ha 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 ha! I'm free! True freedom! At the center of the formation, Little Pig jumped up in joy. At this moment, a gloomy and aged voice suddenly appeared. Who broke into the forbidden area of my immortal Slayer palace and broke my formation? Bang! 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 Lights suddenly lit up all around, illuminating the entire place in an instant. Immortal Slayer Palace? Luo Qingtong stepped forward and grabbed Little Pig in her hand to prevent it from being used to threaten her. She scanned her surroundings and realized that she had been too busy breaking the formation to notice that she was in a huge palace. Immortal Slayer Palace. Could it be the beautiful palace on the mountain peak? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and thought to herself. Just as she was thinking, her vision suddenly turned black. She had used up all the spiritual energy in her mind, and now she was completely blind. However, she was determined and didn't show it on her face. Instead, she secretly recovered her mental strength. Eh? You're actually blind? A blind person can break my formation? Interesting. That voice seemed to be very interested in her. Luo Qingtong felt a chill in front of her as if something had swept in front of her. That gust of wind was cold and gloomy. Luo Qingtong had encountered this kind of aura before. She immediately squinted her eyes. My eyes are blind but my heart is not. What's the big deal about breaking the array? She said lightly. Ha ha ha. Good. Interesting. My eyes are blind but my heart is not. I like such a straightforward girl like you. Compared to those people who would call me a senior expert, they were much better. On the surface, they were respectful, but in reality, they couldn't wait to kill me. Ha ha ha. That person's voice was very sinister and had a hint of madness. Luo Qingtong listened but did not say anything. It did not matter if the other party was a lunatic or not. It had nothing to do with her. Little girl, look at you. You must have been harmed by someone, right? That person laughed a few times. Then, he restrained his tone and looked at her sinisterly. The poison in your eyes did not last more than 24 hours. Although your clothes are exquisite and beautiful, they are torn and tattered. It seems that you have been harmed by someone. And it is someone close to you. That voice sneered. So what? I will return all of them sooner or later. Luo Qingtong said coldly. Her sorry state was not something that anyone could see. Haha. Good. What a good return. I like arrogant little girls like you. That voice became crazy again. In the next second, his tone suddenly changed. Little girl, you and I are fated. Are you willing to inherit my sex inheritance? I will not ask you to do anything. I just want you to clear the name of our immortal Slayer Palace. Not interested. Luo Qingtong's voice was light. This old man was digging a hole for her to jump into. The name of the immortal Slayer Palace was so evil. It was either a heretical sect or it was harmed by someone. Since he wanted her to clear the name of the other party, it meant that it was the second case. Looking at the power of the beautiful palace and the strength of the divine sky-connecting beast, the other party's enemy was not an ordinary person. She must be crazy to accept such a big trouble. Ha ha ha. Once she said that, that voice seemed to be even happier. Good, good, good. I didn't misjudge you. If you had said that you wanted it, you would be a corpse now. Ha ha ha. That voice seemed to have gone mad, seemed to be crying, and seemed to be laughing at the same time. It was gloomy and sharp, and it caused one's hair to stand on end upon hearing it. Luo Qingtong didn't care at all. She had heard sounds that were hundreds of times more terrifying than this. What was this? Little girl, you're very good. I like you very much. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Do you know what kind of existence our immortal Slayer Palace is? That is the holy land of the immortal sex. As long as you obtain the inheritance of my immortal Slayer Palace, no one here can stop you. The 7 desolates of the northern lands and the 3 islands of Pupillary. These are the existences that you worship as gods. You are nothing in front of the immortal Slayer Palace. The voice grew wilder and wilder. Luo Qingtong didn't have the heart to tell him that she didn't understand what he was saying at all. There was no such thing in the original owner's memory. However, the immortal sect Holy Land sounded quite amazing. Unfortunately, my fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of the heavens. She would get what she wanted. If she didn't want to, no one could force her. Old man, save your saliva. I'm really not interested in the inheritance of your immortal Slayer Palace. Please open the door and let me out. There should be a lot of people running over here right now. There's bound to be someone who fits your requirements. She would politely decline this big trouble. No. I've taken a fancy to you. When that voice heard her words, he was almost angered half to death. This stinky girl. He had said so much just now, but it was all for naught, wasn't it? Do you know the benefits of inheriting our immortal Slayer Palace's inheritance? It can allow you to look down on this world. And then be hunted down by the enemies of a stronger realm, right? Thank you. She didn't need it. She really didn't need it. Also, don't you want to cure your eyes? Do you know that the poison in your body is not any ordinary poison? The alchemists here will not be able to cure you. Do you want to be blind for the rest of your life? Don't you want to regain your eyesight? I can help you. As long as you agree to accept the inheritance of the immortal Slayer Palace, I will tell you how to cure your eyes. Luo Qingtong sighed when she heard this. I really don't need it. I know what kind of poison is in my body and I know how to cure it. I don't need your help. Hubby, you have so much time. You can open the door and choose a new successor. Now that the ruins of the Immortal Slayer sect had appeared in the Nine Magi Mountain, the people outside would be running for their lives. Why was this old man so sure about her? Humph. It's worthless if you give it to me. I don't want it. Okay. This was a good and powerful reason. Luo Qingtong was speechless. Then, she heard the voice say angrily, you are poisoned by the most powerful medicine. How do you know how to cure it? That's impossible. I really know. Luo Qingtong did not want to waste any more time with him. She told him all the herbs that could cure the poison. Am I right? Can you let me go now? After Luo Qingtong finished speaking, she realized that the entire hall was silent. After an unknown amount of time, a low voice that sounded like crying and laughing suddenly came from the direction of that person. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. The voice sounded like crying and laughing at the same time. In the next second, before Luo Qingtong could react, a cold finger was placed between her eyebrows. In an instant, an extremely huge and oppressive force rushed into her body. Little girl. It's you. I have waited for so many years. Finally, a prodigy like you has appeared. There is hope for the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace. The legacy of the Immortal Slayer sect will not be lost. The voice was choking and trembling. Inexplicably, the image of a tearful old man suddenly appeared in Luo Qingtong's mind. He cried and laughed as he looked at Luo Qingtong. Then, he turned into a ray of light and wrapped Luo Qingtong up. Little girl, I won't let you do anything. You only need to inherit my sect's legacy. I, Tian Mingzi, roamed unhindered my entire life and ascended to the peak of the great Tao of inscription. But in the end, because of a moment of benevolence, I led a wolf into the house and ended up dying without a complete corpse, and my sect was destroyed. Now that my soul is about to disperse, I shall pass on my last legacy to you. I only hope that you can pass down my sect's inscription technique. Don't let it die out. There are two supreme treasures here. I risked my life to bring them out of the sect when it was destroyed. Those people destroyed my sect because of greed. Even if I don't have a corpse left, I won't leave a fart for them. At this point, the old man spat fiercely before continuing. This is the 9-layered exquisite pagoda. It has endless magical uses. My sect's legacy is inside. You can take a look at it. This life and death sword is the root of my sect's destruction. The sword has 2 blades, one is life and the other is death. The life blade can absorb life and soul to replenish your strength. The death blade can kill people. The cut is extremely difficult to heal and save. The stronger you are, the harder it is to heal the cut. Only the life blade can dispel the power of the death blade. This life and death dual polarity sword is the result of countless efforts of my sect. Unfortunately, it was not fully perfected. Otherwise, it could definitely kill a god. That's because we comprehended the inscription of life and death from the inscriptions on the divine tablet back then. Unfortunately, we had too little time and the news leaked out too quickly. As a result, all our efforts were in vain. Good disciple. You are a genius with a monstrous aptitude. Your cultivation is low, but you can see through the antidote of the most powerful medicine and poison. In the future, you will definitely be able to unravel all the secrets of the inscriptions on the divine tablet. At that time, you will be able to complete the inscriptions engraved in the life and death sword and push this sword to the level of a divine weapon. Luo Qingtong was pinned down by his hand and could not move at all. She could only accept his inheritance passively. She was really speechless. I didn't agree to accept your inheritance. What kind of good disciple are you calling me? Can you stop talking to yourself? However, she could not open her mouth at all. She could only stare at this unreasonable old man in front of her. Tian Mingzi had already made up his mind to force a deal. Even if Luo Qingtong stared at him, he would not let go. It didn't matter if Luo Qingtong did not want to accept it. He believed that Luo Qingtong was enough. My good disciple, you have to be very careful when you use this life and death sword. It's best if you use your own inscription technique to coat it with another layer of inscriptions to cover up the inscription mark I've made on it. In this way, the sect's enemies will not discover your existence. I know you are not willing to accept this inheritance, but until now, I have no other reliable person to entrust it to. He did not know whether the other people who rushed to inherit the inheritance were sincere or not. What if they entrusted it to the wrong person? Even if his soul was destroyed, he would not be able to atone for his sins. Thinking of this, Tian Mingzi sighed heavily. Little girl, just take it that I have wronged you. There will be no enemies in this world. You don't have to be so careful for the time being. However, the power of the life and death yin yang sword is enormous. In order to prevent others from harboring evil intentions, you'd better be careful. Master has too many things to say to you. It is extremely difficult to enter the path of inscription. If possible, Master would like to bring you into the path of inscription and lay a solid foundation for you. Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. Now, conceal your spirit and chi. I will guide you to refine the 9-story exquisite pagoda and the life and death sword. From now on, they will regard you as their master and will not abandon you no matter what. As Tian Mingzi spoke, Luo Qingtong felt a burst of energy suddenly rushing towards the center of her eyebrows. After that, it rushed towards the depths of her mind. Rumble. Following Tian Mingzi's actions, the entire 9-shaman mountain range began to shake violently. What happened? Those who had rushed to the mountain peak or to where the divine sky-connecting beast and Xianxia were fighting saw the celestial sect ruins on the mountain quickly collapse. Their eyes widened in disbelief. How was this possible? The immortal sect ruins had collapsed. Someone has obtained the inheritance of the celestial sect. Someone must have obtained the inheritance of the celestial sect. Voices rang out from the crowd one after another. Everyone's heart was filled with jealousy. Who is it? Who has obtained the inheritance of the celestial sect? Find the person. Kill him. Snatch the inheritance of the celestial sect. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they rushed towards the collapsed mountain peak. Most of them had lost their minds. As for Yuan Ma, Luo Xingning and the rest, they had just arrived at the foot of the mountain peak. In order to be the first to enter the celestial sect ruins, Yuan Ma had even used the special reward he had received from the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Rumble. The veins on Yuan Ma's forehead almost popped out when he saw the celestial sect relic collapsing in front of him. He looked at the peak of the mountain gloomily and then turned to look at Luo Xingning and the rest coldly. If he hadn't met them halfway and Luo Xingning had begged him to bring them along to find Luo Qingtong, who had broken through in the Jiaowu mountain range, he might not have missed the celestial sect relic. What a bunch of trash. And Luo Qingtong too, of all times, she had to break through in the Jiaowu mountain. What's the use of breaking through with such poor talent? A martial master couldn't even compare to his guards. She could just be a wallflower and wait for him to marry her. What's the point of showing off? Yuan Ma's eyes were cold. Luo Xianming's heart skipped a beat when he looked at her. She took a step back. Your Highness, she called out softly and glanced at the new students of the Saint Academy beside Yuan Ma. These people had all come out with Yuan Ma on this mission. Sensing her gaze, Yuan Ma forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. Let's go. He didn't want to lose his dignity as a senior in front of these new students. These people would most likely be his followers after he entered the Saint Academy. Luo Xingning was unwilling to see him leave. She had followed Yuan Ma all the way here. Of course, she wanted to go further. Even if she couldn't get the celestial sect's inheritance, it would be good to get something else. She couldn't help but ask, Your Highness, aren't we going up? So many people have gone up. It's a pity to give up. She looked at the new students of the Saint Academy. These people didn't want to leave at first. But when they came out, the teachers told them to listen to Yuan Ma's orders. Hearing Luo Xining's words, someone couldn't help but say, Yeah, senior, aren't we going up? What if there's still a chance? This was the celestial sect relic, they didn't want to give up so easily. Stupid. Yuan Ma was unhappy but he didn't show it. It's too late. The celestial sect relic has collapsed. It means that everything inside is gone. Not only that, the person who obtained the inheritance is definitely not among them. If these people rush up, they won't get anything. They will only kill each other. If we follow them, we'll only get sucked into it. Fellow junior brothers, we still have matters to attend to by teacher, so it's not appropriate for us to stay here. As soon as his words came out, those freshmen of the Sacred Academy who had been carried away by the battle instantly sobered up. That was right, the collapse of the immortal sect ruins meant that the person who obtained the inheritance was no longer there. Those who were unwilling to give up would not be able to get it even if they rushed up. Under extreme unwillingness, these people were so anxious that their eyes turned red. They only knew how to kill and steal. At that time, it would be a chaotic battle. Thinking of such a scene, everyone's face paled. Fortunately, Yuanma had seen through all of this. Otherwise, they would have all been dragged into it. Who knew how many people would have died? The main thing was that those casualties were completely worthless. What treasures did these people have that they would covet? With that thought in mind, everyone decisively said, "Senior brother, let's go." Yuanma nodded. He took one last look at the collapsing palace on the mountain peak. He felt an indescribable sense of regret. The ruins of an immortal sect, it was a pity that he had no fate with it, just as Yuanma and the others were about to leave. Roar. An extremely tragic roar of a beast resounded in the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. Then, they took a deep breath. Rumble at the edge of the sky, where the huge beasts were entangled in battle, a shattered scene suddenly appeared. Large chunks of the mountain range collapsed. Mountains collapsed one after another. Up in the sky, a human figure was intertwined with the gigantic beast. Every collision of their attacks was enough to shatter mountains, collapse rocks, and tear space apart. Looking at it, one could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Tremble. So strong. Everyone stared blankly at the battle in the sky. How could a person fight a divine beast like this? This was simply terrifying. Bang, seeing the heaven-connecting divine beast being heavily blasted away, the surrounding crowd let out a series of gasps. Their attention had been focused on the immortal sect ruins and they had forgotten about the situation with the divine beasts. Only at this moment did he realize that the divine beast was actually being beaten back by a single person. Furthermore, he was covered in injuries. They gasped as they watched the sky-connecting divine beast wailing as it was blasted into the dense forest deep in the mountain range. Their eyes were filled with uncontrollable shock. How terrifying, so powerful, to actually be able to beat the heaven-connecting divine beast to such a state. Oh my God, everyone was shocked. There were even more people who saw what happened to the martial kings and soul masters. They were even more reverent towards Yi Qianren, who was able to beat the heaven-connecting divine beast until it cried out in pain and fled. Senior brother. Did you see that? This person is so strong. I'm afraid he's even stronger than the principal. Seeing the man and beast disappear from their sight, the people behind Yuanma all swallowed their saliva with all their might. They were all people who had participated in the entrance examination of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. However, even the most powerful cultivator of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin, the Dean of the Sacred Academy, didn't give them such an oppressive aura as this man did. It was too terrifying. What level was the other party at? They had clearly seen that after the man had repelled the divine sky-connecting beast, he had glanced over. It was just a faint glance, and it wasn't even directed at them, but it made them feel as if a sharp sword had pierced through their hearts. If the other party really made a move, even if they were thousands of meters apart, they would still be killed in an instant. As these people thought about it, they swallowed even more saliva. All of them felt their hearts palpitate. The other party clearly did not do anything, but they felt as if they had just taken a trip around the gates of hell. Yuan Mo's forehead was also covered in sweat. The other party's aura was too strong, he couldn't resist at all. Go! He roared in a low voice and led everyone down the mountain. The group of people did not dare to stay any longer and left directly. Luo Xingning was also dragged down the mountain by the Luo family. After this incident, no one dared to stay in the Nine Shamans mountain. No one knew if that expert would start a massacre in this mountain range. Even a divine beast could not defeat him. Even if there were a whole mountain full of people, it would not be enough for him to kill. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts were beating like drums as they ran at lightning speed. As Luo Xingning was dragged away by the Luo family, she kept looking back in the direction where Yi Qianxian had disappeared. This was the first time she had seen such a strong person. In the past, she had thought that a man like Yuan Mo was strong enough. Now, it seemed that Yuan Mo, who was known as the #1 genius of the Empire of Tianyu, could not be compared to that man at all. Most importantly, although Luo Xinning did not see the man's face clearly, she could vaguely tell that the man was not old from the slight outline of his face. Was there really such a talented man in this world? Luo Xinning stared at the man's silhouette as he disappeared into the forest. Her heart itched as if it was being scratched by a cat. Rumble. Luo Qingtong did not know what was happening outside. At this moment, she was wholeheartedly refining the 9-story exquisite pagoda and the life and death sword under Tian Mingzi's guidance. These two items were the most precious treasures of the celestial sex. To successfully refine them for one's own use, it was naturally not something that could be compared to ordinary circumstances. Luo Qingtong gritted her teeth and endured wave after wave of attacks from their auras. If not for the fact that she had lived 2 lives and had a strong mental strength, she would have been rolling on the ground in pain by now. As the pain escalated, great changes began to take place in her body. Her meridians were completely opened and widened. Luo Qingtong could feel that her body was transforming at every moment. According to Tian Mingzi, this was because the 9-story exquisite pagoda and the life and death sword were changing her physique so that she could accommodate and use them. This process was a kind of cleansing of Luo Qingtong's body. Once she got through it, Luo Qingtong's physique and talent would be promoted to a terrifying level. After all, in this world, those who could accommodate and use the most precious treasures were not ordinary people. What made Tian Mingzi even more surprised was that Luo Qingtong was actually born with the mixed yuan body. In his words, with this physique, Luo Qingtong could practice any cultivation method and power in this world without any restrictions or hindrances. Luo Qingtong was in so much pain that she did not have the energy to refute him. She was like this in her previous life. No matter what she practiced, she could master it in an instant. Hindrance, what was that? Could it be that her soul had transmigrated to another world, so her physique from her previous life was also brought along? Luo Qingtong remembered that the previous Luo Qingtong's talent was not so powerful. She was only slightly stronger than ordinary people. This was also one of the worries of the original owner. She always felt that her talent was not worthy of Yuan Ma. All along, no matter how much the Tianyu royal family disliked her, they did not say a word. If she had this physique, Yuan Ma would not be a genius. He would have been suppressed by the original owner long ago. While Luo Qingtong was being cleansed by the 2 treasures in the underground palace, the Luo family was putting on a show of forcing the emperor to abdicate. Bastard! What is the meaning of this? Qingtong's body hasn't been found yet. What right do you have to say that she's dead? He even wanted to take everything away from her? Let me tell you. Dream on. Old Master Luo slapped his chair and stood up in anger. He glared at the people kneeling in front of him with bloodshot eyes. He wanted nothing more than to kick them all to death. The 9 Magi Mountain had undergone a great change and Qingtong's fate was unknown. Instead of searching for her, they were kneeling here and begging him to clear Luo Xinning's name and make her the rightful successor of the Luo family. He even wanted him to hand over the things that belonged to Qingtong. How dare they? Grandfather Luo was furious. When he looked at Luo Feihong and Luo Xinning with his bloodshot eyes, he wanted to eat them alive. This is impossible. Unless he saw Qingtong die with his own eyes, otherwise, he would never agree to change the successor. Luo Xinning wanted to replace Qingtong? Dream on. Grandfather Luo looked at his 3rd granddaughter coldly. This granddaughter of his was very obedient in front of him. But what was Grandfather Luo's eyesight? He could easily see the perfunctory and ambition in her eyes. Now that Luo Qingtong was in trouble, Luo Xinning could not wait to cause trouble. Did she really think that he was blind? Luo Xinning was very calm in the face of Grandfather Luo's furious gaze. Since she dared to do this, she was not afraid of Grandfather Luo's revenge. Besides, did he have any evidence? Grandpa, you've heard about the great changes in the 9 Magi Mountain. If Big Sister breaks through there, she won't be able to survive. She looked at Grandpa Luo and tried to persuade him. I know you love elder sister, but this is the truth. You can't ignore it just because you don't want to. I also know that my father and uncles are very unreasonable in their actions. But... Her eyelashes trembled as she looked at the old man. Her throat seemed to be choking as she said, for the future of the Luo family, we have no choice but to do this. That's right. Luo Xinling's words seemed to have opened a way for everyone to take a breather in the face of Elder Luo's pressure. These people felt that they were wrong before, but after hearing Luo Xinling's words, they immediately straightened their backs. They weren't doing this for their own selfish reasons, but for the greater good of the Luo family. Father. The fifth son of the Luo family knelt on the ground and said to Elder Luo, "Qingtong is dead. She can't be alive after breaking through in the Nine Magi Mountain. Don't be stubborn. Compared to her, the future of the Luo family is more important." "Yes. Father." The eighth son of the Luo family also knelt and kowtowed. "I know you think we're unfilial and don't have any kinship. But Qingtong is gone now. The marriage with the royal family of Tianyu is definitely not going to happen. But we still have Ning-er. Ning-er is not weaker than Qingtong. Now Qingtong is gone. Our Luo family can only rely on Ning-er. Father, have you forgotten the situation of our Luo family in the eastern border state? All these years, because of the marriage with the royal family of Tianyu, the royal family of Eastern Border Empire has always pampered us. Now, that last Qingtong was gone. If we don't have someone who can support the family, our Luo family will be in big trouble in the future. At this time, only by helping Ning-er can our Luo family have a chance in the future. Father. Give Ning-er the Luo family's heirloom armor and the recommendation letter from the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. Father. Please think for the Luo family. The second son of the Luo family also rushed forward. Get lost. Elder Luo was so angry that his whole body trembled. He raised his foot and kicked Luo Lao away. The Luo clan. Do you still remember? If it weren't for the two of them, the Luo clan would have been wiped out long ago. Since when did you have the right to covet Qingtong's things? The family heirloom armor was something that boss risked his life to obtain for the Luo clan. And that recommendation letter? It was given to Qingtong by Tianyu's royal family. Why do you want it? That's all I have to say today. Not to mention that Qingtong's body hadn't been found yet, even if it was. No one was allowed to touch what belonged to her. Whoever dares to reach out, I will chop off their claws. If any one of you dares to say another word here today, I will beat him to death right here. Just pretend that there's no such person in the Luo family. Grandfather Luo's harsh words stunned everyone. They hadn't expected that the old man would protect Luo Qingtong to this extent. Wasn't she just a little girl? The two of them hadn't been around for so many years. How could the old man still protect her like she was the apple of his eye? He wouldn't let go even if he died. The group of people didn't dare to say a word. Luo Xinling's fingernails dug into her palms. Suddenly, she sneered. I'm afraid it's not up to you now, grandfather. Luo Xinling raised her head and looked into grandfather Luo's furious face. She said sarcastically, the fifth prince already knows about this. Since eldest sister is dead, the engagement with the royal family of Tianyu is naturally cancelled. Grandfather, if I go to the royal family of Tianyu and tell them that you don't want to admit eldest sister's death and want a dead person to marry the fifth prince, what do you think they will do? Of course, they would defame the dead Luo Qingtong and cancel the engagement once and for all. It took Luo Qingtong 3 days to refine the two treasures. Under the baptism of the aura of the two treasures, her body constitution was completely enlightened. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's meridians were all unblocked. This was the body constitution of a martial artist who had reached the martial king realm. After reaching the martial king realm, the meridians of a martial artist's body were opened, and the profound chi flowed endlessly, forming a natural cycle. Any cultivation method or martial arts technique below the king realm would not be exhausted. The martial king realm was an important watershed for a martial artist's cultivation. It was the huge difference between the acquired and the congenital. A martial king realm expert could slaughter all the experts below the martial king realm in a whole country. At that realm, the number of people was meaningless. Without the loss of strength, it meant that a martial king realm expert was a perpetual killing machine. Unless it was a martial king realm expert, no one could resist it. At this moment, Luo Qingtong was only a martial master, but she already had the body constitution of a martial king realm expert. Any cultivation method or martial arts technique below the king realm would not cause her any loss of strength. Although the strength in her body was weak, it had reached the level of endless growth. If anyone knew about this, they would be so shocked that they couldn't control themselves. Luo Qingtong's innate mixed yuan body was also completely activated in this baptism. Phew! Luo Qingtong took a deep breath and opened her eyes. The strength in her body had been completely replenished, and her strength had been restored to its peak. The mental strength that had been exhausted was also replenished at this time. Swish! Luo Qingtong opened her eyes and looked around. The old man's figure had disappeared. Tian Mingzi used the last bit of his soul strength to protect her and let her go through the most painful refining process of the treasures. Without Tian Mingzi's protection, it was uncertain whether Luo Qingtong could survive. After all, the two treasures passed down from the Immortal Slayer Palace were not ordinary, especially the Life and Death Sword, which was close to the category of a divine weapon. Until the last moment, Tian Mingzi did not ask anything of Luo Qingtong. Just like what he had said to Luo Qingtong before, he did not ask Luo Qingtong to do anything. He only wanted her to live well and protect the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace. Little girl, I'm sorry. I cheated you this time. Just take pity on this old man. When Tian Mingzi finally dissipated, his entire soul became exceptionally clear and cheerful. It was as if he had been a cute old urchin in the past. He looked at Luo Qingtong and laughed loudly. His eyes flashed with a cunning and wise light. I know that with your temperament, you'll definitely repay kindness with kindness and take revenge 100 times over. But even though this old man cheated you, I also left you so many good things. Especially my sex inscription Dao. You stinky girl, your talent in alchemy is so strong. It's impossible that you don't have any interest in the path of inscriptions, right? Haha. In addition, although I can't remove the poison in your eyes, I have left a trace of power in your eyes. When you run this trace of power, you can temporarily restore your vision, but the time is limited to 4 hours. You can only use it once a day, so you have to use it carefully. I'm leaving. Luo Qingtong recalled the earnest advice in her mind. She did not know why, but she suddenly could not get angry. This stinky old man, he is really, Luo Qingtong was annoyed. He said that he did not ask for anything from her. But if she accepted the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace, wouldn't it mean that she had accepted all the past grievances of the Immortal Slayer Palace? But this stinky old man said it in such a pitiful way, and he was so humble, and he looked like a good master. Needless to say, he really poked at Luo Qingtong's lifeline. She was a good person, but she was amenable to coaxing and not coercion. If Tian Mingzi forced her to accept the inheritance, and she had to promise to clear the name of the Immortal Slayer Palace, Luo Qingtong would rather destroy the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace than to care about him, but he was so humble, and he gave her so many benefits, although these benefits were accompanied by trouble, but in the end, every word and sentence was for her own good. Forget it. I don't blame you. Since she had accepted the inheritance, she would be the successor of the Immortal Slayer Palace. It was fine if the enemies of the Immortal Slayer Palace did not come looking for her. If they really came, she did not mind helping the stinky old man to clear the name of the Immortal Slayer Palace. If people do not offend me, I will not offend them. If people offend me, I will kill them. Let's take a look at the 9 stories Exquisite Pagoda and Life and Death Sword. Luo Qingtong was very curious about the 2 treasures that Tian Mingzi risked his life to bring out. Her mind settled into her body, and she quickly found the shrunken pagoda and sword in her sea of consciousness. Needless to say, the 9 stories Exquisite Pagoda was a 9 stories tall pagoda. Now that it had shrunk, it looked very mini and cute. But the aura that it exuded showed that this pagoda was not an ordinary item. Luo Qingtong had seen many treasures in her previous life, but none of them gave her the same feeling as the 9 stories Exquisite Pagoda. It was an aura that had existed for a very long time. According to Tian Mingzi's words, the 9-story Exquisite Pagoda was not forged by the people of the Immortal Slayer Palace. It had always been in the Immortal Slayer Palace. Nobody knew what level of treasure it was. However, for him to treat the life and death duality sword with such caution, it was likely that the life and death duality sword was no less valuable. It was probably on the same level as a divine artifact. Little Pig's figure was nowhere to be seen. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and focused her mind on the 9-layer Exquisite Pagoda. She immediately saw the pink pig suppressed in the bottom level of the pagoda. Ao ao ao. Little Pig yelled from the first floor of the tower. Countless transparent flames chased after him, burning him to the point that he was howling in pain. It had originally thought that it would be completely free without the array formation sealing it. Unexpectedly, that damned old man actually gave the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace to Luo Qingtong along with the 9-layered exquisite pagoda. This 9-layered exquisite pagoda was also known as the demon-subduing pagoda. Trapped inside, Little Pig really wanted to cry but had no tears. That's why it's said that spinning a cocoon around oneself leads to one's own destruction. That damned old man made it sound so nice. He insisted that Luo Qingtong inherited the Immortal Slayer Palace's inheritance. Wasn't it because he had contracted that girl as his master? If it wasn't for that, how could he help Luo Qingtong refine the 9-layered exquisite pagoda with his remaining soul? None of the previous sage sects had the ability to do so. What a humph. It had dug its own grave, Luo Qingtong coldly snorted when she saw Little Pig howling in pain. She decisively shifted her gaze away. It was this stupid pig that caused her to take on such a big trouble. It deserved to be taught a lesson. I'll let it enjoy itself in there, Luo Qingtong thought. She withdrew her mind from the 9-layered exquisite pagoda and looked at the life and death duality sword floating on the other side. The sword of life and death was 7 feet long, and its body was black and white. Luo Qingtong could see clearly that its 2 blades were shining with 2 different lights. One was black and the other was white. They were intertwined with each other. Luo Qingtong looked at it, narrowed her eyes, and suddenly raised her hand. With a swish, the sword of life and death disappeared from her sea of consciousness in an instant and appeared in her hand. With the long sword in her hand, Luo Qingtong instantly felt a cool feeling all over her body. It went straight up her palm. The way to use the sword naturally appeared in her mind. Crack! With a soft sound, Luo Qingtong pressed her finger. The long sword in her hand instantly changed into a form. The silver-white long sword hummed faintly. It was the state of the life blade. Rays of silver-white light lingered around the long sword, giving people a feeling of exuberant vitality and interest. Luo Qingtong looked at the life blade. The next second, she raised her hand and slashed her wrist. With just a slight movement, a blood mark appeared on her wrist in an instant. With the appearance of the blood mark, her body and even soul weakened in an instant. Something seemed to be flowing out from the wound opened by the life blade. With a buzz, Luo Qingtong's mind became dizzy for a moment. However, it quickly stabilized in an instant. The things that he had lost before had been replenished by the raw blade in his hand. Luo Qingtong felt that this was because the sword of life and death belonged to her. That was why it didn't hurt her, its master. The essence, qi, and spirit that she had lost were replenished at once. If it were another enemy, the other party wouldn't be so lucky. Good. Luo Qingtong shouted softly. The smile on her lips was enchanting and wanton. There seemed to be a bloody light in her empty eyes. What a powerful ability to absorb and replenish, absorbing the strength of others to replenish her own consumption. It was indeed worthy of the name of the life blade. With the effect of this life blade, no matter who Luo Qingtong fought in the future, she would have a certain advantage. What about the effects of Deathblade? The thoughts in Luo Qingtong's mind changed, and the long sword in her hand also changed its state in an instant. A long sword appeared in her hand. Even the shape of the sword hilt had changed. If it was said that the previous life blade gave Luo Qingtong a feeling that it was full of vitality and contained infinite vitality, then this life blade gave Luo Qingtong a feeling of extreme vitality. This death blade gave Luo Qingtong a feeling of extreme thirst for slaughter and blood. This time, Luo Qingtong did not experiment with her own body. Whoosh, she slashed out with her sword, and the body of the sword carried a black aura. In an instant, a fan-shaped sword wind swept out and left a deep mark on a beam 100 meters in front of him. Sword Qi. This was the external release of Qi that only a martial artist who had reached the Xianxia realm and become a martial king could possess, and Luo Qingtong used the life and death sword to do it easily. However, when the sword wind swept out, the strength in Luo Qingtong's body was instantly depleted. Obviously, the strength in her body was not enough to support her continuous external release of sword Qi. Even so, Luo Qingtong was very satisfied. This life and death sword is indeed a good treasure. No wonder the enemies of the Immortal Slayer Palace would rather destroy this holy ground to obtain it. However, it was obvious that those people did not succeed even after trying their best. Otherwise, this life and death sword would not be in her hands. All right. Now we can return to the Luo family in Windgate City. Luo Qingtong put away the life and death sword and sneered. She wanted to see how that scheming bitch Luo Xingning would torment herself after causing the death of the original owner. Don't disappoint her too much. With a whoosh, Luo Qingtong's figure directly swept out of the underground palace of the Immortal Slayer Palace. Rumble, Luo Qingtong's expression did not change as she listened to the continuous collapsing sounds behind her. Her eyes were dark red as she continued to move upwards. In an instant, she had rushed out of the ground. Bam, she was not at the peak of the Nine-Witch Mountain range. That was right. The appearance of the Immortal Slayer Palace had caused such a huge commotion. Perhaps there were still experts searching for her there. Unless Tian Mingzi was a fool, he would not leave her there. Wouldn't he be waiting for her to receive the inheritance and then be captured by others? Luo Qingtong looked around carefully and realized that she was still in the Nine-Witch Mountain. Furthermore, she was not far from the place where she had been attacked and fell into the crack. Apparently, the ruins of the Immortal Slayer Palace on the peak of the mountain was just a mirage that looked good. The real inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace was actually in the underground palace. That stinky old man was quite careful. Luo Qingtong thought of the young man that she had left behind when she was escaping. She did not know if he was still there. The Nine-Witch Mountain range was in a mess. Although the place that she had chosen in haste was hidden, it would not be able to hold so many people roaming around. Luo Qingtong thought for a while and decided to take a look. What if that young man was still there? If he was, she would bring him back to Windgate City. If he was not, then forget it. Life and death were predestined. She had no choice. As she thought, Luo Qingtong headed in that direction. Along the way, there were shocking scenes everywhere. There was blood stains every 3 steps and corpses every 10 steps. Just as Yu Wenma had said, those who had come to the Nine-Witch Mountain in search of opportunities started to panic when they realized that they could not obtain the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace. Someone took the opportunity to kill people and steal their treasures. These few days, the Nine-Witch Mountain range was in chaos. However, there were some areas that those people did not dare to enter. One of them was the place where Xianxia and the divine sky-connecting beast were fighting. The place where the man and the beast fought was filled with an energy vortex that did not dissipate for a long time. Anyone who was close enough would be immediately torn to shreds by the remnant energy if their cultivation base was not strong enough. Luo Qingtong glanced at it and recognized that it was the aura of the divine connecting beast. She was shocked. That man was indeed terrifyingly powerful. He actually fought with the heaven-connecting divine beast to such an extent. And looking at the extension of this area, it was obvious that he had the upper hand. The aura of the divine sky-connecting beast retreated. Oh my god. Was he still human? Luo Qingtong thought of the scene where she pressed him down by the healing spring water to brew the sauce. Suddenly, she felt a chill in her heart. Fortunately, he couldn't move at that time. Otherwise, he would be dead for sure. The next time I see that man, I must stay far away from him. Luo Qingtong thought about how she had lured the heaven-connecting divine beast to the other party. It was too bold. Fortunately, the heaven-connecting divine beast was holding him back. Thinking of this, she patted her chest, feeling a lingering fear. They soon arrived at their destination. Luo Qingtong glanced at the place where she had put the youth down. She saw that the fallen leaves and branches there had been removed. She looked around carefully and found that the traces in the surroundings were not messy. In fact, they were very careful. The fallen leaves and branches had been gently removed to one side. It was obvious that the person who had come knew the youth and was very familiar with him. He was on his side. Not an enemy. Since that was the case, it was fine. At least she had not caused his death. After making sure that the youth was fine, Luo Qingtong turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, a faint and weak roar came from not far in front of them. This voice, Luo Qingtong suddenly raised her head and looked in that direction. Whoosh, Luo Qingtong's figure flashed and appeared at the edge of a cliff in an instant. She took a closer look and realized that this cliff was not natural, but was forcibly cut off by something. That divine sky-connecting beast was below. Luo Qingtong pondered for a moment and then decided to go down. That divine sky-connecting beast's voice was very weak and was no longer a threat to her, and if she did not hear wrongly, the other party's situation was special. She would definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of benefits if she went down. She would be a bastard if she did not take advantage of it. Luo Qingtong decisively leaped down the cliff. That cliff was close to 10,000 feet high. She did not know what kind of force was used to create such a terrifying height. Luo Qingtong thought of the man who was locked in battle with the divine sky-connecting beast and suddenly felt her scalp tingle. She had jumped down in a moment of hot-headedness. Only now did she think of that man. Could he also be below the cliff at this moment? What she was afraid of really came true. Luo Qingtong had just thought of this when she saw a flash of silver at the bottom of the cliff. On a huge piece of empty land that had been artificially cleared, a man was lying on the ground with his eyes tightly closed. He was dressed in silver and his black hair was scattered all around like entangled seaweed in the deep sea. His dashing eyebrows and starry eyes complemented the man's handsome face even more. It was as if looking at him would be blasphemous. This was the first time Luo Qingtong saw the man's face clearly. Previously, Xianxia's face was always hidden behind a thin layer of mist, so no matter how Luo Qingtong used her eye technique, she could not see it clearly. Now that she finally saw it, it was under such circumstances. Luo Qingtong stepped on the cliff, reducing the acceleration caused by the fall layer by layer. The closer she got, the more she could feel the man's imposing aura and extraordinary handsomeness. It was as if a peerless god had fallen from the sky and was sleeping at the bottom of this cliff. But only Luo Qingtong knew that this man was a person. His face was flawless, so perfect that it was as if he had walked out of a legend that was praised by the world. His peerless appearance was cold, handsome, and indescribably handsome. Luo Qingtong didn't even know how to comment. Coming from the 24th century, Luo Qingtong didn't expect that one day there would be a man who was so handsome that she didn't even know how to describe him. There was only one person in this world, this was the only thing she could think of. Shua. Luo Qingtong landed beside the man and saw that the ground beneath him had been dyed red with blood. Strangely enough, there wasn't a single wound on the man's body. Where did the blood come from? Could it be that the wound was inside his clothes? Luo Qingtong thought and lifted her hand to open the man's lapel. His exposed chest was as white as jade, and every inch of his skin was like jade, shining with a cold jade light. However, he didn't appear thin and weak. His chest and abdominal muscles were all there. And they were very strong. The touch was also very good. What a monster, Luo Qingtong muttered in her heart, but her eyes looked at the man openly. Anyway, it wasn't the first time she had seen him. What was there to be afraid of? However, there wasn't a single wound on the man's body. Where was the problem? Could it be inside his body? As Luo Qingtong thought about it, she held the man's wrist and transferred her energy into it. Oh my God! Was he still human? She looked at the man lying on the ground in disbelief. Half of his meridians were broken. As for the remaining half of his meridians, they were breaking apart at a rapid speed. No wonder he didn't have any injuries on his body, and yet he was still bleeding, staining the ground red. That was because his injuries were within his body. This was simply heavenly. Luo Qingtong could naturally tell that the injuries on the man's body were not recent. About a third of his meridians had been broken for some time. Old injuries, and a third of his meridians were newly broken. And they were still breaking. He had fought with the divine sky-connecting beast with such injuries? And he had even beaten the opponent until he was forced to retreat. Luo Qingtong was shocked, but very quickly, she recalled that she had accidentally entered the man's healing spring and immediately coughed lightly. Obviously, the man had been injured at that time. Perhaps it was because she had entered at that time and absorbed a portion of the spring's energy, which resulted in his injuries not being able to fully heal and relapsing during the battle with the divine sky-connecting beast. Luo Qingtong's mouth twitched as she thought about it. Forget it, I owed you before, I'll return it to you now. The man had already sunk into a state of unconsciousness. The injuries on his body were too serious. Luo Qingtong didn't know if his injuries had always been this way, or if something else had happened during the battle with the divine sky-connecting beast. In any case, she had to first heal his broken meridians. Fortunately, if it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to do anything about it, but Luo Qingtong wasn't the same. She had her eye technique, and the broken meridians in the man's body were clearly visible to her. Luo Qingtong could clearly see that although the man's injuries were critical, most of it was because too many of his main meridians were broken, causing his internal energy to be unable to circulate. Otherwise, based on this man's strength, he would definitely be able to suppress his injuries. Otherwise, how could he have been able to fight with the divine sky-connecting beast with such serious injuries? In other words, as long as she repaired the other party's main meridians, the other party would naturally be able to suppress his injuries. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong gathered all the strength in her body and tried her best to repair the man's main meridians. However, when she really started to move, Luo Qingtong realized how difficult it was. She already had the physique of a martial king. The energy in her body was endless. However, in order to repair one of his meridians, she had used up all the energy in her body. Not even the slightest bit of strength was left. After a long time, he finally regained a trace of strength. Holy sh*t. Who said that the meridians of martial artists were the weakest? She definitely wouldn't beat him to death if he stood out. This man was too inhuman. Luo Qingtong spent almost an hour to repair Xianxia's broken main meridians. After she was done, she sat on the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. Her fingers were so weak that she couldn't even move them. Too tired. Was this man made of iron? The meridians in his body were actually so hard. However, Luo Qingtong wasn't completely without benefits. The power in the other party's body was very special. Her energy circulated back and forth in his meridians. Unknowingly, his strength had risen to the level of a martial master. This was the peak of the martial master realm. This meant that Luo Qingtong didn't need to painstakingly accumulate energy. The man's energy had instantly filled up the energy she needed to advance. This was even more useful than the all-nourishment pill. Luo Qingtong's mouth twitched as she thought of this. She looked at the man lying on the ground and suddenly had an impulse to poke his cheek. Hey! Although I threatened and forced you previously, I've also saved your life. We're even now. You're not allowed to cause trouble for me in the future. Do you understand? Luo Qingtong and Xianxia stared at each other. Their gazes met in midair. Seeing the light in the man's eyes gradually turn from misty to sober, Luo Qingtong almost pounced forward subconsciously. No. I can't let this man wake up. Luo Qingtong was really scared to death. Is this man really human? He actually woke up immediately with such a serious injury? Luo Qingtong's actions were faster than her brain. Almost at the moment Xianxia completely woke up, she pounced on him heavily. Bang! Oh? A muffled sound and two muffled groans. Xianxia was heavily pounced on by her, the back of his head hitting the ground. He had just barely regained consciousness, but now he fainted again. Luo Qingtong's eyes widened in an instant. She stared at the man's perfect face that was close at hand. His undisguised handsome face was magnified in front of her, but this was not the main point. The main point was, Luo Qingtong's gaze moved down, her lips and the man's thin and cold lips just happened to be pressed together. Damn. 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 Damn, wasn't this too bad of a place to pounce? Why did it have to be this angle, this place? Luo Qingtong thought of the shame and shock in Xianxia's eyes when he fainted just now. She felt depressed in her heart. Damn, this time, her reputation as a perverted woman was completely confirmed, but in fact, she only wanted to pounce on this man until he fainted. In that kind of situation, it was so urgent, how could she have time to think of any angle? If she had been any later, this man would have woken up. Who would have thought that she would have pounced on his lips? It made it seem like she was particularly wretched, deliberately taking advantage of him while he was unconscious. God knew that this was her first kiss. She was also the one who was at a disadvantage. Luo Qingtong was going crazy in her heart. She gloomily got up from the man's body. Forget it, let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, when this man woke up later, there would be no end to it. What the hell was this? She had been taken advantage of, yet she still felt guilty. However, she was the one who had taken the initiative to throw herself at him. You can't blame anyone else if you want to. Luo Qingtong was about to leave, but then she remembered that she hadn't finished her business yet. She scanned her surroundings and quickly found the dying divine sky-connecting beast in the collapsed forest. The gigantic beast had already shrunk to the size of a few dozen feet. It was on the verge of death as it curled up under a towering tree, whimpering softly. Its voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. This was also the reason why Luo Qingtong didn't notice it when she went down the cliff. This heaven-connecting divine beast was already on the verge of death. Roar! As if sensing that someone was approaching, the divine connecting beast lifted its head and looked in the direction that Luo Qingtong had come from. It mustered the last bit of strength in its throat and roared weakly. following that, it let out another painful whine. "You're about to die." Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes as she looked at it. "I can't save you, but I can save the child in your womb. You don't want to take it with you to die, right? Let it form a contract with me and I'll help you save it." That's right, this divine connecting beast was giving birth. If she hadn't heard such a crucial message from the other party's weak roar, Luo Qingtong wouldn't have taken the risk to jump off the cliff. She might not be able to control an adult divine connecting beast, but a baby divine connecting beast was very easy for her to control. This divine connecting beast was having a difficult birth, it wasn't due yet. Because it was seriously injured and on the verge of death, it tried its best to urge the fetus to give birth, but it was stuck in the birth canal. There wasn't enough time to force the birth, which was the path to death. What's more, the mother's body was so weak. "Agree, or die right now." Luo Qingtong looked at it coldly. The divine sky-connecting beast wailed and struggled for a moment. Then, it nodded weakly and gave in. It didn't want its child's fate to be controlled by someone else, but it didn't want its child to die. If it died, it would have nothing left. Compared to that, sacrificing its freedom was nothing. Luo Qingtong walked over. Roar. The divine connecting beast used its claws to gently tug at the corner of her clothes. It was too weak now, so Luo Qingtong wasn't afraid of what it would do to her. Besides, its life was still in her hands. "Don't worry, I will treat it well." Looking at the deep worry and pleading in the divine connecting beast's eyes, Luo Qingtong knew what it was trying to say and nodded. "Get ready. I will drag it out. But the moment it comes out, you will also lose your life. Are you ready?" The divine connecting beasts. Injuries were too serious, and its spirit had reached the point where it couldn't hold on any longer. The only reason it wasn't dead yet was because of the little guy in its belly. Once Luo Qingtong pulled its child out, it would immediately breathe its last. But even so, Luo Qingtong's eyes didn't show much emotion. This divine connecting beast had wanted to kill her before. If she hadn't met Xianxia, she would have become a corpse by now. The so-called sympathy was completely meaningless to her. To put it bluntly, even if the divine connecting beast didn't die, Luo Qingtong would definitely kill it after saving its child. She didn't need to leave behind a future trouble that might kill her. Roar. The heaven-connecting divine beast nodded. In the next second, in coordination with Luo Qingtong's movements, it fiercely exerted its strength, and a mournful roar instantly reverberated through the bottom of the cliff. Luo Qingtong held the wet little beast in her hands and watched as the divine connecting beast fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Before it died, the divine connecting beast poured its last bit of strength into the little beast's body, so that it wouldn't be too weak due to premature birth. Woo-woo. The little beast hadn't opened its eyes yet, and it was trembling and crawling on Luo Qingtong's palm. Its shrill cry was very cute. "It's quite obedient." Luo Qingtong gently stroked its hair. Just like the contract between her and Little Pig, she bit her index finger and fed her blood to the little guy. Mmm. The little fellow wiggled its light pink nose and sucked on Luo Qingtong's finger. Its little nose moved up and down, looking very cute. Wang. Just like the contract between her and Little Pig, Luo Qingtong's head buzzed for a moment after the divine connecting beast drank her blood. In the blink of an eye, a six-pointed star brand appeared on the little beast's soft and furless head before fading away. It's done. Feeling the connection between her and the little beast in her mind, Luo Qingtong was satisfied and carried the little guy to the top of the cliff. As for the man lying at the bottom of the cliff, Luo Qingtong wasn't worried at all. That man was so powerful. Even if he was unconscious, no one or beast in the Jiaowu mountain range could do anything to him. But in the end, just in case, Luo Qingtong still set up a simple concealment array around the cliff before she left the cliff, hiding the cliff. After she left, Xianxia woke up. All his memories came back to him. That woman, Xianxia's handsome face instantly darkened. His status was extraordinary and his strength was amazing. Before Luo Qingtong, no woman had ever been able to get close to him. Everyone who had dared to get close to him and seduce him had all died, but all of this was broken when Luo Qingtong got close to him. That woman had seen him naked and taken liberties with him. Finally, she had dared to kiss him forcefully while he was seriously injured. Xianxia's heart was filled with anger. But this anger was mixed with an indescribable feeling. It was as if he was depressed, as if he was angry, as if, swoosh. At this moment, the air at the bottom of the cliff was distorted. Two figures rushed out almost at the same time. Master! The two of them rushed out and saw the man sitting on the empty ground at the bottom of the cliff. They were shocked and knelt down on the ground. Master, please forgive us for being late. Sensing that the atmosphere around them was not right, the two of them did not even dare to raise their heads. They had sensed that something was wrong with their master, so they immediately used their secret skills to rush over. Fortunately, their master was fine. However, master's current situation seemed to be a little off. Beiqing secretly raised her eyes and glanced at His Highness. Then, she instantly showed an expression as if she had been struck by lightning. Her master, who had always been dignified and handsome, had a bite mark on his lips. A bite mark. Beiqing stared at the small bite mark and suddenly felt that she was going to die. The bite mark was very shallow and the strength of the bite was different. No matter how she looked at it, it did not seem like her master had bitten himself. Instead, it seemed like someone had rushed up and kissed and nibbled on his lips to leave such a bite mark. Someone had forcefully kissed her master? Someone had actually dared to forcefully kiss her master? As Beiqing thought about it, his mind was in a mess. In fact, the bite mark was left by Luo Qingtong, who had pounced on him too hard. But Beiqing did not know that. Noticing his shocked and aghast expression, Yi Qianming frowned and touched her lips. In an instant, her expression darkened again. That woman had actually left such a bite mark on his lips. What did she think she was? A dog's bone? Yi Qianxian was instantly furious. At the same time, his heart was filled with anger and frustration. He stared coldly at his stupid subordinate in front of him and said coldly, "Have you seen enough? Look." Before Beiqing could answer, Feng Yu, who was next to him, pulled him hard. "Hey! Feng Yu, why are you dragging me into this?" Beiqing looked at Feng Yu in confusion. The latter looked at him, speechless. He had seen people with thick nerves, but he had never seen someone with such thick nerves. She would be the world's biggest fool next time. She would be even dumber than Bei. "Master, have you recovered from your internal injuries?" Feng Yu changed the topic. Hearing this, Beiqing's attention was immediately drawn over. "Yes. Master, we just sensed that your internal injuries had worsened and you had fainted. How are you now?" Yi Qianxian glanced at Feng Yu coldly. He knew that Feng Yu was trying to change the topic for Beiqing. But it was strange that his internal injuries had healed. Thinking of the woman who had suddenly appeared and kissed him, Yi Qianxian focused his mind on his body and quickly discovered the changes in his body. "My main meridians have been reconnected, so my injuries have been suppressed," he said in a low voice. In other words, his injuries had not healed, but they had been suppressed by someone. Was it that woman? Thinking of Luo Qingtong's face that was so big that she couldn't see it clearly, Yi Qianren frowned. Was she the one who had reconnected his main meridians? But how did she do it? Suddenly, Yi Qianxian's expression froze. He discovered that the main meridians in his body that had been reconnected had undergone a slight change. Let's go. Let's go back first. He had to check whether the changes in his body were real or not. Whoosh, 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 Luo Qingtong dashed through the Jiuwu mountain range as fast as she could. Over the past few days, the situation in the Jiuwu mountain had been extremely chaotic. Many powerful martial artists and soul masters flew across the Jiuwu mountain. Their powerful auras swept across the entire Jiuwu mountain as if they were looking for something. Luo Qingtong knew that they were looking for the inheritance of the immortal Slayer Palace and the whereabouts of the divine sky-connecting beast. It was a pity that both of these things were in her hands. These people were destined to get nothing. Occasionally, their auras would sweep past her. When they realized that she was only a martial master, they would pass by her without hesitation. However, they didn't know that this little martial master, who they didn't even take seriously, was the person they were looking for. The person who had inherited the inheritance of the immortal sect. Whoosh, 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 Luo Qingtong easily left the Jiuwu mountain range and headed towards Windgate City. Windgate City, Easternly Nation. Luo Xingning sat in her room and looked at the shining armor in her hands. Luo Xingning knew that this armor was left behind by Luo Qingtong's father. Others might think that this set of armor was nothing special. However, Luo Xingning knew that if the value of this armor was made known, even the royal family of Tianyu would drool over it. Luo Xingning did not know how Luo Qingtong's parents got this armor. However, she knew that right now, this set of armor belonged to her. Even the admission to the Tianyu branch of the Empire of Qin was hers. Luo Qingtong was better than her in every aspect. However, she still ended up with nothing. Everything that Luo Qingtong had was hers. Who asked her to be so stupid? Luo Xingning thought as she smiled. She glanced at the recommendation letter for the Tianyu branch of the Empire of Qin. This letter of recommendation was a place to enter Tianyu branch of the Empire of Qin. With this letter of recommendation, even if Luo Xianxia was just a young lady of a marquis family from an inferior country, she would still be able to study in the Tianyu branch of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. It was a gift from the royal family of the Tianyu Empire to Luo Qingtong in case she would be embarrassed as the future crown princess. The Empire of Qin's Holy Academy was the highest cultivation academy of the Empire of Qin's Holy Dynasty. It was also a place that all cultivators dreamed of going to. The strongest martial artists and soul masters were there. He had the best teacher, the most powerful cultivation method and the most practical martial skill. You can learn everything you want there. As long as you are strong enough and have enough talent. Luo Xingning believed that she was talented. If she hadn't been born in the Luo family, she could have entered the Tianyu branch academy. Although her cultivation was not as good as Luo Qingtong's, she was actually at the 4th level of the martial master realm. The reason why she hid it was that she wanted to bide her time and keep a trump card. However, she was also a young lady of a marquis family from an inferior country, and her strength was not enough. Luo Xingning had no chance to enter the Tianyu branch academy, but Luo Qingtong could. Why? Thinking of this, Luo Xingning broke the jade comb in her hand. She was more talented than Luo Qingtong, and more powerful than Luo Qingtong. Was she destined to be poor all her life because she was not as lucky as Luo Qingtong? She didn't believe in fate. Look. Didn't she kill Luo Qingtong? He even took all of her things for himself. After she finished her cultivation in the Tianyu branch academy, she could even go to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. How could Luo Qingtong compare with her? She was lucky, but having too good of a life was also a kind of disaster. If she wasn't so lucky and offended that person, Luo Xingning wouldn't dare to kill her. After all, Luo Qingtong was protected by Luo Qingtong. Luo Xingning couldn't defeat Luo Qingtong, but there was someone who could. Luo Xingning sneered. She knew that Luo Qingtong would definitely investigate the cause of Luo Qingtong's death, but he would never find out. Eldest? Eldest miss? Outside the Luo family's gate, the gatekeeper stared at the girl standing outside the gate. His face turned green and white, as if he had seen a ghost. Eldest miss. Wasn't she dead? Could it be that she was unwilling to leave, so she came back in broad daylight? Thinking of this, the gatekeeper was so scared that he pissed his pants. His legs went soft and he almost knelt down. Eldest? Eldest miss. Please do me a favor. Please don't lower yourself to my level. I only said a few bad things about you. I deserve to be beaten. I deserve to be beaten. Please don't make things difficult for me. The gatekeeper cried with tears and snot flowing. Originally, he and Luo Qingtong did not have any conflict. When the original body was still alive, she was on good terms with most of the Luo family. For the sake of grandfather Luo, who would not be polite to this eldest miss, even second madam, who had always been crafty and unforgiving, did not dare to say anything to eldest miss. What's more, eldest miss was the strongest in the younger generation of the Luo family, but who asked eldest miss to meet with an accident later on, when third miss of the second branch gained power. Second madam's tail immediately rose to the sky. Now, she was busy packing things to go to the main house. They said that since eldest miss was dead, the mansion would belong to the second branch in the future. Who asked third miss to be the strongest in the younger generation, other than eldest miss. In order to please second madam, they had to say some bad things about eldest miss. Who would have thought that eldest miss would come back from the dead? The gatekeeper was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He almost knelt down and kowtowed to Luo Qingtong. Eldest miss. Please spare me. The guards inside heard the commotion and immediately ran out. When they saw this scene, they immediately gasped. Eldest miss? Didn't they say that eldest miss was dead? Could it be that she really came back from the dead in broad daylight? The group of people felt their hair stand on end. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and looked at them without saying a word. She wanted to see how many people were in the big Luo family and how many were ghosts. The girl stood quietly outside the door. She didn't say anything and didn't move at all. She looked like a jade sculpture. When Luo Qingtong came back, she first found an inn to take a bath and change her clothes before coming back. Her appearance was already exceedingly beautiful. After receiving the succession of the Immortal Slayer Palace and being baptized by the two artifacts, her physique and temperament had completely changed. Her skin was as white as jade, and under the sunlight, it seemed to be transparent. When the gatekeeper and the guards saw this, their eyes immediately widened. They were even more certain that Luo Qingtong was a ghost. "Young miss. Although we know that you died unjustly, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Everyone's fate is like this, you." When he said this, he suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Luo Qingtong was getting impatient. She raised her head and looked at him. Facing the young girl's pair of black and empty eyes, the guard immediately let out a blood-curdling screech and tumbled backwards. "Ghost. Eldest Miss has turned into a ghost and is here to take our lives." In the entire Luo family and even in Windgaze City, who didn't know that Eldest Miss Luo's pair of clear eyes were extremely beautiful. They were once praised as water in a jade cup. But this young girl's eyes were extremely empty. If she wasn't a ghost, what was she? Ah. Luo Qingtong was speechless when she saw those people running away one by one. She hadn't done anything yet. They were already so scared. If she were to make a move, wouldn't these people be scared to death? Right at this moment, a sharp female voice suddenly came from inside. While they were talking, a stout lady with a sharp and unkind face walked out surrounded by a group of servants. The lady was wearing a golden buyao on her head. She swayed as she walked, but because of her bucket-like body, she looked particularly funny. "Who dares to make trouble in the Marquis mansion?" As soon as the lady came out, she opened her sharp and high-pitched voice. It was the second madam of the Luo family. At this moment, she was staring at Luo Qingtong with disdain and sneered, "Where did this little B***tch come from? How dare she pretend to be the eldest daughter of the Luo family and make trouble in front of the Marquis mansion? She really doesn't know what's good for her." As the second madam said this, she was indescribably shocked. She looked at Luo Qingtong's fairy-like face and felt that her beauty was breathtaking. This B***tch, she didn't die. Not only that, she seemed to have become more beautiful. The second madam looked at Luo Qingtong's face with jealousy. Others might think that Luo Qingtong was a ghost, but the second madam of the Luo family knew that Luo Xining had poisoned Luo Qingtong and made her blind. Their faces might look alike, but it was not a coincidence that they looked alike and happened to be blind. This B***tch was Luo Qingtong. However, the second madam had just heard the guards say that Luo Qingtong was a ghost. Her mind raced, and she immediately reacted. Luo Qingtong was dead. This was a fact recognized by the whole Luo family. If grandfather Luo didn't insist that he wouldn't admit Luo Qingtong's death until the body was found, a cenotaph for Luo Qingtong might have been erected, as long as she didn't admit that she was Luo Qingtong and killed her before grandfather Luo came back. Who would know that this B***tch didn't die and came back? Thinking of this, the second madam sneered and said to the guards, "Beat her to death. How dare she play tricks in front of the Marquis mansion?" Before she finished her words, Luo Qingtong's empty and dark eyes had turned to her. Little B***tch, this was a new name. Luo Qingtong's eyes didn't have any expression, but her eyes seemed to be smiling. Through her eyes, she could clearly see the expression on second madam's face, including the shock and viciousness in her eyes for a moment. Luo Qingtong applauded the second madam's performance in her heart. What a vicious heart! Moreover, it was ruthless, decisive, and ruthless. After finding out that she was the real Luo Qingtong's, she wanted to kill her in front of the Marquis mansion. Luo Qingtong of the Marquis mansion, of the Marquis Luo Qingtong's. Of the Luo Qingtong of Luo of the Luo Qingtong, Luo was Luo. In the future, when grandfather Luo came back, Luo Qingtong could cry and say that it was a mistake. Who asked her to be blind? It was pardonable for her to admit that she was wrong. What a scheming woman! No wonder she could teach Luo Xining to be such a scheming B***tch. It was said that she was not the first wife of Luo Qingtong. but was promoted by Luo Qingtong after Luo Xinning was favored by Luo Qingtong. This pair of mother and daughter, in front of the original host, pretended to be kind mother and sister and coaxed the original host. Now that Luo Xinning was in power, she showed her big tail. Luo Qingtong looked at the second madam in front of her with a faint smile. The joy in her empty and dark eyes showed how dangerous she was at the moment. Second aunt, you're such a good second aunt. As soon as Luo Qingtong finished speaking, her figure flashed and teleported in front of second madam. Smack. She slapped second madam viciously. You. Hurry up and stop her. Second madam shrieked. She did not expect that a blind person like Luo Qingtong would be able to locate her by hearing her voice and appear in front of her in an instant. Are these servants all dead? They actually allowed her to appear in front of her like this. However, second madam did not know that even if all these people were blocking her, Luo Qingtong would still be able to reach her if she wanted to. She would slap her a few times if she wanted to. Smack, smack, smack. The air was filled with the sound of slap after slap. Speaking of which, it was strange, the moment the second madam opened her mouth, all the servants rushed over. How dare you? How dare you hit second madam? Quick! Catch her! However, no matter how they rushed over, Luo Qingtong's figure was always able to move slightly to the side and avoid all their movements. She stood in a blind spot that no one could reach and slapped second madam again and again. The etiquette, filial piety, and hierarchy in this world were completely useless to Luo Qingtong. She was just a concubine. Did she really think that she was an elder? So what if she was an elder? If she did not respect her elders, she did not deserve to be called an elder. So what if she hit her? Luo Qingtong sneered. Even as second madam screamed again and again, the strength of her slaps did not lessen at all. Every single one of them was perfectly executed. Every time second madam was slapped, she would spit out a tooth. In just a short while, almost half of second madam's teeth had been knocked out. Now, even her screams were leaking out. I'm screwed. I'm screwed. At first, second madam was still yelling at Luo Qingtong and the servants, but in the end, she could only cry bitterly and beg for mercy. However, the words that came out of his mouth were completely leaked. Luo Qingtong calmly dodged the attacks of the servants. As she fought, she asked faintly, "What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Speak louder." However, most of second madam's teeth had been knocked out by her. The louder he spoke, the more air would leak out. How could he explain it clearly? As for the guards and maids around her, they couldn't even touch Luo Qingtong. Second madam was so angry that she cursed these people in her heart for being ingrates, helping Luo Qingtong to bully her. Otherwise, with her strength as a sixth-stage martial master, how could she not dodge this brat's attack? That's right. Luo Qingtong was a bad girl. Every time she dodged, the route and angle she took was very strange. The attacks of the guards and maids cancelled each other out. Some of them even attacked second madam and blocked most of her attacks, allowing Luo Qingtong to slap her more easily. Just as second madam was about to collapse from Luo Qingtong's slaps and almost all of her teeth were falling out, Luo Xinning, who had just finished washing up, rushed over. Big sister. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, Luo Xinning was shocked and hurried forward to stop Luo Qingtong. Her voice also successfully stopped the attacks of the maids and guards. Eldest? Eldest miss? This girl that they mistook as a ghost was really their eldest miss? But, didn't second madam say that she was a liar? Dong. Seeing everyone's gaze on her, second madam couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground with a thud. She had lost all her face today. She was beaten up at the gate of the Lord Protector's manor. That was fine. However, no matter how hard she tried, she still could not deny Luo Qingtong's identity. Why was she beaten up like this? Second madam could not take it and fainted. Third sister? Luo Qingtong tilted her head and looked in Luo Xinning's direction. She raised her hand and hooked her finger at a servant beside her. Handkerchief. The servant girl hurriedly handed over the handkerchief in her hand. First miss, I'm sorry. The servant girl apologized softly. She had participated in the attack on Luo Qingtong just now. It's okay. Luo Qingtong did not want to argue with these people. She had already dealt with second madam. Moreover, these people's previous attacks had all been directed at second madam. With second madam's temperament, she would definitely vent her anger on them after she woke up. At that time, whether or not they could avoid this calamity would depend on whether or not they were smart enough. Luo Qingtong took the handkerchief and wiped her hands carefully. Then, she threw the handkerchief on the ground like it was rubbish. She smiled and lifted her head. She looked in the direction of Luo Xianning's voice and said, "Good sister, we haven't seen each other for a long time." Luo Qingtong was not wrong at all. The person that the original owner hated the most, other than the royal family of Tianyu, was Luo Xining. Although Luo Qingtong did not want to be trapped by the original owner's obsession, she hated scheming bitches, and Luo Xining was a classic example. And she was the type that she despised the most. If you say you are smart, then so be it. If you have ambition, then so be it, but she shouldn't have used and stepped on the original owner, who was sincere to her, to get to the top. If it was not for the original Luo Qingtong, Luo Xining would have been killed by the indifference of the backyard when she was weak and sick, including her talent and strength, which one of them wasn't given to her by the original owner. Without the original owner, would she have precious herbs to treat illnesses? Could she find a pharmacist to treat her illness? Without the original owner, how could her martial arts talent be activated? What a sickly person. What future did she have, not to mention the fact that the original owner had secretly given her her own cultivation resources, allowing her to have her current strength. The host was old man Luo's most beloved granddaughter, the only child of the first branch. She was the future fifth princess of the Tianyu Empire. The resources she had were dozens of times more than the young misses of ordinary low-level marquis manors. Even the people of the Eastern Fence royal family were envious of Luo Qingtong's treatment and resources. They would think of ways to get close to her. However, because the original owner pitted Luo Xianning's body, she gave most of her resources to her weak and delicate sister. The resources that Luo Xining received were more than double that of Luo Qingtong. It was because of the nourishment from such a large amount of resources and herbs that Luo Xining's poor constitution did not affect her martial arts cultivation and advancement. Without the original owner, Luo Xining was not even worth a fart. How could she plot against the original owner and replace her position? But what did she do? She destroyed the original owner's cultivation and blinded her eyes. Finally, she threw her to a group of unknown people in black. Did she hate the original owner so much? Why did she hate her? Without the original owner, she was even worse than a guard dog in the Luo family. She could take the position of the successor of the Marquis Manor, but she should not do it at the cost of hurting the original owner. If she really had the ability to replace the original owner, would she not be afraid of not being able to do it? Luo Qingtong sneered. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Luo Xining's face turned pale. She realized that Luo Qingtong was very different from what she remembered. After confirming that Luo Qingtong had returned alive, Luo Xining was very anxious at first. She did not expect Luo Qingtong to be so lucky to come back alive under such circumstances. If she had known, she would not have exposed her identity. However, Luo Xining only panicked for a moment and quickly calmed down. She knew Luo Qingtong very well. She was a woman who was so kind that she was almost stupid and weak. As long as she made up a lie and said that the person who hurt Luo Qingtong was not her, but someone else, and cried, Luo Qingtong's heart would soften very quickly. She had so many tricks up her sleeve. How could she not handle such a stupid woman? But now, Luo Xining was not so sure. She realized that Luo Qingtong had changed. The girl stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked up at her. She was in such a weak position, but she still looked like she was standing at the peak. She just looked at her with a faint smile on her lips, which made Luo Xining's heart skip a beat. You are not Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong would not talk to her like this. She would not have such a cold aura. Yes. Of course I am not Luo Qingtong. The girl's words were shocking. After dying once, how can I still be that stupid Luo Qingtong who did not even know how she died? Don't you think so? My good sister? The smile on Luo Qingtong's lips was very bright. Although it was spring and summer and the weather was slightly warm, Luo Xining could not help but feel a chill in her bones. The girl's words were flawless. However, Luo Xining knew that this person was no longer the Luo Qingtong in her memory. In other words, after going through a life and death situation, Luo Qingtong had completely changed. Luo Xining could no longer be controlled by her. Luo Xining clearly recognized this point. Her entire body instantly stiffened. No one knew better than her what it meant for Luo Qingtong to not be stupid. This meant that her status in the Luo family was about to plummet. This meant that she was about to be pushed to the bottom of the mud. Fortunately, she had already gotten what she wanted. Luo Qingtong wanted to take it back. She was dreaming. It didn't matter even if Luo Qingtong wasn't stupid, she couldn't find any evidence that she had harmed her. Without evidence, she couldn't do anything to him, and by relying on the things in his hands, he could also surpass Luo Qingtong in the future. He wanted to let her know that even without her, he would still be able to walk his own path. It seems that you have some misunderstanding about me. Luo Xianxia pursed her lips and took a step back, pretending to be weak. I know that big sister hates me for suggesting that you go to the Nine Magi Mountain for training. But I didn't expect the Nine Magi Mountain to have such a huge change. Luo Xianxia's voice was gentle and filled with regret. Fortunately, big sister, you are fine. Otherwise, I don't know how much I would regret and blame myself. However, I also want to thank big sister. Because I was too sad about your departure, I realized that my martial arts level had broken through the shackles and increased by a few levels. As she spoke, she looked at Luo Qingtong. Slowly, she enunciated each word clearly. I am now a stage 4 martial master. Big sister, are you happy for me? When Luo Xining mentioned stage 4 martial master, her eyes flashed with pride. She was very proud. Luo Xining chose to reveal her cultivation level at this moment to provoke Luo Qingtong. She wanted to let her know that she was no longer the strongest in the younger generation of the Luo family. She was much more powerful and talented than Luo Xining. Luo Xining would only be able to make full use of her things in her hands. Luo Qingtong did not know what Luo Xining was thinking. She was looking at her dear sister playfully. Luo Xining did not know that Luo Qingtong could see even though she was blind. Hence, she did not hide her emotions at all. Luo Qingtong looked at the pride and arrogance in her eyes and suddenly felt that it was good that her eyes were not cured for a while. At least, these people who thought that she was blind and could not see anything were being played like monkeys in front of her. Oh, she let out a long and heavy sigh. Level 4 martial master. Very powerful. But sister, you should really thank me. Over the years, I have given you more than half of the resources from the Tianyu royal family and grandfather. Such resources are enough for an ordinary family to cultivate a general. You are only a level 4 martial master now? You have to work harder. Otherwise, people will think that I have fed all those resources to the dogs. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she followed Luo Xining's voice and patted her shoulder. A trace of undetectable energy entered Luo Xining's body from where her hand touched. She did not tell Luo Xining that she was already a level 9 martial master. The 9 Shaman Mountain was in chaos and the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace was born. She was lucky enough to not die. Was she afraid that people would not know that she was the one who obtained the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace? Luo Qingtong was not that stupid. If Luo Xining wanted to show off, let her be. Sooner or later, she would know that the things she was proud of and showing off were not worth mentioning to him at all. Luo Qingtong walked past Luo Xining with a smile on her face. The energy that she injected into Luo Xining's body was not destructive. Instead, it triggered all the hidden injuries in her body. It would be fine if Luo Xining did not fight with all her might. But once she did, the hidden danger in her body would erupt. At that time, all of her strength would disappear in a short period of time. Luo Qingtong would not let Luo Xining die so easily. There were too many ways to make someone feel pain and regret. Luo Xining should be prepared to take it one by one, otherwise, how could she be worthy of the betrayal and torture that the original owner suffered? Killing people with a hard knife isn't scary. Killing with a soft knife was torturous. She had killed Luo Xining so quickly. How was she going to catch the big fish behind her? Luo Qingtong entered the Marquis's residence, leaving Luo Xining standing behind her stiffly. The surrounding crowd was already stunned. Did they hear wrongly? Eldest Miss was calling Third Miss a dog? Everyone looked at the battle between Luo Qingtong and Luo Xining in shock. They suddenly felt that Luo Qingtong had become so domineering after surviving the disaster. This was their first time seeing such a dazzling young miss. In the past, Luo Xining was beautiful, but she always looked like an extremely beautiful plastic flower. Although it was pleasing to the eye, they always felt that something was missing. Now, Luo Xining was indescribable. It was as if all the flowers in front of her paled in comparison, domineering, agile, flying. What was even more shocking was what Luo Qingtong said. Based on what she said, Luo Qingtong was able to become the second most powerful person in the Luo family because Luo Qingtong had given half of her resources to her, and Luo Qingtong did not make good use of it. Wasted half of it. Thinking about it, everyone looked at Luo Xingning strangely. They never knew of such a thing. They always thought that Luo Qingtong was extremely talented. Now, it seemed like that was not the case at all. Luo Qingtong was only able to cultivate a stage 4 martial master with the resources of a general. And it was only after Luo Qingtong got into trouble. This made them suspect Luo Xinning's intentions. Did she improve her abilities out of sadness or out of happiness? Also, they heard that she was in a hurry to inherit Luo Qingtong's things after Luo Qingtong got into trouble. She even angered Luo Qingtong. The servants did not know about the incident in the backyard. But this did not stop them from making some guesses. Instantly, they looked at Luo Xingning with even more disdain. Luo Qingtong was really good at pretending. She used Luo Qingtong's resources to improve herself, but after Luo Qingtong got into trouble, she immediately took over. She was even flaunting her abilities in front of Luo Qingtong. How could she be so shameless? If not for Luo Qingtong, would she be where she is today? A man whose heart is not content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. She was provoking Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong was blinded because Luo Qingtong got into trouble during her breakthrough in the Nine Magi Mountain. Luo Qingtong thought that Luo Qingtong had no chance to make a comeback. When the servants thought of this, they despised Luo Xingning in their hearts. To think that they used to think that Luo Qingtong was a good person. They did not expect her to be so scheming. If not for the fact that Luo Xingning could not control what happened on the Nine Magi Mountain, they would have thought that she was the one who planned Luo Qingtong's accident. This kind of vicious woman was really scary. Seeing how everyone was looking at her, Luo Xingning was so angry that she clenched her fists. She was extremely frustrated. What Luo Qingtong said just now was like a knife stabbing into her heart. This was impossible. How could Luo Qingtong be so kind as to give her half of the resources? Luo Qingtong did not believe it. Luo Xingning sneered. After dying once, Luo Qingtong has become smarter. Did he think that he would be able to defeat him just like that? Although he was surprised that she didn't die, her eyes were still ruined. If she was blind, what could she use to compete with her? Even grandfather Luo's protection was useless. Thinking of this, Luo Xianxia felt a little better. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and carry second madam back. She looked coldly at the servants and said. The latter and the others didn't dare to say anything and hurriedly carried the unconscious second madam back. In the main courtyard of the Marquis Manor, Luo Qingtong stepped inside and was instantly dazzled by the colorful decorations. She stared coldly at the main courtyard, which had been modified into a garish state by someone and no longer had its usual tranquil appearance. She raised her hand to call in the guards who were guarding outside. Did someone touch my main courtyard? She asked directly. There's something wrong with this place. Luo Qingtong stared coldly at the guards. The latter and the others were shocked by her stare. They didn't know why, but after Eldest Miss returned from the disaster, she gave off a completely different vibe. Staring at them like this, they felt as if they were in an abyss and didn't dare to hide anything. Eldest Miss. It's second master and second madam. You weren't here, alright. I got it. Luo Qingtong raised her hand to stop them from talking. It seemed that the second branch thought that she was dead, so they couldn't wait to take over the main courtyard. Luo Qingtong's eyes were filled with mockery. The original owner was indeed dead, but she, Luo Qingtong, was still alive. As long as she was alive, she wouldn't allow anyone to bully her. Yes. Those guards were glanced at by Luo Qingtong's hollow eyes. They didn't know why, but they suddenly felt a deep chill in their hearts. He had no doubt that Luo Qingtong would do what she said. And when the other party said throw them out, it was most likely not just to throw them out. She wanted to sweep them out of the house. Thinking of this, the guards immediately took action. Although First Miss was blind, it seemed that her martial cultivation was limited to this realm, but a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Not to mention that First Miss was deeply favored by the old master. The guards didn't dare to neglect her marriage with the fifth prince of the Tianyu Empire. In comparison, offending Third Miss was nothing. Even if third miss might inherit the Lord Protector's manor in the future, it was a matter of the future. What's more, so what if she inherited the Lord Protector's manor? First miss was the future wife of the fifth prince of the Tianyu Empire. It was said that the fifth prince had been admitted to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin and was one of the few heaven-grade students. He had a promising future. How could third miss compare with first miss? Thinking of this, the guards' movements were indescribably nimble. In just a short while, they had cleaned up all the things that the second household had done, including the cages, cabinets, and furnishings that second madam had moved in advance. They were all cleared out. First miss, everything has been cleared out. Those guards carefully said to Luo Qingtong, who was sitting next to them. Have you cleared out all those messy things? Luo Qingtong glanced at the messy piles of things and saw many of second madam's favorite things among them. Her good second aunt really couldn't wait. She moved her home here just like that. She slowly raised her lips with a smile and said lightly, "Are they all here?" "Very good, then burn them all. It's also good to let people know that not just any trash can move into my main courtyard." As long as Luo Qingtong was here, she wouldn't allow anyone to touch the main courtyard of the Luo family. Burn them? When the group of guards heard this, they thought that they had misheard. This belonged to second madam and the others, although it didn't belong to third miss, but it still belonged to the second branch. Among them, there were obviously a lot of second madam's beloved items. They were all going to be burned. These guards were not in the front yard and did not know that Luo Qingtong and Luo Xining were not on good terms. They still thought that Luo Qingtong was still the young lady who indulged Luo Xining in the past. But he didn't expect Luo Qingtong to give such an order. They were still thinking that after Luo Qingtong's anger subsided, they would send the things back to the second branch. After all, the first miss was blind. In the future, the one who would inherit the Luo family would most likely be the third miss. Since they lived in the Luo family, they naturally had to curry favor with them. When they heard Luo Qingtong's order, they were stunned. "What? I can't order you around?" Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and stared at them with her empty black eyes. No. Looking into Luo Qingtong's eyes, the guards didn't dare to say anything. Burn them. At this time, who dared to hesitate? No matter how blind first miss was, her identity as the future wife of the fifth prince was enough to crush all of Luo Xining's glory and pride. The group of guards quickly took action. In the courtyard of the second branch, Luo Xining had just sent the unconscious second madam to her room when she saw the fire in the main courtyard. Luo Xining suddenly remembered that second madam had said that Luo Qingtong was dead and the Luo family would belong to them sooner or later. So, she had already packed her things and was ready to move into the main yard. Now, the fire in the main yard, could it be? Her heart skipped a beat and she hurriedly walked out of the door. Hurry up. Let's go and see what's going on in the main yard. Luo Xining had a bad feeling in her heart. The Luo family would not be on fire for no reason. Not to mention the main yard, which was such an important place. Don't tell me it's Luo Qingtong. Just when Luo Xining was thinking of this, she heard the voice of the maid outside hurriedly. Third miss. Something bad happened. Eldest miss cleared out all the things belonging to our second branch in the main courtyard and burned them all. Luo Xining's mind went blank the moment she heard the maid's words. Luckily, she didn't move there. And the things she got, including the heirloom armor and the recommendation letter for Tianyu branch of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, were still in her room. Luo Xining's heart pounded as she thought of this. She felt indescribably lucky. Then, she felt a chill in her heart. Luo Qingtong was really different from before. If she was the old Luo Qingtong, she would never do such a thing. No matter how much she hated her, she would not vent her anger on the things in the second branch. After dying once, she was really different. But Luo Qingtong, even if you've changed, so what? I will never give away the things that are in my hands. Ah. My baby. Second madam just woke up. Hearing the maid's words, she rolled her eyes and almost fainted again. That little bitch who deserves to be hacked to death. How dare you burn all of my things? How dare she? How can she treat her elders like this? Second madam thought of her precious rouge, face powder, jewelry, and clothes. A lot of them were from Luo Qingtong. As the future wife of the fifth prince of the Tianyu Empire, she could always get a lot of good things. Luo Qingtong didn't ask for it herself. It was the royal family of Tianyu Empire who asked for it. There was also the filial piety from the aristocratic families of Eastern Fence Country and the flattery from the royal family of Eastern Fence Country. Luo Qingtong didn't have a mother, so naturally, those things were given to second madam, who was good at disguising herself. The latter had taken a lot of benefits from Luo Qingtong. Not only that, many clothes and jewelry better than those sent by Tianyu Empire were from the things left by Luo Qingtong's mother. The second madam was good at acting. Together with Luo Xinning, they had coaxed the Luo Qingtong so well that she would give them her heart. Today, these things were all burned by Luo Qingtong. Unable to bear the shock, second madam fainted again. In the main courtyard, Luo Qingtong looked at the quiet main courtyard which had been restored to its original appearance and nodded with satisfaction. Good. There are no more people's breaths. The guards lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. They had also just found out that the things they had burned were second madam's lifeblood. Among them were many treasures of second master. They were doomed, but they couldn't blame this on Luo Qingtong. After all, Miss Luo was blind and couldn't see anything at all, right? If they had known, they would have told Miss that those things were important to the second branch. They complained in their hearts, but they didn't dare to show it on their faces. At this moment, a loud and clear voice choked with sobs suddenly rang out from outside. A sonorous and burly figure rushed in from the outside. Before Luo Qingtong could stand up, she was hugged tightly by the burly figure. Qingtong. Grandpa's Qingtong. When old Master Luo received the news that Luo Qingtong was back, he rushed back to the Luo family without even taking off his blood-red armor. He had been searching for Luo Qingtong's whereabouts all this time. The Jiaowu mountain range was huge. With the appearance of the immortal sex ruins, there was an endless stream of people coming here. It was not easy to search, there were corpses everywhere. Old Master Luo was worried about whether he could find a corpse or not. If he found a corpse, he was afraid of seeing his beloved granddaughter die. If he couldn't find a corpse, he was afraid that Luo Qingtong's corpse would not even be whole. He was tormented by the tossing and turning. Now that he was hugging Luo Qingtong, he could feel the warmth of her body in his arms. Instantly, tears welled up in his eyes. Qingtong. I'm sorry. It's Grandpa's fault. I shouldn't have left you alone at home. If he was not at home, Qingtong would not have gone to the Jiaowu mountain alone to break through. If he was at home, he would have stopped her. Fortunately, she was fine. Otherwise, he would never forgive himself. Luo Qingtong was hugged by old Master Luo. She did not know what to feel. She could have avoided old Master Luo's embrace just now. But for some reason, when she saw this white-haired old man with red eyes and tears in his eyes, she could not move her feet away. Grandpa, Luo Qingtong called out softly. She felt the old man's body tremble even more. The robe on his shoulders was soaked. It was obvious how sad and emotional old Master Luo was. Luo Qingtong remembered that old Master Luo had always been very stern and solemn in the original owner's memory. The original owner was even a little afraid of old Master Luo. She always felt that Grandpa was too strict. She preferred to be with Luo Xinning and second madam because they treated her well. Now, who was the one who treated her well? Luo Xinning and second madam treated her well, but after killing her, they couldn't wait to take over her position. And old man Luo, the strict and fierce grandfather in the original host's heart, was looking for her everywhere. Isn't the situation at the Nine Magi Mountain dangerous? Old Master Luo was just a marquis from a small, inferior country. If he accidentally angered the powerful people from the powerful countries, he might be in danger. In this family, who was the one who was truly good to her? The original host really couldn't see it clearly. Grandpa, don't cry. I'm fine. Look, I'm back safely. Luo Qingtong softened her voice. She didn't have any relatives in her previous life. She was abandoned as soon as she was born because she was born with a pair of blood-red eyes. It was too scary. Luo Qingtong was raised by a beggar who picked up garbage. However, that beggar's life was too unlucky. When Luo Qingtong finally realized that her blood eyes ability could allow them to live a good life, that beggar finally died of a serious illness due to years of hunger and cold. From then on, Luo Qingtong was alone in this world. She was eccentric, evil, willful, and did things her own way, because in that world, there was no one worth her attention. after Luo Qingtong became famous, her biological parents came to find her and wanted to acknowledge her. Unfortunately, she didn't care. Thinking of that unpleasant experience, Luo Qingtong's face suddenly turned cold. Then, she was pulled back to reality by Old Master Luo's action of hugging her and crying. "Alright, Grandpa, I'm really fine. When did you become so childish?" Luo Qingtong's face was full of helplessness, but her heart was moved. "Original host, if you don't cherish this family, then give it to me. How can you say you're fine when you're blind? Do you have to come back with a broken arm or a broken leg to be considered fine?" Old Master Luo's eyes were bloodshot as he said in exasperation. "Tell Grandpa, who did this to you? Was it Luo Xingning?" "Grandpa, it's okay. It's all in the past. Those who hurt me will get their retribution," Luo Qingtong said lightly. Rays of bloody light suddenly flashed in the depths of her empty and blank eyes. She was the retribution of those people. The original host was dead and the one who came back was her, the supreme pupil of the 24th century, evil pupil Luo Qingtong. She would take back everything that they owed the original host. "Grandpa didn't protect you well." Grandfather Luo's face was dejected. How could he not know that Luo Qingtong didn't talk about it? It meant that it had something to do with Luo Xingning. If not, why didn't she tell him? But Luo Qingtong didn't protect Luo Xingning anymore, which made Grandfather Luo very happy. If Luo Qingtong came back and said good things for Luo Xingning, he would be furious, but now, it seemed like his Qingtong had escaped death once. She could see everything clearly. This was good. This was better than anything. After your accident, Luo Xingning used your reputation as a hostage to snatch the Luo family's heirloom armor and the recommendation letter for you to enter the Tianyu branch of the Great Qin Holy Academy. At that time, Grandpa thought that she had something to do with your accident. Now it seems that I was right. But it doesn't matter. She can't steal the real heritage of our Luo family." Afraid of touching Luo Qingtong's sore spot, Grandfather Luo didn't mention anything about her blindness and pulled her back to his yard. "Come. Qingtong, feel it. This is the real heritage of our Luo family. It's the symbol of our Luo family's glory. It's something that Luo Xingning could never imagine. She can snatch the heirloom armor and the recommendation letter, but she can't snatch these things. You don't even have the right to know these things. In the future, these things will all be yours." Luo Qingtong was pulled into a secret room by Grandfather Luo. The design of the secret room was very clever and secretive. Even with Luo Qingtong's Do technique, she was still confused for a moment and did not see the existence of the secret room before Grandfather Luo activated the mechanism. The secret room was filled with bookshelves. Luo Qingtong's gaze swept over the bookshelves. To her surprise, she discovered that the bookshelves were filled with soul technique manuals and cultivation experiences. The Luo family's true foundation was actually this. Luo Qingtong's gaze stopped on a soul technique manual. She was shocked to discover that this soul technique manual taught eye techniques. The Luo clan's soul technique manuals were actually for cultivating eye techniques. Shared the same origin as her, Luo Qingtong walked directly to the bookshelves. Grandfather Luo was afraid that she couldn't see, so he quickly went forward to help her. However, he was stunned by Luo Qingtong's abnormally quick action. He watched as she walked straight to the first row of bookshelves and pulled out a soul technique manual. He was surprised and happy at the same time. "Qingtong, your eyes." Grandfather Luo spoke carefully, afraid that he would accidentally touch Luo Qingtong's sore spot. However, Luo Qingtong's action was too surprising. Even if he knew that Luo Qingtong was blind, he still had to ask. What if? Luo Qingtong turned around and smiled when she saw how nervous he was. "Grandpa, I didn't have the time to tell you before. After I went blind, I suddenly learned a secret technique that allowed me to use my mental strength to look at people. That was how I was able to escape from the dangerous 9 Magi Mountains. I was still wondering what was going on and didn't know how to tell you. Now I know. It's because of the Luo family's history." Luo Qingtong had cleverly combined her own pupil technique with the Luo family's pupil technique. She had just taken a look and realized that the Luo family's pupil technique was very profound compared to the people in this world. But to her, it was too simple. She was born with a pair of blood-red eyes and the use of pupil techniques seemed to be ingrained in her bones. The Luo family's pupil technique was nothing in front of her. But Luo Qingtong would not say this out loud. The Luo family's pupil technique gave her the best cover. Even if she used all sorts of pupil techniques in the future, no one would suspect her. Reincarnating in someone else's body was too strange. Even though there were all kinds of strange things in this strange world, Luo Qingtong didn't want anyone to know her secret. I see. Old Master Luo was very excited. No wonder you were able to escape from death. The Luo family is really blessed. Old Master Luo did not doubt Luo Qingtong's words at all. Luo Qingtong was the most likely candidate in the Luo family to be able to cultivate the pupil technique passed down by their ancestors. Her clear eyes were extremely in line with the characteristics of the vision of the eyes that had been passed down from the ancestors of her clan. It was said that such a person was born with the potential to cultivate pupil techniques. In the future, she would definitely succeed and restore the Luo family to its former glory. If not for the fact that Luo Qingtong and Luo Xining were too close, the Luo family would not have been able to cultivate the secret technique. And the ancestors had decreed that the direct descendants of the Luo family had to wait until they were 15 years old and confirmed that they had the talent to cultivate ocular techniques before they could know of the existence of this secret chamber. Old Master Luo would not have waited until now to tell Luo Qingtong about it. In fact, if not for the fact that Luo Qingtong was blind and broke with Luo Xining, Grandfather Luo would not have broken the ancestral rule in advance and brought her here. In his opinion, Luo Qingtong's eyes were already destroyed. Even if she couldn't cultivate the Luo clan's eye techniques, it would be good for her to be able to cultivate other soul techniques. His only granddaughter had already died once, and it wasn't easy for her to come back alive. Why was he still clinging to those ancestral rules? Therefore, Master Luo brought Luo Qingtong here without hesitation, regardless of whether she was under 15 years old or not. But he did not expect that Luo Qingtong would give him such a big surprise. Although his granddaughter was blind, she had accidentally awakened their ancestors' ocular talent. This was simply a blessing in disguise. Good. 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 Grandfather Luo was so excited that tears filled his eyes. Qingtong, grandfather is relieved now. You're not really blind. As for your eyes, when you're stronger in the future, you'll be able to find a way to cure it. Grandfather is so happy. Grandfather Luo was very excited. Luo Qingtong heard him and smiled without saying anything. She didn't need to wait for her cultivation to increase. As long as she could find the antidote, the poison in her eyes would be cured immediately. Then, she would be able to see. However, Luo Qingtong was not in a hurry to tell Grandfather Luo about this. Her ocular skills were too heaven-defying. It would be too eye-catching if she revealed it now. It was better to take it slowly and let Grandfather Luo slowly accept the fact that she had changed. At the same time, she could also improve herself. Grandpa, you don't have to tell anyone that I'm not blind, Luo Qingtong said to Old Master Luo. Her empty and vacant eyes were curved and indescribably sweet. However, the smile at the corner of her lips was indescribably crafty and quick-witted. Just let others think that I'm blind. Sometimes, the heart is only bright when the eyes are blind. Grandpa, don't you think so? Luo Qingtong looked at Old Master Luo meaningfully. Old Master Luo was stunned for a moment, then he understood what Luo Qingtong meant. She wanted to use her blindness to see many things that she couldn't see normally. After all, if she was blind, many things wouldn't be hidden from her, or rather, she didn't need to hide from her anymore. Haha. Okay. Grandpa will listen to you. Old Master Luo was very happy, and he agreed with a laugh. To him, Luo Qingtong had the ability to protect herself and be wary of others. This was something that he was very happy to see. After all, Luo Qingtong was good at everything, but her personality was too soft and gentle, and she was too easy to bully. If not for that, she wouldn't have been hurt by Luo Xining. Thinking of Luo Xining, Old Master Luo's face darkened. Although he told Luo Qingtong not to care about Luo Xining, it was because Luo Qingtong was blind. He didn't want to agitate Luo Qingtong, so he didn't mention anything about Luo Xining and the two things that she stole. Now that everything was fine and Qingtong had activated the talent left by her ancestors, it was time to return the two things that Luo Xining stole. Qingtong, I didn't tell you about the two items that Luo Xining stole. Forget about the armor. Although it's rare, there's no way to use it. Even if Luo Xingning had it, she wouldn't be able to activate its full power. But the recommendation letter from the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin is very important to you. The Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin is the only institution of higher learning in the Holy Dynasty. The Empire of Qin Holy Dynasty has a boundless territory and countless experts. 99% of them are from the Sacred Institute of the Empire of Qin. The Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin had countless rare treasures, as well as countless powerful cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques. More importantly, there was the most systematic teaching there, with the guidance of the Holy Dynasty's strongest expert. This is the most important thing. Old Master Luo was very serious when he said this. Although you have the inheritance of the Luo family, it is still not enough. Qing Tong, Grandpa doesn't know soul arts. Even if I did, with my strength, I can't teach you either. You can only go to the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin. You'll have better achievements there. The Tianyu branch of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin is a branch of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin in the Tianyu Empire. You'll only be qualified to enter the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin after you enter it. The Empire of Qin Holy Dynasty has countless territories. There are 8 empires, 3,000 high-class countries, 8,000 middle-class countries, and tens of thousands of low-class countries. Only a few people can enter the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin. Qing Tong, this place in the Tianyu branch is very important to you. You can't lose it. I'll go find Luo Xingning now and ask her to return what belongs to you. Old Master Luo said firmly. Wait, Grandpa. Luo Qingtong stopped Old Master Luo. She was surprised. She didn't expect the place in the Tianyu branch of the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin to be so important. No wonder Luo Xingning didn't hesitate to betray the original host and ignore all the benefits that the original host had given her. It turned out that there was such a benefit in this. If she entered the Tianyu branch academy, wouldn't she soar to the sky? That way, she wouldn't be afraid even if she offended the old man. As for the benefits that the original owner gave her, how could it compare to the benefits of entering the Tianyu branch academy? Luo Xianxing's ambition was really big. Luo Qingtong searched her mind and found that the place to enter the Tianyu branch academy of the Empire of Qin wasn't something that just anyone could get. It was a special reward given to the 5th prince after he was selected as a heaven-grade student of the Empire of Qin. Because Luo Qingtong was his fiancée and the future 5th prince's wife, the final place was given to her by the academy. Luo Qingtong didn't know how it was done, but she was the one who got the benefit. There was no doubt about it. Obviously, Luo Xianxing was envious of him. This place to enter the Tianyu branch academy allowed Luo Qingtong to enter even if she didn't meet the requirements for the time being. This was equivalent to the special admission of the universities in the 24th century. She had the privilege of being exempted from the exam. This was interesting. Luo Qingtong smiled meaningfully. The original owner wasn't liked by the 5th prince and the Tianyu royal family. She wasn't his wife either. She was just a fiancée. How could such a place be given to her? Was it really not done on purpose? And the person who sent people to deal with the original owner was very rough. It didn't look like they were used to doing such things. How could the Tianyu royal family, as the royal family of the empire, only have such methods? Obviously, this was just someone acting on their own initiative. Luo Qingtong thought about it casually and guessed the truth of the matter. She smiled playfully. Grandpa, if Luo Xianxing wants those things, let her have them. Some people don't climb higher, how can they fall more miserably? She already had a plan in her mind. She definitely wouldn't want that place to enter the Tianyu branch academy. Even if Luo Qingtong wanted to enter the Tianyu branch academy, she would do it with her own ability. What was the 5th prince? Since when was it his turn to protect him? Since the person behind the scenes wanted to get her into the Tianyu branch academy, wouldn't it be disappointing if she didn't go? However, it was up to him to decide when and how he would go. Moreover, even if she didn't want the spot in the Tianyu branch academy, she wouldn't let Luo Xingning have it. She would let Luo Xianxing know that taking things that didn't belong to her would be troublesome. The more complacent and arrogant she was, the more interesting her expression would be when that thing that didn't belong to her flew away. Qing Tong? You want to? Grandpa, don't worry about this. Anyway, I'm blind. Rather than letting others take advantage of this quota, I'd rather give it to my own sister, don't you think so? I think most of the people in the Luo family think the same way. If I don't comply with the will of the people, even I feel bad about it. Luo Qingtong smiled enchantingly and wantonly. Her face was beautiful to begin with, but when she smiled wickedly, it was like a sugar-coated poison. Her sweetness revealed an aura of absolute darkness and bewitchment. Grandpa, don't worry about this. I have my own plan. Now, I want to talk to you about something else. I want to break off the engagement. Luo Qingtong calmly threw out the bombshell that she wanted to break off the engagement. Pfft. Grandpa Luo was sitting at the side drinking tea. His granddaughter had become very good. After escaping death, she was no longer as weak and easy to bully as before. What did you say? Old Master Luo looked at Luo Qingtong, who was sitting calmly in front of him, in shock. He almost suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Why are you breaking off the engagement all of a sudden? Didn't you like the fifth prince before? She didn't just like him. She liked him a lot. That was why the original owner was so heartbroken when she found out that the imperial family of Tianyu colluded with Luo Xinning to harm her. Even Luo Xinning didn't hurt her that much, Luo Qingtong sneered in her heart. But I don't like him anymore. Luo Qingtong looked at Elder Luo. Seeing that he still couldn't accept it, she sighed and threw out her trump card. Grandpa, this is the secret guard token of the imperial family of Tianyu. I found it on the people who tried to kill me. Oh, right, they were hiding behind Luo Xinning's men. They saw me being destroyed and blinded by their poison. They were about to torture me. Luo Qingtong said casually. After I escaped, they rushed out and tried to kill me. I killed them instead. She then looked at the furious Elder Luo and said softly, Grandpa, Luo Xinning said I was too lucky and got in the way of others. I think I'm probably in the way of the fifth prince's meteoric rise. That was the only reason why the imperial family of Tianyu would try to kill her. Old Master Luo's hands trembled as he took the token from Old Master Luo. Pa! He fiercely threw the secret guard token to the ground. The veins on his forehead were bulging, and his killing intent was overflowing. Bastard! Bastard! He gritted his teeth and cursed. He didn't know if he was cursing Luo Xinning or the imperial family of Tianyu. Elder Luo had thought of many reasons why Luo Qingtong was in trouble, including Luo Xinning. But he didn't think that the imperial family of Tianyu would be involved. He thought that even if the imperial family of Tianyu wanted to break off the engagement, they wouldn't do something so despicable, but now he realized that he was wrong. Not only would they not use such underhanded means, but they would also not use such underhanded means. Instead, he used an even more disgusting and infuriating method. Crippling his cultivation, blinding his eyes with poison, and throwing his granddaughter to be ravaged by a group of men. Just imagining this scene made Elder Luo's face turn purplish red. His eyes were bloodshot. Annul the engagement. He must break off the engagement. Not only did he want to break off the engagement. I want everyone to know what the imperial family of Tianyu is. The fifth prince is not worthy of my granddaughter. Elder Luo was about to explode. He didn't care whether this matter had anything to do with the fifth prince or not. Tianyu's imperial family had been dissatisfied with Luo Qingtong for a long time. Did the fifth prince not know? No. He knew. But he had never cared about it. She had once thought of breaking off the engagement, but he firmly refused and said that he would definitely marry Luo Qingtong. Plus, his granddaughter liked it, so Old Master Luo didn't insist. But now, I'll leave tomorrow. I'll go to the Empire of Tianyu to break off the engagement. They had done such a shameless thing, so they wouldn't insist on breaking off the engagement. Well, the Luo family didn't want to marry Luo Qingtong anyway. Annul the engagement. The engagement must be annulled. Luo Qingtong looked at Elder Luo, who was like a lion protecting its cub. She couldn't wait to go to the Empire of Tianyu and question the Yuan family. She smiled happily. It was nice to have a grandfather who would protect her. Third miss. Third miss. Something bad has happened. The next morning, Luo Xinning rolled on the bed and fell asleep for a while. Then, she heard a commotion outside. What is it? Why is it so early in the morning? She rubbed her forehead and looked angry. Luo Xinning had been thinking about the changes after Luo Qingtong came back and how to protect the two things she got. She only went to bed when the sun was about to rise. Of course, she was not in a good mood when she was suddenly woken up. No, no, third miss. It's the first miss. No, no. There was a female corpse hanging at the city gate. A crying old woman said, "It's our first miss. Now he's been captured." She said it was you. Third miss, you ordered her to go there. As long as she saw a naked female corpse hanging at the city gate, regardless of whether she was dead or alive, she would know it was the first miss of the Luo family. The servant girl who came to report was in a panic. She spoke incoherently for a long time before she was able to explain the situation clearly. What? Luo Xianming's face was filled with shock. Instantly, her sleepiness disappeared. She felt cold as if she had been doused with ice water. She had made such an arrangement before. However, after the change in Jiaowu Mountain, she thought that Luo Qingtong was dead for sure. She had already gotten the two things from the Luo family, so she let it go. Why would there be a female corpse and a crying woman calling Luo Qingtong? Luo Qingtong had already come back to the Luo family. Wait, not many people knew that Luo Qingtong had come back to the Luo family. Could it be someone else? As Luo Xinning thought about it, a name appeared in her mind, Yu Wenxue, the seventh princess of Tianyu royal family. Yu Wenxue, she wanted Luo Qingtong to be hung at the city gate and humiliated in front of thousands of people. Her reputation would be ruined. That was what the seventh princess had suggested. Could it be that she was the one who planned this? Luo Xinning was anxious and angry at the same time. That stupid woman. Luo Xinning almost tore the handkerchief in her hand. Yu Wenxue was too spoiled and willful. Did she not know how to read the situation? Why didn't they discuss such a big matter with him before acting? He was really going to be killed by her. Luo Xinning was furious. Just as she was thinking of how to draw a clear line between herself and this matter, a token suddenly shot in from outside and landed on her dressing table. Clang! We've failed. Come quickly. Looking at the note on the secret guard token, Luo Xinning almost broke her fingernails. You finally remembered me at this time. She gritted her teeth, but she couldn't really ignore it. Now, she could only rely on Yu Wenxue. Luo Qingtong's temperament had changed greatly after she came back. Now that she had caught on to his weakness, he would definitely not be able to keep those two things, but hugging Yu Wenshue's thigh was different. There was no way the Yuan royal family would not help to cover up such a scandal. Luo Qingtong's eyes were blind. Logically speaking, the one who would inherit the marquis's household in the future could only be himself. Those two things should also be his. Thinking of this, Luo Xinning's face darkened. After washing up, she flashed out of her room and left the Luo mansion without leaving any trace. Send a signal to tell the marquis that Luo Xinning is out. Drunken Goose Pavilion. Luo Laozi invited a group of Dongli Kingdom's royal relatives and heads of noble families to drink. Here to celebrate Luo Qingtong's safe return. Everyone knew about the marriage between Luo Qingtong and the fifth prince of Tianyu Kingdom. They thought the marriage would be cancelled because of Luo Qingtong's accident. They didn't expect that Luo Qingtong was so lucky to come back alive. At this time, they had to show respect to Luo Laozi. They all came at the invitation. Luo Laozi booked the best private room in Drunken Goose Pavilion. Because it was a private banquet, not many people were invited. But everyone was an important figure in Dongli Kingdom. At this time, someone came to report what happened at the city gate. Luo Laozi was furious. When the banquet was in silence, the door of the outer room was opened from the outside. There was a huge screen between where Old Master Luo and the others were having their banquet, and the private room outside was divided into the inner and outer rooms. When the people inside didn't speak, the people outside didn't know there was someone inside. Just as everyone was wondering who had come in, they suddenly heard an exasperated female voice from outside. Seventh Princess. Didn't I tell you before? I'll take care of everything. Why did you suddenly intervene? What's going on? The female corpse at the city gate, was it you who did it? How do you want me to clean up the mess? Luo Xinning was furious. She pushed the door open and saw a girl sitting beside the screen. She immediately started to make trouble. Luo Qingtong sat beside the screen in the outer room. Her head was slightly lowered, blocking most of her face. Hearing Luo Xinning's voice, she smiled. The fish took the bait. seventh princess? The female corpse at the city gate. The people in the banquet were about to scold the person who came in when they heard the news. They paused. They glanced at Luo Laozi secretly and looked at each other. They didn't know what was going on. At this moment, a low female voice suddenly came from outside. What did you do? Luo Xining, I don't know. Hearing the voice, everyone was shocked. There was someone outside, however, they soon realized what was going on. It was none other than Luo Qingtong. Just now, someone came to report what happened at the Luo family. Luo Qingtong was depressed and embarrassed to stay in the banquet. She said she wanted to calm down outside. Was that her voice? Was she trying to trick Luo Xining? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes lit up. Something was going on, everyone's interest was completely aroused. There was a moment of silence at the banquet. They all wanted to see what kind of big news the Luo family was going to reveal. But they didn't expect Luo Xining's words. You don't know anything? Huh. Yuan Shui, are you going to burn the bridge after crossing it? Luo Xining's words. Because of what had happened before, she did not notice that there was something wrong with the voice of the person opposite her. And Luo Qingtong's SS. Hearing that the other party seemed to want to push everything to her and ignore it, Luo Xining immediately lost her rationality. You really don't know what I did? I helped you lure Luo Qingtong to the 9 Magi Mountain to break through. I crippled her cultivation and blinded her eyes with poison. I even threw her to a group of men. Bang! Before Luo Xining could finish her sentence, the screen in front of her was blown away. Grandfather Luo was like an angry lion. He stood behind the screen with bloodshot eyes and glared at her. Behind him was a group of aristocratic families and nobles who were already dumbfounded. Everyone was completely shocked by the shocking news that Luo Xining had revealed. Holy shit! What did they just hear? The imperial family of Tianyu teamed up with the concubine's daughter of the second branch of the Luo family to kill Miss Luo. And it was such a vicious scheme, the crowd couldn't believe their ears. But looking at Luo Xining's shocked expression, they knew that what they heard was true. While everyone was still in shock, Luo Xining was also shocked by the group of people who appeared behind the screen. These people were all important figures in the Eastern Fence country, and they were all gathered here, and Grandfather Luo was also among them. How could this be? How could they appear in the private room that she and Princess Qi agreed on? Luo Xining was in disbelief. Just then, she heard Luo Qingtong's voice. Sister. Luo Xining, you are really my good sister. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and looked at Luo Xining in disbelief. The most unbelievable part was yet to come. She would take back what they owed the original owner of the body. You. Luo Qingtong? Luo Xining also saw that the person sitting behind the screen was none other than Luo Qingtong. She went to the wrong place and mistook Luo Qingtong for Princess Qi? But the slip of paper tied to the token clearly said that it was here. Luo Xining's mind was in a mess. Before she could figure it out, Grandfather Luo stepped out from behind the screen and kicked her hard. Evil creature. Luo Qingtong didn't talk about how she was persecuted in detail. Only today did Old Master Luo know how vicious her methods were. No wonder Qingtong's temperament changed so much. After experiencing all this, how could her temperament not change? Master Luo was so angry that he kicked Luo Xining from the private room on the second floor to the hall below with the power of a peak martial marquis. Bang! Luo Xining fell to the ground and rolled twice. She couldn't get up for a long time. Grandpa, she looked at Old Master Luo, who rushed out of the second floor in anger, and her mind went blank. Until now, she still didn't know how things had turned out this way. She came out after receiving the 7th Princess Secret Guard token. How did she end up in Old Master Luo's banquet? At this moment, she saw Luo Qingtong. The latter was dressed in green and looked like a fairy. She was devastatingly beautiful. That simple green robe made her feel like a fairy in the forest. The girl walked out from behind old Luo and looked at Luo Xining calmly. You failed. Come quickly. Luo Xining saw her lips move slightly and said silently. These were clearly the words she had seen on the note. It was her? All of this was done by Luo Qingtong? She was the one who set the trap for her. She said that she was in cahoots with the 7th princess. Luo Xianming regained her senses and was instantly enraged. She spat out a mouthful of blood. She had treated Luo Qingtong like a fool for more than 10 years. She did not expect that she would fall into her trap. How could she accept this? Luo Xingning fainted in an instant. What a disgrace. Old Master Luo was still angry. He waved his hand and ordered people to carry Luo Xingning back. He raised his head and looked at the people who had yet to recover from their shock. He shouted angrily, "Everyone has seen what happened today. We can't afford to marry into the Tianyu royal family. We will cancel the engagement immediately. When the time comes, please be my witness." As he spoke, he cupped his fists and left with his men. The Luo manor wants to break off the engagement with the Tianyu Empire's royal family, and the target was the fifth prince, who was favored by the heavens. In an instant, this rumor spread throughout Windgaze City and even to distant cities. Among them, there were those who didn't know the truth. But after learning the ins and outs of the matter, they all supported grandfather Luo's actions. They all said that he was a man of courage and wouldn't mistreat his granddaughter for the sake of the Tianyu Empire's royal family. Others said that grandfather Luo was a fool. A son-in-law like the fifth prince couldn't be found even with a lantern. But grandfather Luo actually pushed it out, someone immediately retorted. This Tianyu Empire's royal family is so vicious to Luo Qingtong, who knows if she'll live long enough to marry him. It's better to break off the engagement as soon as possible. That way, they won't lose a beautiful granddaughter. Regardless of the rumors, grandfather Luo left Eastern Fence Country for the Tianyu Empire to break off the engagement. He received the personal testimonies from the various patriarchs and nobles. Then, he immediately set off without any delay. After returning to the Luo manor, Luo Qingtong locked herself in grandfather Luo's secret room and flipped through all the soul technique manuals inside. She was very clear about the Luo manor situation. Don't think that the Marquis Manor is second only to one person in Eastern Fence Country. But that's because of the engagement between Luo Qingtong and Yuan Mo. Once the two families break off the engagement, there will be countless people vying to replace the Luo Manor. Even the Eastern Fence Country's royal family's attitude towards the Luo Manor will change. Grandfather Luo cherished his granddaughter, so he never mentioned these matters in front of her. Not to mention the impact of the annulment on the Luo Manor. Grandfather Luo probably wanted her to take the blame, but how could Luo Qingtong pretend she didn't know? She was the one who wanted to break off the engagement, so naturally she should bear the responsibility. Luo Qingtong lightly tapped the desk and placed the last soul technique manual back on the shelf. Luo Qingtong's eye technique never forgets. As long as she sees it once, she can completely remember it in her mind. The next time he wanted to look at it again, all he had to do was recall it a little. In just a few days' time, Luo Qingtong had already read through almost all of the soul technique manuals in this secret room. He also had a certain understanding of soul masters. A soul master was a powerhouse who was born with a soul imprint. Legend had it that the soul had a spirit. Since the birth of a human, the soul already possessed spirituality. It was just that this kind of spirituality was hidden in the human soul and was extremely difficult to discover and activate. And the soul seal was the symbol of the soul having spirituality. A person with a soul imprint had the talent to become a soul master. Different soul seals would lead to different cultivation directions for soul masters. Some people had a fire spirit seal, so their innate soul was highly compatible with fire. When they cultivated fire attribute cultivation techniques, they would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Once a person with a soul seal successfully activated it and cultivated it, their strength would be much stronger than a martial artist's. After all, a martial artist had to advance to the innate realm, which was the martial king realm, to be able to cultivate a substantial amount of energy. But once a soul master successfully cultivated it, he would be able to display the power of the attribute. This was something that a martial artist couldn't compare with. Luo Qingtong spent 3 days to feel a little inside her body and touched the key to becoming a soul master. Luo Qingtong had a pupil soul seal, which could be considered a special kind of soul seal. Luo Qingtong didn't know how powerful this soul seal was. At this time, Luo Qingtong realized the benefits of the academy. There were many things that even if one had an inheritance, one might not know. One still had to go to the academy to receive systematic teaching. After all, only a place like the academy could accept hundreds of rivers into the sea and teach a lot of unknown knowledge. It seemed that the trip to Tianyu Branch Academy was very necessary. As Luo Qingtong thought, she closed her eyes and concentrated on feeling the circulation of the soul power in her body. Boom! 7 days later, a muffled sound suddenly came from the secret room she was in. Luo Qingtong opened her eyes. With a whoosh, a blood-colored sword light seemed to flash across her empty eyes. Illusory sword eyes, this sword light seemed to have substance as it flitted across Luo Qingtong's eyes. But only Luo Qingtong knew that this sword light could invade the opponent's consciousness and kill them under the illusory sword. This was probably the legendary eyes can kill. She had just entered the entry level of a soul master, but she actually had such great power. Truly amazing. One had to know that only martial kings could release their qi and form a substantial astral wind that could kill people invisibly. Luo Qingtong was only a 3-star soul master. According to the classification of soul masters, she was still in the entry level. The Luo family's use of eye techniques was not as good as hers, but the development of this soul technique cultivation method made Luo Qingtong quite curious. Feeling her current strength, she was already a 3-star soul master. Luo Qingtong smiled. She could directly break through to soul master on her first cultivation, which made her quite surprised. But thinking of her physique that had been improved by the 2 treasures of the Immortal Slayer Palace, plus her second life, it was understandable that her soul power was stronger and her cultivation speed was faster. Moreover, her own ability was eye techniques. The soul technique cultivation of eye techniques was really as simple as eating and drinking to her. She did not have the unfamiliar and difficult feeling of others who had just started. Okay. We can go out now. Luo Qingtong was preparing to leave the Luo family. How could she not improve her strength? This time, she was preparing to find the medicinal herbs to treat her eyes. Although she had an eye technique, it was inconvenient for her to be blind. What's more, the Luo clan spirit techniques were completely different in terms of power compared to when they were blind. Currently, it was only a superficial cultivation method. Luo Qingtong's cultivation was still not obvious. However, the further back you looked, the higher the requirements for your eyes. With Luo Qingtong's innate blood-red pupils, once recovered, she would be able to unleash the full power of the Luo family's soul techniques. Under such circumstances, she naturally had to treat her eyes as soon as possible. Just as she was about to leave the secret room, Luo Qingtong suddenly remembered something. She immersed her mind into her body and looked at the 9-story exquisite pagoda. Little Pig was still howling from the heat. Luo Qingtong ignored it and looked at the little divine connecting beast on the other side. The latter was sent into the 9-story exquisite pagoda to be nurtured after the contract was formed. The demon-subduing pagoda only had a punishment function for Little Pig. It moved according to Luo Qingtong's will. The aura inside was extremely beneficial to demonic beasts. The little divine connecting beast had only been nurtured inside for a few days, but its entire body had changed greatly. Luo Qingtong looked at the white fur that grew on its body. It looked like a fox dog. A fluffy long tail curled up behind its back, gently sweeping back and forth. It was very soft and cute. Seeing Luo Qingtong's spirit enter, the little beastie opened its eyes and wriggled towards her. Luo Qingtong smiled and stroked its fur, saying, "I'll call you Snowball from now on." Snowball's existence completely made up for the unhappiness between Luo Qingtong and Little Pig. This was what a contracted beast should look like. Moreover, it would be very powerful after growing up. Unlike that stupid pig, who only knew how to cause trouble for her, the little divine connecting beast was still young, so Luo Qingtong did not bring it out. Instead, she continued to nurture it in the 9-story exquisite pagoda. Luo Qingtong's figure appeared in the study room. Immediately, a guard outside the door reported respectfully. "Missing?" Luo Qingtong smiled. "When did this happen?" she asked indifferently, without a trace of surprise on her face. "It was when the Marquis left drunken Swan House and you entered the secret chamber." The guard knelt in front of Luo Qingtong and reported respectfully. They were Old Master Luo's personal guards. They were extremely loyal and only obeyed Old Master Luo's orders. Of course, Luo Qingtong was also included. "Your subordinates are incompetent. The third miss was kidnapped on her way here. We searched the entire Windgate city but couldn't find any trace of the third miss. Please punish us." The Iron Guard's face was full of guilt. Luo Xianxia was kidnapped from his hands. He couldn't fulfill the Marquis and Mrs. orders. he felt very uneasy. These days, he had been guarding outside the study, waiting for Luo Qingtong to come out so he could report to her immediately. It's fine. It's not your fault. There are some people you can't stop. Luo Qingtong naturally knew what was going on. Tianyu's imperial family acted quickly. They took her away as soon as they got the news. Her efforts in getting people to carry Luo Xianxia, who had fainted and vomited blood, back to her residence from Drunken Swan Building with great fanfare, were not in vain. She had spread the news to the whole city. Now it seemed that they really did clean up Yuan Shue's mess, Luo Qingtong sneered. This also proved that there were people from Tianyu's imperial family secretly in Windgaze City, but they knew that Yuan Shui wanted to deal with the original Luo Xianxia. They also knew that Luo Xianxia was bribed and ordered by Yuan Shui, but they didn't stop it. They might even have pushed the matter forward. If not for this, how could Luo Laozi not get any news in the Marquis Mansion's power in the eastern border country and allow the host to be completely schemed against? In the end, they didn't even find the body. Very good. Luo Qingtong's smile was unbridled and enchanting. She had more or less figured out everything she wanted to know. Then, every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Tianyu's imperial family, let's play. None of them, including Luo Xingning, could escape. Her blinded eyes must be filled with blood. Only then was it over. All right, you don't have to worry about this. Luo Qingtong's voice was indifferent. The authority in the manor will be taken over by you all. I'm going out for a while. When Grandpa comes back, tell him not to worry. I'll be back soon. Also, if anyone dares to cause trouble in the Luo clan while I'm away, no matter who they are, kill them without mercy. Her words were filled with killing intent. The engagement between the Luo family and the Yuan family was about to be cancelled. It was inevitable that someone would take the opportunity to cause trouble, especially those people from the other branches of the Luo clan. None of them were easy to deal with. For the sake of grandfather Luo, Luo Qingtong wouldn't do anything to them. However, if anyone dared to join forces with outsiders to cause trouble in the Luo family, then don't blame her for being impolite. At that time, no matter who it was, they would all die. Luo Qingtong wouldn't let anything happen to the Luo family in her hands. Yes. The Iron Guards accepted the order in unison. Luo Qingtong nodded and walked out of the Luo family's gate. She walked around in a circle and quickly set up a highly concealed offensive and defensive formation around them. It was fine if no one caused trouble in the Luo family, but if anyone dared to cause trouble, they would die miserably. This was the trump card that Luo Qingtong set up for the Luo family to guard against the imperial family of Tianyu, who knew if they would do something harmful to the Luo family after the engagement was cancelled, Luo Qingtong had to arrange everything properly before she could leave with peace of mind. Half a month later, in the Blackfield subcity to the north of Eastern Fence Nation, Luo Qingtong wore a black robe and a cloak that covered most of her face, only revealing a devilish demon mask. She appeared on the outskirts of this city of darkness. This is the Blackfield subcity? The Blackfield was an extremely special existence within the Truespill continent. It existed in every major country, but it was also independent of them. Every country, whether it was a high-class country, a low-class country, or even a super country like the Tianyu Empire, had its own subcity. Within the Blackfield, you could do anything you wanted. You could buy anything you wanted. You could even assassinate anyone you wanted, as long as it was a transaction, as long as you could pay the price. There was nothing that the Blackfield didn't dare to do. This was a land of darkness. It was also called the Dark Sanctuary by the cultivators of the Truespill continent. Even the four holy dynasties had no way to deal with it. No one knew who the mastermind behind the Blackfield was. They only knew that his title was Dark, and that he called himself Dark Lord. Within the Blackfield, he was the sole ruler and law, to be able to make the various holy dynasties helpless, and even allow such a completely independent city to appear within their own territory. This Dark Lord's strength was likely to reach the heavens and earth. And now, Luo Qingtong wanted to enter this Blackfield subcity located within the Eastern Fence Nation. She wanted to find the antidote materials that she needed. After returning from the 9 Magus Mountains without any success, she knew that if she wanted to find the antidote materials she needed, she could only do so in a place like the Blackfield that didn't fear the various holy dynasties and had tentacles that covered the entire continent, but the Blackfield wasn't so easy to enter. Shua, Luo Qingtong's figure flew up, her sleeves fluttering in the wind. She was like a vigorous hawk as she flew towards the massive main city in front of her. Walala, outside the Blackfield sub-city, a massive moat appeared in Luo Qingtong's line of sight. This moat was filled with white bones. Some of the cultivators' corpses hadn't been completely corroded yet. They floated along with the waves of the moat. Countless weapons and treasures floated in the moat, but no one dared to go down and pick them up. This moat was also known as the Yellow Spring Path. As long as one fell into it, even a Martial King-level powerhouse would be corroded in a second. Turning into one of the skeletons, it was said that the Blackfield sub-city had countless cities. The power of the moat was closely related to the country it. This was a black domain city of the Eastern Fence Nation. The moat surrounding the city was only strong enough to corrode Martial Kings. This showed how terrifying Blackfield's strength was. In order to enter the Blackfield, one must have the strength to pass through the Yellow Springs path. At this moment, there were only bare chains on the Yellow Springs path. There was nothing on the chain that one could lean on. When the wind blew, the chains swung violently and clanged against each other from time to time. When Luo Qingtong reached the shore, she heard a series of miserable screams. Someone was unable to stabilize himself and fell into the Yellow Spring. In an instant, he was submerged by the corrosive river water. To pass through the Yellow Springs path, one had to rely on strength, luck, and vision. The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed. She swept a glance at Huang Quandao and was about to get up. Rumble. A huge gust of wind swept over Luo Qingtong's head from behind. At the same time, a series of exclamations followed. A flying ship. Wow. It's so big. I wonder what grade of magic treasure it is. It's so powerful. Exclamations entered her ears. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked up at the sky. She saw a huge, gorgeous spirit ship sweeping over her head. As the spirit ship flew, it swept up huge waves and each gust of wind had a great impact. The people waiting on the shore to cross the Yellow Spring path were all pushed away by the huge spirit ship's waves. Only Luo Qingtong stood motionless on the spot. Her figure swayed slightly, and the gust of wind that rushed towards her was all neutralized by her. The spirit ship stirred up huge waves as it swept over the Yellow Spring path and directly entered the Blackfield city ahead. When the spirit ship approached, the huge city in the darkness completely opened the city gates and welcomed it in. Sigh. It's so good to have a Blackfield token. An envious voice came from the side. That's right. Look at the grade of the spirit ship, it's at least an Earth-grade spiritual weapon. Even a Martial Grand Emperor expert might not be able to have it. I wonder what kind of person is sitting in it. Sigh. It's so good to have power. Let's go. Let's also enter the Blackfield and have a good adventure. It's said that the people in the Blackfield don't care about your background. As long as you have the corresponding power, they will not hesitate to take you in. Hearing the conversation around her, Luo Qingtong realized that there was such a thing as a Blackfield token in the Blackfield city. With a Blackfield token, one could directly enter the Blackfield city without going through the Yellow Spring path outside. No wonder the people in the spirit ship didn't need to go through the Yellow Spring path. In that case, this Blackfield token was really a good thing. With it, it wouldn't be so troublesome to enter and exit the Blackfield in the future. That spirit boat was not bad either. He wondered where he had bought it. Luo Qingtong knew that this kind of spirit boat was specially used to transport troops from various countries. At the same time, it was also the exclusive vehicle for the nobles and experts of various countries. It looked really cool. In Luo Qingtong's previous life, everything was the best in the 24th century. She didn't even know how many luxurious cars she owned. At this moment, looking at the spirit boat, her heart itched again. If there's a chance, I'll get one. This way, it would be much more convenient to travel. However, this kind of aerial spirit boat was generally forbidden in the military. If one wanted to own it, strength alone was not enough. They also needed to have a certain status. Otherwise, the various countries will not allow you to pass through. In fact, I won't even let you buy it. He wondered if the Blackfield's Blackfield medallion had such a privilege. If there was, Luo Qingtong would definitely get her hands on one. Whoosh, her figure swept forward. After the spirit boat passed through, she directly rushed towards the moat in front of her. With a few leaps, under the guidance of her eyes, she easily passed through the chains that even martial king experts had to be on guard. She was not affected by the wind and waves of the river after the spirit boat passed through. Looking at her figure, waves of exclamation sounded behind her again. Isn't this black-robed person too powerful? She passed through the Yellow Spring Path so easily. When did the Yellow Spring Path outside the Blackfield city become so easy to pass through? Could it be the benefit of passing through the spirit boat? Some people thought so and also rushed up. However, halfway through, they screamed and fell down. At this moment, they finally understood that it wasn't that the Yellow Spring Path had become easy to pass, but that Luo Qingtong was too powerful. Looking at Luo Qingtong's movements, no one would have thought that she was only a martial master. Furthermore, she had just broken through. Senior brother, teacher is really amazing. This spirit boat really travels thousands of miles in a day. We came from the Lifeng country in the west and arrived at the Blackfield subcity of the Eastern Fence country in just a few hours. And we don't need to go through the Yellow Spring Path. Those people from the Blackfield even saluted us. Haha. No matter which Blackfield city we went to, the people there were very arrogant. This Blackfield token is really useful. Senior brother, teacher is really good to you. A group of people got off the spirit boat and walked into the city while talking and laughing, looking very excited. This group of people were the new students of the Sacred Academy who came out with Yuanma to do things. Hearing their praise and envy, Yuanma felt good in his heart, but on the surface, he smiled faintly. When all of you junior brothers become stronger, teacher will also think highly of you. Yuanma's words were very appropriate, and everyone felt very comfortable in their hearts. They smiled and complimented each other. By then, senior brother will definitely be even more powerful. Not everyone can be accepted as teacher's last disciple after entering the Sacred Academy. Yes, we are definitely not as good as senior brother. But speaking of which, this Blackfield token is really rare. I heard that teacher only coincidentally helped the people of the Blackfield to get this lowest level Blackfield token of the Blackfield by chance. If it's a higher level silver or gold Blackfield token, you will have even greater authority in the Blackfield city. Yes. I heard that if it's a platinum Blackfield token, you can freely mobilize the power of any Blackfield city other than the Blackfield main city. Not only that, you can go to any Blackfield city in the future and be given a grand welcome. Even the city lord will have to personally welcome you. As the group was talking, they suddenly heard a loud rumbling sound outside. Then, above the entire Blackfield city, the forbidden sky barrier opened and the main city flew up. At the same time, the aura of countless powerhouses flew up from every corner of the Blackfield city. Among them, there were both martial artists and soul masters. What was different about them was that they were all wearing clothes that only Blackfield residents would wear, and their bodies were decorated with the Blackfield's totem. The aura of the person at the front was completely different from the others. Astonishingly, it was much higher. This is Blackfield's Castellan? Countless people were alarmed by this commotion. When they looked up and saw this scene in the sky, their eyes instantly widened. It was actually the Blackfield city lord himself. Move out of the city. Could it be that the owner of the legendary platinum token had come to visit? No, that's not right. Someone pointed at the slowly opening gates around the main city in shock. Open all 9 gates. It was Ming Zun. The Supreme of the Blackfield is here. While everyone was still in shock, an extremely beautiful spirit boat suddenly appeared in the sky. Previously, Yuanma and the others had also arrived on a spirit boat, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. However, at this moment, even the most blind person had to admit that compared to this spirit boat, Yuanma and the other spirit boat was a pile of scrap metal. It was a good thing that they had already parked their spirit boats. Otherwise, they would have been completely crushed by this gorgeous spirit boat that was both elegant and murderous, sharp and magnificent. As that spirit boat appeared, the entire Blackfield subcity was in an uproar. In the spiritual boat, Beiqing's face twitched when he felt the burning gaze from below almost penetrating the boat and stripping them naked. Master, I didn't do it on purpose. He looked at the man sitting on the throne in the middle of the spiritual boat with a sad face. He didn't know how he had touched the light switch. Xianxia looked at him coldly. Then, he flicked his sleeves and flew out of the flying boat. Go to the Heavenly Punishment Court to receive your punishment when you return. Yes, master. Master. Beiqing hurriedly responded and followed him. A group of people flew out of the flying boat. As for the huge, luxurious flying boat, it also disappeared in an instant. Sumeru Space. That flying boat actually carried the legendary Sumeru Space. No wonder he is Ming Zun. What a big deal. It is said that only the royal family of the sacred dynasty has such a treasure inheritance with Sumeru Space. Ming Zun has it too. And it is a spiritual flying boat. Ming Zun is probably the only person in the world who has such a peerless flying boat with Sumeru Space. Luo Qingtong heard the exclamations around her and looked up at the sky. Unfortunately, Ming Zun's figure flashed in the air and disappeared without a trace. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They could only see a few rays of light. They couldn't even see what the person on the flying boat looked like, whether he was round or flat. Luo Qingtong opened her eyes and could only see 3 figures. A silver-cloaked figure with black hair flashed in front of her. In an instant, it disappeared from her field of vision. The other 2 figures, one in green and one in blue, were on his left and right. They should be Ming Zun's guards. The people in this world were really perverted. Luo Qingtong looked on gloomily as they disappeared from her sight. She tried her best to see the face of Ming Zun, but just like the man from Nine Magi Mountain, she could only see a blurry silhouette. Were all powerful people like this? Did they like to pretend to be mysterious? It was fine if they were ugly, but the man from Nine Magi Mountain was so handsome, but he wanted to hide it. Beauty should be shown in front of people to benefit society. Just as Luo Qingtong was thinking about this, she suddenly felt a sharp gaze coming from the sky. It was in the direction where Underworld Zun had disappeared. Her heart suddenly tightened, and she quickly lowered her head. That gaze swept across her surroundings and then retracted in an instant. Xianxia was full of doubts. He had clearly felt that someone was spying on him, but when he looked carefully, there was nothing. Was it his imagination? But why did it feel so similar to that woman? Could it be that she was also in this Blackfield sub-city? If that was the case, then it wouldn't have been a waste of time for him to come here personally. Shua. The figures of Xianxia and the others completely disappeared from the sky. The experts in the Blackfield sub-city also descended from the sky. Luo Qingtong patted her chest. Oh my god, I was almost discovered. Other than that man from Nine Magi Mountain, this was the second person that Luo Qingtong couldn't see through. Should she say that he was indeed worthy of being called the supreme of the Blackfield? That man from Nine Magi Mountain was the strongest man that Luo Qingtong had ever seen. More than half of his meridians were broken, but he was still able to beat the adult divine connecting beast to the point that it couldn't even retaliate. This Ming Zun was actually on par with him. No wonder the people from the 4 great sacred dynasties were helpless against him, and he was able to establish such a huge dark force like the Black Field. Luo Qingtong patted her chest as she continued to walk into the city. In the Blackfield sub-city headquarters, in the city lord's residence, Xianxia landed and looked at the city lord standing respectfully at the side. My lord, I've searched through hundreds of high-class countries and thousands of middle-class countries around Dongli country, but I didn't find the woman you're talking about, the governor of the Blackfield sub-city hurriedly replied when he heard Xianxia's question. You didn't find her? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The hazy mist covering his face instantly dispersed, revealing a face wrapped in a dark golden mask. The mask covered most of his face, leaving only a little bit of his smooth chin and a pair of thin lips. Under the mask, Xianxia's eyes turned cold. You've checked everything? My lord, we've checked everything. What about the Tianyu Empire? You didn't find her either? The Tianyu Empire hasn't sent any news yet, but according to their feedback, they shouldn't have found her either. Then let's investigate further. Expand the scope. I must find her. Xianxia's voice was cold. He had personally come to this place for Luo Qingtong. He didn't expect that he couldn't find that woman even with the Blackfield's intelligence network. Who exactly was she? Also, filter through all the information of those who entered Dongli country before and after the mutation on the Nine Magi Mountain. He didn't believe that he couldn't find that woman. Yes. The governor of the Blackfield sub-city looked bitter. No matter how low-class Dongli country was, it was still a country. There were more than tens of thousands of people entering and exiting the country every day. Not to mention how many people entered and exited the Nine Magi Mountain before and after the mutation. He thought about how much work he had to do just to find a woman whose name and appearance he didn't even know. He only knew that she was blind but could see. Her cultivation level was low, but she was very strong. She might even be a blacksmith or a spiritual array master. The governor of the Blackfield subcity felt that this wasn't very reliable. My lord, didn't you notice that there were many contradictions in this information? How could someone be blind and still be able to see? Her cultivation level was low, but she was very strong. She might even be a spiritual array master. The city lord of the Blackfield city went out with a bitter face. When Bei Qing and Feng Yu saw this, they looked at Xianxia and asked, "Master, you haven't found him yet?" "No." Xianxia frowned. With that woman's ability, he thought it would be easy to find her. She didn't expect that there was no news of her in the high-ranking countries. Could it be that he was wrong? She might not be from the Empire of Qin? Were they from other sacred dynasties? Let's look for her again. The woman you mentioned is so weak. She might have been buried in a high-class country or above. Or perhaps, it was deliberately hidden by someone. Master, didn't you say that someone poisoned her with poison? That was not a poison that an ordinary person could get their hands on. Her news might have been intentionally covered up by someone. Feng Yu analyzed. Yes. Master, let's keep looking. We will definitely find her. But Master, do you really feel that your meridians are getting better? Bei Qing asked. She couldn't believe it. They were also very worried about their master's internal injuries. However, they couldn't do anything about it since they were born with it. All these years, they had been trying their best to find a way to cure their master's injuries. It was the same when their master went to the Nine Magi Mountain alone in Dongli country. However, they did not expect that the information they had painstakingly gathered was completely useless. A young girl that their master had met by chance had actually alleviated the injuries in his body. It's indeed better, although it's not obvious. But, it's definitely better. Yi Qianren was sitting on the main seat in the hall. She raised her hand and rubbed the armrest. Suddenly, she released the aura she had been restraining. Boom! Feng Yu and Bei Qing were forced to take a few steps back by the aura released by Xianxia. This. The two of them were shocked. Feng Yu's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Master! The aura you're releasing. It's much stronger than before, right? Am I right?" Yi Qianren narrowed her eyes at them. "After my main meridians were repaired, my body's ability to withstand power has increased. If it was before, my meridians would have been broken by now." Yi Qianxian's voice was calm as he looked into the distance. "Not only that, my meridians haven't been injured for the past half a month. Although I don't know how long they can last, there's no doubt that they're longer than before. Master, don't worry. We'll definitely find her. Even if we have to kidnap her, we'll kidnap her and bring her to you." Bei Qing couldn't hold herself back anymore. "It's not just a little bit better. It's much better than before." Others might not know, but they, who served their master, knew that the interval between their master's meridians breaking was getting shorter and shorter. His meridian's ability to withstand power was also getting weaker and weaker. Their master hadn't used his full strength in a long time. They were more anxious than anyone else as they watched their master's body getting weaker and weaker day by day. Now that there was someone who could repair their master's meridians and improve his condition, they had to find this person even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Yi Qianxian replied in a low voice. Then, he thought of Luo Qingtong's crafty and evil character and paused for a moment. Then, he ordered, "This woman is as cunning as a fox. You may not be able to deal with her. Once you find her, just inform me." Yi Qianxian felt uncomfortable when he thought of how Luo Qingtong might deal with Bei Qing and Feng Yu the same way she dealt with him. "Pass down this order. After finding her, no one is allowed to touch her. That woman, I will personally capture her." Yes. Although they didn't think that Luo Qingtong, a mere martial mentor, could pose any threat to them. Even if she was 100 times stronger, she might not be a match for them. However, Bei Qing and Feng Yu naturally complied with their master's order. Thinking about it, it was indeed more convenient for the master to make a move. What if the subordinates were careless and killed someone? Beiqing thought carelessly. Feng Yu, on the other hand, seemed to have understood something as he looked at his master with a subtle gaze. He thought of the bite mark on his master's lips. Master, he couldn't be tempted, right? Just like Beiqing, Feng Yu didn't believe that someone could escape from her master's clutches again and still dare to do such a disgraceful thing. It couldn't be that master, he deliberately condoned it, right? The more she thought about it, the more complicated her mood became. He didn't know that his master had such an interest. Xianxia didn't know what his subordinates were thinking at all. He got another secret prescription this time, but he didn't know whether it was useful for his injury. Fortunately, his meridians were stronger now, so he could give it a try. By the way, he was waiting for news from the branch city of the Tianyu Empire. This auction house was the most bustling and lively place in the Black Field. The moment Luo Qingtong entered, she was eagerly received. "Hello, guest, may I know what you need?" The auction house's staff warmly welcomed her. In the spacious hall, there were over 100 staff like this. "I want to sell medicine." Luo Qingtong's voice had undergone a special voice change. Her low and hoarse voice revealed a unique vicissitudes of life. Her exposed hands had also been specially modified. On her loose skin, the veins were exposed, revealing a kind of twilight old age. Luo Qingtong did not intend to reveal her identity when she came to the Black Field this time. Therefore, she purposely created a mysterious old man. In this way, others would not doubt her ability and the Mingzun behind the scenes would not be able to find out her true identity. Luo Qingtong was fully aware of how coveted her technique was. She would not easily reveal her true identity in front of others. And that Mingzun's strength was so valiant and powerful. She had to guard against him. Sell medicine? When the staff heard this, he did not dare to be negligent. "I wonder what medicine old Mr. wants to sell? Is it medicinal herbs or medicinal liquid? Ask your manager to come over. You can't make the decision." Luo Qingtong's voice was faint. That faint voice, after being modified by her hoarse voice, instantly raised her image infinitely. Immediately, the waiter treated her as a hidden expert and invited her to a private room. "Old mister, please wait a moment. I will immediately ask the manager to come over." That staff said as he ran out like a wisp of smoke. When he was about to leave, he almost stumbled and fell. Medicinal liquid. This old man was here to sell medicinal liquid. Who knows, he might be a respected alchemist, although he did not see the alchemist badge of the other party, but generally, this kind of alchemist was eccentric and arrogant. It was normal for him to not like to show his alchemist badge in front of others. Thinking of this, the worker ran even faster. After a while, a steward pushed open the door to Luo Qingtong's private room. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, sir." The steward's tone was very respectful and courteous. "May I know what kind of medicinal liquid you're selling?" Rank. Xianyuan heart fluid. Luo Qingtong's voice was faint. The medicinal liquid she was selling was extracted from the holy healing spring that Xianxia had been soaking in. Although Luo Qingtong couldn't find a suitable substitute for most of the herbs, she still managed to refine the corresponding medicinal liquid according to the medicinal properties of a small portion of the herbs and her own concoction. Although the effect was definitely not as good as the man's healing liquid, it was enough for Luo Qingtong. She didn't know what the grade of this medicinal liquid was. Luo Qingtong didn't know much about this different world's alchemist profession. After all, the original owner didn't have these memories in her mind. She could only rely on herself to slowly explore. The effect of this medicinal liquid is on meridian injuries. As long as it's a meridian injury, no matter how serious it is, as long as it's taken, it will immediately heal. It can be used to counteract the backlash of using a forbidden technique. After taking it, it's equivalent to having an extra life. Even in a situation where the strength is similar, it can kill the enemy. Black Origin Heart Medicinal Liquid. It was actually a medicinal liquid used to treat meridian injuries, and from the other party's words, this medicinal liquid's grade was not low. One had to know that medicinal liquids used to treat meridian injuries were very rare. Meridians were related to a cultivator's cultivation. Once the meridians were damaged, the cultivator's strength would be greatly reduced. What's more, the cultivator's realm would continuously drop, becoming a cripple, especially when Using forbidden techniques, although it could increase one's strength by 1-fold or even more than 10 times in a short period of time, the backlash after using it was extremely serious. An overly strong burst of power would tear the cultivator's meridians. How many people had used forbidden techniques in desperate situations, and their strength had been greatly reduced, and with Luo Qingtong's medicinal liquid, what were they afraid of? This was not just a life. This was an excellent trump card. With it, cultivators could even challenge those of a higher cultivation level at will, without fear of any repercussions. This portion of medicinal liquid was simply too precious. The steward did not dare to make a decision and hurriedly reported the matter to the head steward. Oh? A medicinal liquid specially used to treat meridian injuries? When the head steward heard this, he immediately put down the matter at hand and hurried over. At the same time, there was also an earth stage alchemist from the black market auction house. These alchemists were the standard of the Blackfield auction house. This was also the reason why people flocked to the Blackfield like a flock of ducks. The status of an earth stage alchemist was very honorable. Even in the main cities of the 4 great sacred dynasties, they were the target of countless people's pursuit. But in the Blackfield, every Blackfield auction house had such an earth stage alchemist overseeing it. While identifying medicinal liquids, they also provided alchemy services for the people in the Blackfield auction house. In the whole world, only the Blackfield had such a big hand. Even the 4 great sacred dynasties could not compare. The earth stage alchemist from the Blackfield auction house had a very arrogant expression. He didn't believe that a small and remote country like Eastern Fence Country would have such a powerful figure coming to sell medicinal liquid. Even if the other party's medicinal liquid really had the effect of healing meridian injuries, he was afraid that it was only a low-level human-level medicinal liquid. At most, it could only benefit low-level cultivators below the Martial King level. There was no need for him to do anything. However, according to the Blackfield's rules, as long as there was an effective and precious liquid for sale, they had to sell it. That earth-tier alchemist was unable to disobey the Blackfield's rules and could only come forward with a cold face and the chief steward. "You're the one who wants to sell the medicinal liquid? Hand it over." His face was filled with impatience. This earth-tier alchemist had just received an order from above to refine medicine for the High Lord. This was a rare opportunity to make a great leap forward, so he didn't want to bother with other miscellaneous matters. Towards Luo Qingtong, who interrupted her refining, she also didn't have the slightest good face. "Stop acting all mysterious." Looking at Luo Qingtong's attire, he raised his hand and took the liquid. With a sneer, he began to identify the liquid. However, as soon as he opened the bottle, his expression suddenly changed. This was an earth-tier medicinal liquid. A strong medicinal power instantly spread out in front of him. The earth-tier alchemist's hands trembled fiercely, and he almost dropped the bottle in his hands. He hurriedly grabbed it and carefully used his mental power to identify the medicinal power within. The more he identified it, the more his hands trembled. This was not an ordinary earth-tier medicinal liquid. It was a top-grade earth-tier medicinal liquid. No, it was a quasi-heaven-tier medicinal liquid. Heavens! As an earth-rank alchemist, Master Lu did not expect that there was actually someone who could achieve perfect separation when refining medicinal liquids. Inside this set of medicinal liquid, there was actually no impurities at all. This already completely exceeded his imagination. This set of medicinal liquid already surpassed the level of earth-rank medicinal liquids, reaching the level of quasi-heaven rank. Although its essence was still an earth-rank medicinal liquid, the medicinal strength and effects in reality completely surpassed this level. It was sufficient to compare with ordinary heaven-rank medicinal liquids. Such a medicinal liquid, even heavenly alchemists who were highly revered by the world and revered by them, these alchemists, might not be able to refine it too. This must be a transcendent-grade medicinal liquid that the alchemist himself could only possibly refine under a lucky coincidence, his spirit entering heaven and earth, entering a kind of profound realm. Bang, bang. Bang, Master Lu's hand held the porcelain bottle, his heart beating rapidly. He could tell that the person who refined this medicinal liquid was not a true alchemist. Because in this medicinal liquid, many refining methods that alchemists should have grasped, the other party did not use them, but the other party was abnormally proficient and exquisite regarding the extraction and refinement of the medicinal liquid. This kind of exquisiteness even surpassed the level of heavenly alchemists that he had seen before. Reaching a kind of realm that people found hard to imagine, this was a figure with unusual talent, a self-taught genius, Master Lu guessed that the other party's alchemy level was not high. It was just that under a lucky coincidence, he successfully refined this bottle of medicinal liquid. In the alchemist circle, there was a legend called extreme realm circulating. It was said that when alchemists were fully focused and their spirit entered heaven and earth, they would obtain the blessing of heaven and earth destiny. At that time, alchemists refining medicine was akin to having divine assistance. They could easily refine transcendent-grade medicinal liquids and medicinal pills that surpassed their own grade. Under this kind of situation, if alchemists could advance, they could instantly directly raise their own alchemy level to the peak of the next level, but this kind of realm could be encountered by chance and not sought. They had only heard before and had never witnessed it before. Could it be that this old man entered that kind of extreme realm state under such a lucky coincidence, and that was how he was able to refine such a medicinal liquid? Thinking, Master Lu's heart suddenly pounded rapidly. If this was the case, this bottle of transcendent-grade medicinal liquid, he might be able to take it for himself. Master Lu knew the preciousness of transcendent-grade medicinal liquids. Such a bottle of transcendent-grade medicinal liquid, even a heavenly alchemist might not be able to refine it. More importantly, this bottle of medicinal liquid was used to treat meridian injuries. He thought of the prescription that the High Lord had asked him to refine. It was also used to treat meridian injuries. If he could present this bottle of supreme-grade medicinal liquid to the Honorable Lord, he would be able to enjoy endless benefits in the future. Thinking of this, Master Lu's heart beat even faster. He clenched the porcelain bottle in his hand and instantly made a decision in his heart. The grade of this medicinal liquid seems to be pretty good. Earth rank high level. When he said that, he specially looked at Luo Qingtong's expression. Seeing that she did not have any reaction to the grade he mentioned, he was instantly even more certain of his guess. This person was indeed able to refine this bottle of medicinal liquid by chance, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so clueless about the grade of this medicinal liquid. As he thought about it, he was pleasantly surprised and couldn't wait any longer. However, as for what kind of medicinal effect it is, I still need to examine it carefully. You guys wait here for a while. As Master Lu spoke, he took the bottle of medicinal liquid and walked out. Master Lu came back very quickly. After a short while, he took the medicinal liquid and returned to the private room. Guest, here's your medicinal liquid. He handed the porcelain bottle in his hand to Luo Qingtong. As soon as the porcelain bottle was in her hand, Luo Qingtong's eyebrows rose. I'm very sorry, guest. The medicinal effect that you said is different from the actual effect. This bottle of medicinal liquid is indeed a high-grade earth-step medicinal liquid. It also has a certain healing effect on the meridians, but it's not as heaven-defying as you said. It also doesn't have much effect on the counterattack of the forbidden technique. It can only have a certain moderating and prolonging effect. Master Lu looked at Luo Qingtong with a face full of regret. I don't know where guest got this medicinal liquid formula, but it's a pity that you should have been cheated. However, this bottle of earth-step medicinal liquid is also very valuable. It's up to you to decide how to choose. Luo Qingtong looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. You're saying that I've been cheated? The medicinal liquid that I brought doesn't match the actual effect that I said? Yes. Master Lu said seriously, my appraisal can't be wrong. If guest doesn't believe me, you can find another pharmacist to appraise it. However, I dare to guarantee that the result will absolutely not be any different. Of course, there wouldn't be any difference because the medicinal liquid inside had already been replaced by him. Luo Qingtong didn't need to open the porcelain bottle to know that the medicinal liquid inside had completely changed. The medicinal liquid that she refined was replaced by another person. What appeared in the porcelain bottle was another high-grade earth-step medicinal liquid. It was the medicinal liquid that this earth-step pharmacist was talking about. Interesting, someone actually dared to covet her things. Luo Qingtong's face slowly blossomed into a smile. It was blocked by the sinister Rakshasa ghost mask on her face. No one could see the bloodthirsty beauty within. The demonic charm was like a poppy that moved people's hearts and souls. Since it's like this, then I don't want this medicinal liquid. Is this trash worthy to be given to me? Her words had a double meaning. Master Lu's expression slightly changed as she confidently threw away the porcelain bottle in her hand. I'll give it to your Blackfield auction house. I only hope that you can hold it firmly. Sell it for a good price. After all, it was bought with her life. Was it so easy to take her things? Luo Qingtong glanced at Master Lu's hands, the smile on her lips even more wanton. She threw away the bottle of medicinal liquid and directly out of the Blackfield auction house. The manager looked at the side. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. He picked up the bottle of liquid that Luo Qingtong had thrown down and looked at Master Lu with a frown. Master Lu, what's going on? Is this customer's medicinal liquid really inconsistent with the actual effect? At the end of his words, there was a hint of sternness in his voice. To be able to become the chief steward of an auction house, which one of them wasn't a shrewd person, Luo Qingtong's sudden performance made him suspicious. However, he found it hard to believe. Being looked at with suspicion, Master Lu's heart was also very angry. He originally thought that Luo Qingtong would swallow this loss in silence, or find him to make trouble. He had ways to deal with both of these. He didn't expect the other party's actions to be so unexpected. She actually threw away her own medicinal liquid and called it trash. How do I know what's going on? What do you mean by questioning me like this? Are you suspecting me? He sneered. I'm a dignified Earthstep pharmacist. Do I need to covet her medicinal liquid? Ridiculous. After Luo Qingtong left the auction house, she went straight to the northwest of the Blackfield subcity. Just now at the auction house, she could have exposed the fact that the other party had swapped her medicine. But was that necessary? In the end, the other party was from the auction house. Luo Qingtong didn't expect the people from the auction house to be fair and just. Who knew if the steward had colluded with the other party? Luo Qingtong still liked to solve problems in her own way. Putting your hopes on others was the most stupid thing. If she had done this in the 24th century, she wouldn't know how many times she would have been betrayed. Thinking of the past, Luo Qingtong's smile became more enchanting and wanton. In this world, she didn't trust anyone. She only believed in herself. Without the auction house as a channel, she could still spread the name of her evil Dr. Ghost Eye, and it would spread faster than cooperating with the auction house. Louder, as for Master Lu. Luo Qingtong just smiled and didn't say anything. Blackfield Subcity, Bloody Arena. This was a killing paradise. This was a bloodthirsty hell. Here, there was the excitement and blood that people needed. All of the negative emotions of human beings were released to the fullest. Kill. 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 Luo Qingtong had just walked into the arena when she heard a wild roar filled with boundless murderous intent. It rushed out from inside like an avalanche. The moment the vermilion door opened, the earth-shattering screams from inside almost overturned the dome of the arena. Every city in the Black region had a bloody arena, allowing the people who entered to vent their anger and killing intent. In this arena, people could enter voluntarily, or they could put the slaves they bought into it and fight to the death to win the money that others bet. That's right, this was not only the biggest fighting arena, but it was also a huge casino. But other casinos bet on cards. Here, they bet on life and death. As soon as Luo Qingtong entered, she was surrounded by maids wearing revealing clothes. Sir, which table would you like to bet on? A charming, tall, and half-exposed maid leaned towards Luo Qingtong with a seductive look on her face. From the 1st to the 9th tables, there must be something you like. Ah. At this point, she suddenly screamed. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent as she let go of her hand that was reaching for her lapel and wanted to touch her chest. I don't like other people touching me, she said in a low and hoarse voice and directly threw him away. Get someone who knows the rules. Yes. Yes. The maid covered her broken wrist, and another maid took her place. Because of Luo Qingtong's ruthlessness, the maid's actions were very well behaved. She didn't dare to rub against Luo Qingtong's body. Dear customer, what kind of betting method do you prefer? I want the most exciting one. Luo Qingtong looked in the direction of the 9th platform. Then I'll choose that. The battle on the 9th platform was the most tragic. Thus, all the people that entered this combat arena were heavily injured. The more serious the injury, the more generous the reward after the battle. In this kind of situation, in order to survive, in order to win, the battle here was much more tragic and bloody than the other places. When Luo Qingtong looked over, the battle on the platform had already reached its end, and the outcome was about to be decided. An incomparably tall and sturdy man was pressed down by a thin and small man. Although he struggled with all his might, he couldn't break free. the thin and small man's strength was not stronger than the tall and sturdy man. In fact, he was much weaker than the tall and sturdy man. But the tall and sturdy man's injuries were too serious, all the meridians in his body were torn, and there was a big hole in his abdomen. His left and right arms were almost cut off. Even his legs, which were the only things he could move, were now bleeding profusely. Mother! Mother! Luo Qingtong heard his lips moving slightly, constantly calling out to something in a low voice. That pair of eyes looked slack, then focused again, then slack, then focused again. It was as if there was some obsession supporting him, making him unwilling to die just like that. TSK. This fool on the stage is really struggling to the point that people can't bear to look at him. That's right. We've been through blood and blood, who hasn't seen life and death? But this idiot looked so king scary that people couldn't bring themselves to do it. But no matter what, he's dead for sure this time. AI. Who told him to be so stubborn that he didn't listen to anyone's advice? He's already injured like that, he might not even be able to survive. Even if he lies down and doesn't move, yet he still wants to fight. Look at him now. He's giving away his life and money for nothing. No one in the entire arena bet on him to win. What's the use of him fighting like this? His mother is already dead, there's no saving him. This silly boy. That's right, that skinny little guy is also sinister, deliberately using these words to provoke him. He wants to take his life with serious injuries and fight for a bright future. We can be considered as not being righteous. But we're not that wicked. This time, this blockhead is dead for sure. Faint sighs could be heard from all around. The atmosphere on the 9th arena wasn't as wild and bloodthirsty as the other arenas, and it was even somewhat solemn. Dead for sure, Luo Qingtong listened to these people's words, raised her eyebrows slightly, and raised her hand to point at the stage. Alright, it's him. I bet on him to win 100,000 gold. WH. What? That maid was just about to record down Luo Qingtong's bet when she heard this, and instantly thought that she had misheard. Guessed. Guessed, what did you say? I said I bet on him to win, it's that blockhead. 100,000 gold. Luo Qingtong's voice was faint. You've recorded it? Record. Record it. But guessed, he's about to die. That maid couldn't help but say after recording down Luo Qingtong's bet. 100,000 gold on a person about to die to win, did this guest have too much money to burn? The maid couldn't figure it out. He won't die. The moment the maid finished speaking, Luo Qingtong's figure shot out. With her around, how could the other party die? As long as he didn't want to die, even if he was at the gates of hell, she would pull him back, once someone was in her hands, unless she didn't want to save them, unless the other party wanted to die, she would definitely be able to save them. Shua. Luo Qingtong landed beside the arena. Do you want to live? Her voice entered the ears of the tall and strong man. A trace of doubt appeared on the latter's face, then he nodded vigorously. Yes. His voice was loud and clear, attracting everyone's attention. They didn't know what this blockhead was up to. But no matter what he did, he was dead for sure this time. If you want to, then kill him. I'll save you. As Luo Qingtong spoke, a stream of energy instantly shot out from her fingertips and hit the Baihui acupoint on the top of the blockhead's head. With a boom, the tall and strong man only felt the blood in his body boiling. Roar. He let out a roar that sounded like both a man and a beast. In the next second, his figure suddenly exploded, and in an instant, he threw off the thin and small man on top of him. Ka! The blockhead flew up, caught up with the thin and small man's figure, and viciously twisted his head off. Bang! Pung, pung, pung! When he fell down, the tall and strong man's body exploded into a mist of blood. In an instant, the man's body no longer had a trace of a human. Everyone in the stands looked at this scene in shock. Forbidden technique. This blockhead is purely looking for death. With such a serious injury, he still dares to use a forbidden technique to forcibly stimulate his strength. Even a person who is unharmed may not be able to withstand the backlash of using a forbidden technique. Is he crazy? Exclamations came one after another. Everyone in the stands was dumbfounded. Everyone thought that the blockhead would lose, But they didn't expect that he still had the strength to use a forbidden technique to kill his opponent. He won. Luo Qingtong looked at the maid behind her who was responsible for recording the bet, raised her eyebrows and said, "Tell your manager to prepare the money." In the entire bloody arena, only Luo Qingtong bet on the blockhead to win. The odds were so high that it was enough to shock people. It broke the record of the bloody arena for so many years. Luo Qingtong's 100,000 gold instantly increased by more than 100 times. No, guessed. The maid was also stunned by the result of the reversal on the stage. Who would have thought that Luo Qingtong just bet on the blockhead to win, and the latter really killed his opponent, but this wasn't enough. She came back to her senses and explained to Luo Qingtong, "Customer, in order for him to win, he must be able to survive. If both sides perished together, the winner would be the Zhuang family. He is dead." Before these 3 words could be said, Luo Qingtong's figure had already landed on the stage in front of her. "I said, he won't die." Luo Qingtong's voice faintly floated from the front. The maid stared at her as she took out a bottle of liquid medicine from her bosom and fed it to the blockhead on the stage. Then she raised her hand and poked him a few times. They watched as Luo Qingtong lowered her head and whispered something in the blockhead's ear. Then, the tall and strong man who was obviously on his last breath and could go see the king of hell at any time stood up shakily. He stood up, F***ck, with such a serious injury, he still forcibly used a forbidden technique. Under such a backlash, it was already God's mercy that he didn't die. That blockhead could still stand up? Everyone was shocked. The whole area around the 9th arena was silent. This kind of silence seemed to be contagious as it spread in all directions. When the people on the other arenas found that the people on their side of the stands were not watching their fight, but watching the 9th arena, the entire bloody arena was immersed in a very strange atmosphere. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost as they stared at the blockhead who had crawled up from the ground. The other party's movements were so clean and efficient. The big hole in his abdomen was still there, but there was no more bleeding. What the hell is going on? What did the black-robed man say to that blockhead? It had such an effect. Could it be some kind of resurrection incantation? Some people couldn't help but think. Even more people shifted their burning gazes to the porcelain bottle in Luo Qingtong's hand. Obviously, it was that bottle of medicinal liquid that allowed that big blockhead to live. What level of liquid medicine was that, to be able to resurrect the dead? Being stared at by countless people, Luo Qingtong's expression didn't change at all. She had long been accustomed to the feeling of being the center of attention. In her previous life, wherever she went, there would be a frenzy of people chasing after her. The bottle of medicinal liquid in Luo Qingtong's hand was the Xianyuan heart liquid that she had previously refined. Master Lu thought that Luo Qingtong had successfully refined that one bottle, but he didn't know that she had a lot of this medicinal liquid in her hands. After all, as long as you dilute one bottle, you can get dozens of bottles. Luo Qingtong didn't lack medicinal liquid in her hands, so after that bottle of medicinal liquid was replaced, she simply threw it away. "How do you feel?" She looked at the tall and strong man beside her. "It still hurts." The blockhead scratches his head with a simple and honest face, "But it's much better than before. Before, I thought I was going to die." As he spoke, he smiled foolishly. But he didn't know that he didn't think he was going to die, but he really almost died. If it weren't for Luo Qingtong, he would be dead. It's normal to feel pain. After all, your external injuries haven't healed yet. The bottle of Xianyuan heart liquid in Luo Qingtong's hand can only heal his internal injuries. That is his fatal wound. As for the external injuries, Luo Qingtong has temporarily stopped the bleeding. Others saw that the huge wound on his abdomen is no longer bleeding, but Luo Qingtong used her eye technique to seal all the blood vessels around the wound. There won't be excessive bleeding, so naturally there won't be any danger to his life. After going down, he just needs to recuperate. Now, can you announce that he won? Luo Qingtong looks down at the completely stunned referee below and raises her eyebrows. Yes, that referee comes back to his senses and rushes to the stage to carefully examine the tall and strong man's body. He finds that although his injuries are still very serious, his life is no longer in danger. He immediately announces in a trembling voice. Arena number 9, Battle 132, Chu Lingfeng wins. Hua, along with his voice, the silence of the entire arena was broken. Everyone stood up with a swoosh, and the gazes they looked at arena number 9 were filled with disbelief. That blockhead who was bound to die, really didn't die. He survived, it wasn't their illusion? Everyone looks at Luo Qingtong with burning eyes, and then desperately yells to bid, wanting to buy the medicinal liquid in her hand. He had even forgotten about losing the bet. In the hysterical shouting and bidding, Luo Qingtong looks at the bloody arena's upper echelon's attention, and the corner of the bloody arena's attention. From then on, the name of Evil Dr. Ghost Eye resounded throughout the entire Black Region sub-city. As for the Black Region auction house, after Luo Qingtong left, Master Lu pretended to be in seclusion and entered the extreme state in order to prevent further complications. Then, he excitedly brought the bottle of Xianyuan heart liquid and went to see Yi Qianren. This is a medicinal liquid that this subordinate has occasionally refined. It's a blessing. When this subordinate was refining the medicinal liquid, he inexplicably entered the extreme state and refined this bottle of quasi-heaven stage medicinal liquid. Lord, please take a look. This bottle of medicinal liquid is mainly used to treat meridian injuries. Master Lu can't hide his excitement. He purposely emphasized his last sentence. Quasi-heaven stage medicinal liquid? On the main seat in the lobby, Yi Qianxian's dark golden mask flashes past the porcelain bottle in his hand. Beiqing steps forward, takes it in her hand, and presents it to Yi Qianxian. Master. Yi Qianxian raises his hand to take the bottle of medicinal liquid. Just as he opens it, his eyebrows suddenly twitches. Does this mean that you were the one who made this medicine? He looked at the man below. Yes. Master Lu tried his best to suppress the excitement on his face. Yes, I was the one who made it. Who gave you the formula? Yi Qianxian leaned back and tapped his right hand lightly on the armrest. Under the dark gold mask, the man's expression was unreadable. Luo Qingtong's formula was derived from his healing medicine. How could Yi Qianxian not recognize it? Although Luo Qingtong had improved the formula and only used half of the original formula, Yi Qianxian had used too much of it. Yi Qianxian had been using the healing medicine for too long. The smell of the medicine had been engraved into his bones. The smell of the medicine was so familiar that he could not help but suspect that it had something to do with that woman. The image of Luo Qingtong's flowery face appeared in his mind. She gave off an unusually cunning and evil aura. Yi Qianxian narrowed his eyes slightly. If it was that woman, she could have known the formula of his healing medicine with just one look. It was not impossible for her to have only used a portion of it to make the medicine. Yi Qianxian thought about all the strange things that Luo Qingtong had done in the 9 Magi Mountains. So that woman could not only be a weapon refiner, a spiritual array master, but also an alchemist? How many abilities did she have? My lord? Master Lu was stunned by his words. Why would the Lord suddenly ask about this? Could it be that the Lord had seen through his action of changing the medicine? No. Impossible. How could the Lord know about such a small matter? Master Lu tried his best to maintain his composure. His voice trembled as he spoke. My lord, I do not know what you mean. This medicine was made by me. The formula was also, you can't make this medicine. Yi Qianxian interrupted him. The formula could not have been made by you. There is no need to hide it. Who gave it to you? Tell me. Yi Qianxian did not know that Master Lu had changed the medicine, but he was sure that the medicine was not made by him. Because the formula of the healing medicine was not something that could be made by an ordinary person. Even if it could be made, the other party would not be able to make it. Extreme state. If the other party had really entered the extreme state, then he should know that there was an upper limit to the extreme state. Even if he entered the extreme state, it was impossible for him to make this medicine. Only a heavenly alchemist had a chance. Furthermore, it was only a slight possibility. My lord. Under Yi Qianxian's gaze, Master Lu broke out in cold sweat. He could see that Ming Zun did not know that he had changed the medicine, but he mistakenly thought that the prescription was given to him by someone else. Although he didn't know why the Great Lord was so certain, it was obvious that he was looking for the owner of the formula. But this medicine Master Lu's that it medicine. How could he dare to speak the truth? Could it be that he was going to tell the Lord that the person he was looking for had been forced away by him? Moreover, I have a grudge against him, so please don't go looking for him. How could this be? Master Lu's forehead was dripping with sweat. No matter what, he could not admit to this matter. He had to think of a way to smooth things over. Otherwise, if the Lord were to find that black-robed man, he would definitely be in deep trouble. At this time, Master Lu was extremely regretful. If he had known that Master Yao would be able to see through it at a glance and knew that it was not refined by him, why would he change the medicine? If he introduced the black-robed man to the Lord, he would also be rewarded handsomely. As he thought about it, he felt a wave of regret. Just as he was trying his best to find an excuse to get away with it, a sharp pain suddenly came from his hand. This stinging pain came so suddenly, but it came with such ferocity. Master Lu suddenly screamed in pain. "How dare you?" Beiqing scolded him coldly. "Master, what is this?" He looked at Master Lu's hands in shock. Master Lu's hands were perfectly fine just a moment ago, but now they had turned into a greenish-black color. It was a color that could only be seen after the flesh and blood had rotted away. Not only that, but a pungent smell of rot was emitted from Master Lu's hands. The stench was so strong that Beiqing took a step back. She watched in horror as Master Lu's hands rapidly rotted and deteriorated. His hands were covered with pus and blood and dark black rotten flesh. As Master Lu convulsed violently in pain, pieces of flesh fell to the ground. The black pieces of flesh fell to the ground, emitting a strong stench. How could a person's hands become like this in an instant? Beiqing was stunned, but Feng Yu, who was next to her, reacted quickly. "You didn't refine this medicinal liquid yourself at all, right? This is the medicine that was made by someone else. You were greedy and touched something that you shouldn't have. Your hands are rotting." His voice was cold as he stepped forward and pulled Beiqing over. The poison that corroded his hands was so strong that it almost corroded his hands into a pile of bones. If he was infected by it, who knew what the consequences would be? Master Lu was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, his 10 fingers were rotting, and the greenish-black color was still spreading up his arms. If this went on, he might end up rotting into a skeleton. Master Lu trembled violently as he thought of this. The black-robed man. It's that black-robed old man. I have to find him. I was wrong. I shouldn't have swapped his medicine. He cried and rushed out. Without needing Feng Yu's reminder, Master Lu immediately thought of Luo Qingtong. He was shocked and frightened when he thought of the words that the other party had said before he left. The other party's poison was so powerful. He didn't even know when he was poisoned. He knew that he had swapped the medicine, but he didn't point it out. This was simply tormenting him. As Master Lu thought about it, he trembled even more. However, he did not dare to delay at all and hurriedly rushed out. He was going to find Luo Qingtong to detoxify him. Seeing him rush out of the door, Xianxia, who was sitting on the main seat, finally moved. A black-robed old man? Not that woman. He looked at Master Lu's pair of terrifying skeletal hands without a trace of emotion, but now because of the other party's words, he frowned. Send someone to follow him. Also, get someone to call the manager of the auction house over. He wanted to know more about the black-robed man. Yes, Master. Beiqing and Feng Yu accepted the order and left. In the bloody arena, Luo Qingtong was respectfully invited to the VIP room at the back, and became a guest of honor here. A group of fiendish-looking managers of the bloody arena were looking at her with a smile, with a kind look on their faces. That appearance, coupled with their fierce-looking faces, was even scarier than their usual ferocious appearances. However, Luo Qingtong did not care at all. It wasn't the first time she had come into contact with such bloodthirsty people. The other party obviously had a request for her. Sir Evil Doctor. After inviting Luo Qingtong to take a seat, a manager of the bloody arena couldn't help but rub his hands. How many bottles of medicinal liquid do you have in your hands? We. Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingtong faintly opened her mouth. 10 bottles. Half of it will be distributed by the bloody arena, and the other half will be auctioned off. I'll take 90% of the price. How about the cooperation in the future? As soon as Luo Qingtong's words came out, the managers of the bloody arena were pleasantly surprised. They were just worrying about how to win over this evil Dr. Ghost Eye. The other party took the initiative to propose cooperation. Wasn't this like a sleepy bug meeting a good pillow? Without any hesitation, they agreed in one breath. In the end, for fear that Luo Qingtong would go back on her words, they hurriedly prepared her reward. After all, Luo Qingtong sold them the 5 bottles of medicinal liquid that the Bloody Arena had allocated themselves, and they also had to pay for it. As for the money that Luo Qingtong had won from the bet, they had already prepared it. Luo Qingtong stopped them and only took the money that she had won from the bet. This money was enough for her to use. As for the rest, she still had things to do for these people in the Bloody Arena. The 5 bottles of medicinal liquid could be regarded as her down payment. Luo Qingtong didn't forget her purpose in coming to the Blackfield subcity. It was to find the detoxification herbs she needed to cure the poison in her eyes. Originally, it was most reliable to find the auction house for this matter. After all, there were more transactions there, and it was easier to find the herbs that Luo Qingtong needed. But who let the pharmacist on their side be blind and offend Luo Qingtong? Since they had become enemies, Luo Qingtong naturally couldn't go to the other side to find and buy herbs. Naturally, the Gory Arena was the one to blame for this. Fortunately, they also belonged to the Blackfield subcity, and their status and weight were no less than the auction house. What the latter could get, they could also find a way to get. This was the real reason why Luo Qingtong cooperated with them. As long as it was a force from the Blackfield, there was a need for cooperation. After all, Luo Qingtong didn't have that much time to find the antidote. I need these herbs. You guys think of a way to prepare them for me. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. Luo Qingtong gave them the list of medicinal herbs. There were hundreds of medicinal herbs listed on it. The antidote that Luo Qingtong needed was hidden inside. This way, no one would be able to easily guess her motive. After winning a lot of money, Luo Qingtong was not short of money at all. Moreover, the people in the Bloody Arena wouldn't let her lack money. Sure enough, after hearing her words, a group of people from the Bloody Arena patted their chests and promised that they would help Luo Qingtong prepare all the medicinal herbs on the list as soon as possible. As for money, it didn't matter. If Lord Ghost Eye were to casually concoct 2 bottles of medicine for them, it would be more than enough to cover the cost of the medicine. These people in charge of the Bloody Arena didn't lack money. On the contrary, the medicine that Luo Qingtong concocted couldn't be bought with money. They knew better than anyone how to settle this account. Luo Qingtong smiled and nodded. She got up and prepared to leave the VIP room. Just then, a person suddenly rushed in from outside. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Who is Evil Dr. Ghost Eye? Impudent. Who are you? How dare you call Lord Evil Doctor by her name? These people in the Bloody Arena didn't know Luo Qingtong's real name. They thought that Evil Doctor was Luo Qingtong's name and Ghost Eye was Luo Qingtong's name. Seeing this person barge into the Bloody Arena's VIP room and call Luo Qingtong by her name, they were furious. Impudent. How dare you touch me? The man's expression was very anxious. Seeing that the people from the Bloody Arena were chasing him away, he immediately took out something from his arms and held it up in front of him. Blackfield token. Seeing that black iron level token, the people from the Bloody Arena immediately stopped. People who had a Blackfield token were guests in the Blackfield. Unless they did something extremely excessive and violated the rules of the Blackfield, all the cities in the Blackfield had to treat them with the appropriate courtesy. Although the other party took out the lowest level Blackfield token and had limited authority, the people from the Bloody Arena still couldn't be too presumptuous with him. Who are you? Even if you have a Blackfield token, you can't barge into my Bloody Arena without any scruples. Now, please leave immediately. Otherwise, after 3 warnings, I can still throw you out. The people from the Bloody Arena lost face in front of Luo Qingtong and looked at the man who barged in with unkind expressions. Damn it, if the other party didn't have a Blackfield token, they would have thrown him out long ago. Lord Evil Doctor, I'm sorry. One of the people in charge of the Bloody Arena transmitted his voice to Luo Qingtong. You've been frightened. After a while, we'll also apply for a Blackfield token for you. It's guaranteed to be higher level than his black iron level token. When you appear in all the cities in the Blackfield, you won't be harassed by these rascals. With Luo Qingtong's identity as the Evil Doctor, it was enough for the higher-ups to issue a Blackfield token. When the time came, they just had to work a little and get a silver token. It would also save them the trouble of always having people act presumptuously in front of them and not being able to do anything to them. wasn't this making things difficult for Lord Evil Doctor? Having already cooperated with Luo Qingtong, the people in charge of the bloody arena had long regarded her as one of their own. At this moment, seeing her being harassed by someone with an iron-grade black field token, and being unable to do anything about it, they were extremely displeased. Yes, it's fine. Luo Qingtong nodded indifferently at the bloody arena's manager. The opportunity to obtain the black field token was naturally good. Not to mention the black field order, which was of a higher grade, speaking of which, she had to thank the person who had barged in. Luo Qingtong thought as she raised her head to look at the other party. When she saw it, she immediately laughed. Not for anything else, but because the person who had barged in was none other than Yu Wenma, her good fiancé. Luo Qingtong looked at Yu Wenma playfully. Upon closer inspection, the other party was indeed a rare handsome man. His face was cold, handsome, and resolute. He possessed both the noble aura of an imperial family and the piercingly cold aura of a genius expert. However, she had already seen Xianxia, a one-of-a-kind person in the world. Looking at Yu Wenma again, Luo Qingtong could only describe him with one word: passable. Of course, in this world, there were many people who couldn't even reach the standard of these two words. Yu Wenma's expression was very anxious. His gaze swept over the bloody arena's higher-ups, and finally fixed on Luo Qingtong, who didn't look like someone from the bloody arena. Especially when he saw the Rakshasa mask on her face, he immediately confirmed her identity in his heart. "You're the evil Dr. Ghost Eye? Come with me to save my junior sister. We're disciples of the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin. As long as you save my junior sister, we'll naturally reward you greatly." As he spoke, he thought that Luo Qingtong wouldn't refuse, so he raised his hand to pull her. "I'm sorry, this disciple of the Empire of Qin's Holy Court." Luo Qingtong's red lips softly spit out. "There are 3 things I won't save. First, I won't save people I'm not happy with. Second, I won't save people who deserve to die. Third, I won't save people who can't be cured by me. So, you should ask someone else." Help him save his junior sister? Heh. Did Yu Wenma really think that she, evil Dr. Ghost Eye, was some random cat or dog on the roadside that he could summon and dismiss at will? Don't say that I have a good impression of him. Even if he was a stranger who didn't feel anything, Luo Qingtong wouldn't make a move because of his rude actions just now. The other party didn't respect her as a pharmacist at all. Indeed, Yu Wenma heard that there was an evil Dr. Ghost Eye here who could bring the dead back to life, so he directly came over. He actually didn't believe that Luo Qingtong's medical skills were that good. He had never heard of the name Evil Dr. Ghost Eye before, not to mention bringing the dead back to life. He even said that the backlash from using the forbidden technique was cured in an instant. Not only that, the injuries in his body were all healed. Yu Wenma simply scoffed. It was just a gimmick from the bloody battle arena, to fool those ignorant cultivators. Even their holy court's pharmacist teacher couldn't refine this kind of medicinal liquid. How could there be such a powerful person in this small Blackfield branch city? He just thought that the other party was a pharmacist and might be of some use, so he came to find her. He didn't expect that the other party didn't know how to appreciate favors. Did he feel that he didn't offer a price and was afraid that he would suffer a loss? He heard that he had won a lot of money before. Could it be that he was insatiably greedy and wanted more? Yu Wenma felt disgust in his heart. He looked up at Luo Qingtong and said coldly, "Do you think the price isn't enough? How much did you pay for the person you saved just now?" "I'll pay 10 times the price." Yu Wenma didn't want to waste words with Luo Qingtong. His junior sister had just used a secret technique on the stage and injured her meridians. He didn't know if it would affect her cultivation in the future. The other party had snuck out to find him. If teacher were to find out that little junior sister was injured because she snuck out to look for him, and that it might affect her future cultivation advancement, it was inevitable that teacher would vent his anger on him. Therefore, Yu Wenma came to find Luo Qingtong, the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, with a glimmer of hope. He hoped that she would have some real ability to stabilize his junior sister's injuries. When he returned to the Holy Court, there would naturally be people who would help him treat him. 10 times, that's a lot. Luo Qingtong's voice dragged out, low and hoarse. Just when Yu Wenma thought that she was moved and felt contempt in his heart, he suddenly heard her tone change. She sneered and said, "Unfortunately, I don't like you." 10 times, she didn't care even if the price was 100 or 1,000 times higher. What's more, She had saved that blockhead because she wanted to. She didn't even take a single cent, but Yuanma wanted to ask her for help. Sorry. She wasn't willing. Luo Qingtong walked past Yuanma and headed outside. At this time, the other new students of the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin also arrived. Senior brother, don't talk to this kind of person. I think it's not that he doesn't want to save her. It's that he doesn't dare to save her. That's right, senior brother. I think he's just a swindler. Let's not talk nonsense with him. We should hurry and find that Earth Stage Alchemist Grandmaster Lu from the auction house. As long as he's willing to help, Junior's sister will be fine. The new students of the Holy Court were very angry at Luo Qingtong for treating Yuanma so slowly. They pulled him and were about to leave. That's right. I, Yuanma, disdain to ask this kind of person for help. Let's go. Yuanma said coldly. The group of people said this and were about to leave. Master. Master, save me. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Waves of mournful cries came from afar. In the arena, the crowd parted at the entrance like a tide. It was so fast that it was as if something terrifying had rushed in from outside the door. One had to know that those who entered the arena to vent their anger were mostly violent and tyrannical people who had seen life and death and blood. Usually, they wouldn't even blink when they saw someone with broken limbs. But this time, they scattered as if they had seen a ghost. Yuanma and his group just happened to walk out of the VIP lounge and saw the crowd parting in the arena. They immediately looked over curiously. When they saw it, they vomited. Some of the freshmen with weaker psychological endurance vomited on the spot. The others' faces also turned pale. They saw a person rushing out from the middle of the passageway where the crowd had parted. No, it couldn't even be called a person, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a rotting corpse. The flesh on the man's body was rotten into chunks. As he rushed forward, the chunks of flesh kept falling down, mixed with a yellow and white mucus. It looked like a rotting corpse that could move. What was even more terrifying was that half of his face was rotten. As he ran and screamed, the rotting flesh on his mouth fell down bit by bit, revealing the eerie white bones within. As he moved, an unbearable stench quickly spread out. Such a horrifying scene was not common even in nightmares, let alone in reality. Master. Save me. I beg you to spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. That disgusting rotting corpse ran in front of Luo Qingtong and knelt down, kowtowing with all his might. I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. I didn't recognize Mount Tai and didn't know how powerful you are. Master. Spare me. Spare me. Master Lu cried and screamed as he desperately begged for mercy. His whole body was rotten to the extreme and it was still deteriorating. He had a feeling that if this continued, the surface of his body would completely rot, and it would be his internal organs' turn. At that time, even the golden immortal wouldn't be able to save him. The poison was acting up too violently. He had no time to react at all. Even after eating several antidote pills, there was no effect. What's more, even the medicinal pill that he bought at a high price that could cure 100 poisons refined by a heavenly alchemist had no effect. Instead, it was getting worse and worse. If he hadn't heard that the evil Dr. Ghost Eye had appeared in the bloody arena and was most likely the black-robed old man, he would have committed suicide in despair. Master. Please be merciful. Please be merciful. He kowtowed desperately. Pieces of rotten flesh fell from his body and face as he moved. Many people couldn't help but avert their eyes in disgust. At this moment, someone from the freshmen of the Saint Academy who were with UNMO couldn't help but say, "You evil doctor are too vicious. What did he do that made you want to torture him like this?" There was no mercy in his heart at all. Really? Luo Qingtong smiled. She wasn't in a hurry to leave. She sat down on a chair next to her and raised her head to look at the rotting corpse kneeling at her feet. In that case, Master Lu, why don't you tell them what you did to become like this? When Luo Qingtong said this, everyone was shocked. Everyone looked at the disgusting person kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy in shock. They couldn't connect this person with the arrogant and aloof Master Lu in the auction house. How could this be? This was actually Master Lu? But with Luo Qingtong's words, everyone could vaguely see some of Master Lu's silhouette from the remaining intact face. Could this really be Master Lu? While everyone was still in shock, the new students of the sacred institution instantly retorted angrily. You're talking nonsense. Master Lu is an Earth stage alchemist. How could he become like this? You evil doctor are really disgusting. You actually use such words to humiliate people. I think you're afraid that we'll go find Master Lu. Deliberately playing these tricks to disgust people. Those new students of the sacred institution just said this when they were interrupted by a voice from the side. This really is Master Lu. Look, he's even wearing an Earth stage alchemist robe. And there's also that badge on his chest. It really is Master Lu. Because that rotten corpse was too disgusting. No one paid attention to what the bloody black clothes on his body looked like. Now that they heard that person say this, many people immediately looked towards that rotting corpse. Sure enough, they saw the emblem that symbolized an Earth rank alchemist and that alchemist robe. This really was Master Lu. Everyone was shocked, and those new students of the sacred institution who kept criticizing Luo Qingtong looked like they swallowed a fly, their faces alternating between green and white. At this moment, Master Lu's voice also sounded. Master. I was wrong. I don't dare to switch your medicinal liquid again. Everything is because of my greed. I deserve to die. Please spare me. Spare me. The way he slowly rotted and died was too terrifying. Master Lu simply couldn't care about his dignity as an Earth stage alchemist. His life was gone. What was the use of that false reputation? Once he spoke, those new students of the sacred institution's face became even uglier. They just said that Luo Qingtong treated the other party too viciously, and in the end, Master Lu revealed that it was because he switched Luo Qingtong's medicinal liquid that he became like this. Thinking about it, that poison must have been put on the medicinal liquid by Luo Qingtong. Whoever touched her medicine would end up like this. Master Lu had only himself to blame. Luo Qingtong didn't even make a move. But you can't use such a vicious poison. A new student of the Sacred Institute wanted to defend himself and the others, but he was scolded by the surrounding crowd. Can you students of the Sacred Institute be reasonable? The poison was smeared on the medicine bottle. If Master Lu had not been so greedy, he would have been fine. No matter how vicious this poison was, it couldn't hurt him. Who asked him to be so dirty? Exactly. Some people who supported Luo Qingtong scolded, "You're talking as if you won't beat a thief to death when you catch him. Your hands must be stained with blood, right? You're still pretending to be a saint. It's not disgusting." These freshmen of the Holy Institute had found the wrong place to speak up for Grandmaster Lu. This was the bloody arena. Most of the people here were ruthless people who paid particular attention to revenge. In their eyes, there was nothing wrong with Luo Qingtong's approach, but the words of these students of the Sacred Institute were disgusting. They were kind-hearted. If you're kind-hearted, don't fight back when you meet an opponent who wants to kill you. Here, you're so righteous, but in the end, you're doing the same thing. Everyone looked at them with disdain. Being looked at like this, the faces of the new students of the Sacred Institute immediately turned red. Yuanma's face was also very ugly. It was not because of the ridicule of the people around, but because Luo Qingtong's medical skills were so amazing. Even Grandmaster Lu was like this because of her. She had really misjudged him before. "Let's go," he said coldly. At this moment, Luo Qingtong opened her mouth. "You're leaving just like that?" Luo Qingtong tilted her head slightly. Under the black hood, a ferocious and evil Rakshasa mask appeared. The ferocious Rakshasa on the mask faintly looked at Yuanma and the others with an evil smile. "You just said that I'm vicious and fishing for fame. What? Now that the truth is out, aren't you going to say anything?" Luo Qingtong faintly flicked her sleeves and looked at them. Following her words, the people of the bloody arena also stood up. "That's right. Just now, you wantonly slandered Master Evil Doctor. Now you want to leave after scolding her? How can there be such a good thing?" A group of rough men stared at Yuanma and the others with unkind eyes. "What do you want?" Yuanma's complexion was already bad. Now that he was stopped by Luo Qingtong, his expression turned even uglier. Although he asked the people of the bloody arena, his eyes were looking at Luo Qingtong. Everyone knew that the one in charge here was Luo Qingtong. Nothing much. Luo Qingtong looked at him with a faint smile. The ugly expression on the other party's face made her very happy. Huh. Wasn't you Wenma very high and mighty before? The genius freshman of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin really had the right to be proud. If it were someone else, Luo Qingtong might not bicker with them. But Yu Wenma, thinking of how Yuan royal family had looked down on Luo Qingtong and the entire Luo family, and how he spoke to them in a condescending tone, Luo Qingtong crossed her arms and tapped her fingers casually. I just want you to apologize to me. In front of everyone. When Luo Qingtong said this, the freshman of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It was just an apology. It was nothing. However, the next second, Luo Qingtong's tone suddenly changed. Kneel down, kowtow, and say sorry 3 times. This evil doctor will forgive you. Looking down on her? Questioning her medical skills? Saying that she was fishing for fame, Luo Qingtong's smile hidden under the Rakshasa mask bloomed like a red spider lily. What a coincidence. She was a very vengeful person, and once she remembered, she would definitely take revenge. Plus the original owner's grudges and old grudges, Luo Qingtong felt that she was being very magnanimous by only asking Yuan Mo and the rest to kowtow and apologize. You. Hearing her words, the people of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin were instantly furious. That's impossible. In your dreams. A freshman of the Holy Academy behind you, Wenma said. Make them kneel down and apologize? What face would they have left then? If this matter were to spread out, it would be so humiliating, this evil doctor. That's. So you're saying that you're not going to apologize? Luo Qingtong looked at them with empty eyes. Behind her, a group of people from the bloody arena sneered and took a step forward. You. Fine, then let's replace it with physical pain. The people of the bloody arena clenched their fists so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. His imposing manner caused the faces of all the freshmen of the Holy Institute to turn pale. You. You dare. We're students of the Sacred Academy. The new student suddenly lowered his voice when he said this. It turned out that he suddenly remembered that they were freshmen of the Holy Academy, but the bloody arena was from the Black Field. The Black Field wasn't even afraid of the 4 great sacred dynasties, so why would they care about the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin? Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the people from the bloody arena and the bystanders all laughed. The Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin, we are so scared. The people from the bloody arena were full of hostility. Suddenly, their faces turned serious and they said coldly, then you can try. We will break your legs here. Let's see if the people from the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin dare to come and find trouble with our Lord Mingzun. The Black Field had its own rules. As members of the bloody arena, they couldn't casually attack the students from the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin. But it was different if it was Lord Mingzun's request, because it was a deal. Moreover, the people from the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin had insulted Lord Mingzun, so it was reasonable for them to attack. As for the iron-level Blackfield token. Oh, it was the people from the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin who broke the rules first. Moreover, the lowest level Blackfield token didn't give them the right to ignore or cancel the rules of the Black Field. If they caused trouble in the Black Field, as long as they didn't kill Yuan Ma and the others, the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin wouldn't dare to find trouble with them. It was because of this that the people from the bloody arena were so determined to stand up for Luo Qingtong. Lord Mingzun would take care of everything. What were they afraid of? In fact, they hoped that none of the new students from the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin would compromise. That way, they would have a chance to teach them a lesson and curry favor with Lord Mingzun. With Lord Mingzun's medical skills, he could casually make some medicine and pills, which would be enough for them to benefit immensely. You. Hearing the 2 words Lord Mingzun, the new students from the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin instantly withered. Especially when they thought that Lord Mingzun was in this subsidy of the Black Field, they panicked even more. If Lord Mingzun was alarmed, they might be in an even more miserable state. Who knew what the Black Field would do to win over this evil doctor? They could only blame themselves for being blind and offending this demonic doctor. At this time, the faces of the freshmen, who had previously been extremely disdainful of Luo Qingtong and felt that she was a swindler, were burning with shame and humiliation. Senior brother. They looked at Yuan Ma. The latter's expression was not much better than theirs. In fact, it was even uglier. But in the face of power, they had no choice but to bow their heads. Yuan Mo clenched his fists. His heart was filled with shame and anger because of the humiliation he felt. He gritted his teeth and looked at Luo Qingtong. In the end, he had no choice but to lower his head. Boom, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Luo Qingtong. This is all because of me. I failed to recognize Mount Tai and underestimated Lord Evil Doctor. My junior brothers and sisters were implicated because of me. Lord Evil Doctor, please, don't take it to heart. Every word Yuan Ma said was extremely difficult. As the gods' favored son of the Empire of Tianyu, he was admitted to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin and became a heaven-grade freshman. He had never been humiliated like this before. The eyes of the surrounding people pierced him like thorns, making him feel extremely humiliated. Yuan Ma lowered his head, unwilling to let her see the shame and indignation in his eyes. Very good. Not bad. Luo Qingtong glanced at him lightly. This Yuan Ma was indeed a character. To be able to endure such a humiliating situation and resolve it, Li Tianming had no choice but to do so. Looking at the touched faces of the surrounding freshmen, Luo Qingtong smiled playfully. Interesting, at this time, if she continued to be aggressive, she would be helping Yuan Ma's good reputation. She was not that kind. Okay. The girl waved her hand, you can go. His nonchalant attitude made Yuan Mo feel even more aggrieved. He didn't say a word and directly left with the people of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Of course, his injured junior sister was also included. Looking at his angry back and the blue veins on his forehead, Luo Qingtong was in a very good mood. After leaving the bloody arena, Yuan Ma and the others went straight to where their airship was parked. Their airship didn't have a Sumeru subspace like Xianxia's. They could only park it in the Black Fields airship parking area. After boarding the airship, Yuan Ma didn't say a word. He sat in his seat with a gloomy face. The others didn't even dare to say a word. Everyone could see that he was in a bad mood. At this moment, a letter suddenly flew in from afar like a flying feather and a ray of light. It was the emergency contact he left in the Tianyu Empire. It could send him a message from thousands of miles away. Seeing the light of the letter, Yuan Ma raised his hand and caught it. When he finished reading the contents of the letter, his already ugly expression darkened even more. Pa. He crushed the letter in his hand and wrote a few lines in the air. Then he suddenly waved his hand. The light of the message immediately shot off into the distance. After doing all this, he suddenly raised his hand and slammed it heavily on the tea table in front of him, directly smashing the tea table into pieces. Break off the engagement? In your dreams. Yuan Ma's face was extremely angry. The Luo family wanted to break off the engagement? That was impossible. Luo Qingtong was destined to be his woman in life and his ghost in death. The engagement couldn't be broken off. Yuan Ma didn't care what Yuan Xue did to Luo Qingtong. He only knew that the Luo family didn't have the right to disobey him. If he wanted to marry Luo Qingtong, the Luo family could only obey him. If they didn't, he didn't mind destroying the Luo family and taking Luo Qingtong back to the Tianyu Empire by force. Anyway, he just needed her to be a decoration. As for whether Luo Qingtong and the Luo family were willing or not, it was not within his consideration. It was just a marquee mansion in a low-level country. What right did they have to refuse him? Yuan Ma's face was cold. If it weren't for, he wouldn't even look at Luo Qingtong. Just as Yuan Xue said, she didn't deserve him. Shua. The light of the letter flew towards the Tianyu Empire. After flying for a while, it fell into the emperor's hand. How is it? What did Emperor say? Empress Tianyu asked anxiously. Beside her, Yuan Xue also sat up straight and looked towards her imperial father. Emperor won't. Also, tell the Luo family to behave themselves and wait for Luo Qingtong to marry him when she is 16. Emperor Tianyu said as he crushed the letter. What? Empress and Yuan Xue couldn't believe it. It's already like this and Emperor still isn't going to break off the engagement? Empress Tianyu was furious. Yuan Xue almost tore her clothes. Has imperial brother gone mad? It's already. He wants to continue the engagement. Aren't we just waiting for others to laugh at our royal family? She stomped her feet anxiously. You still have the nerve to say that. It's all because of you. Emperor Tianyu glared at her. Who told you to make a move on Luo Qingtong? Your brother must have a reason to marry her. You and your mother are the only ones who are causing trouble. I'm not causing trouble. I'm doing it for my brother's sake. That's such a good opportunity. If my brother agrees, he'll have a meteoric rise and our Tianyu imperial family will rise. What did I do wrong? Besides, didn't father and mother both tacitly agree to this? Yu Wenxue stomped her feet, looking aggrieved. Shut up. Emperor Tianyu coldly shouted. If your royal brother doesn't agree, then it's useless. Enough. It's a foregone conclusion and your royal brother won't change his mind. You're not allowed to provoke Luo Qingtong in the future. Emperor Tianyu indifferently said as he stood up. He did acquiesce after discovering Yu Wenxue's actions. But now that there was no chance of that happening, he could only accept Luo Qingtong as his daughter-in-law. As for what Yu Wenxue did, he would naturally cover it up. With the power of Tianyu Empire, it's easy to erase the influence of Yu Wenxue's actions. Luo family better behave. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind uprooting their entire family. In any case, Mo only wanted Luo Qingtong as a decoration. Alright, you guys can go and comfort grandfather Luo. Tell him not to have any other thoughts. Luo Qingtong is destined to be a member of our Tianyu Empire. Just based on their Luo family, they want to break off the engagement. In their dreams. Emperor Tianyu's heart was unsettled. He didn't show it on his face, but his words were very impolite. As for what Shuer did, it was just playing around. Give him something to comfort him, that's all. In a bad mood, Emperor Tianyu didn't even have the mood to see grandfather Luo. If Yu Wenma agreed to break off the engagement, he would naturally be willing to see grandfather Luo, but now, Yu Wenma refused. Grandfather Luo coming to break off the engagement was a slap in the face, a weak marquis mansion from an inferior country. How dare he come to their door and break off the engagement? Emperor Tianyu's heart was very uncomfortable and he directly flicked his sleeves to leave. Behind him, Yu Wenxue stomped her feet. Mother! Look at royal father, he. Enough, this is your royal brother's decision, your royal father can't do anything about it. Someone, summon grandfather Luo. Empress Tianyu was also very unhappy, but she knew that if Yu Wenma didn't agree, no one could force him. Half of Tianyu Empire's power was supported by Yu Wenma. If he didn't agree, no matter how unhappy they were, they couldn't break off the engagement. What a pity, Luo Qingtong took such a good position. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have proposed this marriage to the Luo clan. The more she thought about it, the uglier her expression became. When he faced old Master Luo, he did not have a pleasant expression on his face. With their status in the Tianyu Empire, it was already a blessing for them to marry a girl from a small family like Luo Qingtong. So what if he was dissatisfied? He was just a country-guarding marquis from a small family. Did he expect her, the Empress of Tianyu, to smile at him? At this time, Tianyu Empress had completely forgotten that it was Yu Wenxue who made a move on Luo Qingtong first, so grandfather Luo came to cancel the engagement. Of course, even if she hadn't forgotten, she probably wouldn't have cared. In her eyes, the royal family of Tianyu could do whatever they wanted to the Luo family and Luo Qingtong, but it was wrong for the other party to break off the engagement. It was a slap to the face of Tianyu's royal family. Old Master Luo, Mo has sent a message back. The royal family of Tianyu will not withdraw from this marriage. Your Luo clan should stop having other thoughts. Tell Luo Qingtong to get ready. When she turns 16, people from Tianyu will go pick her up. As for Shuer, it's just a child's play. It's a bit overboard, but it's not a big deal. The Empress of Tianyu sat high up on the high chair and said. But we've frightened your Luo clan. Here's a gift list, consider it our apology to the Luo clan. Let's drop this matter. Don't mention the cancellation of the engagement again. Elder Luo thought the annulment would go smoothly. After all, Tianyu's royal family couldn't deny what Yu Wenxue had done. He didn't expect them to be so shameless. When the Empress of Tianyu spoke, he thought he'd heard wrong. Children's play? No big deal? Bribing the second concubine's daughter to harm the first wife's daughter, crippling her cultivation, blinding her eyes, and throwing her to a group of men to rape. When she was lucky enough to escape, they even sent men to kill her. Was this a game between children? Was this not a big deal? Did Tianyu's royal family take him for a fool? And, an apology? Elder Luo looked at the list of gifts in front of him and gritted his teeth so hard they were about to shatter. Qingtong almost lost her life after being wronged like that. Tianyu's royal family sent him away with a gift list? They refused to annul the engagement and didn't even punish Yu Wenxue. What did they take the Luo family for? What did they take Qingtong for? And Luo Qingtong was blind. Elder Luo knew she was fine and could still see with her eye talent, but Tianyu's royal family didn't know, yet the Empress of Tianyu didn't mention it at all. It was as if Luo Qingtong's blindness wasn't a big deal. Instead, she said it was a child's play and it was harmless. Elder Luo felt that if he accepted the gift list today, he wouldn't have the face to see Luo Qingtong and his ancestors. Bang! Old Master Luo was so angry that he stood up and knocked over the gift box in front of him. That's impossible. Tianyu's royal family did such a thing. I won't marry Qingtong off again. I must annul this engagement. How dare you? The Empress of Tianyu's expression darkened when she saw her gift box being knocked over. She was already unhappy. It was already polite enough for her to suppress her temper and talk to Elder Luo. She didn't expect him to be so unappreciative. How could the Luo family cancel the engagement of the Tianyu royal family as they wished? Bang! She slammed her hand on the armrest and looked at Elder Luo coldly. Who do you think your Luo family is? If Mo didn't insist on annulling the engagement, do you think I would care about a small Luo family? What part of that Luo Qingtong is worthy of my son? Let me tell you, you have to agree to this engagement. Even if you don't want to. In front of our Tianyu Empire, you have no right to refuse. *CK your mother's bullshit. Old Master Luo was completely enraged. That's all I have to say. Tianyu's royal family's royal family. Dream. Regardless of whether you agree or not, our Luo clan will definitely annul this marriage. He then left in a rage. He left. Even if he had to risk his life, he would not let Luo Qingtong marry into Tianyu's royal family. Bang! Seeing Elder Luo Tess, Empress TTS, Empress of. At this time, Yu Wenxue came out from behind the screen. Imperial Mother, this Elder Luo is so arrogant. You're letting him go just like that? She pouted. Enough, don't add fuel to the fire, Empress of Tianyu said with a displeased expression. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. This Elder Luo is our royal family's in-law. Your royal brother is a new student who just entered the sky grade. You can't go too far. Otherwise, you'll ruin his reputation. Otherwise, why would she swallow this anger? In the Black Field. Luo Qingtong didn't know what happened in the Tianyu Empire. After giving the antidote to Master Lu, she got up and left. Of course, the antidote wasn't given for free. Almost all of Master Lu's property fell into her hands. He had an extremely luxurious and spacious mansion in the Blackfield sub-city. The moment Luo Qingtong got the title deed, she moved in without hesitation. She had always been a person who didn't want to treat herself badly, who would want to live in an inn when there was a good place to live. She didn't want to be abused, but Master Lu really knew how to enjoy himself. Luo Qingtong looked at the huge white jade pool behind the screen next to the master bedroom. The first thing she did was to take off her clothes and take a bath. She had really had enough of these few days. The Blackfield sub-city was in the wilderness. Luo Qingtong found this place after sleeping in the open for several days. If Master Lu hadn't secretly changed her medicine at the auction house, she would have finished everything and returned to the inn to take a bath. Although he had been delayed for a while, it was still not bad to obtain such a residence. This huge white jade pool was formed by connecting the several side rooms next to the master bedroom together by hollowing them out. That Master Lu was also very elegant. The white jade pool was covered with pebbles. Around the pool, 8 huge beast heads kept pouring out hot water. In a short while, the white jade pool was filled with more than half. Luo Qingtong took off her clothes and stepped barefoot into the pool decorated with bright jade jewelry. For the first time, she felt that Master Lu did the right thing by changing her medicine. Otherwise, how could she get such a good mansion? It should be known that the real estate in the Blackfield was very expensive. Moreover, people who weren't in the Blackfield couldn't buy it. Even if Luo Qingtong was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, She didn't have the qualification to buy real estate in the Black Field before she got the Black Field token from the Bloody Arena. She would often come to the Black Field in the future. Having such a mansion was simply too comfortable. However, she still had to find a way to change the servants in this mansion. Although Luo Qingtong wasn't afraid of Master Lu daring to do anything, it wasn't so comfortable to use other people. This was a bad habit that Luo Qingtong developed in her previous life. She generally wouldn't keep people by her side if she didn't have them by her side. It seemed that she had to go to the slave market tomorrow. In addition, she had to buy some people back to the Luo family. In Luo Qingtong's eyes, the Luo family's strength was not enough. After she finished with her business here, she went back to help the Luo family's strength. Especially the old man couldn't break through. Luo Qingtong knew that he had accumulated enough strength. It was just that in terms of comprehension, he was still lacking that final step. She was going to stay here for a while to collect some elixirs to refine a congealing pill for the old man. Refining elixirs and refining elixirs were two different things. Therefore, Luo Qingtong was going to collect more elixirs to avoid any mishaps. While thinking, she stretched her body, comfortably half lying on the edge of the white jade pool, soaking in the warm pool water. She twirled the fruits on the plate beside the pool and tasted them carefully. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. In the next second, her body flew up with the pool of water vapor. A muslin dress appeared in an instant, wrapping around her exquisite body. His black cloak fluttered in the air in an instant. It completely enveloped her body. Who? Luo Qingtong lowered her voice and shouted. Outside the room, there was a guard that she set up using her previous life's unique method. At this moment, his vigilance was suddenly triggered by someone. Swish! Xianxia stared at the person in front of him, whose body was still covered in water vapor. The black cloak completely covered Luo Qingtong's figure. Not even a strand of her hair could be seen. Xianxia believed that with his abilities, no one would be able to detect him if he were to appear anywhere. However, it was obvious that the other party had discovered his tracks. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and sized up Luo Qingtong. When he saw the sinister Rakshasa mask on her face, he became increasingly suspicious that the other party was that woman. As for Luo Qingtong, the moment Xianxia appeared, she was already cursing in her heart. It was because she recognized that the person who had just arrived was the man she had threatened, teased, and even forcibly kissed on the Nine Magi Mountain. Don't ask Luo Qingtong how she could recognize him. She had her eye technique. Although Xianxia was wearing a dark gold mask, he didn't use his powers to cover his face. Luo Qingtong immediately saw through his mask and cursed in her heart. Why was this man everywhere? She actually met him again. Luo Qingtong was depressed. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't reveal her identity, she really wanted to grab this man and ask him if he really had a crush on her. Why is he always around wherever I go? Damn it, Luo Qingtong cursed in her heart. However, she pretended to be angry and questioned him. Who are you? How dare you barge into my room for no reason? Do you have a hobby of peeping on others when they're bathing? Luo Qingtong's voice was old and hoarse. When she suddenly said these words, Bei Qing and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Who would want to peep on an old man bathing? This evil doctor was really old and unscrupulous. Xianxia's expression didn't change at all. After being tricked by Luo Qingtong so many times in the Nine Magi Mountain, he was already somewhat immune to such tricks. He looked at the black-robed man expressionlessly. The other party's voice was indeed that of an old man. However, that woman had always been cunning. Before he could confirm the identity of the person in front of him, Xianxia wouldn't easily believe a single word from her. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye? Xianxia looked at her. With a wave of his hand, he took out the medicine bottle that Master Lu had given him. Did you concoct this medicine? When Luo Qingtong saw the medicine bottle, she immediately knew how the other party, that was Master Lu. Luo Qingtong cursed in her heart. The other party had brought her a lot of trouble. If she had known that the other party was going to give the medicine to this man, she would have poisoned him on the spot and snatched the medicine. I shouldn't have given him the antidote in a moment of happiness. I should have just poisoned him to death. Luo Qingtong gritted her teeth angrily. The Xianyuan heart medicine that she had concocted was inspired by this man's holy healing spring. Because it was very useful, she had used it to build her reputation. Who would have known that this man was in the black field? Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. That's right. This was indeed concocted by me. Now that things had come to this, Luo Qingtong couldn't deny it. She had already made a name for herself as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Denying it would only increase this man's suspicions. She could only deal with it as it came. What was going on? If she had known that this man was here, she would have run further away and gone to the black field of another country. Thinking of all the things she had done to this man before, Luo Qingtong made up her mind that she couldn't let the other party expose her identity. No matter what, she had to deceive him this time. Did you come to this old man to refine medicine? Unfortunately, this old man only refined medicine based on my mood. This old man's bathroom has been broken into, so my mood is very bad. Please go back. Luo Qingtong flicked her sleeves and wanted to drive him away without saying anything else. She deliberately emphasized the word "this old man," her tone full of arrogance. She hoped that Xianxia would have some sense and quickly scram. However, since Xianxia was suspicious of her, how could he leave just because of these two sentences? He coldly looked at Luo Qingtong and ignored her words to drive him away. He only asked, "Where did you get the prescription for this medicinal liquid?" His gaze was fixed on Luo Qingtong's sinister Luosha mask under her black hood. He wanted to see if her eyes behind the mask were blind. However, this mask was specially made for Luo Qingtong, so he couldn't see her eyes and face behind the mask. Xianxia wasn't sure if the other party was the person he was looking for. Prescription? Oh, this old man exchanged it with a little girl. Luo Qingtong knew that the main event was about to start. The other party was obviously suspicious of her, so he asked this question. At this time, it wasn't appropriate for her to say that she didn't know or anything else. Only by giving a mixture of truth and lies could he muddle his way out of this. This old man saved her, so she gave this old man this prescription. This old man saw that this prescription was very effective, so I refined it. What? You have a relationship with that little girl? But even so, it's impossible for you to get the prescription back. This old man obtained it through proper means. Luo Qingtong said half-truthfully. Little girl, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. If the other party was really an old man, then calling that woman a little girl was indeed correct. However, Xianxia suddenly took a step forward at this moment. With a swish, he grabbed Luo Qingtong. That palm wind did not have the slightest bit of offensive power, and its target was only the wide black cloak on her body. He wanted to see with his own eyes whether or not the other party was that woman. Holy sh*t. Luo Qingtong had been paying attention to Xianxia's movements. When she suddenly saw him grab her, she subconsciously wanted to dodge. However, she quickly realized that the other party's target was her cloak. With this man's strength, she definitely couldn't dodge. If she really dodged it, wouldn't she be walking right into a trap? Wouldn't she be telling the other party that she was the woman who had raped him while he was injured on Mount Jiaowu? Holy sh*t. It was true that if he stuck his head out, he would be stabbed. If he retracted his head, he would also be stabbed. Hiding was equivalent to walking right into a trap. Even if she could dodge this attack, it didn't mean that she could dodge the next one. Luo Qingtong could sense that there were other people outside the room. They were obviously very strong. Obviously, they were this man's subordinates. If her identity was exposed, she definitely wouldn't be able to escape. She would be caught by this man at any moment. However, she didn't dodge. She had just taken a shower and didn't put on any disguise. She didn't wrap her chest and didn't draw any wrinkles on her old skin. Once he lifted her clothes, she would definitely be exposed. Why did this man come at such a good time? Couldn't he wait until she had taken a shower and put on a disguise before coming? What a scam! Seeing that Xianxia's hand was getting closer and closer, Luo Qingtong's mind raced. The next second, she gritted her teeth. I'll go all out. With this step, Xianxia's hand, which was about to reach Luo Qingtong's body, fell to the ground. Swoosh! The man's hand pressed against her abdomen. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed at this moment. This was because he felt that his palm seemed to have pressed against something hard. He looked at the place where his hand was pressing with an ugly expression. The next second, he tried to pull his hand back. But at this moment, a hand suddenly pressed down on the back of his hand through the cloak, pressing down on his hand that was about to retract. You're so annoying. So this is what you like. You should have said so earlier. This old man also likes handsome and imposing men like young master. Luo Qingtong's voice was still as old and hoarse as before. But at this moment, there was a hint of surprise and delicateness in this old and hoarse voice. Bei Qing and the others instantly felt goosebumps all over their bodies. What on earth happened inside? Why did this evil doctor's tone suddenly change? It became so hard to explain in a few words. Just as Bei Qing and the others were rubbing their goosebumps and feeling disgusted by Luo Qingtong's voice and tone, Yi Qianxian's face, which was hidden under the dark gold mask, twitched violently. Luo Qingtong's words were really too disgusting. Especially when she used such an old and hoarse voice. With a swoosh, Yi Qianxian pulled his hand back. Luo Qingtong did not let him go and chased after him to grab his hand. Don't. Young master, although this old man has always been the one at the top. But if it's someone like you, this old man is willing to submit to you, Luo Qingtong said delicately. She tried to hold back her laughter as she spoke. Oh my god, this is really too fun. Luo Qingtong felt that the man opposite her was about to explode, but she was not ready to stop. This was not enough to deal with this man, she continued, come on. Young master. Now that this old man has just taken a bath and is naked, let's have some fun. As she spoke, she rubbed herself against Yi Qianxian. At the same time, he placed his hand on the belt of his cloak and was about to untie it. Yi Qianren pursed his lips tightly and the veins on his forehead popped out one by one. Luo Qingtong squinted at him. Seeing that he was not ready to leave, she suddenly pulled on the belt. With a swoosh, the black cloak instantly flew up. At the same time, Yi Qianxian's figure shot out without looking back. All that was left in the air was a voice so cold that it made people tremble in fear. Disgusting. If you're not disgusted, why aren't you leaving? Luo Qingtong rolled her eyes and went forward to pick up the cloak that she had thrown into the air and then dropped to the ground. The young girl's body was exquisite and graceful. She was only wrapped in a thin layer of gauze. Her spring light was boundless and her charm was compelling. Where was the slightest bit of disgusting feeling? Because the gauze was soaked in water, it was still dripping with water. Luo Qingtong's feet were stained with water. The young girl stepped on it barefoot. Her toes were round and smooth, and her nails were like pearls. Coupled with the fierce Rakshasa mask on her face, it was really bewitching to the extreme. If Yi Qianren was a step late or if she turned around to take a look, she would know what she had missed, but unfortunately, he was so disgusted by Luo Qingtong that he left without looking back the moment she lifted the cloak. Phew! You scared me to death. Luo Qingtong heaved a long sigh of relief after successfully disgusting Yi Qianxian. This man is getting more and more difficult to deal with, she muttered in her heart. Previously at Nine Magi Mountain, she had made a casual gesture of wanting to kiss him and he had been forced to retreat, but just now, he had only left after she took off her cloak. If she had hesitated for even a moment, he would have immediately caught hold of her weakness and exposed her identity. This man had evolved too quickly. What happened to the promised innocence? Luo Qingtong secretly gritted her teeth. However, she had completely forgotten that it was because of her repeated provocations that Yi Qianren's resistance to this kind of method became stronger and stronger. This man held great power and deterred everyone. Before this, he had never met someone as devilishly charming and unrestrained as Luo Qingtong. Who knew that she would have so many tricks up her sleeves, and each time, it was different. Luo Qingtong was gloomy for a moment. Then, she thought of Yi Qianxian's expression when he had just left and was instantly delighted. It was too fun. Unfortunately, this trick could only be used once. If she did it again, that man would probably raise his hand and chop her into pieces. Sigh. As she thought about it, she peeled the banana in her hand and ate it. That's right, the hard thing that Yi Qianxian had touched just now was a banana. Luo Qingtong had originally grabbed it in her hand to eat it. In the end, Yi Qianxian had arrived in an instant and she had hurriedly put on her cloak. But this banana had always been in her hand. If not for this banana, her true identity would have definitely been exposed by that man. That was close, that was close. Luo Qingtong patted her chest and finished the banana in a few bites. She threw the peel into the fruit bowl and got up to change her disguise. After being frightened by Yi Qianxian, she was no longer in the mood to take a bath. Who knew if that man would suddenly appear again? Luo Qingtong frowned as she thought. Fortunately, she was quick-witted enough to dispel his suspicions about her identity. The other party should no longer suspect his identity as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. However, if the other party recognized the origin of the medicinal liquid, they might send someone to follow her and find out her identity. She didn't know why this man was so persistent, just because of that pig. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's face darkened. It's all that stinky pig's fault. At this moment, she was incomparably glad that she had not let the pig out of the 9-story exquisite pagoda to teach it a lesson. Otherwise, no matter how many disguises he had, he would be exposed in an instant. How did that pig provoke that man? Luo Qingtong thought to herself. She set up a few more defenses outside the room that only she could sense. Then, she raised her hand and released Little Pig from the 9-layer exquisite pagoda. How did you get involved with that man? Little Pig was completely black after being released. It was almost roasted into a suckling pig by the flames at the bottom of the 9-layer exquisite pagoda. Before it could catch its breath, Luo Qingtong picked it up and interrogated it. It was on the verge of tears. Pfff, it opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of black gas. Then, it snorted and said with a wailing pig face, "How would I know? He suddenly came and grabbed me from the Immortal Slayer Palace's inheritance palace. He interrogated me about a bunch of things that I don't know. I said I didn't know, and he wanted to kill me. Of course, I ran away. Get lost." Luo Qingtong slapped Little Pig's head and sent it rolling on the floor. If she went to ask that man, wouldn't she be telling him, I'm the woman who made your soy sauce in the 9 Magi Mountain. The pig you want to catch is with me. It wasn't as if there was something wrong with her brain. Are you telling the truth? Luo Qingtong looked coldly at Little Pig, who rolled on the floor and got up like a ball. You really don't know why he caught you? I think it's because of some ancient medicinal formula. Little Pig's beady eyes rolled around as he answered honestly. But he should ask that old man, Tian Mingzi, about this kind of thing. What's the point of asking me? I think he caught the wrong person. Little Pig said with a solemn expression. Ancient prescription. Luo Qingtong started to believe Little Pig's words. The injuries on that man's body were very strange. Luo Qingtong had seen all kinds of strange diseases in her previous life. However, this was the first time she saw such a strange condition on that man's body. The injuries on his meridians didn't seem like they were caused by someone. Moreover, there wasn't any trace of external energy in his body. However, the meridians in his body were breaking apart one after another. This was really strange. Moreover, that man didn't lack good medicine, just the healing panacea alone was of a very high grade. However, it couldn't cure that man's injuries. It could only heal him temporarily and not cure the root cause. This was really strange. If it was said that he was looking for some ancient prescription to treat his injuries, then the credibility of this statement was still very high. Luo Qingtong thought about it and temporarily accepted Little Pig's explanation. However, she furrowed her brows. You really don't know about that ancient prescription? If I do, I'll just give it to that man. That way, he won't keep chasing me, especially since he was so strong. Luo Qingtong also felt a pain in the ass for getting into such big trouble. If the strength of the experts in this world was like a mountain peak, then that man who could tear a divine beast apart with his bare hands was like Mount Everest. She was being chased by that man every day. No matter how handsome he was, she didn't want that. Could she still cultivate properly and become stronger in the future? No. Little Pig said resolutely with a face full of grievance. If I did, I wouldn't have to sign a contract with you to avoid him. This feeling of being in someone else's control was really annoying. Why was I so scared by that man that time? Little Pig felt depressed as he thought about it. Why? Are you feeling wronged? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and sneered at it. If it wasn't for this pig, she wouldn't be chased by that man. She still hadn't settled the matter regarding the Immortal Slayer Palace. Little Pig looked at her, and the cold, bloodthirsty smile on his lips instantly withered. Who told me to choose such a master? I thought Luo Qingtong was young and easy to control. She also had some strange abilities that could help her avoid that man's detection. That was why I made a contract with her, but the result? Humph. I'll cry if I talk too much. Little Pig squatted there with its pair of little ears. Luo Qingtong did not bother with it anymore. Since I don't have that ancient prescription, I can only avoid that man from now on. fortunately, she had spent more than 10 years in her previous life being chased and counter-chased, so she had a lot of experience in this. In comparison, that man was just a little stronger and harder to deal with, but there was nothing else. Xianxia returned to the mayor's residence with a cold face. Beiqing and Fengyu followed behind him, not even daring to breathe loudly. Everyone could tell that Xianxia was in a bad mood. They were secretly guessing what had happened in the room. However, what Luo Qingtong had said earlier made their imaginations run wild. The two of them kept thinking about it, and their minds were filled with all kinds of horrifying things. But how could their master do such a thing? But the evil doctor's words were indeed, the two of them kept thinking about it, and their minds were in a mess. Duo Jimin's mind was like that of Fengyu, but he couldn't figure out what had happened in the room that could make their master, who could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed, so angry. Beiqing felt like a cat was scratching at his heart. He hadn't seen the girl who had forcefully kissed his master on Nine Shaman's Mountain, but he had seen with his own eyes how angry his master was because of the evil doctor. His master's face had turned black. How scary, ever since, he had never seen his master so angry. What was even more strange was that the evil doctor was fine. He was fine. They were outside, but they didn't even hear a scream. All they saw was their master rushing out of the room. But thinking about it, it seemed normal. Beiqing suddenly understood why his master didn't do anything to the evil doctor. He thought about how he and the others had also followed after his master as if they were running for their lives. They didn't even want to look into the room, let alone touch the evil doctor. Beiqing suddenly understood why his master didn't do anything to the evil doctor. They were already disgusted when they heard what had happened outside, so their master was even more disgusted. He probably didn't even want to touch the evil doctor, let alone lay his hands on him. His lips twitched as he thought about it. He had received news from the bloody battle arena earlier, so he was a little curious about this evil doctor with extraordinary medical skills. But now, this trace of curiosity had shockingly been shattered into pieces. He didn't expect the evil doctor to be such an evil doctor. An old homosexual dared to covet his master. However, Beiqing quickly thought that, according to the evil doctor's words, his master was the one who had done something to him first. When Beiqing thought of this, he was confused again. That's impossible. Her master would never do such a thing, but, if it was the demonic doctor who had ill intentions towards master first, how could he still be alive to say those words to master? Thinking of this, Beiqing was horrified again. Just as his mind was in a mess and his thoughts were running wild, Xianxia suddenly stopped in his tracks. Keep a close eye on that evil doctor. I want to know his every move and every whereabouts. Xianxia's voice was icy cold. This was the first time, other than that woman, he had suffered such a huge loss. The veins on Xianxia's forehead bulged as he recalled the audacious words the evil doctor had said to him. Even with his self-control, he couldn't help but feel the anger in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the evil doctor was the only clue he had that had anything to do with that woman, he definitely wouldn't have let him off so easily. He actually dared to covet her. Tut tut tut, the veins on Xianxia's forehead bulged violently. The next second, he waved his hand fiercely, and the explosion destroyed half of the square outside the mayor's mansion. Then, he angrily returned to his residence. As for Luo Qingtong, she was sleeping carelessly. In fact, she had dared to flirt with Xianxia because she knew he wouldn't do anything to her. Otherwise, who would play with their lives like this? It was better to expose her identity than to court death. Flirting with carnivorous animals was very risky. But it seemed to be working well. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she looked at the hidden figures inside and outside her residence. When she woke up early in the morning, she found that there were a bunch of powerful auras of unknown origins inside and outside her residence. These people probably thought that they were hiding very well, but in fact, under Luo Qingtong's eyes, their figures were as dazzling as fireflies in the dark night. She couldn't even pretend that she didn't see them. Forget it, she'll just treat them as free bodyguards sent by someone. Luo Qingtong ignored them and went straight out the door. She was going to the slave market to buy people today. It couldn't be helped. When Xianxia and the others came yesterday, the people in her residence actually didn't notice anything. Luo Qingtong felt that she couldn't take it anymore. She didn't expect those people to be able to block Xianxia and the others. After all, the latter and the others were powerful. But they should at least make some movements to let her know, right? Luo Qingtong didn't want to welcome uninvited guests in the middle of bathing in the future. If this went on, her identity would be exposed sooner or later. Lord Evil Doctor. When Luo Qingtong arrived at the slave market, someone recognized her and immediately reported to the manager of the slave market. The latter walked up to him with a chuckle. This Lord Evil Doctor was now one of the people who couldn't be offended in the Blackfield subsidy. News spread quickly in the Blackfield subsidy. Now, who didn't know that Master Lu of the auction house was greedy and wanted to exchange for Lord Evil Doctor's medicine? In the end, he was almost poisoned into a skeleton. It was said that even the 100-poison antidote pill of a heavenly alchemist couldn't cure the poison of Lord Evil Doctor. After seeing Master Lu's miserable state, who would dare to provoke this Lord Evil Doctor, who had first-rate medical and poison skills? They didn't want to die. Moreover, Lord Evil Doctor's refining skills were first-rate. In the future, they would have to rely on her for many things. The manager of the slave market treated Luo Qingtong very respectfully. Lord Evil Doctor, what kind of slaves do you want to buy? We have all kinds of slaves here. We guarantee that you will be satisfied in all aspects. The manager of the slave market said politely. Yes, I want to buy a battle slave that can guard the house. I want the strongest one. Luo Qingtong was not short of money. If she wanted to buy a slave, she would naturally buy the best one. However, the strength of the slaves supplied by each Blackfield subsidy was different. Generally, they would not exceed the level of the experts of the country where the Blackfield subsidy was located. In other words, the slaves that could be purchased in this Blackfield city of the eastern border country were at most at the Marshal Marquis level. Any higher and there was nothing left. This was also one of the agreements between the Blackfield and the 4 great holy dynasties. The 4 great sacred dynasties did not interfere with the matters of the Blackfield, but at the same time, the Blackfield could not destroy the balance of power between the various countries. This was a hidden rule that both sides were secretly protecting and abiding by. All right. Lord Evil Doctor, this way please. The manager of the slave market politely led the way in front. As he walked, he smiled and said to Luo Qingtong, Lord Evil Doctor, you came at the right time this time. We just received a new batch of goods. There are several Marshal Marquis experts among them. There is even a peak Marshal Marquis expert among them. They will definitely satisfy you. As the group of people spoke, they stepped into the slave selection plaza. The atmosphere here was very lively. There were slaves waiting to be selected and people choosing slaves everywhere. The battle slave that Luo Qingtong wanted to choose was on the other side. The so-called war slaves were slaves that had been captured during the war. These people were tyrannical in strength and their bodies were strong. After being controlled by the Blackfield, they were absolutely loyal to their masters. They were very welcomed by those who entered the Blackfield. If Luo Qingtong hadn't come at the right time, the powerhouses in this group might have already been bought. A group of figures lined up in front of Luo Qingtong. There were nearly 100 people. Most of them were great generals, and only a few were Marshal Marquis level. Luo Qingtong looked at these people with extraordinary auras, but at this moment, their faces were numb and they had been reduced to slaves. She narrowed her eyes. These people, before becoming slaves, were all upper-class people of their own countries. These Marshal Marquis powerhouses, which one of them wasn't the same as Grandfather Luo? They were the rulers of their respective countries, or they were the martial arts geniuses of their respective families, but because of the war, because of the destruction of their countries, these once proud sons of heaven had been reduced to slaves, unable to escape the control of their masters for the rest of their lives. Life and death, they were all in the hands of their masters. Luo Qingtong looked at these people and inexplicably thought of the Luo family and Grandfather Luo. In the true Spill continent, the strong were respected. Countries stood in great numbers, and battles were frequent. The expansion of the territory represented the expansion of the territory, and it also represented the increase of resources. Therefore, as long as a country or an aristocratic family lost power, there would immediately be a pack of hungry wolves attacking them, tearing them apart and swallowing them into their stomachs. For so many years, it wasn't that no one had the idea of attacking the Eastern Fence country and the Luo family, but because of the engagement between Luo Qingtong and Yuan Mo, they didn't dare to act rashly. once the Luo family and the royal family of the Tianyu Empire broke off the engagement. Then there would be so many evil people who wanted to attack them, but, as long as she was here, she would never let the Luo family fall into such a situation. Whoever dared to attack the Luo family and grandfather Luo, she would kill them. Even the Heavenly Emperor was no exception. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes as she sized up these people. Her gaze swept across the group of martial marquis experts standing at the very front. Suddenly, she met with a pair of unruly eyes. He had clearly been reduced to a slave. Even the peak martial marquis had a numb expression on his face. The man standing in the middle of the group, whose strength was only at the intermediate martial marquis level, stood perfectly straight. His pair of beautiful and somewhat feminine phoenix eyes coldly looked at Luo Qingtong. That pair of eyes contained too many things. There was unyieldingness, there was forbearance, and the most obvious was the arrogance. Luo Qingtong looked at the other party's eyes and thought of the lone wolf she had met in the Gobi Desert. His legs were broken, his teeth were ground out, and his eyes were blinded. However, he still fought with his mouth wide open until the last moment and killed the lion opposite him. Even if he had to die, he couldn't lose his dignity. A person with such eyes would definitely achieve great things in the future. Unfortunately, he was now a slave. Slaves didn't have any room for advancement. Their consciousness had already been locked down by the Blackfield's special method of control. They couldn't disobey their master's orders, and they couldn't break free from the shackles to advance. This was to prevent them from becoming too strong in the future, breaking free from the slave imprint's control and hurting their master. The person who bought the slave only wanted an obedient dog. But now, this person, even in such a situation, was unwilling to admit defeat. Interesting. I want all of these people. As she spoke, she walked in front of the man and lifted his chin. What's your name? Suyu. The man looked straight at the sinister Rakshasa mask on her face without the slightest bit of fear. On that feminine and somewhat overly beautiful face, there was an untamed look that was similar to the look in his eyes. Suyu? What a nice name. I like you. From now on, you can stay by my side and serve me. As Luo Qingtong spoke, her lips moved slightly, and a faintly discernible voice drilled into the man's ears. I know your identity. My name is Evil Eye. Remember it. From now on, I am your master. Luo Qingtong used her own voice to say these two sentences. As she spoke, she cut off the chains that bound the man's hands and feet. Lord Evil Doctor. The people in the slave market were caught off guard. This Suyu was the only troublemaker in this batch of goods. He was extremely untamed. They were just about to give Luo Qingtong some advice, but they didn't expect her to take a fancy to Suyu and promote him to be her personal servant. But they hadn't handed over the control of the slaves to Lord Evil Doctor yet. What if this Suyu attacked her? The other party had already injured several trainers when he came here. He was completely out of control. A group of people quickly rushed forward to protect Luo Qingtong. At this moment, Suyu moved. Then, everyone watched in surprise as he knelt on the ground. Suyu obeys Master's orders. From now on, I am Master's man in life and Master's ghost in death. The man knelt on the ground. The untamed look in his eyes was still there, but the subservience in them was genuine. No one had expected this to happen. Suyu had submitted. He was famous for being difficult to deal with. Previously, they wanted to tell Luo Qingtong that if she bought these people back, this Suyu would be used as cannon fodder to break through enemy lines. He definitely couldn't keep it by his side. Otherwise, even with the control of the slave imprint, the other party would not be so obedient. Who would have thought that Luo Qingtong would just casually say a few words and he would submit? Everyone was surprised, but Luo Qingtong didn't care. She looked indifferently at Suyu, who was kneeling in front of her, and said, "Remember your choice. I won't accept betrayal. Suyu will not betray Master." The man kneeling on the ground said in a deep voice. Well then, get up and stand behind me. Yes. Suyu stood up and stood behind Luo Qingtong expressionlessly. From the beginning to the end, there was not a single superfluous word. Luo Qingtong was very satisfied. Coming to the slave market was the right choice. She didn't look at Suyu again. Instead, she picked up another slave. This time, Luo Qingtong wanted to change all the people in her residence, so she bought close to 1,000 slaves from all sorts of places. In addition to a small number of handymen, she also bought about 500 general-level slaves in addition to Suyu and the others. After buying these slaves, the money that Luo Qingtong won from the bloody arena was reduced by half. More than half of it was spent on Suyu and the other high-level slaves. The money spent by the others was not as much as the Marquis level slaves. Luo Qingtong couldn't help but sigh. Buying and selling slaves, especially high-level slaves, was really a money-burning and profiteering industry. Okay, take it off. Suyu stood straight and firm in the room. His back was as straight as a javelin, full of the coldness of a soldier. Even his unbelievably beautiful face was as sharp as an unsheathed sword. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, he was silent for a moment. Then he knelt down in front of Luo Qingtong. Swish, Suyu raised his hand to untie his hair, and at the same time, he pulled off the outer robe he was wearing. Master is perceptive. Suyu is a girl. His long black hair fluttered down like a waterfall, and Suyu's beautiful chest bulged with white cloth wrapped around it appeared in front of Luo Qingtong. The half-kneeling girl's clothes were half taken off, exposing her upper body. The lines of her muscles were extremely beautiful, firm and powerful, but not bulky. That feminine and beautiful face was full of determination and arrogance. If it weren't for the bulge in front of her chest, no one would believe that she was a girl. Master, when did you find out? Suyu's mood was complicated. She didn't know where she exposed herself. She had been disguised as a man for more than 10 years, and she had always been the face and pride of the Su family. No one had ever seen through her disguise, even when she was sold as a slave. It was no exception. If Luo Qingtong hadn't seen through her identity, she wouldn't have surrendered so easily. She just didn't know how her master saw through her identity. You don't need to know this. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes at her. You only need to know that from now on, I am your only master. If she hadn't found out that Suyu was a girl, Luo Qingtong wouldn't have been so interested in her. A girl who wasn't willing to admit defeat in a pack of wolves. A girl who was sold as a slave, but still cleverly kept herself and her secrets. Luo Qingtong appreciated her very much. It just so happened that she lacked a personal attendant. She really liked people like Suyu who had wolf-like eyes and a persistent spirit, because such a person wouldn't ask too much, wouldn't think too much, and wouldn't do unnecessary things. At the critical moment, she would be the sharpest knife in his hand. Usually, she was the least talkative guard. Most importantly, the other party's attire was compatible with both men and women. It was very suitable for him to stay by her side. Luo Qingtong didn't need people with high discernment around her, so you met the requirements of the people around her very well. You will follow me from now on. Come here. Luo Qingtong extended her hand to Suyu. The latter hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. At this moment, she felt a buzzing sound in her mind. Amidst the intense pain, it was as if something had been shattered. Master. Suyu's eyes suddenly widened. She could sense that the thing that was crushed was the control imprint in their minds under the Blackfield slave market. Master, she shattered the slave imprint in her mind. Why was that? Suyu looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. Master, don't ask why. I just don't like the life and death of my people being in the hands of others. Blackfield had said that they would hand over control, but who knew if there were any hidden hands behind their backs? The Blackfield slave trade was spread throughout the entire Truespill continent. Every country had slaves produced by the Blackfield. If these people could be controlled by the Blackfield, then it would be a big joke. Luo Qingtong didn't dare to underestimate the huge dark sanctuary. She shattered the slave imprint in Suyu's mind because she didn't want to leave behind any future troubles. She never trusted anyone, no matter the means. That's enough. You'll stay by my side from now on. Luo Qingtong's voice is indifferent. I don't care what your previous identity is, or what kind of hatred and background you have. But there's only one requirement for you to stay by my side. You'll be under my command, and everything will be under my command and will. In the future, when your cultivation is strong enough, you can take revenge on your own. I won't stop you. But you're not allowed to have any selfish motives by my side. Can you do it? Luo Qingtong looks at her indifferently. The blood-red light in her eyes flickers little by little. If Suyu answers with a single word, then her end today will be very miserable. But Luo Qingtong believes that the other party won't make such a choice. This is a clever wolf-like woman. She has the unruliness of a wolf, but also the wisdom and intelligence of a wolf. Suyu's everything belongs to Master. Please rest assured, Master. Suyu kneels down. She has regained her freedom, so she should have left at all costs, but the girl in front of her gave her dignity and freedom, and broke the shackles of being a slave. Suyu isn't someone who doesn't know how to repay kindness. She can also become strong by the girl's side. She can also take revenge. She's willing to offer her life and soul. Just for the new life that the other party has given her. Very good. Luo Qingtong nods indifferently. The other party has indeed made a good choice. In the future, you'll be in charge of everything around me. After those people from the slave market are sent here, you'll organize them into teams and patrol the residence. Oh, I'll give you a map. For the time being, you'll patrol according to the route on this map. When Luo Qingtong says this, it's unknown what she's thinking, but the corners of her lips curl up. That smile is really evil and wanton. If Xianxia were here at this moment, he would definitely be vigilant in an instant. Because every time this woman tricked him, she would always smile like this. Suyu quickly took over the defense of the entire residence. Luo Qingtong's authority over her is very relaxed. Suyu didn't need to consult her about almost everything. She only needed to make a decision and then report it to her. Don't use people you don't suspect. Luo Qingtong wasn't afraid of Suyu betraying her. She was confident that she could control everything when Suyu betrayed her. Only the weak would be afraid of being overridden and deceived. The strong would always control everything in their hands. Suyu was also very worthy of Luo Qingtong's trust. She took good care of her mansion. She used to be in charge of an army, and those battle slaves were arranged in an extremely orderly manner in her hands. Very soon, they began to patrol. However, those who were ordered to monitor Luo Qingtong suffered. The route drawn by Luo Qingtong was targeted at them. Ever since Suyu had arranged for people to patrol the residence, the people who came to monitor Luo Qingtong had been chased away like chickens and dogs. There was no other way. Those people were running towards where they were hiding. Originally, they thought that their identities had been exposed, but when they took a closer look, those guards were just patrolling and passing by where they were hiding. There was no other way. Those people began to change locations. This won't do. They were scared witless every time, but speaking of which, it was also strange. When they changed locations, those guards also changed their patrol routes. Every time, there would always be a few routes that coincided with where they were hiding. Gradually, those who were in charge of monitoring Luo Qingtong were made to complain incessantly, but there was nothing they could do. On this day, Luo Qingtong stood in the room, watching those people in a state of chaos in the dark. She suddenly smiled and looked at Suyu, who was standing beside her. Yes. It's the Heaven and Earth Dragon Soul Herb that you need. The person sent by the Bloody Arena said that the other party wants to see you. He said that he will only take out the Heaven and Earth Dragon Soul Herb after seeing you. Suyu's voice was cold and clear. It was very pleasant to listen to. Coupled with his firm and indifferent expression at the moment, he really looked like a handsome young master. He was beautiful, feminine, and heroic. Looking at him made people want to touch him. Unfortunately, this handsome and indifferent man was a woman. Luo Qingtong looked at him and shook her head. If this was known by others, it would break the hearts of many young girls. She suddenly thought of something and asked, Suyu, have any girls pursued you before? Suyu's voice suddenly stopped. Then he helplessly raised his head and said to Luo Qingtong, Master, I'm talking business with you. So. Can't you be a bit more serious? Suyu also didn't understand his master. He thought that the other party's character was evil and cold, and would be very difficult to serve. But in fact, when he really got along with her, Suyu realized that Luo Qingtong's temperament was very changeable. Although she did things her own way, it was very easy to get along with her. In just a few days, the master and servant could already make some harmless jokes. Okay. Luo Qingtong folded her fingers and tapped them. The other party wants to see me, right? Tell the people of the Bloody Arena that I will go there. Heaven and Earth Dragon Soul Herb. It was one of the antidote herbs that Luo Qingtong needed. The antidote herbs she needed were mixed in the list she gave to the Bloody Arena. If it was other herbs, Luo Qingtong would refuse. But since it was this herb, Luo Qingtong had to go there in person. After all, this was the first herb she found that could detoxify the poison in her eyes. Maybe she could find other herbs through the other party. To be honest, after coming to the Black Field, Luo Qingtong knew how precious the antidote herbs she was looking for were. In the whole Black Field, there were so many cities, but she still couldn't find the antidote herbs she needed for so long. She had collected a lot of other herbs. But for Luo Qingtong, those were just tricks. They were useless. The antidote couldn't be taken out by ordinary people. Ordinary antidotes were very difficult to detoxify. However, the herbs used in the poison that she was afflicted with were incomparably precious. There was someone behind the royal family of Tianyu. Interesting. He thought that it was just a simple plot by a concubine's daughter who was jealous of the first wife's daughter. It would be enough if the royal family of Tianyu was involved. The person who took out the ultimate medicine and ultimate poison must have a very honorable status. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used so many precious medicinal ingredients on top of the ultimate medicine and ultimate poison. But it didn't matter. She had plenty of time. And one by one. Let's go. Luo Qingtong put on her cloak and ferocious Rakshasa mask and went out. Since she subdued Suyu, Luo Qingtong was a lot more relaxed. Occasionally, she would show her real face in the room to let her skin breathe. Anyway, if someone broke in, according to Luo Qingtong's arrangement, there would be a warning. Luo Qingtong had enough time to react. Yes. Suyu responded and followed her with a straight posture. In the VIP room of the bloody battle arena, an old man was standing with his hands behind his back, waiting for Luo Qingtong's arrival. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head to look somewhere in the air and smiled. Ming Zun. If someone else was here, they would be shocked to find that the old man's attitude was very casual. He did not seem to be afraid of the Black Field's supreme ruler. Obviously, he was an expert on the same level as Ming Zun. You can't touch him. Yi Qianxian's voice came from the other side of the air. This was clearly an extremely advanced sound transmission technique. His figure didn't even appear here. Oh, that evil doctor? The old man's voice was surprised. He did not expect Ming Zun to send a sound transmission just to warn him not to touch the evil doctor. He's from the Black Field. Yi Qianxian's voice was cold. He did not touch the evil doctor. Naturally, he would not allow anyone to touch him. After all, that was the only clue he had that could lead him to that woman. My lord, you've misunderstood. The old man smiled warmly. After that moment of surprise, his expression returned to normal. I'm here to see what kind of person the evil doctor is. He doesn't know anything about alchemy, but he can enter the pinnacle state and refine the supreme grade medicinal liquid. He smiled. I won't find trouble with him. It's just that I can't help but feel itchy when I see such a genius. Yi Qianxian did not say anything else. The intimidating aura in the air retreated. Interesting. I didn't expect Ming Zun to value that evil doctor so much. It makes me even more curious. The old man smiled and talked to himself in the quiet room. He was looking forward to Luo Qingtong's arrival. No one had ever attracted Ming Zun's attention. This evil doctor was quite capable. The capable Lord Evil Doctor, Luo Qingtong, pushed the door open and walked in at this moment. As soon as she entered, she saw the old man standing in the middle looking at her meaningfully. Luo Qingtong had goosebumps all over her body. The old man's gaze was too strange. The meaning of "I'm interested in you" was too strong. Could he be an old homosexual? She likes me? Luo Qingtong got goosebumps as she thought about it. She wanted to leave the heaven and earth dragon soul herb behind and leave immediately. Fortunately, the old man spoke up in time and broke the misunderstanding. You are the evil doctor? This old man has seen the profound origin heart elixir that you refined. You are not an alchemist, yet you are able to enter the extreme realm and refine such a transcendent medicinal elixir. This is truly amazing. He did not mention anything about Underworld Venerable. Since Underworld Venerable chose to speak to him in a place where no one was around, he naturally did not want others to know about it. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to say anything more. Luo Qingtong breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he had seen through the mysteries of her alchemy technique. It was fine as long as he wasn't a homosexual. You flatter me. May I know the reason for your visit this time? As soon as Luo Qingtong's voice came out, the old man was instantly shocked. Then, he looked at her even more meaningfully. It is said that the evil doctor's medical skills are extraordinary. I wonder if you can cure my injuries? He clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Luo Qingtong. If you can, this old man will give you the heaven and earth dragon soul herb with both hands. The old man's face was full of excitement. He did not look like he was here to ask for treatment. Instead, he looked like he was here to test Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong looked at his expression and the corners of her mouth twitched. Why was this old man behaving so strangely, but she did not care about this. She heard that as long as she cured his injuries, she could get the heaven and earth dragon soul herb. She immediately used her pupil technique to look at him. After looking at him, Luo Qingtong turned around and left. Hey! Little girl. Wait a minute. Seeing Luo Qingtong turn around and leave so quickly, the old man was caught off guard. The old man was caught off guard and hurriedly shouted. In a flash, he stood in front of her. You haven't checked my injuries yet. Just say you can't cure it. How could there be such a thing? No need. I can't cure it. Luo Qingtong said firmly. This old man was making fun of her. There were several violent and ferocious forces in his body, which were extremely destructive. They were wandering around in his meridians and bones. He had to rely on his own strength to suppress them. Although Luo Qingtong couldn't tell what level of strength the force belonged to, she could tell that it was not something an ordinary person could touch. If someone who wasn't strong enough touched it, he or she might be blown up into nothingness. In short, this old man was not an ordinary expert. The injuries on his body were not caused by ordinary people. How could Luo Qingtong cure it? It was not that she couldn't cure it, but she couldn't cure it now. The strength in her body was not enough. To cure the old man's injuries, she had to expose the secret of her pupil technique. Moreover, she needed several experts who were as strong as this old man to assist her. She had to go through so much trouble for a heaven and earth dragon soul herb. She even exposed her biggest secret in front of others. She was not stupid, therefore, after taking a look at the old man's injuries, Luo Qingtong firmly replied that she couldn't cure it. No. You didn't check the injuries and said you couldn't cure it. I can't accept it. How could the old man stand Luo Qingtong like this? He wanted to give Luo Qingtong a good test, but he didn't expect her to do this to him. Who said I didn't check it? Seeing that he kept stopping her, Luo Qingtong frowned. She didn't want to be entangled with him anymore. She didn't need to expose her pupil technique. She still had a way to make the old man retreat. Your breath is deep and there is a sound of thunder mixed with some noise. It can be seen that the breath in your body is intertwined with a tyrannical force. Look at your palm again. Luo Qingtong pointed at his hand that was blocking her. Fingernails are greenish-black with a straight line upwards. Her skin was fair and loose. It can be seen that you usually take good care of your health. You are vigorous and full of energy. You protect and strengthen your body. However, he suffered a serious injury and suffered a powerful backlash. Now, he is completely relying on his own strength to suppress it. That's why your palms and skin look so old. If I'm not mistaken. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. You were at least 10 times younger than you are now? The old man's beard trembled. Luo Qingtong's every word was hammered into his heart. She had actually said it without missing a single word. It turned out that she wasn't just saying it casually, she really could tell that she couldn't treat his injuries. The old man looked surprised. Before he came, he had heard about how miraculous the evil doctor in the black field was. A bottle of medicine was able to bring the dead back to life and save a person who was bound to die. At that time, he didn't take it to heart because he had seen the medicine. It just happened to treat the other party's fatal injuries. It wasn't as mystical as the rumors said, that it could bring the dead back to life, but because of this, it had piqued his interest and he had specially come to see this evil doctor. He didn't expect that the other party's medical skills would be so beyond his expectations. Just by looking at him, he was able to tell how serious his internal injuries were from his external appearance. He was already looking at Luo Qingtong in a new light because of Mingxun's protection. Now that he saw her outstanding medical skills, he was even more excited. good, good, good. He looked at Luo Qingtong with a face full of joy and smiles. Good. Little doll. I didn't expect your medical skills to be so good. You're right. My internal injuries are very serious, and you can't cure it. His "you can't cure it" was different from Luo Qingtong's "I can't cure it." The old man thought she couldn't cure it. But Luo Qingtong knew that she could cure it. But if she wanted to cure it now, she would have to expose her technique ability and expose herself in front of everyone. She would never do such a thing. When her ability was exposed in her previous life, it attracted many people who wanted to kill her. She finally had a stable life in this life. She was determined not to expose it, let the other party think she couldn't cure it. Yes. I said I can't cure it. Luo Qingtong said and was about to walk out. Wait. The old man stopped her and threw a brocade box to her. He laughed and said, although you can't cure it, it's not your fault. I'm not someone who bullies little doll. This heaven and earth dragon soul grass is for you. Yes. There's another thing I want to give you in it. I hope you can make good use of it. Little doll, the world outside is very big. Your talent is so good, don't waste it. He said meaningfully and walked out with a smile while stroking his beard. This is so strange. Luo Qingtong was depressed. She looked at the brocade box in her hand. Obviously, it contained the heaven and earth dragon soul grass. But why did the old man give it to her? Just because she mentioned his injuries? Luo Qingtong frowned and couldn't figure it out. This old man had been acting weird since she came in, and he even called her a little doll. Wait, Luo Qingtong's body stiffened in an instant. Did that old man see through her identity? Damn, luckily, there was no one around. Luo Qingtong glanced around the room and used her Do technique to make sure that no one else had heard her conversation with the old man. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. It was not that she was nervous, but that man, the man she had offended in the 9 Magi Mountains, was also in the Blackfield sub-city. Fortunately, there was no one else around when he met with the old man. Otherwise, his identity would have been exposed. This meeting was so secretive and short. No matter how resourceful that man was, he wouldn't know, right? Thinking of this, she calmed down. It would be terrible if that man found out. Luo Qingtong absolutely did not want to be caught by him, although the other party's target was Little Pig. Little Pig was her lifeline. Luo Qingtong would never give it to him. As for himself, he had offended him so many times before. If he was caught, he wouldn't have a good time either. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong walked out of the VIP room with palpitations. What she didn't know was that several thousand meters away, in the city lord's mansion, with a snap, Yi Qianren, who had been paying attention to the movements in the private room, crushed the Taotai paperweight in her hand. Little doll? Supreme Blackfield's face was dark and gloomy. Every word he spat out was filled with unspeakable coldness. That demonic doctor wasn't an old man at all. Was he that woman's disguise to deceive him? Thinking that he might have been deceived again, Yi Qianxian's heart burned with anger. Pass down this Supreme's order. Invite the demonic doctor into the mansion. In the bloody arena, Luo Qingtong exits the VIP room and leaves with Suyu, who is waiting for her outside the door. Just as the two of them reach the entrance, a black shadow suddenly pounces over from the side. Lord Demonic Doctor. Be careful, Master. Suyu suddenly raises her eyes and blocks in front of Luo Qingtong. She raises her hand and slashes at the pouncing figure. Wait. Luo Qingtong finds the voice a bit familiar and calls out to stop her. Soon after, the figure pounces in front of her. Lord Demonic Doctor, please save my mother. I beg you. The figure is tall and sturdy. At this moment, he is kneeling in front of her. The big guy is curled up like a shrimp and desperately kowtows to her. Luo Qingtong looks at him and frowns. Chu Lingfeng? Luo Qingtong recognizes the other party. Isn't this the blockhead that she saved in order to make a name for herself in the bloody arena? Save his mother? Isn't his mother dead? Asking her to save a dead person. If she didn't know that this Chu Lingfeng is a little silly, Luo Qingtong would have thought that the other party is here to ruin her reputation. I can't save the dead. You can go. Luo Qingtong takes Suyu and prepares to go around Chu Lingfeng. She is a demonic doctor, not an immortal. What's more, even an immortal can't save a person who has been dead for several days. this Chu Lingfeng really knows how to find trouble for himself. When Luo Qingtong entered the bloody arena, she saw this blockhead kneeling on the side and falling asleep. She doesn't know how long he has been kneeling with his body covered in dust. She didn't expect that he was waiting for her. However, the dead can't be saved. It's useless even if he kneels to death here. No. Lord Demonic Doctor. My mother is not dead. She is still alive. They are all talking nonsense. My mother is still sitting beside me and smiling at me. She's not dead. Seeing that Luo Qingtong was about to leave, Chu Lingfeng took a few steps forward on his knees and hugged her leg. He said incoherently, Lord Evil Doctor, I know you are a good person. I was about to die in the arena and you saved me. The people in the arena treated me very well and gave me a lot of good things. I know it's all because of you. Can you save my mother? She was really dying. Her figure was already very, very faint. Lord Evil Doctor, if you save my mother, I'll sell myself to you. I'm very powerful. I don't need to eat so much, but I can do a lot of work. Otherwise, if you sell me to the fighting arena, I'll definitely be very, very serious. I'm not afraid of pain. You can break a few of my bones, and I'll fight you no matter how heavy the injuries are. I can make you a lot of money. As long as you save my mom. Lord Evil Doctor, I beg you. I beg you. You have to save her. Such a big guy was hugging Luo Qingtong's thigh and crying like a child. He looked silly and pitiful, like a big dog that had been abandoned by its owner. So you couldn't bear to see him like this. She also knew a little about Luo Qingtong's fame. She knew that this big fool was about to be beaten to death at that time, and it was her master who saved him. So he was seriously injured in the arena to fight for others and earn money to treat her mother's illness? Although he was a fool, he was also a filial son. Master. Su looked at Luo Qingtong. Although the dead couldn't be saved, it wasn't a big deal for her master to take a look. Alright, go take a look. Luo Qingtong wasn't moved by Suyu's words, but Chu Lingfeng's words made her a little interested. She wasn't dead, her figure was becoming more and more transparent, this situation. Master. This is the place. After receiving Luo Qingtong's approval, Chu Lingfeng was overjoyed. He automatically followed Suyu and called her master. No matter how she corrected him, he wouldn't listen. In his opinion, since Luo Qingtong agreed to save his mother, he was her person. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched when she heard this. Why did these words sound so ambiguous? However, although this blockhead was a bit stupid, he was loyal and pure. Luo Qingtong didn't mind keeping him by her side. Moreover, this blockhead wasn't completely useless. Luo Qingtong discovered that Chu Lingfeng's recovery ability was very amazing. She had just pulled him back from the brink of death a few days ago. It had only been a few days, but he was already alive and kicking. The huge wound on his abdomen had healed without leaving a scar. Luo Qingtong had never seen anyone with such a strong recovery ability. With some nurturing in the future, it wasn't impossible for him to become a capable person. The group of people walked into a dilapidated room. Inside, there were only 4 bare walls. Apart from a bed made of wooden planks, there was only a tattered straw mat. Chu Lingfeng cheerfully rushed into the room like a big dog. He happily shouted, Mother! Mother! I brought Master to see you. You'll be fine. You'll definitely get better. Chu Lingfeng was in high spirits. Suyu, who was behind him, frowned. She could naturally feel that apart from the 3 of them, there was no one else in the room. The middle-aged woman on the wooden plank bed in front of them was indeed dead. Blockhead, your mother is already dead. Before she came, she thought that Chu Lingfeng's mother was really, as he said, not dead. But now it seemed that Chu Lingfeng's obsession was too deep, and he was hallucinating. Thinking of this, Suyu sighed. Nonsense. Chu Lingfeng glared at Suyu. My mother didn't die. She's sitting right next to me, talking to me. You're not the master. You don't even know how to treat illnesses. How did you know? As he spoke, he angrily turned his head to look at Luo Qingtong and asked, Mistress, you can see my mother, right? She's right beside me now. She's not dead yet. Chu Lingfeng regarded Luo Qingtong's words as a precious jade. He believed that his master would definitely be able to see his mother. She must be able to save her mother's life, Chu Lingfeng firmly believed. Yes, I can see that your mother is not dead yet. Luo Qingtong squinted at Chu Lingfeng's side. Beside him, there was a faint, smoke-like shadow. Although the shadow was very faint, one could vaguely see that the outline of the shadow was Chu Lingfeng's mother. This was Chu Lingfeng's mother's soul. This blockhead didn't lie, his mother really wasn't dead yet, but now, there was no difference between her and being dead. The soul detachment illness is really rare. Luo Qingtong walked straight over. Chu Lingfeng's mother's soul was unconscious, sitting next to Chu Lingfeng, looking at him with an indescribable love in her eyes. Luo Qingtong only took a glance and knew that the other party was in a very strange state at the moment. She seemed to be dead yet not dead, like a soul yet not a soul, like a ghost yet not a ghost. Luo Qingtong had only seen the introduction of the soul detachment illness in ancient books before, so her interest was piqued. In Chu Lingfeng's mother's body, there was still a sliver of life. Sure enough, the soul detachment illness was caused by the soul being sucked out of the body due to certain reasons. Although the soul had left the body, because the person's life was not meant to end, there would be a sliver of life left in the body. However, this sliver of life was very weak. If the soul of the person with the soul detachment illness did not return to the body in time, this sliver of life would slowly dissipate. Finally, it would completely disappear. Now, Chu Lingfeng's mother was in such a situation. The sliver of life in her body was about to disappear completely, therefore, the shadow of the soul was so faint. However, since Luo Qingtong already knew what was going on, and knew where the sliver of life was in her body, she naturally knew how to treat it. "Give me your hand," she said to Chu Lingfeng. When the man heard this, he immediately stretched out his hand without hesitation. "Master, is one enough? If not, I still have more." Luo Qingtong's lips twitched when she heard this. This blockhead, did he think that he was selling pickled pork knuckles? If one was not enough, then another? Enough. She only wanted some of Chu Lingfeng's blood. Men were yang by nature, especially Chu Lingfeng's body, which was full of yang energy. This kind of blood would be of great use to her next move. While speaking, Luo Qingtong held his hand and drew a line with her finger. In an instant, hot blood splashed out from Chu Lingfeng's wrist. Along with the blood that flew out, Luo Qingtong raised her hand and hurriedly drew a few symbols in the air. Then, she suddenly raised her hand. "Quick!" Following her clear shout, those symbols drawn with blood instantly entered the body of Chu Lingfeng's mother. Then, Luo Qingtong pushed the soul of his mother forward. The moment it entered the body, she fiercely bit her index finger and pointed at her forehead. Then, she quickly drew an extremely complicated and simple rune on her mother's forehead. Set. The moment the talisman was formed, Chu Lingfeng's mother's soul, which was about to be expelled from her body, was quickly pushed back and fixed in her body. In an instant, the lifeless woman lying on the bed regained her breath and heartbeat after Luo Qingtong's actions. His complexion slowly turned rosy. Although it still had a pale, greenish-black color, it was still alive. "All right." Withdrawing her hand, Luo Qingtong took the handkerchief handed over by Suyu and wiped her hand. Then, she said to Chu Lingfeng, who was dumbfounded, "Your mother is fine now. However, I can't wake up for now. I have to properly recuperate and replenish my soul power." After all, that soul had stayed outside for too long and had suffered too much damage. "Yes. Yes. I know. Master. Really, thank you so much." Chu Lingfeng was so happy that he didn't know what to do. He circled around Luo Qingtong like a big wolf dog and almost rushed up to kneel and lick her. How could Master be so powerful? She must be a celestial being from the heavens. To be able to save his mother, Chu Lingfeng wasn't completely brainless. His mother's situation, so many people came and said that she was already dead, even the Earth Stage alchemist in the Blackfield sub-city. He had spent a huge amount of money to invite someone to take a look. They all said that there was no hope for his mother. If it wasn't for the fact that he could see his mother by his side, he might have believed those people's words. Only Master. With one look, he knew that his mother wasn't dead. Master was the most powerful person in the world. Suyu, who was watching from the side, was also shocked. She had seen with her own eyes how Chu Lingfeng's mother had regained her breath. Could it be that Master could really come back from the dead? For a moment, Suyu was also stunned. Luo Qingtong didn't explain to them. Even if she did, they wouldn't understand. For many people, Chu Lingfeng's mother should already be a dead person. But for her, as long as there was still life, then she wasn't considered a dead person. How did your mother become like this? Compared to the shock of the two, Luo Qingtong was more curious about the reason why Chu Lingfeng's mother became like this. One must know that the soul detachment illness wasn't an illness that appeared easily. For Chu Lingfeng's mother to be like this, there must be some external force that sucked out her soul, causing her to become like this. Luo Qingtong was very interested in this so-called external force. I don't know. Chu Lingfeng said very honestly. This blockhead didn't know what was called lying. He scratched his head and said, when I came back some time ago, I found that my mother had become like this. As for the specific reason, I don't know. He said honestly, but I heard from Uncle Li next door that my mother fell ill. Not long after she went out with the team of the Chamber of Commerce next door to gather medicinal herbs, she fell ill when she came back. After that, she became like this. Gathering medicinal herbs, Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. Are those medicinal herbs that your mother gathered still there? No. Chu Lingfeng scratched his head and said, those medicinal herbs were handed over to the Chamber of Commerce. Ah. Master, wait. When my mother came back, she was holding something and told me not to touch it. As he spoke, he quickly got up and wandered around the empty room. Then Luo Qingtong and Suyu saw him pull out a small cloth bag from the corner of the wall like magic. Mistress, look, this is it. Chu Lingfeng excitedly ran back to Luo Qingtong with the small cloth bag. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and took the small cloth bag. When she opened it, she saw a black object that looked like tree bark. This thing's aura. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and picked it up. Master. Suyu and Chu Lingfeng were shocked. Especially Chu Lingfeng. His mother had said that he must not touch this thing. If Master went to take it like this, would something happen? He was anxious and wanted to snatch the piece of black bark from Luo Qingtong's hand. However, he saw that Luo Qingtong raised her hand and crushed the piece of black bark into powder. I see. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a bloody light. She had just completely analyzed the black bark-like object with her eye technique. 1,000-year soul guiding wood. It turned out that this was the thing that had sucked out the soul of Chu Lingfeng's mother. It seemed that his mother's life was quite good. Generally, the soul that was sucked out by the 1,000-year soul guiding wood would be bound around it for eternity, unable to reincarnate. This 1,000-year soul guiding wood could be said to be the most evil thing in the world. However, for Luo Qingtong, this 1,000-year soul guiding wood was a rare good thing. As long as one could suppress its soul-sucking power, this 1,000-year soul guiding wood was an excellent treasure. It had a great effect on a cultivator's comprehension of the realm. Not only that, wearing it on one's body could also naturally nurture the cultivator's soul. There were all kinds of benefits. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong asked Chu Lingfeng about the specific location where his mother gathered the herbs and prepared to leave the city. However, before she could reach the city gate, she was stopped by someone. In front of her. All of them were Martial Marquis realm experts, wearing the Blackfield's silver-rimmed uniforms. They stood respectfully in front of Luo Qingtong. Their outstanding momentum and unyielding figure showed their determination to invite Luo Qingtong this time. My lord? Hearing their words, Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and thought. Ming Zun, the supreme master of the Black Field, the Peerless expert, why does he want to invite me? To refine medicine, Luo Qingtong's mind spun rapidly, but she nodded calmly on the surface. Okay, lead the way. No matter why he wants to see me, he won't kill me. However, Luo Qingtong didn't know that this was more important than her life. They came to the city master's mansion. Luo Qingtong was led into a magnificent hall by the attendant. Please wait here. My lord will be here soon. Luo Qingtong nodded and then looked around the hall. This should be the hall where the city master usually discussed matters. But now, it was used by Ming Zun as a place to rest and receive guests. Luo Qingtong glanced at the high platform in front of her. Suddenly, her eyes paused. Through her eyes, she saw clearly that there was a stack of albums on the high platform. On the third album that was pressed at the top, there was a picture of a fruit that looked like a jasper. The core of the fruit was heart-shaped. It was crimson inside and covered with a layer of jasper on the outside. Heaven heart jasper fruit. Luo Qingtong's eyes lit up. This was one of the antidotes she was looking for. She had already got a heaven and earth dragon soul herb, and this heaven heart jasper fruit. Then she would have 2 antidotes in her hands. In the future, if she had the opportunity to get medicinal herbs that could replace the medicinal properties, she might be able to detoxify the poison directly. Thinking of this, she began to calculate. If Ming Zun had asked her to refine medicine, what were the chances of her asking for this heaven heart green jade fruit as the antidote? Just as she was thinking, her eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a prescription under the stack of diagrams. Could this prescription be the medicine that Ming Zun wanted him to refine? Luo Qingtong thinks about it and starts to read it. However, the more she looked, the stranger her expression became. By the end, Luo Qingtong's lips were twitching and she didn't know what to say. **T. This prescription, wasn't this prescription the prescription for the Xianyuan heart liquid that she had refined? How could Ming Zun's table have the prescription for the Xianyuan heart liquid that he had refined himself? And it was so detailed, the required herbs and medicinal properties were exactly the same. In fact, he had even written down the medicinal properties that he had added and the medicinal herbs that he had replaced. How did these underworld venerables know? Other than himself, only that man from 9 Magi Mountain would know about this. Wait a minute, Luo Qingtong's body stiffened instantly. Ming Zun. That man from 9 Magi Mountain, he had the same powerful means, the same undetectable power, and the same tyrannical power. Damn, could that man from 9 Magi Mountain be Ming Zun? This thought flashed through Luo Qingtong's mind and she was so frightened that her hair stood on end. Oh no, oh no. That man was definitely up to no good. He was disgusted by her just now. Why did he look for her this time? Could he be suspecting her identity again? Of the 36 stratagems, leaving was the best stratagem. She'd better leave first. While that man hasn't come yet, thinking of this, Luo Qingtong quickly got up and was about to leave. At this moment, a figure exuding an indescribable power stepped in from outside. Where do you think you're going in front of this sovereign? Xianxia's gaze was cold. Luo Qingtong turned around and met his cold gaze hidden behind the dark gold mask. In an instant, she was like a prey being targeted by a hunter. A chill ran down her spine. This man was really starting to suspect her. It was different from the time when he came looking for her because of the Xianyuan solution. Luo Qingtong could clearly feel the difference. If at that time Xianxia was only a little suspicious of her identity, then now, it was 70 to 80%. Looking at the man's cold and penetrating gaze, as if he was hunting his prey, Luo Qingtong's body stiffened. Where did she get exposed? She was vexed in her heart. Luo Qingtong felt that her ability to disguise herself wasn't bad. Furthermore, when Xianxia was disgusted and left, he had clearly accepted her identity as the evil Dr. Old Man. Why did he suddenly suspect her? Luo Qingtong sifted through the possibilities and finally gritted her teeth as she set her sights on the strange old man she met before. It was that stinky old man who exposed her identity. What do you mean by little baby? This man must have eavesdropped on it. Luo Qingtong thought of this and cursed Xianxia in her heart for being a perverted voyeur. Did he dare to not pay so much attention to her? She thought that he was so disgusted that he wouldn't pay attention to her for a short period of time. She didn't expect his resistance to be so strong. How long has it been? He actually peeped on her again. Simply perverted. Luo Qingtong was depressed. If she had known, she would have been a little more hardcore. She would have made this man so disgusted that he would run away when he saw her. It would have saved him the trouble of thinking about her every day. She had gone too easy on him previously. Luo Qingtong thought for a while and gnashed her teeth. At the same time, Xianxia slowly approached her. He lowered his head. His height of nearly 1.9 meters gave her a huge sense of oppression as he looked down at her from above. What's wrong? Not saying anything? I really want to know what other tricks you can play this time. His voice was cold. Luo Qingtong listened and cursed in her heart. I have a lot of tricks up my sleeve. If you have the ability, suppress your strength to the same level as mine. See how I play until you start doubting your life. However, although she dared to think this way, she didn't dare to say it out loud. The person in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. He had single-handedly created the Black Field, standing on equal footing with the 4 great holy dynasties. the man in front of him, even saying that he could summon the wind and summon the rain was not enough to describe his valiance. Not to mention the other party's terrifying martial strength. Luo Qingtong thinks it over and over again. She still thinks it's better if she doesn't confess. Haven't you heard of this saying? If you confess, you'll be in jail for a long time. If you resist, you'll be punished severely and go home for the new year. Thinking of the more and more things she did to this man, Luo Qingtong felt that she had to resist to the end, until the last moment. She would not give up struggling. Ha, ha. Lord, this old man doesn't know what you're talking about. She closed her eyes and pretended to be ignorant. Shut up. Hearing her mention that night, Xianxia's expression turned even colder. Thinking about what this person did that night, the veins on his forehead popped, but he quickly suppressed them. It seems like you're going to continue pretending? He said coldly. No, Lord, I really don't know what you're talking about. Luo Qingtong tried her best to make a final struggle as her mind raced. Oh my God, who could tell her what she should do in this situation? How could she muddle her way through? Xianxia pressed on, forcing Luo Qingtong into a corner, but she still couldn't think of a good idea. At this moment, the man's cold voice sounded. Do you want to take it off yourself, or do you want this lord to take it off for you? This was clearly a statement. It wasn't a question. Luo Qingtong looked at the man's face in front of her and cursed in her heart. What the F***ck? What the F***ck? Was there a difference between the two? She was still going to be exposed, begging for a third option. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Luo Qingtong thought of something. Hidden behind the Rakshasa mask, her eyes suddenly lit up and a blood-red light flashed through them. How could she forget that? There was a way. Lord, actually, this old man is really unbearably vulgar. My face is ugly, and I'm as thin as firewood. I'm afraid I'll dirty your eyes. Luo Qingtong talked about this and that in a deadpan manner, pretending that she didn't know anything. Seeing Xianxia's expression turn cold and impatient as he raised his hand to grab her, she suddenly shouted, Wait. I'll take it off. I'll take it off myself. As she spoke, she took off the Rakshasa mask covering her face. At the same time, her eyes flashed and she used the power that Tian Mingzi left in her eyes to temporarily restore her eyes. Whoosh, the mask was taken off. Xianxia's outstretched hand stopped in midair. He frowned as he looked at the face in front of him. In the man's condescending gaze, what was reflected was a devilishly beautiful young man's face. When Luo Qingtong went out this time, she didn't disguise herself as an old man in order to let her skin breathe. How could she have known that the old man she went to see was such a scammer? Her identity was exposed in an instant. Fortunately, she had a backup plan. Otherwise, he would be dead for sure this time. All right. I admit that the High Lord has seen through me. How did the High Lord find out? Luo Qingtong deliberately blinked her eyes and asked Xianxia. In order to see clearly, she even blinked a few more times. Look carefully. My eyes are fine. Xianxia ignored her. He stared at her. The young man in front of him was devilishly beautiful. Luo Qingtong's face was originally beautiful. Now that she was dressed as a man, when her eyebrows were raised, it accentuated her imposing manner even more. Coupled with her mixture of male and female, devilishly charming and unrestrained temperament, it made her male disguise even more handsome and enchanting. If Xianxia's temperament was noble, elegant, and domineering, then Xianxia's temperament was noble, elegant, and overbearing. Luo Qingtong's youthful temperament was enchanting, devilishly charming and unrestrained. In this world, there was a kind of elegance that had nothing to do with gender. When she was a woman, Luo Qingtong could turn all living things upside down and bring disaster to countries and people. When she was a man, she could still turn the world upside down and make countless men and women bow down to her, but Xianxia didn't seem to see this at all. He looked deeply into Luo Qingtong's eyes. Whoosh, he lifted his hand and grabbed Luo Qingtong's chin, pulling her closer to him. At the same time, he used his other hand to rub the corner of her eye. Following his movements, the light in his eyes flowed freely and naturally. It wasn't her. Xianxia was disappointed. He was already sure that the evil doctor was that woman in disguise. But now, the other party was obviously a teenager, and her eyes were intact. Xianxia let go of his hand. At this moment, Luo Qingtong grabbed him. Wait. My lord, you haven't answered my question. Let go. Yi Qianxian's gaze was cold. After confirming that the person in front of him wasn't that woman, his last bit of patience was gone. If she wasn't that woman, she didn't have the right to waste his time, but how could Luo Qingtong let him off so easily? What the f***ck, this man was always suspicious of this and that. She was so scared that she was about to have a heart attack. If she hadn't been quick-witted and suddenly remembered that Tian Mingzi had left a trace of power in her eyes to heal them temporarily, she would have been caught. It would be strange if she let him off so easily. My lord. Luo Qingtong grabbed Yi Qianxian's sleeve so tightly that she almost tied a knot. You've been paying so much attention to me. She said shyly, is it because you admire me? Instantly, Yi Qianxian paused in his action of shaking her off. Outside, Bei Qing and the others who were rushing over to report also stopped abruptly. Oh my god, what did they just hear? The group of people looked at each other in shock. Then, they stood there with their eyes lowered and their noses lowered, not daring to move forward anymore. They were afraid that they would hear something terrible again. After all, there was only their master and the evil doctor in the main hall. Luo Qingtong also heard the commotion outside at this moment. She rolled her eyes, and before Yi Qianxian could say anything, she shouted, "You're so annoying. My lord, don't be embarrassed to admit it. I know you adore me. Otherwise, why did you sneak into my bathroom in the middle of the night? Just a moment ago, she kept telling me to take off my clothes. It's so embarrassing." Luo Qingtong was using her old and hoarse voice. Besides, other than Yi Qianxian, no one else knew that she wasn't an old man. She was going to go all out. See if you can disgust him to death. Bei Qing and the others outside were completely stunned by the shocking content. Master was really a homosexual. The one who broke it was actually that old evil doctor. Wait a minute, it was Master who wanted to do something to Xie first? Their hearts were filled with thoughts, but they tried their best to remain calm on the surface. Only they knew how turbulent their hearts were right now. Especially the Blackfield Castellan, who was standing behind Bei Qing's wind feather, was even more shocked. So this was the reason why the Lord urgently invited Xie into the manor? No wonder the Lord never let any beauties get close to him. So it was because he had such a strange hobby? Just as everyone couldn't help but fill in the blanks, Yi Qianxian, who had been shocked by Luo Qingtong's bold words, finally reacted. How dare you? You. Before he could finish speaking, Luo Qingtong had already rushed out in a flash. As she rushed out, she covered her face and wept. I know. My lord, you adore me. But after thinking about it, I still think that I prefer to be the one on top. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she flew out of the hall with a leap. Damn you, if you pester me again, it means you want to be the next one. Let's see if you dare to provoke me again. Luo Qingtong ground her teeth as she quickly disappeared in front of everyone. Everyone watched this scene with their mouths wide open. Before they could react, Luo Qingtong's figure had disappeared without a trace. My lord, if you change your mind, you can come and find me. Luo Qingtong's reluctant old voice sounded in the air. When everyone heard this, they felt goosebumps all over their bodies. At this moment, there was a loud bang. In the next second, the most magnificent building in the city lord's residence was smashed into a pile of gravel. Yi Qianxian walked out step by step, carrying a huge oppressive aura. Even Bei Qing and Feng Yu, who had been by Yi Qianxian's side all year round, were intimidated by the oppressive aura around him and took a few steps back. The two of them lowered their heads and didn't dare to breathe loudly, afraid that they would offend Yi Qianxian. His master usually wouldn't vent his anger on others. But now, he was in an unusual situation. Only the city lord of Blackfield City Lord came forward with a bitter face and trembling with fear. My lord, there's news from the main city of the Tianyu Empire. He wiped his sweat, hoping that this news would appease his lord's anger. That demonic doctor was too bold. She dared to reject the lord, but the lord's hobbies were too strange. Of all things to like, she just had to like. Should he treat the evil doctor better or worse in the future? The city lord of Blackfield City Lord looked distressed. His forehead was full of sweat, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. Give it to me. Hearing his words, Yi Qianxian moved a little. The oppressive aura around him was also slightly restrained. The news from the Tianyu Empire must be about that woman, which was worth their special report. Thinking of that woman, Yi Qianxian could not help but think of the evil doctor. Thinking of what the other party had just said, he couldn't help but pull back his hand, almost crushing the letter that the Blackfield City Lord handed over to him. He took a deep breath, opened the seal, and took out the letter. "You found it?" He looked at the content indifferently. "According to the news from the Tianyu Empire, they seem to have found a girl who is very similar to your description. But whether she is the one you are looking for, we have to wait for you to confirm." The mayor of Blackfield wiped the sweat off his forehead and reported. "That girl has been taken away by the Tianyu Empire branch. She's being taken good care of. We're just waiting for you to identify her." "Okay." Xianxia crushed the letter in his hand. The description of the young girl's situation was indeed somewhat similar to what he had described. But he didn't know whether she was the woman he was looking for. If she was, then he could put the evil doctor aside for the time being. Thinking of Luo Qingtong, the veins on Xianxian's forehead couldn't help but bulge. "Go and get ready. We'll leave the city tomorrow," he said in a low voice. Since he had found the girl, there was no need to stay here any longer. And he didn't want to see that evil doctor again. "Yes." Beiqing and the others answered and left. "Ai. So annoying." She squatted outside a secluded courtyard, looking at the magnificent city lord's mansion in front of her with a gloomy face. Her heart was indescribably tangled. "What do you think this is?" She had been too excited just now and forgot that she still needed to get the heaven heart green jade fruit from the city lord's mansion. She thought that Ming Zun had come to find her to refine medicine, so she could find a way to get the heaven heart green jade fruit. In the end, that guy came to find trouble with her. She finally got away, but she didn't get the heaven heart green jade fruit. If it was any other herb, no matter how precious it was, Luo Qingtong wouldn't take the risk to come back. But this heaven heart green jade fruit was the antidote to the poison in her eyes, so it was very hard to get. Seeing that she had only gotten a heaven and earth dragon soul grass after so many days in the black field, and it was given by that strange old man, she knew how hard it was to get the antidote to the poison. Damn it, don't let her know who was the one behind the original owner's back, poisoning her eyes. Otherwise, she wouldn't let her go. She had to let her taste the torture that was 100 times more painful than gouging out her eyes. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong fiercely gritted her teeth, then stood up and said righteously, "Okay. Go." "Isn't it just a man?" "I don't believe it. The city lord's mansion is so big, how can I meet him so coincidentally? It's just a herb, I'll think of a way to get it and leave." "I don't believe I can meet that man again," Luo Qingtong thought and made up her mind. She took off the disguise on her body and stuffed it into the bushes at the side, then she jumped into the city lord's mansion. As the core of the black field, the city lord's mansion was naturally heavily guarded. However, Luo Qingtong's eye technique allowed her to smoothly avoid all kinds of patrolling arrangements. Plus, she immediately knocked out a servant after entering, so she passed through all kinds of sentries without any danger. The people in the city lord's mansion probably didn't expect that there would be someone who dared to sneak into the city lord's mansion without being discovered. Therefore, Luo Qingtong was able to enter the inner courtyard without any obstructions. She remembered that the album was a gift from the people below to Ming Zun. The heaven heart green jade fruit should be kept in the storehouse of the city lord mansion, waiting for Ming Zun to use it when he wanted. He didn't want to throw it away like that. In any case, that lord didn't lack treasures. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong felt more at ease. It was good that he didn't lack treasures. If she didn't lack it, no one would care even if she took it away. Luo Qingtong didn't want to meet that man again. She had already used up all her trump cards after 2 consecutive suspicions. If he did it again, she would really be exposed. Luo Qingtong easily found her way to the warehouse. At this point, she was in a difficult position. Not for other reasons, but the medicinal storehouse of the city lord's mansion was an important place, and there were experts guarding it everywhere. No matter how powerful Luo Qingtong's dough technique was, she couldn't turn herself into a mosquito and fly in. She didn't know where to start with this kind of guarding method. Luo Qingtong frowned and squatted on the tree for a long time, but she still couldn't think of a good idea. At this moment, she suddenly heard someone's voice. "Little Six, are you going to get the medicine for Lord?" "Yes." Outside, 2 young men dressed as servants were greeting each other. "I really envy you, Little Six, to be able to serve the Lord." It said that he's like a celestial being. The manservant who called Little Six said with a face full of envy. It's all right. The manservant called Little Six also had a face full of pride. The Lord is actually very approachable and easy to get along with. The main thing is that his face is really as beautiful as a celestial being. It makes people forget everything when they see it. He said with a face full of worship and respect. Luo Qingtong, who was hiding in the tree, almost fell down when she heard this. Approachable and easy to get along with, Luo Qingtong thought of the few times she saw Yi Qianxian's icy face and suspected that there was something wrong with the manservant's eyes. Otherwise, it would be nonsense. How could that man have anything to do with the words approachable and easy to get along with? This was simply the biggest joke in the world. If he was considered approachable and easy to get along with, then her evil Dr. Ghost Eye would be the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha, and what the hell was that beautiful celestial being? Luo Qingtong couldn't help but want to laugh when she heard this. She was sure that this manservant had never seen Yi Qianxian before. He had never even served him before, otherwise, how could he say such things? She patiently squatted on the treetop and listened to the two manservants talk and flatter each other. After a while, the manservant named Little Six left with a satisfied expression on his face. Luo Qingtong quietly followed behind him. When he turned a corner, she suddenly appeared behind him and patted him on the shoulder. This is Brother Little Six. Luo Qingtong, dressed up as a manservant, was very delicate and pretty. She smiled at Little Six with a face full of harmlessness. I just heard you and that big brother chatting over there. Brother Little Six is very powerful. You can actually serve the Lord. I wonder if the Lord is scary. Luo Qingtong had already figured out the manservant called Little Six's personality. He liked to listen to people's praises. So the more she boasted, the less suspicious the other party would be and the easier it would be to get information. Sure enough, as soon as the other party heard this, he happily told her about it. He was nothing more than a High Lord. He wasn't scary at all. The High Lord treated him very well. If Luo Qingtong hadn't dealt with Yi Qianxian before, she would have thought that he was telling the truth. While she flattered him, she discreetly inquired about what medicine he was here for. After getting all the information she needed, Luo Qingtong gave him an enchanting smile and knocked him out. When the manservant fainted, his face was still full of shock. He didn't know how Luo Qingtong's temperament and appearance changed so much in an instant. After dealing with the manservant, Luo Qingtong directly took off the manservant's clothes and put them on herself. At the same time, she disguised herself as the manservant and swaggered towards the medicine storehouse. Who is it? Before she could get close to the storehouse, she was stopped by someone. I'm here to get the medicine for the Lord. Luo Qingtong straightened her body. That Little Six didn't have any token on him. Luo Qingtong guessed that the person in charge of the medicine storehouse probably knew him. So she deliberately straightened her back to let the other party see her clearly. At this time, if there was even the slightest bit of guilty conscience, he would be suspected. Sure enough, that person sized him up and then directly waved his hand to let him pass. Luo Qingtong entered the medicine storehouse and reported the medicinal herbs she got from Little Six one by one. At the end, she also added the Heaven's Heart green jade fruit. Heaven's Heart green jade fruit? Luo Qingtong's heart skipped a beat. Just then, she heard the man ask, did Lord say why he wanted the Heaven's Heart jasper fruit? There are a few medicinal properties that don't match with the ones that Lord asked for. The man said, if they are mixed together, something bad will happen. Luo Qingtong heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, she knew about this and had already found a reason. I don't know about this. Perhaps Lord suddenly had a whim and wanted this medicinal herb. I don't necessarily need to use medicine. However, I will definitely tell the Great Lord about Senior's reminder when I meet him later. I will let him know of your sincerity. Luo Qingtong smiled. The man in charge of sorting the medicinal herbs felt at ease and nodded in satisfaction. He took the Heaven's Heart jasper fruit from the shelf and handed it to Luo Qingtong, saying, good. You rascal, we haven't seen each other for a day and you're already so good at talking. All right. Take this medicinal herb. Remember to tell Lord that it can't be mixed together. Okay. Luo Qingtong smiled and took the Heaven's Heart jasper fruit. She placed it on the medicine tray and carried the pile of medicinal herbs out, after leaving the medicine storehouse, she walked all the way out. Just as she reached a secluded place and was about to leave with the medicinal herbs in her hands, a figure suddenly walked towards her. "What are you doing here?" The person saw Little Six and frowned. He walked up and asked rudely. Luo Qingtong was about to leave when she paused. She was just thinking about how to get rid of the other party when her lips twitched when she saw the other party's face clearly. Damn it, the person who came was none other than Bei Qing. He happened to be on his way here and didn't pay much attention to Luo Qingtong when he saw her. But when he recognized that she was the manservant who brought the medicinal herbs for his master, he immediately frowned and followed her. This was because the direction Luo Qingtong was walking in wasn't the direction of Yi Qianxian's residence. Luo Qingtong also recognized him as Yi Qianxian's personal bodyguard. She calculated in her heart and knew that if her identity was exposed in the city lord's mansion, she really wouldn't be able to get out. She immediately pretended to be frightened and said, I need to pee." As she spoke, her face turned red and she immediately lowered her head, not giving Bei Qing a chance to probe further. At this time, Luo Qingtong was very glad that she had thought of taking the medicine away. If she had abandoned the medicine tray and left with only the heavens will green jade fruit, she would have been exposed under Bei Qing's watchful eyes. How could this master and servant be so alike? Both of them were voyeurs. Need to pee. Luo Qingtong's words made Bei Qing stop in his tracks. Before he could react, Luo Qingtong had already lowered her head and apologized in fear as she hurriedly walked out. "So sorry. I'll go deliver the medicine to the lord right now." Luo Qingtong's performance was impeccable. Bei Qing frowned as he watched her leave. He thought for a while and then followed her secretly. Due to his sharp intuition as a bodyguard, he felt that something was wrong. Sensing that Bei Qing was secretly following her, Luo Qingtong cursed in her heart. She had originally wanted to find another opportunity to leave after she got rid of Bei Qing. She didn't expect to be targeted. That man was difficult to deal with, but the people around him were also difficult to deal with. What the hell? Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. In the main hall, there was a burst of steam. Luo Qingtong stood outside the main hall with a tray of herbs in her hands. She couldn't take a step out of the main hall. Who could tell her what the hell was going on? Why was that man in the bath hall? Did he ask for a bunch of herbs just to soak himself in a bath? Luo Qingtong felt an indescribable pain in her balls. The picture of a handsome man bathing was very beautiful, but the problem was that this man wasn't that good looking. What if she was recognized? Luo Qingtong felt a wave of annoyance as she thought about it, especially when she thought about her first encounter with Yi Qianxian. She felt that not only was her balls hurting, but her stomach was also hurting. Just as she was about to leave the herbs at the door and leave, the man's cold and deep voice sounded from inside. "Come in." It was obvious that the man had sensed her arrival. Luo Qingtong braced herself and walked in with the tray of herbs. She had already kept the heaven's heart green jade fruit. If it weren't for Bei Qing causing trouble, she would have run away long ago. She hoped that this man would let her leave after putting the herbs in, then everything would be fine. As Luo Qingtong thought about it, she carefully carried the tray of herbs and walked into the bath hall. "Lord, here are the herbs you asked for. Pour them in." The man sat in the middle of the huge bath without moving. 36 gigantic dragon heads were spitting out water from their mouths, making the bath palace look like a paradise on earth. The man's figure was hidden in the hazy mist, flickering in and out of existence. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see him clearly. Luo Qingtong only raised her head to take a look before quickly lowering it. This man was really a one-of-a-kind evildoer. Even if he was half-naked, he was still irresistible. Luo Qingtong tried hard to control her eyes from wandering around. She was a servant. She definitely couldn't attract this man's attention. In front of Yi Qianxian, Luo Qingtong's every move was very careful. She gave full play to her acting skills from both her previous and current lives. She lowered her head and carried the medicine tray to the edge of the bathtub. Then, she poured the herbs into the bathtub in an orderly manner. Regardless of whether it was his actions or his expression, they were all meticulous. The man in the bathtub did not raise his head to look at her. From beginning to end, his eyes were tightly shut. Luo Qingtong could vaguely see that Yi Qianxian seemed to be soaking in some kind of medicinal liquid from the rising steam. The medicine this time was different from the one she saw at the Nine Magi Mountain. It should be another prescription. Luo Qingtong's curiosity rose as she thought about it. She didn't know what kind of injury the man had. Why was it so strange? With his strength and status, he actually couldn't find an alchemist who could heal his internal injuries. As Luo Qingtong thought about it, she was slightly distracted. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the bathtub. Luo Qingtong raised her head and instantly saw a naked man. He was really naked, there was no cover at all. She stared blankly at the man in the middle of the bathtub as he stood up. That slim waist and narrow buttocks, strong and powerful body full of masculine charm and hormones, was completely exposed in front of her. The huge thing below was also incomparably clear. Plop. Splash, this sound was simply too loud. Xianxia turned his head and looked over. Seeing Luo Qingtong fall into the water, his brows furrowed. He instantly appeared beside her and grabbed her. At the same time, Luo Qingtong reacted the moment she fell into the water. F***ck, this is going to cause trouble. Thinking about how she had tried so hard not to attract this man's attention, but had failed because she fell into the water, her face instantly turned bitter. Bah, I hope that man doesn't notice me, sigh. I'm such a fool, isn't it just a man's naked body? It's not like I haven't seen it before, what's there to be shocked about? As Luo Qingtong thought about it, she raised her hand to grab the edge of the bathtub. At this moment, a figure appeared beside her. Then, a strong and powerful arm suddenly grabbed her and lifted her up. However, that figure was stuck between Luo Qingtong and the edge of the bathtub. Luo Qingtong watched helplessly as her hand grabbed a certain part of the man's body. Oh! Splash! The moment she was lifted out of the water, a man's painful groan suddenly came from above her head. Feeling the warmth and length of the object in her hand, Luo Qingtong released her hand as if she had been electrocuted. This? My lord, I can explain. She felt her scalp go numb as she raised her head. She met the man's pair of cold eyes due to his pain and anger. At this moment, his eyes were already red. My lord. This is really just an accident. Luo Qingtong tried her best to save herself. At this moment, she could only pray that Xianxia was kind enough to not blame a pitiful and ignorant servant like her, otherwise, she would have to expose her identity. However, her eyes were clear now. She was fine. Now that she was exposed, the suspicion of the evil doctor that she had previously cleared would definitely follow. God, do you have to play with me like this? Xianxia looked coldly at the trembling servant in front of him. Although he was extremely angry, he didn't have the energy to deal with her. Scram! He suddenly raised his hand and flung Luo Qingtong away. Bam! Luo Qingtong's body somersaulted a few times in the air before she could stand firmly on the ground. At this moment, she was already at the entrance of the inner hall, a few meters away from the bathtub. Did I escape? This man actually didn't make a move. Luo Qingtong heaved a sigh of relief, touched her heart that was beating rapidly in her chest, and hurriedly wanted to run out. Of course, it was for the best. Anyway, she had the medicine. Let's get out of here. However, just as she was about to leave, she turned around to take a look. She was shocked by what she saw. The man fainted at the edge of the bathtub and blood started to seep out of his body. The blood flowed into the bath and was dissolved by the medicinal bath's aura. The red and white colors created a charming, enchanting, and shocking scene. It can't be? This man, his injury acted up again? Thinking of the scene when Xianxia had just stood up, Luo Qingtong's heart flashed with a trace of understanding. Could it be that he had already felt something was wrong with his body at that time? That's why he got up and wanted to leave. He was only stopped by her falling into the water for a moment. Then, she grabbed his vital part. He couldn't control the aura in his body and exploded? Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she thought of this. What kind of F***king ill-fated relationship is this? I really owe it to you. She muttered in her heart as she dragged the man out of the pool. Xianxia's body was still bleeding even after she left the bathtub. It was still the same unscathed scene that Luo Qingtong had seen before. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingtong muttered angrily in her heart and raised her hand to grab the man's wrist. At this moment, her gaze accidentally landed on something on the man's lower body. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched violently and she turned around with her eyes closed. She wasn't shy, that thing was too big. It kept occupying her attention. Can't you let me treat him properly? She glared fiercely at the man's handsome face in front of her and washed her eyes with her beautiful face. Luo Qingtong calmed herself down and used her eye technique to transfer her energy into the man's body. It was the same as the man she met at Nine Magi Mountain. More than half of his meridians were ruptured and it seemed to be getting worse. Luo Qingtong frowned and discovered that nearly half of the man's meridians had not been repaired. They were still the same old injuries as before. What was going on? Wasn't the healing medicine that he was soaking in previously specially used to repair meridians? Why weren't these old injuries healed? Luo Qingtong frowned and didn't have time to think. She hurriedly repaired the man's broken main meridians. She only complained as she repaired them. This man was so valiant that he didn't treat himself as a human. These main meridians were actually forcefully ruptured by the medicine's power, so he soaked in the pool for half a day just to rupture his main meridians? How could he not think things through? That's why he was torturing himself like this. Luo Qingtong didn't know what to say. She used all her energy to repair Xianxia's meridians while using her eye technique to inspect his body. She wanted to find the reason why his meridians ruptured so easily. Luo Qingtong had seen the medicine that he was soaking in earlier. The medicine's power wasn't strong. With this man's strength, his meridians shouldn't be ruptured by this little bit of medicine. What else did he do? Furthermore, the stronger a martial cultivator was, the stronger their body would be. Even soul cultivators, when their psychic power reached a certain peak, would strengthen their bodies. How could this man's meridians be so weak? Luo Qingtong furrowed her brows and searched his body. For a heaven-defying eye technique master like her, there were very few things in the world that she couldn't see through. If there was, she would do everything she could to find the reason. This could be considered a unique hobby of Luo Qingtong. In her previous life, Luo Qingtong, Luo Qingtong, Luo Qingtong, Luo Qingtong, Luo Qingtong. Yi Qianren was very powerful and Luo Qingtong would not provoke him normally. But now that he was unconscious, she naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. If it wasn't for this man's insistence on holding on to her, she would have used her identity as an evil doctor to treat his injuries and study his strange injuries. TSK. Strange, he's fine. How could his meridians rupture for no reason? Luo Qingtong checked Xianxia's body from top to bottom. She even checked every single blood vessel. She just didn't know how such a strange thing could happen to his body. His meridians were as thin as paper, as if they would naturally rupture with a light touch. If it wasn't for this man's valiant strength, he would have been a cripple by now. Here came the problem. Luo Qingtong couldn't figure it out. Most people wouldn't think about it if they couldn't figure it out, but Luo Qingtong wasn't the same. There weren't many things in this world that she couldn't figure out. She could even cure a legendary disease like the soul detachment illness. There was no reason for her to stumble in front of this man's strange injury. She frowned and continued to investigate the man's body. There must be a reason. There shouldn't be anything in this world that she couldn't see through. Just like this, Luo Qingtong's power cycled through Yi Qianxia's body again and again. Every cycle brought back a bit of the man's power. By the time she discovered that something was wrong with her body, and her meridians were in so much pain that they felt like they were about to explode, the accumulation of power in her body had already reached a peak. Fuck. Is this man really a perfect tonic pill? Luo Qingtong looked at the power in her body that was stuffed to the brim with shock. Although the man's aura could only be brought back a bit each cycle, this was incomparably powerful to Luo Qingtong. Previously, she had only repaired his main meridians, and her strength had rapidly increased to the 9th stage of the martial master realm. At this time, Luo Qingtong was immersed in investigating Yi Qianxia's injury. Unknowingly, the aura in her body had already soared to the 9th stage of the martial general realm. Not only that, but her strength was also constantly increasing, wanting to break through to the martial general realm. At the same time, Luo Qingtong's spiritual power had also merged with the man's aura and increased to the level of a 9-star spirit master. No. She couldn't let her strength increase any further. Luo Qingtong subconsciously suppressed the power in her body, not allowing it to increase any further. Her jump from the martial master realm to the 9th stage of the martial general realm was already very shocking. If it increased any further, her body's foundation wouldn't be able to keep up with the growth of her strength. This was the reason why Luo Qingtong's meridians were tingling with pain at this moment. If this continued, even if she increased her strength, her weak foundation would cause her strength to be lower than those of the same level. More importantly, this F** King improvement was too fast and too exciting. Luo Qingtong had only been away from the Luo family for a little more than a month, but her strength had soared from the initial stage of martial master to the great martial general realm or even higher. Wasn't this AF** king trap? The effects of the 9 Magi Mountains mutation were still lingering. According to the information that Luo Qingtong had obtained from the Black Field, the Empire of Qin had sent people to investigate Jiaowu Mountain. At this time, her strength had increased so quickly. Wasn't this telling others that this person might have obtained the inheritance of the celestial sect of the 9 Shamans Mountain? Thinking of the benefits and troubles left by the Immortal Slayer Palace, Luo Qingtong had a headache and held her forehead. She hastily suppressed the aura in her body. However, even if she could suppress the aura in her body, she couldn't suppress the aura of that man. What the F***ck? Husky, Luo Qingtong endured the pain of the energy in her body crashing left and right. She turned back to look at Yi Qianren. Most of his meridians had been repaired, there shouldn't be any problems, the rest was up to him. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong jumped up and rushed out of the bathroom. Her body was trembling slightly from the pain. Although she stumbled as she rushed out of the bathroom, it looked like she had been scolded and rushed out in a hurry. Swish! Swish! Luo Qingtong bit her lips and ran as fast as she could. As soon as she got out of the city lord's mansion, she wanted to vent her power. Not long after she left, Bei Qing and the others realized that something was wrong and rushed into the bathroom. Master! Bei Qing and the others were shocked when they saw Yi Qianxian lying on the ground. Quick! Prepare the heavenly flying boat. Bring Master back to the main city immediately. Bei Qing said without hesitation when she saw Yi Qianxian's bleeding body. Feng Yu carried Yi Qianxian on his back. Everyone rushed out of the city lord's mansion. Not long after, the huge and beautiful flying boat rose into the sky. Many people looked at this scene in surprise. They didn't know why Ming Zun suddenly left the Blackfield sub-city. In the mountains, Luo Qingtong's figure swept up a gust of wind and swept forward. Her destination was the place that Chu Lingfeng mentioned before, the place where his mother had an accident when she was picking herbs. It was also the place where the 1,000-year soul guiding wood was. Bang! 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 Luo Qingtong's figure swept into the dense forest. Countless trees and grass were cut into pieces by the sharp wind that swept up by her body. The girl's figure was extremely fast. Almost every place she landed was the most suitable place for her to sweep away. In just a moment, she had swept forward for nearly a few thousand meters. At this moment, the pair of eyes with distinct black and white had returned to being empty and black because of the time limit of Tian Mingzi's power had run out. Wisps of bloody light flickered and jumped from her eyes, making the girl look like a sure goddess from hell. The flower of dark prison. Bang! 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 Many demonic beasts in the forest were slaughtered before they could see Luo Qingtong's figure clearly. At the same time, Luo Qingtong jumped to the top of the tree and roared towards the sky with a deafening roar. The bloody light in her eyes became more and more obvious. Kill! The power in Luo Qingtong's body was restless. In order to prevent him from breaking through, she had placed a spiritual suggestion on him, making him unable to break through to the next realm. If one's cultivation level did not increase, one's strength would not be able to be released. The only way to do that was to release the energy that had nowhere to go in her body through external forces. However, with so much power, especially the power of a man, that allowed her to break through without any hindrance, it was too much of a pity to disperse it just like that. Luo Qingtong could only try her best to find the location of the Millennium Soul Guiding Wood. With that thing, she would be able to seal the power in her body as much as possible. In the future, he would wait for the right opportunity to use it. Swish swish swish, Luo Qingtong's figure flashed through the mountains. Chu Lingfeng wasn't very detailed. If they wanted to find the Millennium Soul Guiding Wood, they had to rely on Luo Qingtong herself. However, she had her eye technique. As long as she followed the path with the densest qi, she would be able to find the 1,000-year soul guiding wood. Swish! After searching for a period of time, Luo Qingtong finally found the 1,000-year soul guiding wood when the power in her body couldn't bear it anymore. The huge crown of the tree covered the sky and the sun. This black 1,000-year soul guiding wood was like a monster standing in the depths of the mountains. Its whole body emitted a terrible evil aura. Around it, countless evil spirits were waving their fangs and brandishing their claws. Along with the swaying leaves and branches of the thousand-year soul-guiding wood, they felt Luo Qingtong's living aura and silently roared at her with their mouths wide open. At the same time, bursts of soul-sucking aura were emitted from the thousand-year soul-guiding wood. Interesting, it actually has spiritual intelligence. Feeling that those evil spirits were controlled by the thousand-year soul-guiding wood and didn't rush up, Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. The blood-red light in her eyes was full of interest. No wonder Chu Lingfeng's mother could come back alive after encountering such a scene. Swish, Luo Qingtong's figure appeared within the alluring range of the thousand-year soul-guiding wood. Luo Qingtong restrained the bloody light in her eyes and the restless power in her body. With a wooden face, she pretended to be tempted by the thousand-year soul-guiding wood and walked towards its center step by step. This thousand-year soul-guiding wood had already matured. Demonic plants with spiritual awakening were extremely ferocious. In particular, this thousand-year soul-guiding wood had no one to guide it at the beginning of its spiritual awakening. It had already started killing, and its ferocious aura was even stronger. Once it started killing, it meant that it was almost impossible for this thousand-year soul-guiding wood to pass the transformation tribulation. The heavens would not allow such a murderous demonic plant to pass the transformation tribulation, unless someone helped it. This thousand-year soul-guiding wood could only stop here for the rest of its life. Unfortunately, there were many demonic beasts and demonic plants in this world that were unable to awaken their spiritual awakening. Even if they grew for tens of millions of years, they still could not transcend, and this thousand-year soul-guiding wood was only 1,000 years old, and it already had such an opportunity. But because it took the wrong path, it was cut off from the opportunity. However, this had nothing to do with Luo Qingtong. She walked forward step by step under the allure of the thousand-year soul-guiding wood. As she approached, the surrounding ghosts were restless. Sensing Luo Qingtong's aura as a living person, they wanted to pounce on her all the time, but they were restrained by the thousand-year soul-guiding wood and could not move. They could only open their mouths and roar invisibly. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Luo Qingtong was getting closer and closer under the alluring effect of the thousand-year soul-guiding wood. Just as she walked under the heart of the thousand-year soul-guiding wood, the trunk of the thousand-year soul-guiding wood suddenly opened, revealing a trunk full of sharp teeth. It was stained with blood, and there were still pieces of flesh and bones hanging on it. In the heart of the tree, one could still see the dense white bones inside. Now is the time. The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly flashed. In an instant, she broke free from the alluring power of the thousand-year soul-guiding wood. To her, the soul-sucking ability of this thousand-year-old soul-guiding wood was not as powerful as her eye technique. In her previous life, when Luo Qing's pupils were at their peak, the moment she used her pupil technique, even those who wanted to kill her would be controlled by her pupil technique as long as their willpower was not firm enough. What was the soul-sucking power of this thousand-year-old soul-guiding wood? Boom! Luo Qingtong avoided the mouth of the thousand-year soul-guiding wood and went straight for the thousand-year tree core in its trunk. This was the essence of the thousand-year soul-guiding wood. With this tree core, the 1,000-year soul-guiding wood was truly a 1,000-year soul-guiding wood. Only its tree trunk had the power to guide souls. That was why there were so many miraculous things. What Luo Qingtong needed to do now was to take out the tree core. With this tree core, Luo Qingtong could easily obtain another millennium soul-guiding wood in the future. Moreover, it was much cleaner than this one. She found the power of the thousand-year-old soul-guiding wood to be dirty. Screech! The thousand-year soul-guiding wood didn't expect Luo Qingtong to be able to break free from its soul-sucking power. In an instant, it let out a sharp cry. That huge tree trunk's mouth quickly closed, wanting to wrap the tree core back into it. At the same time, the leaves and branches around it suddenly gathered together and turned into sharp blades, cutting towards Luo Qingtong. The surrounding malicious spirits were also released. They screamed and pounced towards Luo Qingtong. Bursts of chilly wind assailed her nostrils, and the smell of blood assaulted her face. Luo Qingtong's expression didn't change. Boom! The suppressed aura in Luo Qingtong's body suddenly erupted. The man's aura that entered her body was too strong. Even if only a trace of it was left each time, it was enough to make Luo Qingtong's body explode. If she was willing to advance, it wouldn't matter. This power would only help her. However, Luo Qingtong was unwilling to advance, so this power in her body became a disaster. At this moment, this power was completely released by her. Rumble! Cyclones suddenly exploded around Luo Qingtong's body. The power that rushed out of her body suddenly formed a strong and powerful vortex aura, stirring up the air around her, forming a scene like a tornado. All the leaves and branches that rushed out from the thousand-year soul guiding wood like sharp blades were all twisted into pieces by this sudden burst of tyrannical power. At the same time, Luo Qingtong also drew out the life and death sword that suddenly appeared in her hand. The power of the death blade was quickly activated. Almost instantly, the black death chi filled the air. The black death chi that was heavier than the yin chi suddenly turned into a scythe of the death god under Luo Qingtong's wave, sweeping through the air. Puff! Puff! The sharp screams of the ghosts that rushed over were all turned into green smoke under this attack, dissipating between heaven and earth. The life blade replenished, and the death blade harvested. When the life and death sword that carried the profound meaning of life and death transformed into the death blade, it was the most feared weapon of these ghosts. These ghosts were controlled by the Millennium Soul Guiding Wood and were drawn out of the souls of living people. They were immortal in this world, neither souls nor ghosts. In this special state, ordinary Yan treasures couldn't do anything to them. Just by looking at how they could appear in the daytime, one could know how difficult they were to deal with. However, when the life and death sword in Luo Qingtong's hand transformed into the death blade, it was the nemesis of all dead things in the world. These ghosts weren't afraid of sunlight or Yan treasures, but they couldn't not be afraid of Luo Qingtong's death blade. Ah! Shrill screams could be heard in the air. Wherever Luo Qingtong's death blade passed, the Yin spirits would shriek and be cut into wisps of green smoke, disappearing from this world. These evil spirits were the most important life-saving means of the thousand-year-old soul guiding wood. By relying on these spirits, it had killed countless powerhouses who wanted to seize its thousand-year tree core. But at this moment, the method it relied on to save its life was under Luo Qingtong's death blade. Under the tyrannical power that burst forth from the young girl's body, it suddenly shattered. Screech! The thousand-year soul guiding wood shrieked. Its trunk kept squirming, trying to move the thousand-year tree heart away. However, it was too late. Luo Qingtong grabbed the tree heart hanging high in the air and gave it a hard tug. In the next second, the thousand-year soul guiding would let out an incomparably mournful cry. The moment the tree heart left its body, the entire huge thousand-year soul guiding wood withered in an instant. As for the Yin spirits that were imprisoned around it, they were all reduced to ashes in an instant amidst shrill screams. The thousand-year soul guiding wood was dead. The spirits were all turned into ashes. Those evil spirits could be considered to have been freed. Senior brother, look. Someone in the team raised his hand and pointed forward. Yuanma raised his head and his eyes instantly froze. In front of him, green smoke rose, mixed with countless gray chi, and quickly spread from the sky. The dancing chi instantly caused his pupils to shrink. It's the thousand-year soul guiding wood. Let's go. Yuanma came for the thousand-year soul guiding wood. This time, he was ordered by his teacher to walk outside. Among the tasks he received, there was a requirement to obtain the heart of the thousand-year soul guiding wood. This was also his last task in the outside world. After obtaining the heart of the thousand-year soul guiding wood, he could complete the task perfectly and return to the Saint Academy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in this black field subsidy after being humiliated by Luo Qingtong. For Yuanma, this black field subsidy and Luo Qingtong were his most unbearable memories. However, he had just received news from a chamber of commerce that there might be a thousand-year soul guiding wood here. Would there be a mistake? Thinking of this, Yuanma quickly rushed forward. He was so fast that the freshmen of the Saint Academy behind him had to use all their strength to keep up with him. If it weren't for his junior sister in the team and the fact that she might encounter danger in this mountain range, Yuanma would have already left them behind and left by himself. When they arrived at the location of the thousand-year soul guiding wood, Luo Qingtong had just put away the life and death yin yang sword and was about to leave with the heart of the thousand-year soul guiding wood. Noticing that someone was quickly approaching, Luo Qingtong frowned and quickly tore off her manservant's clothes, wearing only a set of white inner clothes. At the same time, she covered her face with a light-colored veil. Luo Qingtong had the Rakshasa mask that she used to disguise herself as the evil doctor, but at this time, she wasn't wearing any disguise, so it wasn't suitable for her to use it. She had just finished doing all this when Yuanma and the others rushed out from the grass. Thousand-year soul guiding wood. How could Yuanma and the others not know that the heart of the 1,000-year soul guiding wood had already been obtained by the young lady on the other side? Luo Qingtong was wearing a white undergarment. The thin inner garment was of excellent quality, completely outlining the girl's graceful figure. Standing beside the huge pitch-black withered thousand-year soul-guiding wood, Luo Qingtong's white inner garment was blown up by the wind, and the veil covering her face was also blown up. The collision of black and white made the girl's figure seem even more ethereal. She was as beautiful as a celestial in a painting. Many of the freshmen of the Sacred Institute were stunned by the scene. The young girl was like a fairy that had walked out from the depths of the mountains, making people unable to bear to disturb her, especially when she glanced over when she heard the commotion. Her eyebrows swayed, and she was as beautiful as a painting. Mississippi, even the anxious Yuanma felt suffocated the moment he saw Luo Qingtong. In his life, he had never seen such a quick-witted and beautiful girl. Luo Qingtong stood in the deep and gloomy shadow of the 1,000-year soul-guiding wood, but she was like a huge luminous body, attracting people's attention. Just a glance at her made people feel as if they were about to fall in love with her. There was a kind of beauty in this world. Even if you only peeked at a corner of her silhouette, you would be deeply immersed in her, unable to extricate yourself. Seeing Yuanma's obviously sluggish expression, a pretty girl in a yellow dress from the Sacred Institute's team suddenly had a touch of jealousy in her eyes, and she suddenly attacked. Pretending to be mysterious. Quickly hand over the heart of the 1,000-year tree. That's ours. Junior sister. The woman's attack was too sudden and Yuanma couldn't stop her in time. Seeing the pitch-black crow bone whip approaching, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a cold blood-red light. With her eyesight, she was naturally able to tell that the crow bone whip was covered in a strange and intense pain. If an ordinary person touched it, their entire body would fester as long as they were wounded. This woman was vicious. Junior sister? This was the junior sister that Yuanma had asked her to save using her identity as the demonic doctor. He said that there was a problem with her meridians. In his opinion, she was doing quite well right now. Luo Qingtong sneered and her eyes flashed with a blood-red light. In the next second, she didn't dodge or evade. Instead, she raised her hand and grabbed at the incoming crow bone whip. Miss. You can't. Seeing Luo Qingtong's hand reaching for the whip, Yuanma, who knew his junior sister's temperament, panicked and immediately shouted. The yellow-robed woman's face was filled with joy. But when she heard Yuanma's shout, her face sank. Her eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. She raised her hand and a crow bone whip whipped towards Luo Qingtong's face at a crafty angle. I'll pull off this slut's veil and leave a mark on her face. Let's see how she can use this face to seduce others, the yellow-robed woman thought hatefully. Sensing the change in the whip's angle, Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and her expression became even colder. There was a path to heaven but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell but you barged in. Since she wanted to disfigure others, then she would let her have a good taste of it. Pa. Luo Qingtong didn't move, but her palm flipped along with the changing angle of the long whip, accurately grabbing the tip of the long whip. Her opponent's whip technique, which he thought was ever-changing, was completely unfathomable before her eye technique. What a vicious heart. I'll return this poison to you. Shwa. With a cold snort, Luo Qingtong's palm fiercely stroked the tip of the whip. In an instant, the long whip was like a dragon, and it was pulled into a line under her hand. At the same time, Luo Qingtong instantly added and deleted the poisonous aura. With a swoosh, she suddenly raised her hand, and this long whip was like a rebounding snake. In an instant, with a speed even faster than before and an even more tricky angle, it suddenly attacked back. Ah! The woman in yellow was completely caught off guard. She screamed and covered her face. The whip suddenly bounced back and viciously lashed her face, leaving a wound so deep that her bones could be seen. Ah! How dare you hurt me? The yellow-cloaked woman felt a sharp pain on her face. She lifted her hand and touched the blood on her face. She was on the verge of collapse, her face. Junior sister. Seeing the yellow-cloaked woman injured, the faces of Yuanma and the others changed. This junior sister was their teacher's only beloved daughter. They had to take good care of her for sneaking out. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if their teacher questioned them. Junior sister, are you all right? They all surrounded her. At this moment, the yellow-clothed woman suddenly screamed. Ah! My face. It's so itchy. Ah! It hurts. As she spoke, she desperately scratched her face. Yu Wenma and the others heard this and looked at her face. With a single glance, they all sucked in a breath. Junior sister. The wound on the yellow-robed woman's face was rapidly festering. The wound was festering at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the skin near the wound had completely festered. In an instant, the delicate and beautiful junior sister had turned into a demon. Not only that, the festering flesh near the wound was constantly wriggling as if something was growing. In a short while, a mournful and strange face was struggling to break out of the wound, silently roaring near the wound. Yu Wenma and the others felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this ghostly scene. Junior sister. What poison did you smear on your whip? Quickly take out the antidote and consume it. Yu Wenma anxiously called out to her. The yellow-robed woman scratched her face with all her might, until the festering flesh was badly mutilated and pus and blood flowed out, but it didn't relieve the itch at all. Through everyone's gazes, she discovered that an extremely frightening change had occurred on her face and immediately began to cry. I didn't. I smeared bone-rotting poison on it. It won't itch. It's her. It must be her. It's this woman. She did something to my whip. As the yellow-robed woman spoke, she raised her hand and pointed at Luo Qingtong, who was wiping her fingers and preparing to leave. Seeing her finger pointing at her, the latter immediately raised her eyebrows and generously admitted it. That's right, I did it. So what? Giving her a taste of her own medicine, I don't think I did anything wrong. Moreover, the raw material of the poison was the bone-rotting poison that you smeared on it. Luo Qingtong spoke until here and lightly laughed. You should be glad that the bone-rotting poison isn't strong enough. And I don't have enough materials on hand, otherwise you would be in an even worse state. What did you say? You bitch. The yellow-robed woman was flustered by Luo Qingtong's words. Then, she faced the crowd of the holy court and cried. Senior brother, look, she admitted it. She poisoned me. She wanted to harm me. Why aren't you all taking revenge for me? While you're at it, take back the 1,000-year tree heart. Junior sister. Yu Wenma berated her, then looked at Luo Qingtong. Miss, it was indeed my junior sister who acted rashly this time. Please don't blame her. We don't want the 1,000-year tree heart anymore. Please help us cure the poison on my junior sister's face. Huh. Luo Qingtong chuckled. The 1,000-year tree heart is mine to begin with. What do you mean you don't want it? As for the poison on her face, it was her own doing. I don't have the antidote. Luo Qingtong had injected the yin qi of the 1,000-year soul, guiding wood into the bone-corroding poison, changing the toxicity of the bone-corroding poison. How could there be an antidote? It wasn't difficult to save the woman in yellow, as long as Luo Qingtong was willing to use her eye technique to force out the mixed yin qi and poison from her body. But why would Luo Qingtong do this? Since the other party had a vicious heart, this face was quite compatible with her, a rotten person with a rotten face, a perfect match made in heaven. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she leaped and was about to leave. How could Yu Wenma and the others let her go just like that? They could give up the 1,000-year tree heart. But nothing could happen to their junior sister. Otherwise, how could they explain it to their teacher? Miss. Leave the antidote. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Yu Wenma says and rushes towards Luo Qingtong to stop her. Behind him, the freshmen of the holy court also rush over. Huh. Luo Qingtong chuckled. The next second, the bloody light in her eyes flickered. In a flash, she passed by the freshmen of the Saint Academy who came to intercept her. Their numbers were of no use to Luo Qingtong, in fact, it had even helped her to leave. Ah. Senior brother. The freshmen of the Saint Academy who rushed to Luo Qingtong first saw Luo Qingtong disappear in a flash. Instead, they saw Yu Wenma rushing to Luo Qingtong from behind. Senior brother, dodge. They hurriedly shouted. These freshmen of the Saint Academy didn't know what was going on. They had clearly surrounded that young girl, so how did she manage to escape from their encirclement in such a short time? Not only that, why were their attacks aimed at their senior brother? Yu Wenma's face turned cold when he saw their attacks coming. He quickly changed directions in the air and dodged the attacks, but in this way, his speed inevitably decreased. Swish! With this dodge, Luo Qingtong's figure appeared hundreds of meters away from them. The girl's figure swayed like a fairy. Her waist was light, like a willow branch in the wind. She stood at the top of a new branch. Luo Qingtong turned back to look at them. Her lips curled into a smile. Her picturesque eyes and brows were so beautiful that they could almost feel her beauty through the veil. A genius of the Saint Academy? You're just SOSO. She chuckled. While speaking, she suddenly let go of the slender branch in her hand. In the next second, Luo Qingtong's figure followed the movement of the branch and soared into the sky like a green bird. She flew over the distant mountains and into the distance. Yu Wenma and others chased after her, but they couldn't catch up with her. In their sight, there was only the delicate and beautiful figure of the girl. She was as light as a fairy. She completely disappeared in front of them. Yu Wenma stared at Luo Qingtong's disappearing figure with deep eyes. In his mind, the girl's smile kept replaying over and over again. Wanton, free and unfettered, the dazzling elegance of it completely overshadowed the scenery of the distant new sky. Even those derogatory words didn't sound so infuriating. This was the first time that Yu Wenma felt his heart move. That young girl, who was she? Just as Yu Wenma's heart was stirred, Luo Qingtong's figure had already passed through the treetops, and in an instant, she had entered the depths of the mountain range. After finding a secluded and safe place, she disguised herself and headed straight out of the mountain range. On the way, she met Yu Wenma and the others from afar. The latter and the others were unable to defeat Luo Qingtong. Without obtaining the antidote, they didn't dare to stay in the mountain range any longer. They hurriedly left with the yellow-robed woman. Luo Qingtong guessed that they would return to the Sacred Academy soon. After all, the poison on the yellow-clothed woman's face wasn't something that could be easily cured, but even if they returned to the Sacred Academy, it wouldn't be that easy to cure. Ignoring them, Luo Qingtong avoided meeting Yu Wenma and the others and headed straight for the Blackfield sub-city. Just as she was about to enter the huge dark city, Luo Qingtong's footsteps suddenly stopped. She thought of the man she had left in the bath hall halfway through her treatment. He should be fine, right? Luo Qingtong felt inexplicably guilty. Speaking of which, he was very unlucky every time he met her. God knows if she really didn't do it on purpose. Luo Qingtong felt a toothache when she thought about it. Just then, she heard the discussions around her. Luo Qingtong's heart shuddered. Her mansion. Luo Qingtong slowed down her steps and looked at the gossipy people beside her. Those people didn't notice her and continued to talk. Speaking of which, a lot of things have happened in the past 2 days. First, we don't know what happened, then Ming Zun suddenly left. Now, something happened to the evil doctor's mansion. Yes. Someone responded. I heard that someone came to seek revenge and was killed in the middle of the night. When the people from the bloody arena arrived, many people were killed and injured. The evil doctor's homosexual slave lover was also taken away. Luo Qingtong stopped listening when she heard this. Homosexual slave lover, the only one who could meet this condition was Su Yu. Luo Qingtong didn't care where this rumor came from. She got up and rushed to her mansion. She finally found a suitable personal attendant with great difficulty, but someone dared to come and find trouble with her. They took away her people. They even injured the people in her mansion. Luo Qingtong's face darkened completely. It was true that if the tiger didn't show its might, they would treat her like a sick cat. Swish swish swish. Luo Qingtong's figure appeared in her mansion. At this moment, there was a mess everywhere in the mansion. Outside the door, there were bloodstains like splashes of ink. Even after washing, the traces could still be seen. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold as she stepped into the mansion's door. Who is it? There were still war slaves guarding the door. When they saw someone coming in, they immediately attacked. Luo Qingtong grabbed his fist and threw him aside. Call out all the people in the mansion who are still alive. Luo Qingtong said in a low voice. The Rakshasa mask on her face looked ferocious and terrifying at this moment. She looked at the war slave in front of her calmly. The latter was stunned for a moment and then shouted in surprise. Master! Master is back! Everyone gather! Master is back! The war slave's voice echoed in the mansion. In an instant, the slaves that Luo Qingtong had purchased appeared in front of her one by one. Among them was Chu Lingfeng. Master! You're back. Seeing Luo Qingtong, Chu Lingfeng immediately rushed over. The 1.8 m tall blockhead was covered in injuries. There were bone-deep wounds and blood everywhere. Many of the battle slaves behind him were in the same situation. What's going on? Luo Qingtong glanced at them and walked straight into the main hall. She looked at everything coldly. Luo Qingtong asked in a deep voice as she glanced at the severely injured battle slaves. She immediately sealed their lifelines with a flick of her finger and fed them a bottle of life-prolonging medicinal liquid. Master, someone is here to seek revenge. They are specifically targeting Suyu. Chu Lingfeng said in a loud voice. It turned out that after Luo Qingtong had bought Suyu, someone had immediately come to buy slaves. Moreover, they had specified that they wanted to buy Suyu. After being rejected by the slave market, they had inquired about it. After learning that it was Luo Qingtong who had bought Suyu, they had come to buy Suyu back. Chu Lingfeng originally thought that these people were Suyu's relatives. He didn't expect that Suyu's complexion would change greatly after seeing these people. The two sides almost clashed on the spot. That night, those people came to kill them. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. Behind the Rakshasa mask, a pair of empty black eyes overflowed with murderous intent and flashed with blood-red light. No one can touch the people around me without my permission. How dare you seek revenge on me? You're courting death. The blood-red light in Luo Qingtong's eyes was ice-cold. Go and call the people from the bloody arena. Tell them that if something like this happens in my mansion in the Black Field again, then my cooperation with them will be terminated. Even in the Black Field, there were people seeking revenge on her. What was the use of having such a partner? There were so many forces in the Black Field. Why couldn't she cooperate with anyone? Why did she have to work with the bloody arena? They had really let her down. This time, Suyu's arrest had completely touched Luo Qingtong's nerves. Even if it was a cat or a dog, she wouldn't allow others to touch the people around her. Whoever dared to reach out would be chopped off. If those people dared to seek revenge on her, then they were seeking their own deaths. Lord Evil Doctor, the people from the bloody arena were called over by Chu Lingfeng and the others. They immediately lowered their heads and kept wiping away their sweat. This time, it was indeed our bloody arena's mistake. They didn't expect that someone would dare to attack the Lord Evil Doctor's mansion in the Black Field. Where did this hothead come from? He didn't even put the dignity of the Black Field in his eyes? Or did those people think that no one would know if they came in secret? The people from the bloody arena thought for a while and gnashed their teeth. Don't let him find those people. Otherwise, without waiting for the Lord Evil Doctor to make a move, they would all be killed. Lord Evil Doctor, don't worry. We've already mobilized all our connections to find out the whereabouts of those people. There won't be a next time. Luo Qingtong interrupted him. The pair of cold eyes on the Rakshasa mask looked at him coldly. If there's a next time, you people from the bloody arena don't have to come to me anymore. As for these people this time, you don't have to care about them. Those who dared to touch her people, she would let those people know the price. Yes. The steward of the bloody arena didn't dare to say more. He hurriedly wiped his cold sweat and retreated. This Lord Evil Doctor's power was too strong. Facing the other party, he felt as if he was facing a high lord. What the hell? Chu Lingfeng was puzzled as he watched the steward of the bloody arena leave, sweating profusely. Master, why don't we let them investigate? Wouldn't he be able to find out the whereabouts of those people faster and rescue Suyu if he made those people in the bloody arena weaker? Chu Lingfeng still cared a lot about the young man who spoke good words for him in front of the master. Other than his master, he only recognized Suyu as his companion. There's no need. Someone knows the whereabouts of those people better than them. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she sneered and walked to a parasol tree in front of the courtyard. She lifted her foot and kicked it hard. Do you want to come out by yourselves, or do you want me to drag you out one by one? She crossed her arms and said. The person who was hiding on the parasol tree felt a wave of bewilderment. Did the evil doctor discover that they were waiting for him? Just as they were hesitating, Luo Qingtong became impatient. She directly asked Chu Lingfeng to bring a bucket of water over. With a bang, she poured the water on top of the parasol tree. Bang! Bang! There were two muffled sounds. Ouch! Two figures were thrown out of it. Are you satisfied? Luo Qingtong looked at them, then raised her hand and clapped twice. Everyone else, come out now. Luo Qingtong crossed her arms and stood in the middle of the courtyard. She looked coldly at the two people who fell out and swept her gaze across the courtyard. The face on the Rakshasa mask was cold and gloomy. She was too lazy to catch them one by one, so she simply called out their names. Those on the eaves 30 degrees to the left. The flower bed at the back, the bushes at the front, the wall hanging on the left, the pillars on the right, everyone who is hiding, come out. These people were the ones who were ordered by Xianxia to monitor Luo Qingtong. The man had left, but these people were still loyal to Luo Qingtong's residence. Now, they were all caught by Luo Qingtong. Swish swish swish, a group of people walked out from their hiding places hesitantly. Luo Qingtong looked at them with a cold smile and walked over. You guys are pretty good. Luo Qingtong looked at them, the smile on her lips cold and evil. I deliberately didn't catch you guys and let you complete your task properly. You just watched as my residents suffered? Good. Not bad. You can do it. The group of people who were ordered to monitor Luo Qingtong were in a mess, so, Lord Evil Doctor had discovered them long ago? Those patrol routes that happened to pass by their hiding places every day were not a coincidence at all? But very quickly, when they heard Luo Qingtong's words, they felt bitter again. Lord Evil Doctor, it's not that we don't want to take action, we were spying on you from the shadows. If we take action, won't we expose ourselves? Everyone wanted to cry but had no tears. Under Luo Qingtong's stare, they cowered and didn't dare to make a sound. They didn't know why they were afraid. But he still felt that Lord Evil Doctor's aura was very scary. Luo Qingtong also knew that their duties couldn't be exposed at will. She had no intention of pursuing this matter. She had only pulled these people out for one thing. Tell me about those people. Although these people didn't make a move, they were ordered to monitor his residence. They must have seen those people make a move. He might even know where the other party is now. After all, he was a professional in this industry. Luo Qingtong was too lazy to wait for the people of the bloody arena to investigate. By the time they found out, it would be too late. Who knew what those people would do if they caught Suyu? As for her people, other than herself, she would chop off their claws if they dared to touch her. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't tell me, I'll tell your city lord that you exposed your identities to me. You should know what will happen if you do that, right? Luo Qingtong looked at them coldly. Actually, I don't care if you guys are watching me. Isn't it the same no matter who it is? But the premise is that it's good for both of us, right? Luo Qingtong said and patted them on the shoulder. You can monitor me, but you can't ignore this kind of thing. Otherwise, I'll be very unhappy. And I'll be unhappy. Understood. How could they dare to say they didn't understand? Luo Qingtong's meaning was very clear. In the future, they would be ordered to protect her instead of monitoring her. If anything happened to her residents, she would settle the score with them. The group of people were instantly changed by Luo Qingtong, and they couldn't even say a word. They were mentally exhausted, but they couldn't afford to offend this lady. This was someone that their lord had specially instructed them to pay attention to. They didn't dare to resist. Under Luo Qingtong's threat, the group of people obediently revealed the details of the attackers. People sent by the Qing clan of the Rising Sun country? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. So they're from an aristocratic family of a high-class country. No wonder they're so arrogant. She sneered. The cause of the matter was very simple. A disciple of the Qing clan from the high-class country had some conflicts with Suyu. Now that the Qing clan was in trouble, he heard that Suyu was sold as a slave, so he wanted to buy her back and torture her. It was said that Luo Qingtong didn't want to give up after buying her, but they didn't expect that Luo Qingtong gave Suyu so much authority. The group of people arrogantly came to ask for her, but Suyu ordered people to beat them out. That night, they directly covered their faces and came to kidnap her. At this time, they had already left the Blackfield city and were probably preparing to return. Luo Qingtong sneered in her heart. It seems that my reputation as an evil doctor isn't big enough. How dare any Tom, Dick, and Harry find trouble with me? The bloody light in her eyes was cold. The steward of the bloody arena who had yet to leave trembled when he heard that. He hurriedly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, Lord Evil Doctor, don't worry. There won't be a next time. We, the Bloody Arena, will immediately send a warning to the Qing clan through the Blackfield city of the Rising Sun country. They are not allowed to do anything against Lord Evil Doctor's subordinates. Otherwise, they will be punished by the Bloody Arena. That had better be the case. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and looked at them. Then, he waved his hand and said, "All right, you can all return to your positions. Remember, there will be no next time." They had already left the Blackfield subcity. It was impossible to rely on the people from the Blackfield. Luo Qingtong narrowed her empty black eyes and sneered. Did they think that they could rest easy after leaving the Blackfield subcity? You guys stay in the mansion and clean it up. I'll be back soon. Luo Qingtong looked at Chu Lingfeng and said after the surveillance team and the people of the Bloody Arena left. Since Suyu wasn't here, Luo Qingtong naturally handed over the matters of the mansion to the blockhead. Chu Lingfeng was a little silly, but there was one good thing about him. That was to only listen to Luo Qingtong's orders. What a one-track mind. Luo Qingtong was relieved to leave the matter to him. When I'm not in the mansion, I won't see anyone. If anyone dares to trespass, kill without mercy. Chu Lingfeng said with a murderous look. The blockhead spent all his time in the Bloody Arena. He didn't learn anything else, but he learned how to kill decisively and have a strong murderous aura. If not for this, Luo Qingtong wouldn't have accepted him. She didn't need an idiot who only knew how to cry by her side. It was good that Chu Lingfeng was like this. Luo Qingtong didn't think there was anything wrong with his foolishness. Master, you must save Suyu. After that murderous sentence, Chu Lingfeng returned to his silly character. This blockhead, although he was stupid, he wasn't stupid. Luo Qingtong glanced at him and smiled. Who told you that I'm going to save Suyu? Ah? Isn't that so? Chu Lingfeng looked at Luo Qingtong with a stupefied expression. Master, you can't leave Suyu alone. He's very good to us. He's also very loyal and devoted to Master. Taking Luo Qingtong's words seriously, Chu Lingfeng became anxious. Such a big blockhead pounced on Luo Qingtong with a swish. Stop. Luo Qingtong raised her hand to stop him. This blockhead, why is he like a big wolf dog, pouncing on me every time she said he would? Luo Qingtong looked at the clothes she had just changed into, and then looked at his body that was mixed with blood and mud. Her lips suddenly twitched. Okay, I'll go save him. Hurry and wash your body clean, and apply the medicine while you're at it. She was just teasing this blockhead for fun, but she didn't expect him to take it seriously. At this time, if she didn't go out to save Suyu, could it be that she went out to look at the scenery? Honestly, look after the house and wait for me to come back. Luo Qingtong said, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on her lips. She turned to look at the battle slaves standing not far away. Looking at the big and small injuries on their bodies, she suddenly narrowed her eyes. All of you, come here. She ordered them. The group of people all stood in front of Luo Qingtong. The girl looked at them and suddenly released her mental strength. Pa pa pa. Under countless crisp sounds, these stupefied battle slaves' bodies shook fiercely, and they looked at Luo Qingtong with regret. Master, they looked at Luo Qingtong with shock, just like Suyu when his slave imprint was shattered. Their hearts were also full of disbelief. Did the master destroy the slave imprint in their minds? Wasn't she afraid that they would betray her, especially those martial marquis experts? Their gazes towards Luo Qingtong were even more shocked. Don't look at me like that. Luo Qingtong looked at them indifferently. Although the slave imprint can guarantee your loyalty, it prevents you from fully displaying your strength. I don't want something like this to happen again. Also, since I dared to remove the slave imprint in your body, I'm confident that I won't suffer any backlash from you. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Luo Qingtong originally planned to remove the slave imprint on these battle slaves soon. She didn't want to leave any hidden dangers around her. In particular, the slave imprints not only restricted the loyalty of these people, but also restricted their strength, making them unable to fully display their strength. Otherwise, with so many slaves in Luo Qingtong's residence, even if the Qing clan of the Rising Sun country came, they shouldn't have been beaten so badly, and Suyu was taken away. This was simply a great humiliation. Luo Qingtong directly shattered the slave imprint in their bodies. If these people knew their place, there would naturally be benefits for them in the future, if they didn't know their place, did they really think that her slave imprint could be removed so easily? Luo Qingtong didn't mind if someone tried to test the law and let the others see the outcome. We obey master's orders. The group of battle slaves was silent for a moment, then they all kneeled on the ground and sincerely acknowledged their allegiance. Luo Qingtong's methods were unfathomable. It was their fortune to be able to follow such a master. Furthermore, the other party gave them a new life. Very good. Marshal Marquis, follow me, the rest stay here. Luo Qingtong said and leaped away. Thousands of meters away from the Blackfield subcity, a rather luxurious flying boat was docked at the foot of a mountain. The door of the flying boat opened, and a group of people walked out. Elder Lu, I didn't expect to meet you here. It's really a great fortune. A man who looked like a steward said respectfully to a middle-aged man who was dressed in an elder's attire and had a shocking aura. With you around, we don't have to worry about our journey. Yes. Elder Lu nodded. I just came back from the capital of Eastern Fence Nation. I had some matters to attend to, but I returned empty-handed. He sighed at this point, and a trace of unwillingness faintly appeared on his face. When the steward heard this, he exchanged glances with the guard beside him. They both knew what the steward was talking about. The news of the celestial sex ruins appearing near the capital of the Eastern Fence Nation had already spread throughout the entire Great Qin sacred dynasty. Countless powerful cultivators had traveled day and night to go there, but in the end, all of them returned empty-handed. It seemed that this Elder Lu was the same. However, this was also their fortune. With this martial king Elder Lu, they didn't have to worry about not being able to return safely. You're here to do something for young Master Ling Yan? Elder Lu asked as his gaze swept across the huge iron cage they were carrying. That's right. The steward smiled. It's just a small matter. An enemy of young Master Ling Yan's younger brother was sold as a slave. Young Master's younger brother asked us to buy him back to vent our anger. Isn't he locked in this iron cage? We're just waiting to bring him back to vent our anger for young Master's younger brother. This flying boat was also given to us by young Master to do something for him. Let's go and return quickly. The steward laughed. He didn't say that the person was snatched from Luo Qingtong. Just as Luo Qingtong thought, this steward was used to flaunting his power in the Qing family of a high-class nation. He didn't think that there was anything to be afraid of from an evil doctor in a small Blackfield subsidy of Eastern Fence Nation. What kind of powerful person could come from such a remote and desolate place? The steward didn't know Luo Qingtong's status in the Blackfield. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to be so presumptuous. Even the bloody arena had to treat him as a guest of honor. Was he someone they could offend? Unfortunately, he didn't know anything. Moreover, she relied on the fact that she was working for young Master Ling Yun and the fact that the other party was a genius of the Great Chu Sacred Academy, so she didn't put Luo Qingtong, this evil doctor, in her eyes. So much so that it was too late for regrets. Because of this, the Qing clan was in big trouble. Oh. Elder Lu nodded when he heard that and did not say anything else. Although he didn't receive any news about the immortal sex ruins after returning from the Eastern Fence Nation's 9 Shamans Mountain, he still received a lot of benefits. He wanted to study it properly, so he didn't pay much attention to what the steward wanted him to do. He asked casually and then ignored him. A group of people started a bonfire in the open space next to them and threw Suyu's cage to the side. Bang! After a violent vibration, the cage tilted, revealing Suyu who was imprisoned inside. Her limbs were chained and tied to the 4 corners of the cage. Her beautiful face, which didn't lose to any man, was pale from the loss of blood. Only her eyes, which were as wild as a wolf, stared at the steward and the Qing clan guards. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes. A lowly prisoner. How dare you be so impudent? Humph. The steward sneered as he looked at the huge iron cage that was tumbling around. Suyu, 3rd young master Su. Do you still think you're the Su family's young master Ryu? Humph. The Su family has long been exterminated. You, young master Ryu, have also become a slave in someone else's hands. How is it? Did you enjoy the suffering on the flying ship just now? If you don't behave and put away your horrifying gaze, I'll dig your eyes out. Let's see if you still dare to look at me like that. Suyu didn't say anything. That pair of unruly and cold eyes never left the steward. You. Seeing that Suyu wasn't moved by force or persuasion, the steward was extremely enraged. He couldn't really dig Suyu's eyes out. One had to know that young Master Ling Yun's younger brother had indicated that he wanted to bring Suyu back for him to torture. Under such circumstances, how could he overstep his authority? However, he was unwilling to be stared at by Suyu like this. Suddenly, his eyes turned as if he thought of something. He sneered and said to Suyu maliciously, "Young Master Suyu, do you know how your Su family was exterminated?" TSK, TSK, TSK. Losing the important border city caused the army to suffer a crushing defeat. The Su family's commander-in-chief was killed, and the entire family was convicted. Aren't you curious? Why is it that your Su family has been in charge of the army for generations and has never made any mistakes before? Why did you make such a huge mistake in such an important battle? When Suyu heard this, she was shocked. Her expression, which had not changed, suddenly changed. "It's you?" she said hoarsely. That hoarse voice still couldn't hide the coldness in it. However, at this moment, this coldness was completely tainted with fiery anger and hatred. "It's you. It's the Qing family. You destroyed my Su family." She struggled to get up, and the iron chains on her limbs made crisp clanging sounds. "Haha. That's right. It must be very painful, right? Actually, it's not just the Qing family, but also the imperial family. Who asked your Su family to be so meritorious to the emperor? You even went against our Qing family. Perfect. Our eldest young master has entered the Great Chu Sacred Academy. Your Su family can only become an abandoned child. Who told your brilliant elder brother to die so early? Without such a powerful person, your Su family can only be destroyed." The steward looked at Suyu's pained expression and laughed out loud. Although he couldn't torture Suyu, he could still torture him in this way. Humph. What Su family's young master? She was still a slave and a prisoner. In the past, when the Su family was flourishing, he didn't even have the qualifications to look up to a young master like Suyu. But now, he could only be locked in a cage and humiliated. Looking at Suyu's eyes that looked like she wanted to kill him but couldn't do anything, the steward was very pleased. TSK, TSK, you still don't know, right? When your Su family was destroyed, I was also present. Sigh. The screams that filled the courtyard were heart-wrenching. Oh, right. The taste of your Su family's miss is quite good. Haha. The steward said with a smug look on his face. I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you. Suyu went crazy. Anyone who knew the cruel truth would not be able to bear it. Suyu had always thought that the loss of that war was a mistake of the Su family. Therefore, when facing the imperial family's punishment, the Su family didn't have any resistance. Her father even committed suicide with guilt. The entire Su family army fell apart. All the Su family's generals were convicted. She was even captured by the enemy and sold as a slave, but now, she found out that this was a trap, a conspiracy concocted by the imperial family and the Qing family to deal with the Su family. Ah. I'm going to kill all of you. I'm going to kill all of you. Suyu struggled frantically. Her cultivation was suppressed and she could not use any of her strength. Her hand scratched the iron chain and blood instantly flowed out. Haha. Looking at Suyu's painful appearance, the steward laughed arrogantly. Scream all you want. When you reach the Qing family, there will be more painful things for you. Haha. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Is that so? Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to bring her back. The moment the voice sounded, a ghostly figure appeared in front of them from afar. Who? Who are you? Hearing the voice, the steward of the Qing family instantly shouted. He took a step back and stared vigilantly at the direction where the figure appeared. His expression was extremely alert. From the other party's words, it seemed that he was here for Suyu. Behind him, a group of guards also stood up and quickly surrounded him. Elder Lu, who was resting with his eyes closed, also opened his eyes. You don't have the right to know who I am. Luo Qingtong's figure slowly appeared beside the iron cage. Looking at Suyu, who was locked in the cage like a dog, Luo Qingtong's expression suddenly turned cold. You only need to Know that I'm the one who wants your life. How dare they treat the people around her like this? These people from the Qing family were courting death. Master. Seeing Luo Qingtong appear, Suyu's cold and desperate heart was filled with warmth. She did not expect Luo Qingtong to specially come to save her. When she was taken away from the mansion by the Qing clan, she had already given up all hope. When she knew the truth about the Su family's destruction, she was even more desperate. The Qing family was a first-class family in the Rising Sun country. If the Su family was still around, they could still fight against them. But now, Suyu's eyes were filled with extreme pain. Master, don't worry about me. Go quickly. There are martial king experts here. Before Suyu could finish his words, the steward of the Qing family had already looked at Luo Qingtong maliciously. Haha. It turned out that the master and the slave had deep feelings for each other. Are you the evil doctor who bought Suyu's jade? They actually chased him all the way here. Just as well, then I'll capture them both. Be our Qing clan slave. Although the manager didn't think that Luo Qingtong had any ability, he still felt that she was a swindler. It was just a stroke of luck that made him famous in the Blackfield subsidy of the Eastern Fence country. However, if he could make Suyu suffer, he was still very willing to do it. This would definitely make the young master's younger brother very happy. At that time, there would be many benefits for him. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Suyu bit her lip hard and hurriedly said to Luo Qingtong, Mistress, hurry and leave. Don't worry about me. This is a grudge between our Su family and the Qing family. It has nothing to do with you. It was enough for Mistress to give her freedom and a new life. She couldn't implicate Mistress anymore. Humph. Want to leave? It's too late. The manager sneered and raised his hand. Capture her. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes at the manager. When the guards rushed up, she also raised her hand and made a gesture. Surround them all. Don't let anyone go. She was going to start a massacre today. Swish swish swish. Haha. You dare to show off in front of our Qing clan with just a few martial marquis? The steward looked at the martial marquis experts who appeared behind Luo Qingtong. He felt an indescribable sense of mockery in his heart and laughed loudly. You are indeed a country bumpkin from the Eastern Fence country. You think you can do anything to us with just a few martial marquis experts? Let me tell you, in our Rising Sun country, martial marquis experts are just elite guards. Your martial marquis slaves were beaten to a pulp by us. If not for the fact that we are in the Blackfields territory. Do you think they can escape unscathed? I didn't expect you to bring them to encircle and annihilate us. Ha ha ha. The steward laughed wantonly. Young Master Suyu. He mocked, this is your master? She doesn't seem to be very smart. You are not allowed to insult my master. Suyu's eyes were bloodshot as she struggled desperately against the chains on the iron cage. If not for her, her master would not have been humiliated. Master. Leave quickly. Leave. Luo Qingtong did not look at her. She only looked at the laughing steward. You talk too much nonsense. She lowered her eyes and in the next second, her figure suddenly flew up. Humph. You are courting death. Seeing Luo Qingtong rushing towards him, the steward's expression suddenly became serious. The aura on his body suddenly exploded. It was the aura of a martial marquis. Furthermore, it was the strength of a 6th-stage martial marquis. He went up to Luo Qingtong. I originally wanted to make fun of you. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. He sneered. Leave this evil doctor to me. The rest of you, surround and kill those martial marquis slaves. He said in a deep voice. However, before he could finish speaking, Luo Qingtong, who should have been hundreds of meters away, suddenly appeared in front of him. The death blade in her hand fiercely slashed. In an instant, blood splattered. The steward's throat was instantly cut open. I told you, you talk too much nonsense. In front of Luo Qingtong's eye technique, the manager's every move was under her observation. That steward thought that she had appeared in front of him in an instant, but in reality, Luo Qingtong had already seen through his next move through her eye technique and had deliberately waited for him at that place. It was equivalent to the steward bumping into Luo Qingtong's death blade. You. The steward clutched his throat that had been cut open and looked at Luo Qingtong with shock in his eyes. With a thump, he fell backwards, an instant kill. From start to finish, Luo Qingtong and the steward's opponent had not lasted more than 10 breaths of time. Everyone was stunned. The guards who were rushing towards the battle slaves were instantly dumbfounded. The manager died just like that. Although his strength wasn't considered high among them, it wasn't low either. An expert of the 6th level of martial marquis was actually slashed in the throat by a sword. They were shocked in their hearts. Although everyone could see that Luo Qingtong was able to do this because it was unexpected, but even if it was unexpected, you still needed to have the corresponding strength. The opponent's aura was clearly not at the great martial general realm. For a great martial general to kill a martial marquis was already considered a genius that appeared once in 100 years. Luo Qingtong had directly jumped 2 realms to kill the enemy. And it was a fatal blow. Swish, while they were still in a daze, Luo Qingtong's figure flashed once again. Her strength had risen to the 9th stage of the martial general realm, and she was able to display her full strength. It could be said that Luo Qingtong's movements completely represented the peak of strength at this stage. Even if it was a genius expert with the same cultivation level, in front of Luo Qingtong, they would not be able to control their strength as accurately as her. They would not be able to display their strength as much as her. If it was said that a 9th stage martial general genius could display 200% of their strength, then Luo Qingtong's strength had no upper limit. At this stage, where the strongest strength that could be displayed was where Luo Qingtong's strength was at. The reason why there was such an effect was because under Luo Qingtong's eye technique, she was able to grasp the strength of her body like the back of her hand. When a person was able to completely understand their own strength, they would be able to use every bit of strength in their body at will. The difference between the different stages would not be that big. Using a simple example, a high school student could use a high school formula to solve a problem. A middle school student, as long as his brain was developed enough, could also use a middle school formula to solve the problem. Under this kind of situation, was there any difference between the two? It was even possible that the middle school student's final solution would be even more perfect. Who do you think is more powerful? Under the martial king realm, as long as the cultivator did not reach the Xianxia unity stage, they would not be able to resonate with the power of heaven and earth. In front of Luo Qingtong, there would be no difference between them and a sieve. There would be flaws everywhere, as long as she could find those flaws, and when the opponent tried to cover them up in time, she would quickly break them. Then, even if it was a martial lord expert in front of her, they would not be able to withstand a single blow. Luo Qingtong's biggest problem was that her strength was not enough to break through the opponent's defense, and with the strength of a 9th stage martial general, coupled with the cutting ability of the death blade, it was just enough to break through the defense of a martial lord. She could kill these people like chopping melons and vegetables. Only experts at the peak of the martial marquis realm could barely withstand her attack. But they could only barely withstand it. Luo Qingtong stared coldly at the guard commander who was at the peak of martial lord realm. This person was the strongest among the steward's guards. With the strength of a peak martial marquis, he withstood every single one of her attacks. Every time, the death blade was so close to breaking through the opponent's defense and taking his life. But she was so close that Luo Qingtong could not break through his defense. Haha. There's nothing you can do to me. The guard commander who was at the peak of the martial lord realm started to panic. Luo Qingtong's speed was too fast. Almost in an instant, the guards around him all fell down. The steward's words were a complete joke. What about surrounding and killing the other party's martial lord realm slaves? They hadn't even touched the other party's slaves yet. Almost all of them were killed by this evil doctor alone. This guard commander finally understood why Luo Qingtong dared to chase after them with a few martial lord realm slaves. It turned out that the other party was completely confident. Fortunately, the other party seemed to be unable to do anything to him. This caused the guard commander's heart to rise with infinite hope. He laughed loudly and pounced towards Luo Qingtong. As for those martial lord realm slaves, he did not even put them in his eyes. These people were under the control of the slave imprint and could not fully display their strength. He could kill them all with one hand. Swish, Luo Qingtong's body rose again. The death blade in her hand suddenly changed its form, turning into a milky white life blade state. She slashed down. Under the life blade, the defense of the peak martial lord, which was originally unbreakable, was instantly absorbed by the life blade. At the same time, the defensive power of the peak martial lord also stagnated. Now is the time. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed. Under the dark red 3D vision, the flaws in the body of the expert at the peak of the martial lord realm were instantly Revealed, this time, the flaw was a flaw that could be broken. Boom. The life and death sword in Luo Qingtong's hand instantly changed its form again. Under the absorption state of the life blade, the strength of the peak martial lord was slightly weakened, but Luo Qingtong's strength slightly increased. Under this situation, Luo Qingtong's death blade instantly pierced through the opponent's defense and went straight for his heart. Bang! The tip of the sword penetrated his chest and came out from the back. Luo Qingtong's lips revealed a smile like a bloodthirsty demon flower, and she turned the long sword in her hand. With a boom, the expert at the peak of the martial lord realm did not even have time to react before his heart was minced into pieces. Bang! Luo Qingtong lifted her foot and kicked his body to the side. The few martial lord realm slaves at the side were dumbfounded. Especially the peak martial lord slave expert. Originally, when he saw that Luo Qingtong could not break the defense of the peak martial lord guard, he wanted to come up and help. But before he could rush up, Luo Qingtong had already killed the guard commander who was at the peak of martial lord realm with one strike. Master is actually so powerful? Looking at the terrifying death of the guard commander, the peak martial lord battle slave expert's expression froze for a while. He shrunk his neck and inexplicably felt a burst of cold air. He secretly rejoiced that when the slave mark was removed, he did not have the thought of defecting, otherwise, his fate would not be much better than the guard commander's. The master of the demonic doctor was too powerful. Obviously, the aura emitted from her body was not at the great martial general realm. It was really too terrifying. If Luo Qingtong was also a martial marquis expert, this peak martial marquis battle slave expert would not be so afraid. But Luo Qingtong, she was not even at the great martial general realm. Where could he find such a terrifying martial general realm expert? Is she still human? Just as the group of martial marquis realm battle slaves were shocked by the terrifying degree of their master, on the other side, Elder Lu, who had watched the entire process of the Qing family being destroyed, was ecstatic. Good sword. He looked greedily at the life and death sword in Luo Qingtong's hand. He did not know Luo Qingtong's hidden card, so he thought that Luo Qingtong's great power was the blessing of the life and death sword. It could allow a martial general realm expert to directly kill an enemy 2 realms higher. What kind of divine weapon was this sword? If he could get it, wouldn't his strength increase greatly? At that time, not to mention the Qing family, he could even do whatever he wanted in the big empires. Wouldn't those super families of the sacred dynasty treat him as a distinguished guest? Fancy the sword in my hand? Old dog, I'm afraid you won't have the life to take it. Luo Qingtong raised her hand to shake off the blood on her sword. She tilted her sword slightly and pointed it at the ground. She raised her hand and pointed the tip of the sword at Elder Lu. Come and take it if you can. That disdainful attitude and provocation instantly made the veins on Elder Lu's forehead bulge. He was furious. What did you say? You're courting death. As he spoke, he suddenly rushed towards Luo Qingtong. I'm kind enough to give you a way out, but you don't want it. Then go to hell. Elder Lu's voice was filled with rage. His claws were like an eagle's hook as they viciously clawed at Luo Qingtong. At the same time, his body erupted with a power that only a martial king expert could possess. The surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth was stirred up by the eruption of his aura, martial king realm, Khanate unity. The power in one's body could be manipulated at will, and it could also manipulate the surrounding spiritual chi of heaven and earth to create momentum. At the beginning, Elder Lu's claw only contained 50% of his strength. But after the momentum was created, the attack power instantly increased to 100%. This was the unique advantage of a martial king expert. When they reached the martial king realm, they could release the energy from their body and add another layer of attack power on top of their own attacks. Bam! Following Elder Lu's claw, there seemed to be a loud sound in the air. The attack power of this claw was actually able to tear the air apart and create a sonic boom. Master! So you had just been released from the iron cage by the other slave experts. When he raised his head and saw this scene, he instantly rushed towards Luo Qingtong without hesitation. The expressions of the other martial marquis experts also changed. They didn't expect that there would be a martial king expert in the team sent by the Qing family. This was an expert who could establish a country, even in a superior country like the Sunrise Country. He was a figure that was worshipped. He was an absolute expert. Why was there such an expert in the team that came to capture Suyo? Only someone at the level of a clan head or above would be able to order them around, even if his opponent was only a cultivator who had just reached the martial emperor realm. However, Suyu was the only one who knew that Elder Lu had encountered the team sent by the Qing clan to capture him. It was all his fault. If it wasn't for him, Master wouldn't have met the other party and wouldn't have been targeted. Master! Leave quickly. Let us stop him. Hurry back to Blackfield. Suyu rushed in front of Luo Qingtong and raised her hand to block the attack. When the other Marquis-level battle slaves heard this, they quickly reacted. They were powerless against a martial king realm expert. They might as well risk their lives to protect their master and escape. With Master's status and identity in Blackfield City, he would definitely be able to avenge them. Master, leave quickly. They also rushed up and instantly formed a human wall in front of Luo Qingtong. Haha. Leave? Don't even think about leaving. A ray of light suddenly burst out from Elder Lu's hand and fiercely blasted towards Luo Qingtong and the others. External release of energy. External attack. Looking at the horrifying attack coming towards them, Suyu and the others didn't even think about rushing forward. At this moment, a gentle force suddenly pushed them away. At this moment, a brilliant black light suddenly shot out from behind them. There was a loud explosion. The black light that flew out from behind them collided with Elder Lu's blast of energy. Under this heavy explosion, the surrounding air instantly exploded. A huge gust of wind exploded. Waves of aftershocks blasted in all directions. Suyu and those martial Marquis battle slaves were blown away by the violent force. Their bodies swayed left and right, and they almost fell to the ground. Master? Suyu turned around, wanting to see who saved them. He suddenly turned around and saw Luo Qingtong standing behind them with the death blade. There was no one else except her. That attack just now was sent out by Master. Suyu and the other battle slaves were dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold. That was an off-body attack that only martial kings could launch. How did Master do it? Their gazes involuntarily focused on the death blade in Luo Qingtong's hand. This sword is so powerful? Indeed, that attack just now was launched by Luo Qingtong with the death blade. When Luo Qingtong obtained the life and death sword, she was already able to use the death blade to launch a sword attack that only martial kings could launch, but at that time, the power in her body was not enough. She could barely launch one attack. But now, it was not like this. Old dog, you want to steal my sword with your little strength? You're boasting too shamelessly. Seeing that Suyu and the others were almost killed, Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold and she directly waved her hand. Swish! The biting cold black light penetrated the death blade like the light of a death scythe and heavily chopped at Elder Lu in front of her. The latter was now looking at the life and death duality sword like a hungry wolf. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Good sword. A peerless sword. Elder Lu's heart was filled with indescribable ecstasy. The surprise that this sword gave him was simply too great. Previously, it was enough to make Luo Qingtong kill a martial Marquis expert. Who would have thought that it would be able to make a martial general realm expert directly release a sword chi attack to fight against him, a martial king realm expert? Good, this is great, such a peerless treasure. She was destined to be his. Haha. Originally, I wanted to spare your lives to torture you. Now I've changed my mind. All of you must die. Someone who had seen this sword. All of you must die. Such a peerless sword. I must hide it well. I can't let anyone know. I was right to let the Qing family's people be killed by this evil doctor. Haha. He laughed loudly. With a boom, the aura around him exploded. A fiery red longsword instantly appeared in his hand. I'll let you see what the true strength of a martial king is. That's not something that can be compared to the sword chi that you can release with a sword. As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved it. A sword light several meters long shot out from the long sword and rushed towards Luo Qingtong. Master! Be careful. Suyu and the others felt their hearts tighten as they watched. Although their master could release a sword light that only a martial king could have, she was not a real martial king. Would Mistress be able to block this move? Just as their hearts tightened, the two sword lights collided in midair. Boom! Luo Qingtong's sword light was suddenly broken. Seeing that Elder Lu's attack was about to penetrate, Suyu and the others could not help but scream. With a bang, Elder Lu's attack also shattered in midair. How is this possible? Elder Lu, who was about to laugh maniacally, was instantly stunned. How is this possible? His full-strength attack was actually unable to deal with the attack of the evil doctor, who was not even at the great martial general stage. How is this possible? No matter how powerful that black sword was, the opponent had to have the strength to unleash it. A great martial general stage was simply unable to unleash the full power of that long sword. Elder Lu was confident that he could behead the opponent under his sword light. He did not expect that he would be able to break through the opponent's attack, but his own sword light attack was also neutralized. Elder Lu's heart was filled with disbelief. However, only Luo Qingtong knew how she did it. No matter how strong the attack was, it had a weak point. The opponent's attack was strong, but she had already seen through the weakest point of his sword light through her eye technique. When she waved her sword, she had already rushed towards that trajectory and destroyed that weak point, neutralizing the opponent's attack. No. I don't believe it. Elder Lu's face was filled with rage. He raised his sword and rushed forward, the fiery red sword light swallowed and spat out. He did not believe it. His opponent was able to completely block his attack with a single sword. If one attack was not enough, then two. He did not believe that the opponent could block all of them. Rumble. The two figures quickly clashed with each other. Suyu and the rest, who had been thrown to the ground by the aftermath of the terrifying attacks, were extremely shocked. If it was said that Luo Qingtong blocked Elder Lu's attack the first time, they felt that it was a fluke. But this time, they were completely shocked. Just as Elder Lu thought, no matter how powerful the sword in Master's hand was, without the corresponding strength, it was impossible to fight against a martial king expert, so when Master killed those martial marquis experts, she did not use her full strength. While Suyu and the rest were shocked, Elder Lu became more and more alarmed as he fought. Terrifying, too terrifying. What kind of monster was the opponent? Elder Lu could clearly feel that the sword light emitted by Luo Qingtong through the death blade was not as powerful as his own attack. However, his opponent was able to negate his attacks every single time. He wanted to increase his attack power to almost the same level as hers. Every single one of his attacks seemed to have collided with her sword light. Then, when his opponent's sword light shattered, the power of his attack was also negated. Once or twice could be considered a coincidence. It was the same every time. Could it be that the other party was able to see through his attack? Thinking of this, that Elder Lu was greatly alarmed. At this time, he no longer despised Luo Qingtong. Instead, a trace of coldness emerged from the bottom of his heart. A martial general cultivator, even if he had a divine sword in his hand, would not be able to fight with him like this, and not only did the other party do it. In fact, it was even showing signs of suppressing him. Elder Lu had a feeling that as time passed, the rhythm of his attacks and the circulation of his qi seemed to be becoming more and more clear to his opponent. If this continued, perhaps he would be killed here instead. No way. This can't go on. As Elder Lu thought about it, he gritted his teeth. Boom, he flipped his wrist. In an instant, the long sword in his hand suddenly emitted a blazing and fierce light. Following his wave, it was like a huge fireball, rushing towards Luo Qingtong. King-level cultivation technique, Raging Flame Slash. This was Elder Lu's most powerful killing move after advancing to the martial king realm. Just like that, he blasted it towards Luo Qingtong. Die. Haha. The air was filled with a biting cold and suffocating smell, faintly suffused with a scorching hot aura. Luo Qingtong's gaze turned cold when she saw the attack rushing towards her. The strength of this attack had already exceeded the extent of her ability to break it. Luo Qingtong's gaze turned cold as she raised her hand to change the death blade into a life blade. At this moment, the power in her body suddenly stagnated. Coincidentally exhausted, Luo Qingtong's expression turned cold as the blood-red light in her eyes instantly flashed. Almost instantly, she found the most suitable route to dodge. However, before she could make a move, a figure suddenly rushed over from the side and blocked in front of her. Master. Suyu had been watching the battle between Luo Qingtong and Elder Lu without blinking. Although Luo Qingtong's display of strength was extremely valiant, Elder Lu was still a martial king after all. No one would know the outcome until the very last moment. Therefore, when something happened to Luo Qingtong, no one else had noticed it, but Suyu had immediately noticed it and pounced over without a second thought. I can't let anything happen to Master. even if I have to sacrifice my life, I can't let anything happen to Master. Holding on to this belief, Suyu rushed over before Luo Qingtong could move and pounced on her. Master! She raised her hand to push Luo Qingtong away. Luo Qingtong's pupils shrank. She never thought that Suyu would pounce over without a care in the world. Anyone could see that Elder Lu's move was a killing move. Suyu had pounced over to block the arrow for her and sent herself to death. This fool. Bang! In the instant that Luo Qingtong's body moved, she pulled Suyu's hand and dodged to the side. However, her eye technique only calculated her safest hiding position. It didn't include Suyu. Although her pull had allowed Suyu to avoid the sure-kill attack of the Raging Flame Slash, the aftershock of the latter's berserk strength and scorching aura had instantly inflicted heavy injuries on Suyu. Luo Qingtong was instantly enraged when she saw the back of the girl who had thrown herself at her, charred and badly mutilated. Old dog. You're courting death. The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes was like a storm. The blood-red glow within her eyes was strong, and when paired with her empty and black eyes, she looked like a goddess of darkness that had come from the depths of hell. When she saw Elder Lu raising his hand to launch another attack at her, the blood-red light in her eyes turned piercingly cold. She immediately summoned Little Pig. He still didn't know what was going on with the latter. As soon as it raised its head, it saw a piercingly cold and scorching light rushing towards it. Instantly, it cried out in fright and raised its 4 little hooves, wanting to run away. Luo Qingtong raised a hand and pressed it down. Stop him. At least 10 breaths of time. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the demon subduing pagoda for the rest of your life. Her voice was ice cold. Before Little Pig could react, it was lifted and thrown out. Aha! You can't do this. Why don't you call Lil White out to block me? You're treating me differently. Little Pig cried out as it flew towards the Raging Flame Slash. At the same time, Luo Qingtong abruptly grasped the 1,000-year soul-guiding woods core in her hand. It contained the Xianxia energy that she had previously poured into it. Ah! Little Pig flew toward Elder Lu's attack with a miserable expression. Just when everyone thought it would be split in half by the attack, Little Pig finally shut up after failing to get Luo Qingtong to call it back after shouting for a long time. Forget it, that woman won't fall for it. Damn it. Little Pig stomped on the ground with its 4 little hooves and instantly reversed its position in the air. Then, under everyone's widened eyes, Little Pig abruptly opened its mouth. Boom! A ray of light that was as sharp as a sword shot out from its mouth. With a bang, it collided with the attack that Elder Lu had unleashed. Rumble! The 2 lights collided in an instant. The violent shockwaves from the collision caused Little Pig's aura to weaken significantly. This attack had consumed a lot of its energy. In the next second, Little Pig turned into a pink lightning bolt and charged toward Elder Lu. Luo Qingtong said that she wanted Little Pig to block Elder Lu's attack for at least 10 breaths of time. What? What the hell is this? Elder Lu was stunned for a moment when he saw his attack was blocked by a pink mini pig that appeared out of nowhere. Then, he launched another attack. This time, before the attack could reach him, Little Pig had already dodged and fled. Little Pig's 4 little hooves lightly stomped in the air and turned into pink lightning bolts. It circled around Elder Lu, not giving him a chance to disturb Luo Qingtong's recovery. Based on its understanding of that woman, once she regained her strength, it would be Elder Lu's death in the next second. Damn it. You bastard, I'll trap you until you die. It's all your fault. You made this Grandpa Pig lose a lot of energy. Do you think it's easy for me to recover a little bit of my strength? If it weren't for the fact that I'm sealed, I would have killed you with a single breath. Damn it. Little Pig grumbled in his heart as he led Elder Lu in circles. Rumble. Elder Lu launched one attack after another, but none of them could even touch Little Pig's skin. Occasionally, some of the shockwaves hit Little Pig, but it was as if they couldn't hurt Little Pig at all. From beginning to end, Little Pig didn't slow down at all. What the hell is this thing? Just as Elder Lu was shocked, there was a loud boom. On the other side, Luo Qingtong finally absorbed enough power. She leaped into the air, and the blood-red light in her eyes flickered. Behind the evil Rakshasa mask, her red lips moved slightly. Get out of the way. Little Pig's cold voice. Without any hesitation, he kicked the ground and ran as far as the sky. Damn it. I'm so tired, why did this woman provoke so many people? She actually provoked a martial king. How is she going to deal with her opponent? At the martial king realm, the chi within the body was perfectly integrated, and there was almost no flaw. Even if there was a martial king, Luo Qingtong, she's a martial general, Luo Qingtong, a peak martial marquis, combined with the life and death yin yang sword's life and death edge effect, could barely kill him. What should she do? Little Pig was curious, so he didn't forget to turn his head around to take a look. With one look, it instantly widened its beady eyes. How did this woman do it? Little Pig looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. The death blade in the girl's hand was held horizontally. Streaks of fiery red light jumped on it. The scorching and intense light set off the pure black blade. It was like the fire of the underworld from the depths of purgatory, absolutely gorgeous and terrifying. Isn't this the attack that Elder Lu just used? What's it called again? Raging Flame Slash. While Little Pig was still in shock, Luo Qingtong's cold voice rang out. Swoosh, a fiery red light, with terrifying speed and murderous intent, suddenly broke free from the death blade sword light in Luo Qingtong's hand. That light carried a scorching heat, sweeping up layers of heat waves in the air as it blasted towards Elder Lu, who was already dumbfounded from shock. The power and intensity of this attack were many times stronger than the Raging Flame Slash that Elder Lu used before. If the Raging Flame Slash that Elder Lu used before was only 50 points of proficiency, then Luo Qingtong's proficiency was 100 points, perfect replication. This was another ability of Luo Qingtong's pupil technique. As long as she had enough strength, she could perfectly replicate any cultivation method or martial skill that she had seen before. This Raging Flame Slash, no matter if it was the technique or the power, had reached the most perfect level of this king-tier cultivation method. It was as if it was directly copied from a cultivation method book. His every move was perfect to the extreme. Little Pig was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Oh my god. What kind of abnormal master did I choose? This woman. Can this woman be any more abnormal? Under Little Pig's shocked gaze, the Raging Flame Slash rapidly slashed toward Elder Lu. The latter quickly regained his senses as the scorching heat approached him. Impossible. This is impossible. How are you able to use my secret technique? This must be a fake. Smokescreen. Yes. It's a smokescreen. Elder Lu's heart was filled with panic and fear. He shouted loudly and hurriedly waved his hand, sending out a Raging Flame Slash at the same time. However, compared to Luo Qingtong's perfect Raging Flame Slash, Elder Lu's Raging Flame Slash was like a child's play. Boom. Luo Qingtong's Raging Flame Slash quickly broke through Elder Lu's Raging Flame Slash and directly cut him in half. Bang bang. With two muffled sounds, the two halves of Elder Lu's body fell heavily onto the ground. His eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe that he had died under his own unique skill. Moreover, he had died so miserably. Boom. After Luo Qingtong's attack split Elder Lu into two halves, it didn't slow down at all. Instead, it created a huge and bottomless crack in the ground. The might of a king-level cultivation technique was truly terrifying. Bam! Little Pig fell to the ground. Looking at the Luo Qingtong's attack, his eyes widened. Oh my god! This woman was too scary, wasn't she? With just a glance, he had learned someone else's unique skill. Moreover, his attack was many times more powerful than Elder Lu's. Oh my god, was he still human? As for the few martial marquis realm slaves who had been completely abandoned to the side and hadn't even been able to get anything, they were constantly gasping for breath. Master is really too strong. Looking at how Elder Lu died without a complete corpse, the strong enslaved figures' hearts were pounding like drums. Their reverence for Luo Qingtong was like that of a deity. A martial general was able to kill a martial king. In this world, there was probably no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with their master. Their hearts were filled with indescribable excitement. Master! Congratulations on your great victory, Master! After Luo Qingtong landed, they stepped forward and knelt on the ground. They raised their heads, their faces full of awe and reverence. Get up! Luo Qingtong's eyes were indifferent. She waved her hand and put away the life and death sword. The attack just now drained all the energy in her body, so she was a little unsteady. The power of a king-level cultivation technique was indeed powerful. If not for the energy that Xianxia had poured into her body, she would not have been able to use it. Fortunately, she did not waste this energy and sealed it in the heart of the 1,000-year soul-guiding tree. Otherwise, she would not have been able to kill Elder Lu. If she let him escape, he would be a big problem. Clean up this place and take everything from them. Take Suyu and let's go, Luo Qingtong said in a low voice. She looked at the huge spirit boat not far away, and the corners of her lips curled up. It seemed that the harvest this time was not bad. These people from the Qing family came to capture Suyu, and they even brought a spirit boat. It looked similar to the spirit boat she saw outside the Blackfield city. Obviously, it was not an ordinary magic weapon. The spirit boat from before was an earth-level magic weapon. Could it be that this spirit boat was at the same level? If that was the case, the Qing family had really spent a lot of money. She did not know where they got it from, but they actually used such a treasure to capture Suyu. This time, she had benefited from it. Yes. A group of martial marquee experts got up and quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Luo Qingtong walked to Suyu's side and helped her up. When she pushed Suyu away, she had already sealed her heart meridian and all the vital acupoints. The girl was seriously injured. Most of her back was almost burned through, and the flesh on it was badly mutilated and charred. Luo Qingtong looked at her and frowned. She picked him up and was careful not to touch Suyu's wound. At this time, the battle slaves in charge of cleaning up the battlefield came to report, "Master, it's all done. These corpses, don't move, just leave it there." Luo Qingtong's voice was biting cold. She didn't mind letting the Qing family see what would happen to their men. Luo Qingtong didn't intend to hide it. Someone had come knocking on her door. If she didn't do something to intimidate them, they would think that her residence was a tea house where people came and went as they pleased. So what if he killed a member of the Qing clan? She wanted to tell everyone that her people were not to be messed with. Whoever dared to move would die. Go. The group boarded the flying boat. Luo Qingtong only glanced at the spiritual pivot that was controlling the airship, and then she released her spiritual power to erase the soul sense aura that was imprinted on it. With her eye technique and ability, it was a piece of cake for her. In just a few breaths, the huge spirit ship rushed up and flew toward the Blackfield city. Bang! Just as Luo Qingtong was controlling the huge and beautiful airship to soar into the sky, the Qing family of Sunrise Country. A luxuriously dressed young man with a golden crown on his hair suddenly changed his expression. He stood up abruptly and didn't even realize that he knocked over the chair behind him. Spirit ship. My soul sense imprint has been erased. His voice was filled with shock and anger. Before the members of the Qing family in the hall could react, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside. What? Whose soul lamp was extinguished? The members of Qing clan who didn't know what was going on all stood up at once. Especially the Qing family head, who had been stroking his beard and laughing heartily just now. His face darkened instantly. It's Elder Lu, Steward Zhang, and Commander Chen's. The servant replied with trepidation. Bastard! The Qing family head was furious. He didn't care about Elder Lu's death, but Steward Zhang and Commander Chen. Didn't they take Yun'er's flying boat to capture Suyu? Now that they were dead, coupled with his son's words just now, a bad premonition surged in the Qing family head's heart. Could it be that his son's spirit boat was stolen? At this moment, another figure scrambled out of the room. Family head, young master. There's a letter from the Black Region subsidy. As the butler spoke, he kept wiping his sweat as he raised his hand and handed over a letter. It was a black envelope with a black seal. The Qing family head and Qing Lingyun's expressions changed when they saw it. The other Qing family members also quickly quietened down. A letter from the Blackfield city. Why would the Blackfield city suddenly send them a letter? And this letter, everyone looked at the black letter. It was clearly a letter used by the Blackfield city to issue warnings and punishments to outsiders. When did the Qing family offend the Blackfield city? Everyone thought in their hearts, feeling extremely uneasy. Only the Qing family head and Qing Lingyun knew what was going on. When they thought of how Steward Zhang and the others brought people to the Blackfield city to capture Suyu, their expressions instantly darkened. Could it be that they offended someone over there? Caused the Blackfield city to issue a warning to them? The Qing family head was bewildered. When he opened the letter and saw the contents, his expression instantly turned extremely ugly. It was naturally an ultimatum from the bloody arena. telling them that Suyu was evil Dr. Ghost Eye's subordinate and that they were not to provoke him in the future. Otherwise, don't blame them for being impolite. The letter was stamped with the Bloody Arena's headquarters seal. The head of the Qing family slammed his palm heavily on the table in front of him. Damn it. At this point, the matter was very clear. The one who killed Steward Zhang and the others must be evil Dr. Ghost Eye. He didn't expect Suyu to find such a backer. To be able to make the Bloody Arena's people protect him, but they didn't need to find trouble with Suyu. What about his son's spirit boat? That was a special reward he had received from the Sacred Academy, that spirit boat's grade. Even the ordinary teachers of the Sacred Academy didn't have such a boat. Was he going to give it jests? Qin Lingyun's SSS initially, he wanted to let Steward Zhang and the others use the spirit vessel to cheer his younger brother up when he returned to visit his family. Who would have thought that something like this would happen midway, now that his spirit boat had been snatched away, and the other party was protected by people from the Black Region sub-city? Was he going to lose his spirit boat for nothing? Even in the Sacred Institute, that was an extremely precious flying boat. Qin Lingyun's heart bled just thinking about it. No. He couldn't let it go just like that. Father, I must get the spirit boat back. But the other party has people from the Blackfield City protecting him. The Qing family head frowned. The Supreme Assassin Pavilion was the only mysterious influence within the Truespill continent that could compare with the Blackfield. Their reputation within the Truespill continent wasn't as great as the Blackfield, but they were still feared by many. This was because the Supreme Assassin Pavilion only did one business, and that was to kill. The Blackfield also had their own assassination business, but because the Blackfield's influence was so vast, many people preferred to place their orders at the Supreme Assassin Pavilion. This was because the Supreme Assassin Pavilion's rules stated that no matter who you wanted to assassinate, as long as you could pay the price, they would dare to kill you. The Saint Emperors of the Holy Dynasty and the Blackfield were no exception. Of course, their price wasn't something that the average person or influence could afford, but daring to say such words and putting the names of so many powerhouses on the list also proved the strength behind the Supreme Assassin Pavilion. It was said that behind the Supreme Assassin Pavilion was a group of powerhouses that stood at the pinnacle of the Truespill continent. They formed an alliance and formed the Supreme Assassin Pavilion out of boredom, and then continued to do so. Everything within the Supreme Assassin Pavilion was kept secret, and the assassins responsible for carrying out missions were only given code names. As long as the Supreme Assassin Pavilion assassinated them, even if they didn't succeed, they wouldn't be refunded. Hearing Qin Lingyun mention the Supreme Assassin Pavilion, the Qing family head immediately reacted. That's right, if the Supreme Assassin Pavilion takes action, the Blackfield can't blame us. He excitedly said. Let's go, we'll go to the Supreme Assassin Pavilion now. Using a bit of money to exchange for a spirit boat airship was absolutely the most cost-effective transaction, not to mention that the Eastern Fence Nation's Blackfield branch city's evil doctor. Even if he was valued by the Bloody Arena, how strong could he be? The Qing family head almost immediately agreed to this proposal. As the Qing family father and son headed towards the Supreme Assassin Pavilion, several figures appeared where Luo Qingtong and the others had left. Over here. A group of people rushed towards the place where the Qing family's corpses lay. These people all wore the uniform of the Blackfield. Impressively, they were from the Eastern Fence Nation's Blackfield branch city. When Luo Qingtong went out, they followed her. But they were thrown off halfway and lost their way. Only now did they arrive here. All of them were killed in one hit. One of them squatted down to investigate. Especially this elder Lu, he seems to have died at the hands of his own unique skill. Blackfield's ability to gather information was top-notch. These people were following Luo Qingtong, so they knew exactly who she was looking for. With just a casual glance, they were able to discern Elder Lu's identity. He was no stranger to the wounds on his body. It is indeed the power of Raging Flame Cut. Moreover, his technique was clean and efficient, and his power was incomparably tyrannical. It's even stronger than Elder Lu's. Go back and report to the city lord. After saying that, the group of people left. As for the corpses of the Qing clan members, they were still there. Even if Luo Qingtong didn't kill these people who dared to challenge the dignity of Blackfield City, once they found out, they would still kill them. Putting their corpses here would serve as a warning to the others. While these people were retreating, Luo Qingtong had already brought Suyu and the others back to Blackfield City. She parked the spirit boat in a hidden mountain range outside Blackfield City and returned to Blackfield City with Suyu and the others. As soon as they entered the residence, Luo Qingtong issued an order. Seal the residence. Without my order, no one is allowed to disturb us. Mistress. Am I going to die soon? In the room, Suyu is lying on her stomach on the bed. Her clothes are all gone, and her voice is weak. She was seriously injured. On the way back, she had already lost consciousness several times. Luo Qingtong underestimated the power of that raging flame chop. In the end, it was the full-strength attack of a martial king, so you didn't completely avoid it. That attack not only burned her back, it also penetrated into her body, almost merging all the meridians on her back. If it was someone else, they would have died long ago. Luo Qingtong sealed all the major meridians in Suyu's body, allowing her to hold on until now. But even so, this is already the limit. It won't happen. With me here, you won't die. A bloody light flashes in Luo Qingtong's eyes. She stares at Suyu's back without blinking. Her hands are flying, almost forming an afterimage in the air. She has already removed her disguise, revealing her beautiful face. Her body is like jade, and her eyes are like blood. She looks like a bewitching monster that bewitches people's hearts, captivating and moving people's souls. Yes, I believe in Mistress. Suyu slightly closes her eyes. She believes in Mistress. If Mistress says she can live, then she will definitely live. Endure, Suyu, I'm going to do it. At that time, even if you seal your 5 senses, you will still feel pain. This pain will make you wish you were dead. But you must endure it. You can't faint. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be wasted. After spending less than an hour to seal all the blood vessels in Suyu's body, Luo Qingtong looks at the girl lying on the bed and says word by word. Endure it, and you will be reborn. You will have a boundless sea and sky. You can do anything you want. I can't endure it. Only death awaits you. Mistress, do it. Suyu closes her eyes tightly. She must endure it. Good. A bloody light flashes in Luo Qingtong's eyes. She directly begins to peel off the dead skin and flesh on her back. She peels off the meridians that have already melted together. She connects the meridians that have already melted to the point that their shape can't be seen. She restored them to their original appearance, and even more open and unobstructed than before. This disaster may not be a disaster for Suyu, her meridians had been fused into one. If it was anyone else, even if they managed to save her, they would be a cripple. From now on, she can't use her strength, even if she has the strength of a martial lord, but Luo Qingtong is different. Suyu's meridians were all destroyed, so she simply reshaped her meridians with a wider meridians. The smoothness of a martial artist's meridians was directly related to their strength. Luo Qingtong takes this opportunity to completely reconstruct Suyu's meridians, those meridians that Suyu didn't open when she was cultivating, under Luo Qingtong's inner vision, are all opened by the strength of her strength. Open up the meridians and obtain a new life. As long as Suyu survives this, her future is limitless. Ah! As soon as Luo Qingtong makes a move, Suyu can't help but scream. Her beautiful and resolute face was filled with pain at this moment. However, even if she bites her lips and breaks her fingernails, she still resolutely maintains her consciousness. She bears the pain that can be said to be tearing her soul. She will definitely survive. She still has the blood feud of the Su family to bear. She can't die. Ah. You're saying that everyone in the Qing family was killed in one blow, and Elder Lu, a martial king, was killed by his own unique skill? And it was a one-hit kill? His eyes were filled with surprise. Yes. We've investigated back and forth, and it's indeed so. And the person who did it is extremely powerful and has extraordinary abilities. The power of the move that killed Elder Lu was perfect. It can't be used unless it's cultivated to the full mastery realm. I estimate that the person who did it is at least a martial emperor. A martial emperor's strength has been cultivated to the point of returning to one's original state. It's extremely easy to imitate the skill below, and its perfect power when it's used. Other than that, there's no other reason to explain Elder Lu's death. After all, although the raging flame slash was not rare, the probability of the other party knowing it and being able to use it perfectly was too small. the biggest possibility is that there's a martial emperor behind the evil doctor. Or maybe he's the martial emperor himself. However, these people in Blackfield City didn't know that this was an illusion created by Luo Qingtong with the help of her eye technique and Yi Qianxian's power. It had nothing to do with a martial emperor. A martial emperor? The Blackfield City governor listened without saying a word. If that's the case, he'll have to rope in the evil doctor. After all, such a strong person can already build an empire. The Blackfield City governor of Eastern Fence Country is just a city in a low-level country. His strength is only at the martial emperor realm. If he could befriend a martial emperor level powerhouse, it would be 100 advantages and no disadvantages. But when he thought of the tangled relationship between his lord and the evil doctor, he didn't know whether it was a good or bad relationship. The Blackfield City governor felt a headache coming on. Forget it, let's wait and see. No matter how powerful the evil doctor is, he can't be compared to my wise and powerful lord. If he accidentally stands on the wrong side and cozies up to the wrong person, it'll be no joke. Sigh. My lord, there are so many men and women who admire you in this world. Why do you like the evil doctor? The city lord of the Blackfield subcity thought, and the corner of his eyes twitched. He had been in charge of the Blackfield City of Eastern Fence Nation for so many years, but this was the first time he realized that his lord's preferences were so different. That's enough. He waved his hand. This matter ends here. Send this information to the lord after you've sorted it out. Keep an eye on the evil doctor. Don't let him be dissatisfied with our Blackfield branch city. Also, keep a close eye on the Qing family. Don't let them have the chance to cause trouble for the evil doctor. There can't be a next time when the evil doctor's manor was attacked in the Blackfield City. Yes. Everyone agreed in unison. At this moment, a servant hurriedly walked in from outside. City Lord, this is the application from the Bloody Arena. Apply? What application? The Blackfield City Lord raised his hand and took the letter in his hand. After reading it, the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. It was the Bloody Arena who felt the Qing family's attack on Luo Qingtong's manor, and hurriedly applied for a silver order for her. This way, they could openly send people to protect Luo Qingtong's manor. However, the Blackfield City Lord still couldn't figure out the Lord's attitude toward the evil doctor. How dare he casually give her a Blackfield order? What if the Lord was unhappy? The Blackfield City Lord thought about it and finally decided to report it to the Lord and let him decide. Elder Yu. Quick. Master is in trouble. Blackfield, Deep Venerable Palace. Beiqing and Feng Yu hurriedly brought Yi Qianxian back. Yi Qianxian was still in a coma. The two placed him in the back of the palace. Feng Yu stayed behind to guard him while Beiqing rushed directly to the medicine hall. She was looking for Elder Yu. He was brought back by Yi Qianxian when he went out. He was in charge of the medicine hall. No one knew how high Elder Yu's alchemist level was. They only knew that he was the only one who could see some clues about Master's injury that made all the alchemists in the True Spill continent helpless. The panacea that Yi Qianxian usually soaked in when his injury flared up was also made by him. In the entire True Spill continent, only he could slightly alleviate Yi Qianxian's injury. Elder Yu, come with me. Beiqing hurried all the way to the medicine hall. She didn't care what Elder Yu was doing. She pulled him along and ran. Yi Qianxian's injury flared up fiercely this time. Only the heavens knew how they felt when they rushed in and saw the pool in the bath hall dyed red. Their hearts were about to stop from fright. With Master's status, nothing could happen to him. Hey! Wait! You stinking brat! Wait a minute! I haven't taken the medicine yet. Elder Yu was in the medicine hall sorting out the herbs that he needed to remix Yi Qianxian's medicine. Suddenly being pulled by Beiqing, the herbs in his hands almost fell to the ground. How could Beiqing wait? He waved his hand and with a schwa sound, everything in Elder Yu's room was swept clean. Sumeru space, the most rare and precious Sumeru space in the True Spill continent. It was a storage magic treasure. Seeing Beiqing take everything in the room with a wave of his hand, who knew how big the space in his Sumeru space ring was? It had to be known that in the True Spill continent, a storage magic treasure with a square meter of space was enough to make people go crazy. But Beiqing's storage space was probably no less than a few hundred square meters. Okay. I've taken everything. Elder Yu, let's go. I'll get you whatever you want later. As he spoke, he pulled Elder Yu and ran without any explanation. The old man glared at him with his old eyes, and only remembered to curse after he was dragged along for some distance. CKU, you little bastard. You should have at least left a bed for me. And my chamber pot. Why are you keeping it too? Mingzun Palace, sleeping quarters. On the spacious and luxurious bed, a godlike man lay on a milky white jade pillow with his eyes closed. That indescribably handsome face, even though he was unconscious, could not hide the elegance, majesty, and magnificence. Elder Yu, how is it? Is master all right? Beside the bed, Beiqing paced back and forth with an anxious look on his face. Enough. You're so annoying. I've only just started taking your pulse. You're asking me if I'm okay. Do you think I'm a deity? Get out of my way. Elder Yu was annoyed by his questions. He lifted his leg and kicked him to the side. She hadn't even settled the score with him for taking away all the things in her room. Now he was being stupid again. Elder Yu was fuming with anger. He wanted to scold him again, but suddenly, his face turned cold. This pulse. Ignoring Beiqing, this stupid dog, he hurriedly checked Xianxia's pulse. Nope. Beiqing and Fengyu were both stunned when they heard Elder Yu's question. They found that their master's injuries flared up and he fainted in the bath hall, so they immediately brought him back. How could there be other pharmacists who helped their master? Besides, other pharmacists couldn't treat their master's injuries. Both of them shook their heads, but Elder Yu stroked his beard and felt strange. That's strange. Your master's pulse is stable, and his main meridians are slowly recovering. The condition of his injuries flared up is much better than before. Someone must have treated his injuries. And that person's alchemy skills are above mine. As he spoke, he looked at Beiqing and Fengyu, his beard puffed up and his eyes widened. There's such a pharmacist and you deliberately hid it from me. Why, are you afraid that I'll be jealous and harm him? Since you don't believe me, I'll leave. As he spoke, he was about to leave, but was pulled back by Fengyu. Wait. Elder Yu, can you make it clear? You're saying that my master is fine now, and someone has already treated his injuries? He asked. Yes. I don't know why, but she only treated half of it. If not, your master would have woken up long ago. He's unconscious now, not because of something, but because his main meridians are self-healing. Elder Yu said, that's why I said that person is better than me. At least I can't make your master's main meridians self-heal. And he pointed at Xianxia and said, your master's main meridians have strengthened again. If this goes on, his life won't be in danger in the future. Enough. I've said what I need to say. Since you're so guarded against me. This old man isn't someone who doesn't know what's good for him. I'll leave now. Elder Yu was also stubborn. His medical skills were profound, and his alchemy skills were incomparable. Many people wanted to ask him for help but couldn't. If Xianxia's injuries hadn't piqued his curiosity, he wouldn't have appeared here. In the end, they were so guarded against him. Even if they found a cure, they wouldn't tell him. Fine. In that case, he'll leave by himself. I won't send you off. Wait. Elder Yu. Seeing that he was about to leave, Fengyu hurriedly pulled him back. We swear that before you, we really didn't invite any alchemist to treat master's injuries. I swear by the world and my soul. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed his sword at the sky. There was no movement in the sky, which meant that Fengyu was not lying. Elder Yu put down his foot again. Really? I really didn't. Fengyu's face was resolute. At this moment, Beiqing also came to her senses and said hurriedly, Elder Yu, I really didn't. Otherwise, why would I be so anxious? That was true. Beiqing was so stubborn that she didn't look like a liar. Elder Yu thought for a moment and sat back down. Then before your master fainted, did anyone go in? In addition, did something similar happen to him before? Is it because the injury suddenly healed? Elder Yu wondered if Qianren had done something by accident that inexplicably improved his condition. When he said that, Beiqing and Fengyu looked at each other and thought of the same thing at the same time. Yes. Elder Yu, something similar happened to Master before. It happened on Nine Magi Mountain. Master said that it was a young girl who cured him. Yes. Nine Magi Mountain? Is that the Nine Magi Mountain that caused a huge uproar in Dongli country? Yuelao asked in surprise. Your master went there? Yes. Fengyu nodded. Master received news that there was a relic there that might have a way to treat his injuries, so he went there alone. After that, Master's injuries acted up. By the time we arrived, Master was already fine. According to Master, it was a blind girl who saved him. Fengyu explained the situation at that time, including the changes in Xianxia's meridians. Because we weren't sure what the changes were, and because we were looking for that girl, we didn't have time to tell you about this. Fengyu said. I see. Yuelao nodded. So that's it. No wonder Xianxia's meridians looked like they were about to explode because of the medicinal power. He knew that this kid's meridians were already so weak that they needed to be nurtured at all times to maintain normal conditions. How dare he do such a suicidal thing? So it was because he wanted to confirm the changes in his injuries, but the person who saved him was a young girl, and a blind one at that. Yuelao was in disbelief. If he said that his alchemy skills were second, no one in the world would dare to say that they were the best, but even so, he had been by Xianxia's side for so many years, but he had not been able to treat his injuries at all. At most, he could only delay the pain when his injuries acted up. He could only help him endure this period of time, but now, a young girl, and a blind girl at that, had done something that even he could not do. Is your master sure that it was a young girl? I mean, is he sure that she was young? What was her cultivation level? When he asked this question, Fengyu and Beiqing's expressions became strange. She was indeed a young girl. They nodded. And her strength, according to Master, she was a martial master, but Master was unable to keep her. As they spoke, they hid the fact that when they found Xianxia, the latter had a bite mark on his lips. Master was seduced by the other party's beauty, so he played with her. As he played, he let her go. That must not be said. It was too damaging to Master's wise and mighty image. Pfft. Before they could finish, Yuelao could not help but spit out a mouthful of water. Are you two kidding me? Martial master? How could she escape from your master? Do you know how powerful your master is? He glared at the two of them. How could they make such a joke? Were they looking down on his IQ? The corners of Bei and Fengyu's lips twitched. What they said was true, although it did sound like a joke, Elder Yu, it's true. We haven't found him yet, Fengyu said. At this moment, Yuelao suddenly shouted. Wait. You said that Xianxia has not been found? Then what happened to your master's injuries? He pointed at Xianxia who was lying on the bed. Could it be that this was treated by a ghost? Before Beiqing and Fengyu could speak, a cold and deep voice suddenly rang out in the bedroom. It was treated by a ghost. Xianxia's eyes were cold. No one knew when he had woken up. He closed his eyes slightly and gnashed his teeth in anger. As soon as Xianxia regained consciousness, he knew that the servant who brought the medicine in to serve him was that woman in disguise. She was really lustful and bold. She even dared to sneak into the city lord's residence and, thinking of how Luo Qingtong grabbed his doppelganger after falling into the water, Xianxia felt a wave of shame and anger in his heart. How many times had that woman teased and provoked him like this? Did she really think that he didn't dare to kill her? However, even though he was thinking this way, Yi Qianming's mind couldn't help but recall the moment when the young girl's hand held his doppelganger's soft and beautiful hand. If not, how could he suddenly lose control of his own aura and explode his meridians? That woman was really. Yi Qianxian gritted his teeth in hatred. Investigate it for me. Everything that happened in the city lord's residence that day, no matter how big or small, must be reported to me. Especially when it came to that manservant. From top to bottom, don't let go of even a single strand of hair. He wanted to see what that woman wanted to do. Moreover, Yi Qianxian clearly sensed that the eyes of the servant that the woman disguised as were intact. It was just that the water vapor in the hall was too dense at that time, and he didn't pay much attention to it because his own aura was in a mess. He didn't know if it was his illusion. If it wasn't, then, Yi Qianxian's eyes suddenly darkened. Yes. Master. Hearing the sound of their master's teeth grinding, Beiqing and Fengyu lowered their heads deeply. Oh my god, Master is really going to explode this time. That girl is also amazing. Even the evil doctor couldn't make Master so angry before. They didn't know what she did to Master in the bath hall. Both of them were very curious, but they didn't dare to ask. On the other hand, Elder Yu didn't have any scruples. Seeing Xianxia like this, he laughed. Oh. What's wrong? It's rare to see you like this. Did the girl take advantage of you? He was just casually saying it, but Xianxia didn't refute him. Looking at his face, it was obviously 10 times darker than before. Elder Yu was stunned, then he slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. No way. Did I really hit the nail on the head? Ha ha ha. He laughed so hard that he was swaying back and forth. Ha ha ha. The dignified Nether Venerable was molested? Ha ha ha. Come on. Tell me, where did she touch you? Elder. Yi Qianren's face was dark and his voice was cold. I have a feeling that everyone in the Medicine God Valley sect must have missed you dearly after all these years. Ah. Before he could finish his words, Elder Yu had already jumped up like a spring. Ah. It was easy for people to forget things when they got old. What did I just hear? Did I say something? Why don't I? Ah. This person had to admit that he was old. Oh. I suddenly remembered that the Hall of Medicine still has some improved formulas that I haven't had the time to concoct. Yi, I'm leaving now. After saying that, he disappeared with a whoosh. Beiqing and Fengyu were flustered. Elder Yu, you can't trick us like this, you always run away after tricking us. What are we going to do? Feeling their master's gaze on them, they wanted to cry but had no tears. Master, we. Actually, they didn't hear anything. Before they could finish their words, Xianxia kicked them out of the room with a cold face. Oh my god. Espionage workshop, Beiqing and Fengyu's faces instantly turned green when they heard their master's words. They couldn't care about anything else. They got up and ran out. They would rather die than go to the espionage workshop. The espionage workshop, as the name implied, was a place where they used beauty to obtain information. It was a branch of the Blackfield's intelligence building. Beiqing and Fengyu ran as fast as they could when they thought that they might be sent there to sell their beauty, in the Blackfield subcity, the demonic doctor's residence. After 24 hours, Luo Qingtong finally stopped. The blood-red glow in her eyes was extinguished. She was completely engulfed in darkness. She couldn't even stand steadily. Master. Suyu, whose body was already extremely weak, saw Luo Qingtong's swaying body. She hurriedly gritted her teeth and reached out to support her, but was blocked by Luo Qingtong. I'm fine. I just used too much of my mental strength, Luo Qingtong said as she supported herself on the bed and sat down. I'll be fine in a while. How do you feel now? She looked blankly in Suyu's direction. Luo Qingtong's mental strength was completely used up. Her eyes naturally returned to the state of being blind. However, Luo Qingtong didn't really care. She would be fine after her mental strength recovered. However, it was really troublesome to passively recover her mental strength like this. She still had to find a way to neutralize the poison in her eyes. Yes, I'm much better. After an entire day and night of treatment, not only was Luo Qingtong exhausted, Suyu almost couldn't hold on a few times. However, she managed to hold on until the end. Suyu forced herself to use the last of her consciousness to inspect her body. She felt the new meridians in her body. Looking at how wide and smooth they were, Suyu's eyes quickly filled with tears. Master. She choked with sobs. Thank you for giving me a new life. This was a true rebirth. When Suyu blocked the sword for Luo Qingtong, she was already prepared to die. But now, not only had she survived, but all the meridians in her body had been reconstructed, and she had attained the innate constitution. The so-called Xiantian constitution meant that all the meridians in the body were connected, and the circulation of energy was endless. Generally speaking, only Martial King realm experts would be able to sense the power of heaven and earth at the moment of their promotion to Martial King. They would be able to break through the congenital shackles of the main meridians in their bodies and connect the main meridians in their bodies together to form a congenital body. However, Luo Qingtong had directly created a Xiantian body for Suyu. Moreover, this innate body was not something an ordinary martial king's innate body could compare with. To be honest, Su Yu's current physique was an innate Xianxia constitution. All the meridians in her body had been opened. As for ordinary martial king realm experts, they would only be able to open the main meridians in their bodies. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. A martial artist's meridians were directly related to their strength. The more meridians that were opened in the body, the more effective it would be for a martial artist when they cultivated. At the same time, they would be able to display more strength. Su Yu was only at the martial marquis realm, but she had already opened all the meridians in her body. This meant that in her future cultivation, she would no longer need to painstakingly accumulate strength to open her meridians. Instead, she would be able to break through the barrier and advance. How could her cultivation speed be limited to 1,000 miles a day? Furthermore, with all the meridians in her body open and flowing, the strength that Su Yu could display would be far above other experts of the same level. It could be said that Luo Qingtong had already used her eye technique to build a smooth path to the heavens for her. End of chapter 170. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.